Chapter 161 Defeat. Is that yours? Xiaomi looked in the direction that Tan Lin pointed, and saw a corner of the telegraph machine, frowning slightly. Do you know it? Kid, tell me the truth. Is that yours? It's very important. You must tell the truth. Okay? Xiaomi stared at Tan Lin for a long time, and said, well, it's mine. Why do you know it? Anyway, it's Chu Machin. Chu Machin is mine. I'm not lying. Kid, how did you get in there? How much did you suffer? How much did you suffer to get in there where I couldn't even get in? Tan Lin's eyes were red when he said this. Xiaomi didn't know why, but suddenly she felt uncomfortable, and even wanted to cry. This feeling hasn't happened for a long time. Xiaomi was a little at a loss for a while. Tan Lin, on the other hand, had come back to his senses. I don't deserve to know your identity, but I can tell you my identity. I have been undercover in the Phylon gang for nearly 10 years, just to catch them all in one fell swoop. But I didn't expect to encounter this zombie virus. What position are you in now? Xiaomi's expression changed. I feel a little guilty. This is from several of our other members, and it has nothing to do with me. I will investigate what you said first. If what you said is true, then our cooperation may change to a different model. Okay, but my superiors have all disappeared now. I'm afraid you can only get the highest level of authority to find it. Xiaomi thought of the person Chu Machin told her. Colonel Wu. Now I'm afraid I can only ask him for help. Well, I understand. As for cooperation with them, we don't need it. Do you still want to continue there? Tan Lin didn't know what he was going to do now. In fact, he had almost all the evidence and had been here for many years. It's just that this zombie virus gave him a surprise attack. I need to meet the owner of the machine you mentioned. I can only know what to do next after meeting them. Okay. Wait a minute. After saying that, Xiaomi walked downstairs, and Tan Lin was lost in memories, recalling the sadness on Yi Linlong's face when he left 26 years ago. At that time, they were just about to get engaged, but he received a secret order and didn't even have time to say goodbye. It took him 5 years to complete the task, but as soon as he got the leave approval, he was sent to protect a group of experts. He had no choice but to leave again. Later, except for some accidents, he was forced to stay abroad for 10 years. When he was about to return to China, he accidentally saved a policeman who was undercover in the Phylon gang, which disrupted his plan again. Just like that, Tan Lin disappeared for 26 years. During this period, he didn't even get any news about Yi Linlong. In his heart, Yi Linlong must have been married and had children. Seeing Xiaomi today, he was more certain of his guess. For a while, he was in a very low mood, knowing that he had no right to ask Yi Linlong to wait for him. He did not blame Yi Linlong, but he felt very disappointed. When he was thinking about it, Xiaomi had already brought Kong Mingliang up. On the way, Xiaomi had already told him about Tan Lin's identity, but did not say what she suspected. After all, she could not be sure. The two chatted briefly, and Kong Mingliang was almost certain that Tan Lin was an undercover, but he could not be sure whether he had betrayed. After all, this situation was not uncommon. Therefore, he did not tell Tan Lin all their situations. That's it. But we need to collect your blood information and compare it with the information in the database. After Kong Mingliang finished speaking, Tan Lin felt a little strange, but he didn't know what was wrong. But he didn't say anything in the end. He nodded and agreed directly. After drawing blood, Tan Lin went down. Kong Mingliang handed the blood to Xiaomi. I sent a message to Colonel Wu. You go ahead. Yes. After Xiaomi went down, he looked down at the three people. What kind of cooperation do you want? Xi and Zhirong frowned when he saw that Chu Machin was not there. Where is Chu Machin? Are you the boss here? Yes. I'm the boss. Chu Machin is out on a mission, and I'm the captain. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Xi and Zhirong and Mao Cheng's faces changed. They began to doubt whether their decision was correct. But it has come to this point. Even if they want to regret, there is no way. So Xi and Zhirong looked at Xiaomi and said slowly, we can cooperate to create a perfect rescue center in this huge Kyoto. Then what? Recruit people with special abilities and build your own team. But our main task now is to find supplies. So, in the early stage, we will find supplies together. 6-4. U6. Xi and Jirong felt that since he had said so, Xiaomi would definitely have no reason to refuse. However, Xiaomi sneered directly. Even if our people don't go out now, it will be no problem for at least half a year. Not to mention 1 or 2 years. Why should we cooperate with you? Looking at Xiaomi's sarcastic expression, Xi and Jirong and Mao Cheng almost lost control. Especially Xi and Jirong. His face was very ugly at this time. We have a lot of manpower. And you only have a few. If you encounter a large number of invaders, I'm afraid you will find it difficult to deal with it. In fact, Xi and Jirong's words are somewhat threatening. I just want to see how Xiaomi will respond. But Xiaomi sneered directly. Get out. You are not worthy of talking to me. What are you thinking? I have plenty of strength. And I still want me to cooperate with you. Hee hee. Xiaomi's disdainful eyes directly angered Xi and Jirong. If Mao Cheng hadn't pulled him back in time, I'm afraid Xi and Jirong would have taken action at this time. But Xiaomi wanted them to take action, so that there would be a reasonable reason to get rid of him. Although it doesn't matter whether there is such a reason or not. After all, who cares at this moment? Xi and Jirong's anger, which he had suppressed with great difficulty, was ignited again after seeing Xiaomi sneer. But he couldn't say anything. His face turned red, and his neck became thick with anger. Tanlin didn't say anything on the side. He just watched their competition quietly. Wanted to see how Xiaomi was going to solve it. Mao Cheng looked at Xiaomi and said, of course we have sincerity. That is, we want to know what Miss Chiao has. Of course, we don't want to know your trump cards. But we don't know Miss Chiao. Either tell us directly what you can give, or turn around and leave. Seeing that Xiaomi didn't give any face, the faces of the two became like a palette. Tanlin looked at this scene and wanted to laugh. It's been so long. And it's the first time he saw Xi and Jirong and Mao Cheng like this. I don't know why. But I'm very happy. Chapter 162 Negotiation. We know where some weapons are. But our strength does not allow us to do so. So we have not been able to get them. We can give you 20%. After Mao Cheng finished speaking, Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. 20%? What a joke. Humph. But it seems that it is not impossible to agree. After agreeing, I can just take all the things away. Ha 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 ha. I am so smart. Xiaomi was happy, and was not angry about what they said about 20%. But the negotiations should still be negotiated. After all, we still have to do what we should do. 20% is impossible. 40%. Xi and Jirong gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaomi. We found these. But we need you to come together. Don't be too. Okay. Then you go by yourselves. Xi and Jirong stopped talking. Mao Cheng smiled, looked at Xiaomi and said, 2.5. This is the most we can give. That batch of goods is something you can't imagine. You may not use it. 40%. Looking at Xiaomi's stubborn look, Mao Cheng and Xi and Jirong were so angry that they almost broke their hands. Tanlin said nothing and just watched the show. If Mao Jirong hadn't looked at him, he would have continued to watch the show. Then, 30%. What does Miss Chiao say? Xiaomi glanced at Tanlin. 3.5. No discussion. Tanlin signaled Xi and Jirong to make the decision. But he did not respond to Xiaomi's words. Standing aside and saying nothing, Xi and Jirong lowered his eyes. Just when Xiaomi was getting impatient, Xi and Jirong looked up and said to Xiaomi, okay. When will we act? 5 days later. We need to rest. Where is the address? We will take you there then. 5 days later. At 6 in the morning. We will be waiting at the gate of the manor on time. Xiaomi sneered. Okay. Then the two sides discussed some things. And Xi and Jirong and the others were ready to leave. After Xiaomi and the others stood up, she looked at Mao Cheng. Let him stay, lest you regret it or make trouble. Xi and Jirong and Mao Cheng looked at each other. Both felt that it was not possible. And then looked at Tanlin on the side. Miss Chiao, we need Mao Cheng to arrange many things. Otherwise, our head Tan will stay? Xiaomi knew from the beginning that Tanlin did not have such a close relationship with the two. After all, he is an undercover agent. No matter how well he hides, I am afraid there will be traces. Pretending to think and look at them, Tanlin said directly, Miss Chiao, we really can't do without the eldest brother and the boss Mao. I am just an idle person, so I will stay. Yes. The second brother was injured before, so I didn't bother him with many things. Xiaomi pretended to think, and finally nodded helplessly, and agreed to their request. Although she agreed, she was more or less reluctant. After that, Xiaomi didn't care what they thought and drove them away directly. Xi and Zhirong patience had reached its limit, so he didn't care about the rest and turned around and left. After going out, Xi and Zhirong kicked his car. Fuck. What is Xiaomi? I have never heard of her before. Nor have I seen such a person. Mao Cheng was also full of doubts. I have never seen her, let alone heard of her. But judging from that woman, she is not simple. Tan Lin and that woman definitely know each other. I have never heard of Tan Lin saying that he is a lover before. I don't know. Let's talk about it later. Now we have to discuss how to get our things back. I just hope that they are not discovered there. Xi and Zhirong frowned. He looked very irritable. Mao Cheng was also very irritable at this time, feeling a little out of control. Especially those people over there. Except Gu Haoyu. They didn't know any of them. But they also knew that those people were not simple. Otherwise, they would not have gathered together. These people are very strong. And the two flying robots we saw before, are they not the new research of Chu Machin Company? Xi and Zhirong hammered the car angrily. I know nothing. Let's go. After saying that, he turned around and got in the car, urging the driver to drive. On this side, after several people left, Tan Lin was taken up. And Xiaomi looked at Tan Lin and said, you can't leave this room until your identity is confirmed. Tan Lin nodded, then looked at Xiaomi, recalling Yi Linlong's appearance. Carefully said, can you tell me about your mother? She died of dystocia when she gave birth to me. And I don't know much about the rest. Xiaomi lied subconsciously, not wanting to tell the truth to Tan Lin. After hearing the news of Yi Linlong's death, Tan Lin became lifeless, dejectedly leaning against the wall. I know. I want to be quiet. Xiaomi shrugged, then turned and went out, closing the door after going out. But after going out, Xiaomi leaned against the wall and slowly squatted down. For some reason, when she saw Tan Lin's desperate expression, she felt very uncomfortable. It was like being punched. She was so painful that she couldn't even speak. Shen Yun looked at Xiaomi, his eyes full of worry. Chi-Chi, what's going on? Do you know? Sister Yun. I tell you after I'm sure. Sister Yun. I go back to the room first. And let Gu Haoyu come to me in half an hour. Okay. I know. Come to me if you have anything. Xiaomi pulled the corner of her mouth. Yeah, looking at Xiaomi back. Shen Yun looked worried. Turned down to find Gu Haoyu. How? Can you test the blood? Yes. Host. I will test it for you now. And the results will be out in half an hour. Host. You are in a very bad mood now. I'm fine. You go to the test. As soon as possible. I want a 100% accurate result. No problem. Host. Although Hao was still worried about Xiaomi, he didn't bother about it anymore because there were more important things to do. On this side, Chu Machin watched Hui Yin being locked up in the laboratory, with all kinds of instruments inserted all over his body. Chu Machin's face was not good. He now regretted bringing Hui Yin here. Picking up the microphone. Old Hua, I think we should give up. The current research technology is not enough to cure it. You, brother, I want to live like a normal person. Hui Yin's eyes were full of yearning for a normal life. He didn't feel anything before. But now, he really wants to live like a person. Chu Machin looked into Hui Yin's eyes. His throat seemed to be blocked. And he couldn't say anything. Okay. But, Old Hua, the most important thing for us now is to stay alive. I know. Boss, I will give up if I can't hold on. Seeing Hui Yin's persistence, Chu Machin didn't know what to say for a while. So he agreed to Hui Yin's request. After going out, Chu Machin went to see Mr. Gu. My opinion is to give up. There is no way to cure it with current technology. He is just an experiment. I can still protect him now. But I don't know what will happen next. Chu Machin frowned. I know. Uncle Gu, you should protect him first. I will take him away directly when I leave. I am worried about those people here. Well, hey, you kids. Old Master Gu frowned and sighed. Feeling lonely, Chu Machin looked at the old man and felt bad. He could only comfort him. Don't worry. We are fully capable of protecting ourselves now. You don't have to worry. Hey, I can see that you are doing well. My shower has troubled you. No. He is very strong now. We rely on him to protect us a lot. That's also because your wife is good. If old Chu could see it, It would be great. You kids. Hey. Chapter 163 Precognitive Ability. Uncle Goo. Let's look forward. After Chumachin finished speaking, Grandpa Goo looked at Chumachin with pity. Yes. Children. You have to be good and protect yourself. Well, we have it in mind. You rest. I still need to go over there to take a look. Wait a minute. Take some things before leaving. Chumachin stood up. No. Uncle Goo. I have a lot of things. And I won't take them when I see you don't need them. Don't worry. We have enough supplies. Just tell me if you need them. I have everything here. You just need to be good. Seeing Grandpa Goo say this, Chumachin didn't insist anymore and walked away from the Goo family. Looking at Chumachin back, Grandpa Goo thought of Xiaomi's appearance in the video he saw last night, and his eyes were wet. Looking at the sky, he said softly, Old Chu, you can rest assured. Xiaochen has a good home. Now, he is alive and well. You are lucky to have such a good girl as your daughter-in-law. After saying this, Mr. Goo hunched his back and turned back to go home. Chumachin looked at the almost invisible moon in the sky, and his mind was full of Xiaomi's figure. Realizing that he couldn't leave Xiaomi at all, Chumachin smiled bitterly. Chi-Chi, I will go back soon. What are you doing now? Are you thinking about me too? After saying this, Chumachin felt that he was no longer as cold as before. But he liked this feeling very much. Because of this, he felt that he was a living person. A person with flesh and blood. Back to the residence. Shen Wintao had come back. Boss, what they mean today is not to cooperate. They feel that they have enough supplies and combat power, and there is no need to cooperate. Chumachin sneered. It's their style. Arrogant. He lowered his eyes and thought for a while. We will cooperate with the southern military region. As for conditions, I will think about it again and can lower the previous requirements. Okay. By the way, I met Miss Wan today. I didn't tell her about your coming, but she probably guessed it. Chumachin's face was terribly gloomy. Shen Wintao felt that he was about to be frozen to death by the cold air released by Chumachin. He looked at Chumachin carefully, but didn't dare to say anything. Don't worry about her. It's not important. She doesn't dare to die. After saying that, Chumachin turned and went in to wash up. Shen Wintao looked at Chumachin back and smiled bitterly. Meng Meng, if I were like the boss, wouldn't I lose you? Chu Meng, don't get involved. Thank you. Chumachin didn't know what Shen Wintao was thinking. At this time, he was full of his Xiaomi and worried that Xiaomi and the others would encounter some accidents. Afraid that a powerful superpower would go to trouble them. Originally, he thought that their strength was the strongest. But when he came here, he found that they were only strong. There are still many people who are as talented as them. This is just here. And there are still many such people in the whole country. Chumachin couldn't help but start to worry about their future situation. The next day, Chumachin took Shen Wintao to meet the person in charge here. As soon as they met, Chumachin found that the people inside seemed to know that he was coming. As soon as he entered, someone poured tea and other things. The leading man looked at him with a smile. Sit down first. We know your purpose roughly, but we want to say, we are interested in your 2 sets of equipment. The man looked like he had equipment to talk about, and Chumachin knew at a glance that there was no chance. It seems that I was presumptuous today, so we will have a chance to cooperate in the future. After Chumachin finished speaking, he was about to leave. But when he reached the door, he saw people on both sides standing directly at the door. Don't be anxious. Sit down and talk slowly. Young people should not be too impatient. Chumachin, what the hell? What's there to say? Even though he was complaining in his heart, Chumachin and Shen Wintao still walked towards their previous seats, sat down and started drinking tea. He looked like he was not going to talk anymore. Okay. You guys sit down too. Chu boy. What we want is very simple. That equipment. You? Think about it again? No need to talk. Since you are monitoring us, you should know that we only have 2 sets. And we really can't take out more. After Chumachin finished speaking, the man smiled and said, Then 1 set for each person? Impossible. I can't do it. And that thing is not mine. But the one who owns it is your woman. Yes. But I can't make the decision. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Don't waste time talking about impossible things. The man looked at Chumachin's appearance and smiled directly. It's still the same Chumachin. Okay. We don't have any bad intentions. So there's no need to cover ourselves with thorns. After the man finished speaking, he looked at Chumochen and said very seriously, the news we have received now is all bad news. We were actually planning to look for you before. Let's go and take you to a place. After that, the man turned around and led his men to walk outside. Chumochen looked up, then followed the man's pace and walked away. When they arrived, Chumochen didn't understand what they were going to let him see. The man took them to an underground research institute, and after entering, they were blindfolded. Chumochen had been secretly memorizing the route. The further he walked, the more confused he became. If he guessed correctly, they had already walked at least dozens of meters underground. He was very confused. Chumochen began to equip himself to attack at any time, and even thought about the worst result, which was to release the mutant tiger directly. After all, it felt like only this way could he deal with the situation in front of him. Finally, he heard the person in front of him stop, and Chumochen breathed a sigh of relief. He began to brew his superpowers. After the person next to him took off the blindfold on his eyes, Chumochen could see the situation in front of him clearly. There were laser cameras everywhere, and a guard every 2 meters. The man looked at Chumochen. Let's go in. The others will wait in the meeting room next to us. After saying that, he looked at Chumochen. He motioned Chumochen to follow him. Chumochen nodded, and followed the man inside. Along the way, Chumochen saw countless people wearing white clothes, being monitored in a transparent laboratory, and some people were even fixed on the bed. The man saw Chumochen doubts. There are some rare superpowers here. Let's go meet someone. When Chumochen saw the person the man was talking about, he frowned, only to see the woman in front of him with a pale face and dull eyes. After they went in, the woman didn't react at all. What is this? She is a precognitive superpower, and your news is what she said. But we don't know the specifics, so you can rest assured about this. Chumochen raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Chapter 164 Negotiating Conditions. Chumochen walked towards the woman, wanting to see what was going on with her. But before he got close to the woman, she looked at him in panic, constantly retreating to the back, looking at him with panic and pleading eyes. What's going on? After Chumochen finished speaking, the man also shook his head in confusion. Indeed, he didn't know. Before she came, the woman was very normal. Although she was weak, she was not like now. And she was so panicked. I don't know. She was fine before. Wait. Let's take a look at her surveillance. Chumochen followed the man and began to watch the woman's previous surveillance. When he saw the woman suddenly sit up in her sleep, the man nodded in understanding. It should be a sign of something, and it is probably related to you. From the woman's reaction just now, Chumochen also guessed that it must be related to himself. For a moment, Chumochen had a very bad premonition. The woman could have such a terrifying expression, most likely related to his own ability. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other reasons. Can I talk to her alone? The man looked at Chumochen, then at the woman being monitored, and finally nodded and agreed to Chumochen's request. Okay. Can you please cut off the surveillance? Don't worry. I guarantee her safety. After Chumochen finished speaking, the man frowned. To be honest, I can't agree. Your guarantee is of no use to me. But now you can only agree. Only by agreeing will you know what happened and avoid destroying your predictor directly. As soon as Chumochen said this, it can be said that he directly grasped the man's weakness. In fact, the man had to agree even if he didn't agree. The man was choked by Chumochen's words and turned away directly. You only have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the surveillance will be turned on again. Chumochen raised his eyebrows and turned to walk towards the laboratory inside. After entering, he saw the woman hiding in the corner, not saying a word, and curled up in a ball. Chumochen walked up to the woman and said, Tell me what you have predicted. The final result of your behavior will only be disappearance. He was too lazy to speak slowly, so he started to threaten directly. Sure enough, the woman stared at Chumochen with panic eyes, muttered, No. No. You can't. You are too scary. You are not a human. Tell me what you have seen. You only have 2 minutes. If you don't tell me after 2 minutes, I will make you disappear. After Chumochen finished speaking coldly, the woman's face was already very bad, pale and terribly, and the turbid eyes before were now slightly clear. But she was still very panicked. Whenever she met someone other than Chumachin, she would be comforted. When she met Chumachin, she could only slowly overcome her inner fear. After a moment, the woman raised her eyes. Yesterday they brought your photo and asked me to predict that I saw you waving your hand. Dozens of people all disappeared. I died under your knife. After the woman finished speaking, she lowered her head and dared not speak. Chumachin thought of the possibility that according to the previous plan, they would not agree to cooperate, or they would forcefully demand the 2 sets of equipment. And he would indeed do such a thing. But you have already told me about our equipment. Yes, but I concealed the fact that you took action. And I want to negotiate with you. Talk about it. The woman hugged herself tightly, looked at Chumachin and said slowly, I want to live like a person. I don't want to be monitored all day and have no life of my own. Chumachin looked at the woman's eyes and thought for a moment. Okay, what do you want in exchange? I will tell them that your cooperation will only result in a win-win outcome, and the rest is for you to negotiate by yourself. Afterwards, I hope you can take me out of here. Chumachin looked at the woman, and at the last second of the time, he nodded and agreed to the woman's request. Soon the matter here was resolved. The remaining thing is to take the woman out. But Chumachin has not yet come up with a detailed plan or a feasible excuse. It has been put on hold. But with his care, the woman's life is still good. Recently here, Chumachin has also broadened his horizons. He has seen many outstanding people with various superpowers. But he has never met someone with the same superpower as him. This makes Chumachin feel very uncomfortable. After all, he really wants to figure out whether his superpower will hurt him, and whether there are any hidden skills. Xiaomi sat on the bed nervously. How? Don't let me know the result first. I need to think about it again. Think about it again. Host, maybe you won't be entangled after you know it? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm still entangled now that I know it. After saying that, Xiaomi rubbed her hands nervously. Her mind was in a mess, and she didn't even know what she was thinking now. Anyway, it was very confusing. Host, I send it to you? Xiaomi took a deep breath. Okay, send it to me. Show me the relationship directly. Hao took a look at the result and smiled as he showed it to Xiaomi. After seeing the number above, Xiaomi couldn't tell whether she was happy or relaxed for a while. I know. You go down. After saying that, he locked Hao in a small dark room. All night, Xiaomi was thinking about how she would face Tan Lin. After knowing the past between Tan Lin and her mother, Xiaomi couldn't bear to hate this man. Finally, she fell asleep slowly in her wild thoughts. Early in the morning, Xiaomi was walking downstairs with Mimi in her arms. And when she looked up, she saw Tan Lin on the second floor looking at her. After seeing her discovery, Tan Lin smiled, which he thought was warmer. Looking at the stunned Tan Lin, Xiaomi felt that her heart seemed to be a little warm. It was very strange, this feeling. Xiaomi smiled and walked in quickly. It was like running away, which made Tan Lin a little depressed. He didn't understand what Xiaomi was doing. Kong Mingliang, when will there be a reply from Colonel Wu? It should be in the next 2 days. It's not easy to investigate these things now. They should find out the results as soon as possible. Okay, I know. Xiaomi, who was talking, heard a long electric sound outside. Go out and take a look. Chen, you and Gu Hao, you protect everyone inside. Xiaomi said quickly and ran outside. Attention, citizens. Attention, citizens. Zombies are now upgrading on a large scale. Be careful. Secondly, you can kill zombies with superpowers. There are crystal cores in the frontal lobe of zombies. Crystal cores can upgrade superpowers. Low-level superpowers can only absorb low-level crystal cores, which are white diamond-shaped crystal cores. Intermediate superpowers of the metal, wood, fire, and earth elements correspond to gold, green, red, brown, and blue diamond-shaped crystal cores. Advanced superpowers can absorb intermediate crystal cores, but they are not very useful. It is best to absorb transparent diamond-shaped crystal cores. Everyone must do what they can. The shelter is being built now. It is expected to be completed in half a year. The location is Kyoto Steel Plant. The country will not give up on you. Therefore, we will escort you to the temporary shelter in a week. The temporary shelter is located in the underground air raid shelters in the north and west of the city, which can accommodate 200,000 people. The convoy will go around the 4th Ring Road and start at the National Theater. For safety reasons, everyone will go there on their own. Finally, I remind everyone that when fighting zombies, you must do what you can. After listening to the announcement, Xiaomi and Kong Mingliang looked at each other. It seems that there will be fewer survivors on the street and more zombies. I can imagine the cooperation with Xi and Zhirong. You take people there. When the time comes, say that I am going to do the mission. I am going to put everything into the space. Kong Mingliang's face was full of rejection. Even Huang Yuxiang and Zhang Chao on the side looked at Xiaomi disapprovingly. Chapter 165, Extermination. These people disagreed. Let alone Shen Yun and Xu Tingsu. The two refused in unison. Chi-Chi is too dangerous. You can't go alone. We can all. Sister Yun. I am sure that I can guarantee my own safety. And I can also guarantee to help you when there is danger. I go alone. This is the safest. The others didn't say anything else, which was considered to be tacitly agreeing with Xiaomi's plan. Hu Ningxuan nervously pulled Ouyang Chi's sleeve. She didn't want Xiaomi to go, but she also knew that Xiaomi had to go. A sense of powerlessness arose in her heart. Ouyang, I don't want Sister Chi-Chi to go. I don't want her to be in danger. But I can't do anything. Hu Ningxuan's voice was very low, and her tone was full of powerlessness. It was very different from her usual energetic appearance. For a moment, Ouyang Chi's mood changed. No one can be better than Sister Qiao. I have already accepted my fate. After saying that, he smiled bitterly at Hu Ningxuan. As expected, Hu Ningxuan was comforted by Ouyang Chi's look, especially when she saw Ouyang Chi's look of I just can't do it, which was very different from his usual confident look. Are you just giving up? Ouyang Chi shrugged. Is there any better way? Hu Ningxuan gave Ouyang Chi a thumbs up. Only Zhang Chao saw the interaction between the two, and there was some envy in his eyes. Oh! When can I have a sweet love? I'm so envious. The few of them talked for a while before going in. After breakfast, everyone started to train separately, and Chu Meng also started training for Xiao Siyue. Chu Meng trained with Hu Ningxuan and Shen Yun, and the instructor was Shen Yun, who was really strict. He was simply the second Xiaomi. On the boys' side, Xiaomi was training Gu Haoyu and Chang Kui, and Chang Kui looked desperate. It's been so long, and you still can't adapt? Hearing Gu Haoyu's words, Chang Kui almost wanted to hit him. What the hell? What do you mean I still can't adapt? Are you looking down on me? Gu Haoyu, yes. I look down on you. You're not as good as me. You still can't hold on? What are you pretending for? Humph. After Chang Kui finished speaking, he accelerated and left Gu Haoyu behind. The speed of the two gradually began to increase. Xiaomi looked at the two people's suicidal actions and directly increased the speed, ready to teach them a lesson. Sure enough, in order to keep up with Xiaomi's speed, the two began to speed up. Xiaomi began to watch the show. Want to see when these two can't hold on. 10 minutes later, Gu Haoyu and Chang Kui could no longer hold on, and even began to turn into a fast walk. Xiaomi pulled the corner of her mouth and said sternly, "Speed up." What are you doing? The two people followed with sad faces and heavy legs. At noon the next day, Kong Mingliang sent another telegram to Colonel Wu, asking about the progress of their investigation. Colonel Wu replied to them quickly. It takes a long time. 1 week. When Xiaomi saw this time, she felt very bad. It was okay before she couldn't confirm the news about Tan Lin, but now that she was sure, she really couldn't accept that her father was such a person. Yes, that's right. The result was 99.9% parent-child relationship. Xiaomi had roughly guessed that her mother had to marry Xiao Qiping to protect herself. If so, then Tan Lin should be a real undercover, and her mother should have known Tan Lin's original mission, and married Xiao Qiping to protect herself. Time was tight, so there was not enough time to understand Xiao Qiping. So in the end, he was killed by Xiao Qiping and Dong Xinhui. But in the end of the world now, she must recognize Tan Lin after confirming it. If Tan Lin is really a bad person, then she will get rid of him before she develops family feelings for Tan Lin. But in this case, she needs to get rid of Xi and Zhirong and the others first. No matter what kind of person Tan Lin is, those people are not good people. If they go to get weapons together, I am afraid it will be a trap. It seems that they must be eliminated that day. Xiaomi has almost made up her mind to get rid of all those people tomorrow morning. Send a message to Colonel Wu. We have decided to destroy the Filong gang directly tomorrow. We will deal with those who go to get weapons. As for the members of the Phylon gang, leave it to them. Whether to eliminate or persuade them to surrender, it is up to them. Kong Mingliang's hands moved quickly, and he said Xiaomi, meaning to Colonel Wu, quickly and concisely. Sister Qiao, does Colonel Wu know the address of the Phylon gang? I asked Tan Lin. Xiaomi went to find Tan Lin after she finished speaking, and after asking for the address, Kong Mingliang sent the message. There was a reply from the other side soon. Keep the main members. Sister Qiao. How to reply? Okay. But we can't guarantee that all of them will stay. But at least one will stay. After the message was sent, the other side replied quickly. Good. Finally, the matter was resolved. Xiaomi was relieved a lot. Xi and Zhirong would definitely stay. But Mao Cheng might not. After all, that person was a superpower, and he could not guarantee his own safety during the battle. Soon, they arrived at the time they agreed on. As soon as Xiaomi and his friends went out, they saw Xi and Zhirong and his group waiting at the gate of the manor. Because Tan Lin was an ordinary person, Xiaomi did not take him with him, and left Chu Tingsu and Zhang Chao behind. After all, he had to guard the house and protect the people at home. Xi and Zhirong did not see Tan Lin, and looked at Mao Cheng. Miss Qiao, where is our head Tan? Hostage. Wait until you give the things, and then we will let Tan Lin go back. Of course, if you don't give them, Tan Lin will. Xiaomi did not say the rest, but everyone knew what Xiaomi meant. Xi and Zhirong's eyes changed. Originally, he and Mao Cheng planned to stop Xiaomi and the others in front after they passed by, and their space-based psychics would go to the back to take away the things. But now this method obviously doesn't work. The two looked very unhappy. Miss Qiao, you don't believe us? I'm Mao Cheng. Let's not talk nonsense and humiliate ourselves. Okay. Are you going? Mao Cheng was so angry that he lost his temper. Xi and Zhirong came out and said, Okay. Let's go. After getting in the car, Mao Cheng looked at Xiaomi's car behind him with a gloomy look. After the things are divided, we still have to take action. Well, their people should all come out. When we deal with them, the brothers here should also take action. Chapter 166 Mutual Calculation. Although Xiaomi guessed that these people would not give her the things obediently, she did not expect that they had the same idea as herself. Hao, who had been monitoring Xi and Zhirong and the others, looked at Xiaomi's cold face and felt a throbbing heart. Looking at Xiaomi in fear. Host, please don't be like this. I'm scared. Xiaomi rolled her eyes. You still know how to be afraid? I didn't see you afraid when you acted on your own before. Ahem, that, host. Let's not do this. I'm timid and will be scared. Hee. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she ignored Hao and began to concentrate on the situation over there with Xi and Zhirong. I wanted to see if they could tell me where the weapons were as soon as possible, so she considered going over to take the things away first. After thinking about it all night, Xiaomi felt that it would be more reliable to take the things away first, so that when dealing with them, she would not have to worry about the problem of guns going off accidentally. Or maybe they were desperate and just disposed of all the guns and ammunition. The main reason was that the situation over there was still unknown, and we didn't know how many zombies there were, and we didn't know if those things were damaged by the zombies. Along the way, there were zombies everywhere, and there were also those vehicles that collided. Compared with before, there were very few survivors. Occasionally, a few people came out, and they would also be superpowers. After the car had been driving for a while, they met several survivors who came out in groups to find supplies. Seeing the vehicles, those people wanted to come over to stop them. As a result, they saw several more cars coming from behind, and those people reluctantly retreated to the side. Xiaomi looked at these people and found it very funny. In the car behind, Xi and Zhirong and Mao Cheng were discussing how to get rid of Xiaomi and his group later. Their flying robots are not here, and the two brothers and sisters are coming over. No matter how strong the other people are, they can't escape our attack. Xi and Zhirong looked out the window and listened to Mao Cheng's words. The depressed mood of the past few days finally improved a little. I want to keep Xiaomi. It's too easy for her to die like this. Our little ones haven't eaten delicious food for too long. As he said this, an extremely perverted smile appeared on Xi and Zhirong's face. Xiaomi, who was watching them, felt a chill. This expression, is it a complete villain? Host, they are discussing murdering you. You are really careless. You can still joke. Hao Hao said speechlessly. Xiaomi smiled, with a nonchalant look on her face. That would require them to really deal with me. Haha. I don't take them seriously. But they never tell me their destination. Ah. Hao Hao, you are really a dog. And you still complain that the content of other people's chat is not to your liking? Why don't you go to heaven? Looking at Hao Hao's face that he wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. Why? What do you want to say? Speak boldly. Rest assured, I will never beat you to death. No. Host. You misunderstood me. How could I? Hey. Host. There are people in front being chased by several superpowers and zombies. Hao Hao then projected the video. Xiaomi looked at the screen and saw several men and women chasing a woman with a 10-year-old girl. His face was full of teasing smiles. When they were about to catch up, they slowed down. And when the two ran away, they accelerated and ran towards the two. Xiaomi looked at these people and cursed directly. Scumbag. Gu Haoyu. Slowed down. I feel carsick. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Gu Haoyu quickly slowed down. Sister Qiao. What's wrong? Or you don't want to go? Nothing. Just carsick. Maybe a little tired recently? Nothing serious. Drive more steadily. Okay. Watch. My skills are definitely the best. Looking at Gu Haoyu's arrogant look, Hu Ningxuan rolled his eyes directly. Just you? Forget it. If you are really good, Sister Qiqi won't feel carsick. Gu Haoyu, no problem. Looking at the time, their convoy should just pass by, and they will meet the mother and daughter. Xiaomi just wants to see if Xi and Zhirong and others will help the two people. If they help, she will be more straightforward later, and try not to let them suffer. But if she didn't help, then it's not her fault. Hao Hao, I know those people will never help. So it's good not to step on them. If you want to deal with them, just do it directly. Why bother with those high-sounding words? Xiaomi didn't know what Hao Hao was thinking, but she knew it was not a good thing. If the mother and daughter hadn't already reached the front car, Xiaomi really wanted to have a good fight with Hao Hao. When the mother and daughter saw a group of cars, hope appeared on their faces, and they ran towards the car group. But the car in the front drove away with a whoosh. The second car was Xi and Zhirong. Xi and Zhirong looked at the mother and daughter, who suddenly appeared with a cold look in his eyes. Speed up. Just kill them. Trash. Xi and Zhirong now vented all his dissatisfaction with Xiaomi on the two of them. The driver stepped on the accelerator directly. He was ready to hit the woman. Shall see. Rush up and knock their car away. With Xiaomi words, Gu Haoyu naturally started to speed up and hit the car of Xi and Zhirong and his friends in front. The driver in front just accelerated and was directly pushed to the side by Gu Haoyu's car. Xiaomi took out a small trumpet. Boss Xian, I'm going to save this person. Do you want to intervene? As soon as these words came out, Xi and Zhirong's face was as black as charcoal, and his eyes were gloomy, because the car was tilted to the side. Xi and Zhirong was lying on the back seat at this time, his hands tightly pinching the seat. Mao Cheng, I'm going to kill this bitch. Ah! The veins on Xi and Zhirong's forehead bulged, and he said to Mao Cheng while biting his back teeth. The driver didn't dare to move, and quietly waited for Xi and Zhirong and Mao Cheng arrangements. Mao Cheng lifted Xi and Zhirong up with one hand, looked at the driver and said, Let's go. Hand these two people over to them. The driver hurriedly accelerated to leave this place after hearing Mao Cheng's words. The car almost flipped over just now, and his heart was still beating wildly. Whoever wants to do this life-threatening thing can do it. But he doesn't want to do it anymore. It's so scary. The mother and daughter were ready to die. But they didn't feel the car behind them knocking the car in front away. They survived again. But the people behind them had caught up. One of the girls threw an ice ball at the girl's leg, freezing the girl in place. Then she looked at her companions behind her with a sweet smile. Let's get started. The faces of the people behind her were all perverted, and the middle-aged woman saw her daughter's legs and feet frozen. He quickly held his daughter in his arms, and looked at everyone in horror. Chapter 167 Perverted Yandra. No. No. Please. Let us go. Haha. Auntie. It's too late. After the boy finished speaking, he condensed a fireball, and was about to hit the girl. Xiaomi's face was ugly. Xian. The ice ball swallowed the man fireball. Here it comes. After Hu Ningxuan finished speaking, he quickly opened the car door and threw a huge ice ball at the boy. followed by a burst of ice rain. Freeze those people in place. Although the freezing time was only 4 or 5 seconds, it was enough for those people to drink a pot. After Huiningshuan made a move, Xiaomi opened the car window, stretched out of the window, and smiled brightly at the few people. You like to play, right? Then it's your sister's game with you. Cat and mouse. Right? I like it too. Okay. You can start running. Xiaomi's expression was very calm, and those people began to panic for a while. In addition, there were really many people on Xiaomi's side. They didn't dare to act rashly for a while. After Xiaomi finished speaking, they looked at each other, then turned around and fled. Xiaomi got out of the car and ran towards those people after they left. She was very fast. As soon as those people disappeared, she ran to the street corner. After Xiaomi rescued them, the mother and daughter knelt down in front of them and thanked them for saving their lives. Just as Gu Haoyu and the others were about to leave, the two walked towards them. Gu Haoyu didn't speak, and the woman stepped forward. Thank you. Huiningshuan waved her hand indifferently. The woman looked at their good faces and had some ideas in her mind. I don't know. Can you take us with you? I can. Without waiting for the woman to continue, Gu Haoyu said directly, we are going to save people now. There is no place for you to sit, and no one can protect you. If you want to follow, just run behind the car. Hearing Gu Haoyu's words, the mother and daughter's faces became ugly. The girl wanted to say something, but the mother grabbed her arm, and then looked at Gu Haoyu and the others. Sorry, I've caused you trouble. After saying that, she pulled her daughter away. Seeing that they were so tactful, Gu Haoyu showed a satisfied smile on his face. After Xiaomi caught up with those people, she wanted to play a little more. But she didn't expect that several people would attack her together. And it was when Xiaomi just turned the street that she saw those people with smiles on their faces. The leading girl smiled at Xiaomi. Sister, since you want to save people, then it's your turn. We don't mind you being old. After the girl finished speaking, she threw a hockey puck at Xiaomi. Xiaomi sneered, quickly flashed to the girl's side, and then punched her. The girl was directly hammered into the wall behind her by Xiaomi. She was killed instantly. Looking at Xiaomi fighting power, the expressions on the faces of others changed from the previous casual and teasing to serious and serious. The few people looked at each other and started to attack Xiaomi. Xiaomi didn't take these people seriously at all. Their abilities were really not good enough in front of her. 2 minutes later, Xiaomi dealt with all these people. Holding the excavated crystal core, Xiaomi left the street contentedly. After getting in the car, she distributed the crystal core to several people. Let's go! Xi and Zhirong and the others will definitely start the car again when they see me coming back. Huiningshuan hesitated for a while, but still asked, Sister Qiqi, don't we care about these things? Why? Those people are obviously not good people. They are typical perverted Yanderas. It's just a matter of convenience. Well, I still don't understand. Xiaomi did it just for convenience. But there is another point, that the mother protects her daughter. Obviously, she has enough physical strength and ability to get rid of those people. But for her daughter, she still stays with her daughter. Well, mother's love is great. Xiaomi expressed that she was a little envious. On this side, Xi and Zhirong and Mao Cheng began to worry that their plan today would not succeed. It was only 2 or 3 minutes. But there were 8 superpowers. Xiaomi is such a weird woman. After Xi and Zhirong finished speaking, Mao Cheng's face changed a lot. He naturally knew that what Xi and Zhirong said was true. He was a with superpower. Although his attack power was not strong, he was still stronger than ordinary people. He also knew how big the gap between superpowers and ordinary people was. He was naturally hesitant at this time. He was just unwilling to get Xiaomi more than 30% of so many things. Boss, give it a try. If it works, we are in Kyoto. Except for the military. We can't mess with the rest. We will be the first to deal with Chenhan after we succeed. Mao Cheng persuaded himself while talking to Xi and Zhirong. Just when Xiaomi thought that these two people were scared and were not going to attack him, Xi and Zhirong slapped his thigh. Let's fight. Thinking of Xiaomi's arrogant attitude before, Xi and Zhirong did the same as Mao Cheng. Gritted his teeth and did it. Xiaomi was happy. Fortunately, they were brave. If they were timid and gave up, she would not be able to deal with them again. The main reason was that she felt a little guilty when she started to fight. Brother, do you think there are many zombies in our mountain now? I don't know. But there are many villages and workers at the foot of our mountain. So I'm afraid there are many zombies. Mao Cheng's face was full of worry. And he was a little uneasy. What's wrong? You don't look very good. It's okay, big brother. I was wondering if our things would be destroyed by zombies. Definitely not. I put those things in the secret room. Only the two of us can enter there. There will be no problem. The key now is who can hold Xiaomi and the others back after we go up the mountain. After thinking for a while, Xi and Jerome continued, also, we can only walk up the mountain now. It's good enough if we can get there before dark. Look at it now. It's full of zombies. We've been taking a detour for 2 or 3 hours. There's no other way. Big brother. Let's go to the small secret room first, and share the things here with them. I count them with them. You take Scar to collect half of the remaining things into the space. It's good enough to keep these. Don't arouse their suspicion first. Well, I know. I think so too. As for the time of action, I modify it. I plan to wait until they go down the mountain after the cleanup. We say we're going to survive here, and then blow them up directly. Mao Cheng quickly went through the plan in his mind, and thought it was feasible. Then the two began to refine the whole plan. Listening to the two people's plan to assassinate him. Xiaomi was even able to talk to Hao about the inappropriateness of their plan. Ways to improve it. Hao looked at Xiaomi speechlessly. Host. This seems to be discussing how to deal with you. TSK. I don't care. But they have to really implement it. I just can't take the things away now. I have to think about how to take all the things away. Chapter 168 Mutation. Hao. If you can do better, scan the entire Kyoto and mark all the places with treasures. Then I, your host, will be rich. Hao, host. This daydream is really a bit outrageous. I suggest you wash your face with cold water and wake up. Xiaomi snorted coldly and ignored Hao. Seeing that the two had almost discussed the matter and began to rest. Xiaomi did not care about them anymore and slowly fell asleep. After seeing Xiaomi fall asleep, the people in the car also went to rest. It was not until after 1 o'clock that Xiaomi woke up from hunger. When he opened his eyes, he saw that their car had arrived in the suburbs. Perhaps because there were not many people. There were basically no zombies on the road here. And even if there were only 2 or 3. There were even fewer vehicles. And it was good to have 2 or 3 vehicles per kilometer. Still driving? It's been 6 hours. And we haven't arrived yet. Even Uncle Tan doesn't know how deep Xi and Jirongdong Xe is. After knowing that Tan Lin was her father, Xiaomi couldn't call out Tan Lin's name. It's just that she was a little uncomfortable after all. Gu Hao, you looked at the mileage of the car and the map. It should be because of the long detour. It's not very far. It should take 4 hours to get there. But the current situation, we just took 5 hours to leave the city. Forget it. Never mind. Let's eat. Stop the car later. And send some to Kong Mingliang and the others. I go. Chi-Chi. You wait in the car. Shen Yun stopped the matter. Yang Chi leaned over from the co-pilot. Sister Yun. I go. How can I trouble the lady? You just eat. That's right. Sister Yun. Leave it to Yang. Although it's cool now. It's still nearly 30 degrees. When Ningxuan wrinkled her nose and looked at Yang Chi very cutely. Yang Chi was stunned. After reacting, Yang Chi turned around quickly and didn't dare to look at Wen Ningxuan again. Xiaomi looked gossipy on the beam. Looked at Wen Ningxuan. Then looked at Yang Chi. And exchanged glances with Shen Yun. Xiaomi, look. Look. This is the love of a little girl. Shen Yun, then you didn't see you and your family. Hey. When can I have a sweet love? Xiaomi, find one. So many men. Shen Yun, Then he rolled his eyes and ignored Xiaomi. Xiaomi took some food and drinks from the space and handed them to Yang Chi. Then you go and send it. Shall see. Stop the car. Okay. After they stopped the car, Xi and Jirong driver also stopped the car quickly. Xi and Jirong, who was sleeping, bumped into the seat in front of him because of the driver's sudden brake and suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the driver with a gloomy look. The driver said in a panic, the car behind us suddenly stopped. I'm afraid. Something happened. Sorry. Boss. Xi and Jirong heard the car behind him stop. So he didn't embarrass him anymore. And looked through the rearview mirror to see what was happening behind him. As a result, he saw a boy coming down from the passenger seat. carrying 2 large bags and walking towards the car behind. After handing the things to them, the boy returned to the car. Then the car started again. Xi and Zhirong frowned, not understanding what they were doing. Drive. After Xi and Zhirong spoke, the driver continued to drive, and Mao Chung turned around and looked at the car behind him. After seeing the lunch box on the front windshield, he guessed that they should be having lunch. It should be lunch. Big brother, do you want to eat something? Yes. Eat something. What can we eat now? Mao Chung opened the box next to him and took out some sandwiches and self-heating food from it. What do you want? Big brother. Looking at these things, Xi and Zhirong didn't want to eat anything. But there was no way. He was hungry. Sandwiches. Please. Compared to the bleakness here, Xiaomi's side was very rich. There were all kinds of dishes, Chinese and Western. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally arrived in front of a big mountain. After reaching the foot of the mountain, Xiaomi began to let Hao Hao search all the places, trying to see if he could put the weapons into the space before they went. At that time, he and Xi and Zhirong would play a wave of mutual suspicion, and Xiaomi felt very happy just thinking about it. I guess Xi and Zhirong's expression must be very interesting at that time. But Hao Hao has not found any abnormal place. The road ahead can still be driven. So they drove directly up the mountain. 10 minutes later. Host. There are a lot of zombies ahead. Look. The entire center of the mountain is full of zombies. Xiaomi quickly started watching the video sent by Hao Hao. If Hao Hao could only shoot things within 500 meters, there would be more zombies to be seen now. Xiaomi looked at the densely packed mutant zombies, and her scalp tingled instantly. No wonder Xi and Zhirong wants to cooperate with me. This is because he knows that there are many people here. Once a large-scale compilation occurs, it will be very scary. What's the matter with those mutated zombies? Aren't they superpower zombies? No. Host. These zombies must have eaten something by chance. They are more terrifying than superpower zombies. Hao Hao can't detect their force value now. Xiaomi frowned, thinking quickly about all the plans later. Shall see. Once you see zombies later, after stopping the car, you immediately put on your equipment and protect everyone. Listening to Xiaomi's solemn explanation, Gu Haoyu nodded seriously. Sister Qiao, I will do it. Host, there is only one way now. What's the solution? Escape. Xiaomi. Okay. Look around carefully. I think about it. And help me exchange some good pills. Okay. Host, you can choose strength and power with your points before, but you can only choose one to upgrade. I didn't tell you. Do you want to upgrade now? Upgrade. Upgrade strength. Okay. Host. Upgraded. Flexibility, 5 agility, 5 strength, 3 constitution, 4 speed, 7 strength, 5. Okay. I hope I can handle this matter. At this time, Xiaomi couldn't help but think of Chumachan, and began to wonder how he was doing recently, and whether he had encountered these difficult things like herself. But it was only a second. And then Xiaomi began to think about the coping strategy later. After all, there are so many zombies. She had to try to think of a foolproof plan. 2 minutes later, the car in front suddenly braked, and the cars behind also slowly stopped. Xi and Zhirong looked at the large group of zombies in front of him in disbelief. His face was full of panic. Looking at the car behind, Xi and Zhirong shouted, "We can change our plan and let them die." Mao Cheng's eyes were a little excited. Yes, he had thought of it just now. Anyway, Xu Mochen didn't come. So why didn't he look at them when the time came? Chapter 169, Run if you can't beat them. Get ready to get off the car and deal with the zombies. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she began to distribute pills to everyone. She exchanged for pills that increased speed, although they were very expensive and cost 2/3 of her points. They could at least save their lives at the critical moment. She distributed the pills, but she didn't give them to Gu Haoyu. After all, he didn't need them. Take it, and your speed will increase 5 times. But only for 1 hour. Alas, it's not as effective as what I made. But it's pretty good. If the world now is not the world of immortal cultivation, there would be no such materials. Otherwise, it would be the thing she made. Haha. Why should we be afraid of zombies? The more she thought about it, the more Xiaomi wanted to kill the main system. That thing is really inhuman. Xiaomi reached out and took the pager in front of her. Kong Mingliang. Can you hear me? Yes. Sister Qiao. Okay. Listen to me. If you see that the situation is not right, just run down the mountain. Remember to stay together. Keep your maps. If you are separated, go back to the manor by yourself. After you get off the car, first get a pill from me to increase your speed. Within an hour, your speed will increase 5 times. Okay, Sister Chiao. After saying this, Kong Mingliang's expression was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The whole person was a little stiff. Chin Chin next to him hurriedly pulled Kong Mingliang's arm. Captain Kong, come back to your senses. Don't be so shocked. With Sister Chiao's strength and what she brought out, you still can't imagine how powerful Sister Chiao is? Yes. I am shocked. Okay. Get ready to get off the car. After Xi and Zhirong and others got off the car, Xiaomi also got off with their people. After getting off the car, Shen Yun walked towards Kong Mingliang and the others behind him and quietly handed them the pills, while Xiaomi walked towards Xi and Zhirong. Now the zombies have not been alarmed by them, so they are still wandering around. They still have time to think of countermeasures. Can we only go from here? Yes. Only this side can go up. So, Xi and Zhirong frowned and looked at Xiaomi. Even if Xi and Zhirong didn't say the rest, Xiaomi knew it. It means that they must start thinking of countermeasures now. What weapons do you have? After Xiaomi asked, Xi and Zhirong subconsciously wanted to hide it, but thinking of the zombies in front of him, Xi and Zhirong still told them about the weapons they had cheated from Shinhan before. Xiaomi thought about it, and felt that it was about the same. Ordinary people attack from a distance. Long-range superpowers in the middle, and short-range ones in the front. Throw bombs first. What do you think? After listening to Xiaomi arrangement, Mao Cheng and Xi and Zhirong nodded subconsciously. They directly approved Xiaomi plan. After the two reacted, they realized that they agreed too quickly. And Xiaomi dominance also frightened the two. No wonder Xiaomi was the leader when Chumuchen was not around. For a while, the two people's minds changed rapidly. Once again, they began to consider whether the action would succeed. But now Xi and Zhirong has decided that no matter whether Xiaomi and his people can be left behind, the rest of their manor must be dealt with. Directly destroy their nest. Xiaomi looked at Xi and Zhirong malicious eyes, and knew that this man was going to make trouble again. Xi and Zhirong looked at Xiaomi eyes, and was shocked. Ahem. Then let's start the action now. For some reason, he subconsciously asked Xiaomi for her opinion. After Xi and Zhirong finished speaking, he wanted to slap himself. What was going on? Why did he ask Xiaomi for her opinion? It was really embarrassing. Mao Cheng looked at him, and wanted to hold his head and die. It was really embarrassing. Well, let's do it. We don't have many bombs. Only 1 box. How about you? About 10 boxes. Okay. Then leave it to the power-type psychic. I do it here. And you can arrange people on your side. After saying that, Xiaomi began to look for a suitable location. Compared to others, Xiaomi's biggest advantage is How. She directly asked How to display the entire terrain here. After finding a suitable place, Xiaomi prepared to walk towards that place. Kong Mingliang stepped forward. Sister Chiao. I go. I have the ability of speed, so there will be no problem. No. Your strength is not enough. I just saw some mutated zombies over there. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to use explosives to deal with them directly. Okay. I do my best to protect the others. Don't worry. Xiaomi smiled, said nothing, turned around and left with the explosives. After arriving at the place, Xiaomi waited for Xi and Zhirong people to be settled. The rest of the people had quietly hidden around while they were arranging. And Xiaomi kept How watching everyone until they all found shelter, and those who threw explosives also found a suitable place. She started throwing bombs. After her, those people also started throwing bombs at the zombies. Compared to Xiaomi, who threw bombs with a target, these people threw bombs randomly. As long as there were zombies in that place, they would throw bombs directly. Xiaomi didn't care about these. It didn't matter anyway. They were all part-time workers. And she was the main force to attract the attention of zombies. Even if these zombies had superpowers, their intelligence was very low. Therefore, after Xiaomi and the others made a move, they didn't know how to hide, but ran towards the sound. The whole zombie group began to be in chaos. They fled everywhere, and some zombies ran directly towards them. So they discovered their existence through the smell. The zombies became irritable instantly. They all roared and ran towards the crowd. If it weren't for Xiaomi and the others' bombs, that attracted most of the zombies and eliminated some of them. Now they are afraid that they will be directly surrounded by zombies. I didn't know how many zombies there were before, but now the zombies behind were running towards this side. Xiaomi was watching the piles of zombies on Hao Hao's monitor. She was shocked. The main thing was that she was wondering why there were so many zombies. What was this place used for before? And why were there so many people? While they were fighting the zombies, Mao Cheng and Xi and Zhirong hid in the back and began to discuss what to do next. We will go there first and take away some of them while the chaos is going on. Anyway, only the two of us know the shortcut here. After Mao Cheng finished speaking, Xi and Zhirong nodded in agreement. You take people with you. Xiaomi will definitely be suspicious when she sees that we are both gone. Okay. Then big brother. I will take people to find an opportunity now. You pay attention to safety. I will try to come back before these zombies are over. Okay. Avoid Xiaomi people. Got it. After Mao Cheng finished speaking, he called two people and left. Xiaomi gave a sarcastic smile and then threw all the bombs away. Chapter 170 Getting Rich. Mao Cheng led two people up from the nearby grove, preparing to take advantage of the zombies' attention on the bombs and the people who were discovered over there. The three of them had an easy journey at the beginning. Hao Hao. Watch them. As long as they are within our sight. Okay. Host. After Xiaomi finished her instructions, she rushed to Chen Chen, who was closest to her. Chen Chen. I will leave for a while. Remember to cover me, and tell them to remember to act. Okay. Sister Qiao. After instructing Chen Chen, Xiaomi left. Follow Mao Cheng and walk up the mountain. After all, there are many zombies, and they have to deal with zombies that suddenly appear from time to time. So they didn't walk too far. Xiaomi followed them from a distance, constantly digging out the crystal cores of some superpower zombies. Put it into the space. Now everyone knows that crystal cores can upgrade the superpowers of superpowers. So even if she looked down on these low-level crystal cores, Xiaomi still dug them out and packed them up. Mao Cheng kept dodging the zombies. After all, there were only 3 of them, and they would become the zombies' dinner if they were not careful. Xiaomi was completely different from them. After encountering the zombies, she started to deal with them directly. Who told her that she could kill the zombies with one punch? With such lethality, there was no need to hide. Just go straight and fight. Quickly deal with the zombies that came running, and continue to follow Mao Cheng and the others. Host. The zombies behind are gradually decreasing, and they are still more than 200 meters away from the zombies. Okay. You pay attention to where their things are, and after finding them, we will rush to take the things away before them. Host. Are you going to get something for free? Xiaomi rolled her eyes. What's wrong with getting something for free? Look down on people who get something for free. I'm going to end the battle without firing a single shot. You know nothing. Complaining in his heart, the movements of his hands kept speeding up. After Mao Cheng and the others avoided the zombies, they began to walk towards a place with a road. The 3 of them walked on the road very carefully. Mao Cheng walked between the 2 of them, and from time to time he urged the surrounding flowers, plants and trees to cover their figures. Hao Hao. Look! Aren't these people very cowardly? They don't dare to face the zombies head-on. That's right. These are normal people. Okay? You think they are all like you. A female devil. But Hao Hao only dared to complain about this. That is, the host is still the best. Xiaomi was very satisfied with this flattery. After walking with the others for nearly half an hour, Hao Hao suddenly became very excited. Host. Host. I found their treasures. There are guns and ammunition, and gold bars, and there are actually many cultural relics in them. When Xiaomi heard this, he suddenly felt that these people were really going to be unreasonable. Really can't stay. Thinking of Tanlin identity, Xiaomi now really began to pray that the other party was really an undercover. This way she won't. I know. You take a look. Where can I get in? Okay. Host. Now I can only see things. I can't see the road at all. You come closer and let me see. Now that there is a place. Xiaomi simply doesn't follow them, and starts to find the entrance with Hao Hao. 5 minutes later, Xiaomi arrived at the entrance under Hao Hao's instructions. At this time, Mao Cheng and the others are still 1 kilometer away from here. Host. The password is east, west, south, north, center. 77,556. Okay. Hao Hao. I know all this. Haha. It's a piece of cake. Xiaomi. After opening the lost, Xiaomi saw a black corridor. This thing doesn't look like they built it themselves. It can't be an ancient tomb. Right? Congratulations to the host. You guessed it right. But there is no reward. 233333. Xiaomi is really speechless about this system now. Go in. Watch it for me. Don't wait for a zombie to suddenly appear. Or something strange. That can't be done. How will take good care of it. I hope so. While walking inside, Xiaomi observed the surrounding situation. Be ready to retreat at any time. After walking nearly 10 meters, there was another stone door. After opening the stone door, Xiaomi saw a room full of weapons and ammunition. Waving his hand, he directly put all the weapons into the space. Continued to walk inside. At this time, Chin Chin and the others looked at the zombies that had been reduced by more than half, and began to worry whether Xiaomi could come back after they dealt with the zombies. Xi and Zhirong was hiding far away at the end, watching the zombies fall one by one, watching their people being injured and falling down, and was very worried. I don't know if these things can be dealt with, and I don't know if Mao Chung can get to the secret room safely. Just when Xi and Zhirong was thinking, a mutant fire zombie with flames all over its body ran towards them quickly. Xi and Zhirong, who was thinking, did not notice its existence. Therefore, when the zombie was only 50 meters away from him, he found that he could not hide anymore. He subconsciously pushed the man next to him towards the zombie. The man looked at Xi and Zhirong in disbelief, his eyes full of unwillingness and disbelief. Xi and Zhirong felt guilty. But the next second, he turned around and ran to a place where there were many superpowers in order to escape. After all, the superpower of this zombie was very strong, and he could only wait to die here. With the attraction of his companions, Xi and Zhirong ran to the superpowers on the side in the blink of an eye. Hurry. Deal with that zombie. Hurry up. Xi and Zhirong shouted anxiously, urging several people to quickly deal with the fire superpower zombie. Several people were concentrating on dealing with the zombies in front of them, so they did not notice Xi and Zhirong actions. After he shouted, they still listened to him and started to deal with the fire superpower zombie in front of them. Xi and Zhirong kept looking for a safe place, who made him just an ordinary person. Except for his men. No one could afford to offend him. Zombies can eat him, but Xiaomi people can kill him. Kong Mingliang saw Xi and Zhirong actions, but he was still a little far away from them. When he rushed to the man, he had been bitten. Mutation is a matter of time. When the man saw Kong Mingliang coming to save him, his eyes immediately turned red. Then he began to look for Xi and Zhirong. Seeing the man's actions, Kong Mingliang knew that he could not be hurt, so he did not stop him. Sure enough, when the man was about to run to Xi and Zhirong, he was shot dead by Xi and Zhirong. He was bitten by a zombie, and he will mutate sooner or later. I am trying to save you. I have to say that Xi and Zhirong is really shameless. Kong Mingliang looked at Xi and Zhirong, who was explaining to him frantically. And for a while, his face was very ugly. He didn't say anything, and didn't even look at Xi and Zhirong again. Continue to clean up these zombies. At this time, Xiaomi was shocked by what he saw. The entire cave was filled with all kinds of gold ornaments and boxes of gold bars. Some even weighed several kilograms. Chapter 171 Bad Taste. Haha. Take them all. Take them all. How many points are these? Haha. Host. I calculated that you could exchange these things for at least more than 2 million points. Plus your current points. Your points have exceeded 3 million. Xiaomi was really happy this time. And the heartache of spending nearly 1 million to buy pills just now was relieved. Seeing Xiaomi happy, Hao said cautiously, Host, can we discuss something? Say it. Xiaomi was in a good mood and was much more tolerant of Hao. Hee. Host, can you give me 2,700,000 so that I can upgrade? After hearing this, Xiaomi wanted to eliminate Hao. This is basically taking away all of his points. What did you say? Say it again. Hao hugged himself tightly in fear and dared not speak again. It's just that Xiaomi thought of Hao's upgrade before. Her ability was also enhanced. And after Hao upgraded, other rewards and functions would be opened. Okay. Let's see later. If there are more, I give them to you. Hao was excited and waved his mechanical arm. Ha! I knew the host was the best and loved the host the most. Xiaomi felt a chill and quickly put the things into the space. And then continued to collect other things. After all the cultural relics were put into the space, Xiaomi glanced around. How long will it take them to get here? It will take 2 or 3 minutes. Host. You can leave. There is no valuable thing here. Okay. Let's go. Host. You go out of the secret room and go to the right. They are coming from the left. Xiaomi followed Hao's instructions, increased her speed to the maximum, and ran towards the halfway point of the mountain. She had to run over there and show her face before Mao Cheng and the others went in. At least to let their people know that she didn't have time to take the things inside. Although it was okay for them to doubt. This feeling of being unable to figure it out was the best. Wasn't it? Just thinking about it. Xiaomi really wanted to know what Mao Cheng's expression would be when he saw those things disappear. Another thing is whether Xi and Zhirong will suspect that Mao Cheng embezzled the things. Let's have a dog-eat-dog fight. Just thinking about this, Xiaomi was already excited. When she reached the middle of the mountain, she looked at the time and found that her speed had increased a lot. It took only 2 minutes to run nearly 3 kilometers. Well, although she used the vines to run for a section of the way, the speed was still very fast. When Xiaomi appeared in everyone's sight with a body full of zombie blood, no one doubted it. Kong Mingliang and Shen Yun saw Xiaomi finally appeared, and they were relieved immediately. Now they have a complete understanding of Xiaomi's strength. So after she left, everyone was not particularly worried. Only Shen Yun walked to Xiaomi's side. Chi-Chi, how is it? Did you gain a lot? Of course. Finish it quickly. Let's see how Xi and Zhirong reacts to the news. Shen Yun nodded. There was a smile on his face. To be honest, she was a little curious. With Xiaomi joining, the speed was doubled. In about 20 minutes, the zombies were basically eliminated, and everyone's superpowers were exhausted. All the superpower users had turned pale. Xiaomi people were fine, and basically no one was injured. After all, they were very fast and just dodged at the critical moment. But Xi and Zhirong's side was not so lucky. More than 2/3 of their people were killed or injured, and they were basically superpower users. It can be said that the loss was huge. Xi and Zhirong became gloomy. But when he saw that Xiaomi and his people were there, his mood became much better. Miss Xiao, the rest of the way can only be walked. Let's go up first and let them clean up here. Knowing that Xi and Zhirong wanted to take all the crystal cores for himself, Xiaomi snorted in his heart. Then he looked at Kong Mingliang and the others. Shen Chen, you and Sister Yun can help here. Kong Mingliang and I can go together. The reason why we chose Kong Mingliang is because he is a speed-oriented psychic. When in danger, he can leave quickly. I can concentrate on dealing with these people. Seeing that Xiaomi only took one person, Xi and Zhirong's previous intention to refuse Xiaomi's request to leave someone to clean up the scene disappeared. I was very happy. Even later, he took another 30 or 40 people. Xiaomi looked at Xi and Zhirong's actions, and his heart was not moved. After all, they were looking for death. So how could he not be satisfied? The group of people thought about their own things and walked towards the secret room on the mountain. The secret room was built in the valley, surrounded by dense trees. When Xi and Zhirong and the others arrived, they saw Mao Cheng kneeling in front of the secret room with a look of collapse. Oh, third. What are you doing? After Mao Cheng saw Xi and Zhirong, a grown man actually burst into tears. How? Hurry up. Record the video. Show it to Sister Yun and the others later. Ha. It's really funny. How was speechless about Xiaomi's bad taste. But Xiaomi was its host, so he could only obediently take a picture of the scene in front of him. Brother. Big. Our treasure is gone. Ah. Mao Cheng collapsed. Just now. He went in 5 times in a row, and each time it was empty. At this time, Mao Cheng collapsed. After hearing what Mao Cheng said, Xi and Zhirong directly left everyone behind and ran inside. Xiaomi followed closely, and took pictures of all the changes in Xi and Zhirong's expression. When Xi and Zhirong saw that the first room was empty, his expression collapsed and turned pale instantly. And then, seeing that the cave where the cultural relics were hidden before was empty, Xi and Zhirong's legs became weak, stumbling towards the cave full of gold. Xiaomi followed behind, and seeing Xi and Zhirong collapse, her mood really got better and better. Alas, even if Uncle Ten is a bad guy, now I have avenged him. Yes, that's right. Xiaomi did this not only to teach Xi and Zhirong and Mao Cheng a lesson, but also because of their attitude towards Tan Lin. Xi and Zhirong didn't care about Xiaomi at all now. His heart was full of his treasures. But after seeing the empty cave, Xi and Zhirong knelt directly on the ground. These things were not only dug out of this tomb, but also many of them were obtained from other places. This is all his wealth. It is conceivable how collapsed Xi and Zhirong is now. Xiaomi was like a cat stealing fish in the back, and was very happy to watch Xi and Zhirong collapse without saying a word. After a while, the people behind came in. When they saw Xi and Zhirong kneeling there, everyone knew that Xi and Zhirong treasure was lost. But they didn't know exactly how many things there were. But from Xi and Zhirong expression, they could guess that there were definitely a lot. After hearing the sound, Xi and Zhirong turned around and saw Xiaomi with a smile in the corner of her eyes. And he was immediately furious. He stared at Xiaomi fiercely, then stood up and walked towards Xiaomi. Chapter 172. Watching the show. Xiaomi, is it you? Is it? Speaking. Xi and Zhirong also felt that it was unlikely. After all, Xiaomi had been dealing with zombies downstairs before. It was impossible for her to take the things away. Xi and Zhirong collapsed and sat on the ground, muttering, "It's over. It's over. It's over. The things are gone? Then there's no point. Let's go." After Xiaomi finished speaking, she turned around and left. "Oh, Xi and Zhirong, don't let me down. You must act quickly. Look, I even found a reason for you. The things are lost, but I am still so arrogant. Are you very angry?" "Yes, very angry." "Right. Hurry up." Xiaomi thought happily while walking towards the outside of the secret room. At this time, Xi and Zhirong's expression was so cold. His eyes were like poison, staring at Xiaomi back. The cold secret room, coupled with Xi and Zhirong's eyes, made Xiaomi shudder. How? Do you think Xi and Zhirong is going to take action? Host, if I were Xi and Zhirong, I would definitely peel off your skin. It's too bullying. Hey, you know, I am also helpless as your host. If that person suddenly collapses and doesn't take action against me, do I have to find a reason to deal with them? How tiring, don't you think? Hee. Ah. Right. Xiaomi didn't care how much Hao disagreed. The most important thing now was to deal with Xi and Zhirong and the others. Sure enough, before Xiaomi left the secret room, she heard Xi and Zhirong roaring, "Xiaomi, bitch, hand over our things. Otherwise you don't have to leave here." Xiaomi turned around and saw that Xi and Zhirong had stood up. And after he finished speaking, everyone who came in directly surrounded her. "That's right. I didn't want to do it. You guys started it first. I was just defending myself." Xi and Zhirong, hypocritical woman. Hao didn't want to look at Xiaomi anymore. He was shocked by his host's shameless look. Why didn't he know his host was such a host before? It's just outrageous. Xi and Zhirong, if you want to do it, hurry up. I want to go back and have a hot breakfast. Let's finish it as soon as possible. Xi and Zhirong looked at Xiaomi viciously. "Xiaomi, don't be too arrogant. Chu Machin is not here. Your two robots are not here. I have nearly 100 people here. Do you think you can leave?" After saying that, he looked at Xiaomi sarcastically. Xiaomi sneered. "Then wait and see." That arrogant look not only angered Xi and Zhirong, but the rest of the people also looked at Xiaomi with unfriendly faces. And Xiaomi was excited. "Oh, that's right. It's good to be angry. That's the challenge. Host, do you want to fight with him? Just to test your strength?" "Yes. The answer is correct. But there is no reward." How? Xiaomi's expression was too provocative. And a dozen people attacked Xiaomi in an instant. Xiaomi stretched out her hand to grab the arm of the nearest man and threw him towards the crowd. A man of almost 200 kilograms was thrown 3 or 4 meters away by Xiaomi. Xiaomi looked relaxed. The rest of the people swarmed towards Xiaomi. And those superpowers began to condense their superpowers to attack Xiaomi. Xiaomi took one in each hand, borrowed the strength of the two people, stretched out his foot to kick the people behind him away, and threw 2 punches when he landed. The 2 died instantly. It's not that the 2 are weak. It's really that Xiaomi's current power is too terrifying. After seeing their battle, Xi and Zhirong began to get nervous. For some reason, he had a strong premonition. They would all be left here by Xiaomi. This feeling became even stronger 2 minutes later. Kong Mingliang, who was outside, stayed outside to watch Mao Cheng after everyone went in. Today they were going to leave all of them here, except Mao Cheng and Xian Zhirong. When dealing with zombies before, he noticed that many of these zombies were women and children. Those zombies were very miserable. And basically, there was not a single good part of their bodies. And 9 out of 10 of the zombies were farmers. Kong Mingliang thought of the poison village they had encountered during their previous mission. And a bad idea came to his mind. So when he looked at Mao Cheng, his face was very cold. Mao Cheng was still immersed in the heartache of losing their things. He really couldn't figure out why they'd lost them all. Even if they had superpowers, they didn't know the password. So why could they open the stone door here? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Mao Cheng's heart became. This feeling of not knowing is really bad. He looked at Kong Mingliang sideways and said, "Aren't you going in? Just let Xiaomi, that little girl, go in by herself?" In fact, Mao Cheng wanted to say, "You guys, grown men, just let a little girl ride on your heads." It was just such an obvious attempt to sow discord. So he didn't dare to say it now, until the sound of fighting came from inside. Kong Mingliang subconsciously prepared to go in. But thinking of Xiaomi instructions just now, he still controlled his steps. He didn't enter the secret room. Mao Cheng looked at Kong Mingliang and took 2 steps back, sneering, "Xiaomi is really a failure. You knew she was in danger, but you didn't go in to save her. Haha. It turns out that you are just like this." Listening to Mao Cheng's sarcasm, Kong Mingliang didn't react at all. He looked like you just want to be happy. Mao Cheng looked at Kong Mingliang's appearance, and his mood became even more unsatisfactory. "You are about to die. Then let's see whether it is your people or our sister Qiao who will come out later." Looking at Kong Mingliang's confident look, Mao Cheng felt very disdainful. There were nearly 100 people who went in just now. Even if Xiaomi had 3 heads and 6 arms, he didn't think Xiaomi could walk out of this secret room. I just don't know why the eldest brother would do it directly in the secret room. Mao Cheng felt a little strange, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just kept staring at Kong Mingliang, ready to stop him when he went in. But Kong Mingliang ignored him at all. He kept standing outside, not even looking at the situation inside. Looking at Kong Mingliang's expression, Mao Cheng didn't know what this man wanted to do for a while. Thinking that Xiaomi wouldn't be so powerful that these people didn't worry about Xiaomi accident inside. Thinking about this situation, combined with Kong Mingliang's current expression, Mao Cheng had a feeling. Maybe he was the truth. He couldn't make up his mind for a while, and began to panic. At this time, the people said by Colonel Wu had surrounded the Filong gang, and were ready to launch an attack when night fell. In the manner, Zhang Chao looked at the increasing number of red dots on the screen, and knew that someone was coming. Su, you stay inside. I go check out the situation outside." "Okay, uncle. Be careful." Zhang Chao touched Chu Ting's head and went out. Little Siu held Mimi and sat next to Chu Tingsu. "Brother, I will protect Mimi. Mom, Grandpa and Grandma, you go." Looking at her sensible daughter, Chu Meng's eyes were red. "Baby, Mom will protect herself." Old Master Hua looked at Chu Tingsu. Su, don't worry about us old guys. Run away if you can't." Chu Tingsa looked at everyone, his face full of black lines. "You don't believe my uncle and sister Chi-Chi. Don't worry. They can't get in." After saying that, Chu Tingsu patted his chest confidently. Chu Meng nodded. "Yes, they definitely can't get in. The defense here has been strengthened." Although Chu Meng said this, he was still worried in his heart. After all, they didn't know how effective these defenses were. Chapter 173. A man of insight is a hero. Xiaomi quickly shuttled through the crowd, and the superpowers in the distance wanted to attack. But Xiaomi's speed was too fast. They had injured many of their brothers by mistake. For a moment, everyone did not dare to attack again, and all stood in the distance at a loss. Xi and Zhirong began to panic, and kept pushing the superpowers in front of him to attack Xiaomi. Xiaomi became more and more excited as she fought. It had been a long time since she had such a good fight. No one in the manor was her opponent. When she attacked, she had to consider their safety. There were too many things to take into account. Now it is very different. She can fully release her full strength. I have to say that Xiaomi is really happy now. Her mood has become better. She does not hide her strength at all. And she does not have to estimate how much damage a punch will cause to the opponent. She plays as she pleases. The zombies can't bear Xiaomi punch. Let alone these people. Only the power and physical ability users can barely take Xiaomi blow. But they will still be injured. Xiaomi looked at his boxing gloves excitedly, finally releasing all its strength. Little baby. I have been wronged recently. It feels good now. Come on. Beat them. As he spoke, Xiaomi accelerated his movements. And when he passed those ordinary people, he directly punched them. Xi and Zhirong retreated in fear. While muttering that it was impossible, he pushed his men around him towards Xiaomi. Go. What are you doing? Are you waiting to die? Xiaomi was very annoyed by Xi and Zhirong's incompetent rage. Otherwise he had to keep this man for Colonel Wu. This man is definitely a corpse now. Xiaomi looked at Xi and Zhirong unkindly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Xi and Zhirong was so shocked that he took a few steps back and fell directly to the ground. Then sat on the ground and retreated a little, until they retreated to the corner. Xi and Zhirong panted, leaning on the cold stone, his forehead full of sweat. At this time, he had forgotten to wipe off the sweat that was about to drip into his eyes. He only knew to stare at Xiaomi blankly, constantly shouting for their men to come forward. Everyone knew that they could only get out alive today if they killed Xiaomi. And they all attacked Xiaomi fiercely. Soon, Xiaomi's face and legs had wounds of varying sizes. If it weren't for the boxing gloves on his arms would not have been spared. Looking at the man who cut his face with a knife, Xiaomi's anger burned directly to the top of his head. And he looked at the man as if he was looking at a dead person. He pulled two people into the crowd and cleared the people around the man. Step by step, he walked towards the man. His face was very ugly. The man looked at Xiaomi, who was constantly approaching him, his heart beating wildly. And because of nervousness, the muscles on his face began to tremble. Don't come over. Don't. Ah. The man screamed. His whole face was smashed by Xiaomi's boxing gloves. Xiaomi controlled the strength. And after smashing the man's face, she ignored him and continued to deal with the rest of the people. She just wanted the man to enjoy it and enjoy the pain. In just 20 minutes, Xiaomi dealt with everyone, and then looked at Xi and Zhirong on the side. Slowly approached Xi and Zhirong. The closer he got, the more nervous Xi and Zhirong became. He didn't know why Xiaomi kept him, but he knew that waiting for him was definitely not a good result. You, what do you want to do? Let me go! Let me go! Ah, how dare you, ah! Xi and Zhirong's knees were smashed by Xiaomi's punch, and his hands were also smashed by Xiaomi. He collapsed weakly beside Xi and Zhirong. Xi and Zhirong had fainted from the pain at this time. Xiaomi sneered and turned to dig out the crystal cores of those psychics. After everything was handled, he carried Xi and Zhirong out of the secret room. Kong Mingyang and Mao Cheng outside were full of worries at this time. Kong Mingyang was worried that Xiaomi was really in trouble. Although the possibility was small, it was not completely impossible. Mao Cheng was worried that the lack of sound meant that Xiaomi had dealt with all their people. After all, Xiaomi dared to go in by herself, and he didn't think Xiaomi would be a good person. Glancing at Kong Mingyang, Mao Cheng began to plan to run away. Kong Mingyang glanced at Mao Cheng. Don't think about it. You can't run away. I am a speed-type psychic. You can't run away. Mao Cheng began to regret for the first time. Brother, let's talk about it. If you let me go now, I give you 10 boxes of guns and ammunition. Kong Mingyang sneered. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. You can't beat me. Besides, I can't get anything by following our sister Qiao. Ha! Looking at Kong Mingyang's disdainful look, Mao Cheng felt that his heart began to ache. Kong Mingyang was happy. Okay. Stay quiet. Mao Cheng felt that he had become autistic and didn't even want to talk. He had wanted to resist before, but now Mao Cheng just sat on the ground. Whatever. I'm done. Kong Mingyang, since you're not looking for trouble, I take a break. The two waited for about 10 minutes, and then saw the heavy stone door slowly open. The two waited to see whether it was Xiaomi or Xi and Zhirong, as if they were opening a lottery. When he saw that it was Xiaomi, the smile on Kong Mingyang's face was so bright. But Mao Cheng felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't even control his expression. Xiaomi looked at the harmonious appearance of the two, and his eyes were full of confusion. Are you friends with him? The atmosphere between the two of you is a bit weirdly harmonious. Kong Mingyang only then saw that Xiaomi's face was injured. He became nervous. When their captain left before, he patted his chest and promised to take good care of Xiaomi. Sister Qiao, You? Let's go find Sister Yun. Let's go. Hurry. Xiaomi herself didn't mind. Waved her hand. It's okay. I have my own medicine. But I don't have time to apply it now. Let's go. Let's go. Third Master. Are you going with us? Or should I carry you? Mao Cheng looked at Xian Zhirong who had fainted. And then looked at Xian Zhirong's arms and legs lying there. I follow you. Xiaomi only wanted to say one thing to Mao Cheng. He who knows the times is a hero. Kong Mingyang stepped forward to take Xian Zhirong and wanted to carry him. As a result, he fell directly to the ground and lay on Xian Zhirong. His face was very embarrassed. He didn't even want to stand up. Mao Cheng was happy. Weak chicken. Noob. Kong Mingyang. Xiaomi's face was full of black lines. And he stepped forward to pick up Xian Zhirong again. Let's go. It's getting dark soon. Chapter 174 finally solved. Xiaomi and Kong Mingyang took Mao Cheng and Xian Zhirong to the middle of the mountain. They had already cleared the battlefield. When they saw Xian Zhirong in Xiaomi's hand, everyone actually wanted to attack. But after seeing Mao Cheng behind them, they gave up the idea of attacking. After all, according to the relationship between Mao Cheng and Xian Zhirong, if Xiaomi killed Xian Zhirong, Mao Cheng would not be so obedient to follow behind. Mao Cheng wanted to say, do I dare to resist? It's just giving away my head. Okay. Xin Yuan and the others finally saw Xiaomi coming down the mountain and hurried to Xiaomi's side. After seeing the wound on Xiaomi's face, Xin Yuan quickly started to treat it. But her treatment could not eliminate the scar. Xin Yuan was so anxious that his eyes turned red. Chi-Chi. What should I do? You, whoever hurt you. I kill him. Xiaomi patted Xin Yuan's hand. I'm fine. Sister Yun. You don't have to worry. There are medicines at home. And there will be no scars. Shen Yuan and Huan Ningxuan looked at Xiaomi in confusion. They didn't believe what Xiaomi said was true. After all, they knew very well that there was no medicine on the market that could remove such deep scars. After Xiaomi repeated assurances, the two of them slowly put their minds at ease. Shen Yun held Xiaomi's arm. Chi-Chi, you're finally back. I was so worried. Don't worry. I'm fine. After that, everyone began to arrange to return to the city. Of course, Xiaomi only instructed the people on her side. As for the 20 or 30 people who survived the Falun gang, she didn't want to care at all. It was arranged by Mao Cheng. Of course, when they went back, Mao Cheng was in a car with Kong Mingliang and others. At the same time, the people on Colonel Wu's side had already launched an attack on the Falun gang. But because most of the people had already gone out, less than 100 people were left to guard the old nest. And in the end, Colonel Wu's side basically won with 0 casualties. At this time, outside Xiaomi Manor, the Falun gang was just about to attack. They were surrounded by the soldiers behind them. Looking at the hundreds of soldiers in front of them, those people had to throw away their weapons and choose to surrender. Zhang Chao, who came out to check, did not go out after seeing those soldiers controlling the people, and turned back directly. Zhang Chao walked in with a relaxed look on his face. And everyone's hanging hearts were also put down. Uncle, did you beat the bad guys away? Zhang Chao took the opportunity to pick up Xiao Siyue. Yes, Uncle and some soldiers beat the bad guys away. Xiao Siyue can go out and play with Mimi. Xiao Siyue hugged Zhang Chao happily. Yeah, brother. Let's go out and play. Su Su nodded and took Xiao Siyue from Zhang Chao's arms. Then the two went out. Chu Ming stood up. Zhang Chao. Have the people outside been dealt with now? Well, it should be Captain Kong and his team who contacted our leader. And the people outside have been taken away. After hearing this, Chu Ming felt relieved. Is everything okay now? We just need to wait for Chi-Chi and the others to come back. Right. Well, they don't know where they are going. Xiu and I will be on duty tonight and wait for them to come back. Chu Ming thought for a while and felt that he could hold on at the beginning. So he said, I will be on duty in the first half of the night. And you and Xiu will be on duty later. Zhang Chao felt that if he didn't agree, Chu Ming would definitely come out. So he agreed directly. Okay. Then you will be on duty until 1 o'clock. And I will be on duty again. And Xiu will be on duty last. Okay. Then I will make some snacks for you later. And you can eat some on the night shift. Zhang Chao shook his head. No need. Sister Chiao left a lot of things. So it won't be a big deal. You and Uncle Hua will go to rest first, and I will take care of the two little guys. During the day, they were worried that drones would know their situation. None of them went out. Now that everyone at the door had been captured, the two little guys could finally play in the yard. And Zhang Chao wanted them to play for a while longer. Chu Meng looked at the two people who were having fun under the moonlight, and agreed. Then the five of them went to rest, leaving Zhang Chao to look at Chu Tingsu and Xiao Xiyue. Chu Machin was thinking about how to take the predictive ability away. And what he regretted at this time was that he didn't bring Gu Haoyu or Zhang Chao with him. But thinking that these two were there, at least he could be more assured of Xiaomi. So he didn't think it was a pity. But now they were in a deadlock and didn't know how to take the person away. It was absolutely impossible to give up here. After all, this was a person with predictive ability, who could help them avoid many dangers. Chu Machin didn't even think about negotiating terms with them, because he knew it was impossible. Brother, what should we do now? It would be great if people could enter my space. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, Chu Machin became more depressed. He thought that if the mutant tiger could enter, could people also enter? But later he found that it was not possible at all. And he himself could not get in. Heartbroken. Look, there is definitely no way to go back in a short time. Let's see if we can negotiate with this side later. After saying that, Chu Machin stood up. I go and take a look. I be back later. And you won't go over. Okay. I can't get in anyway. After Chu Machin left, Shen Wentao continued to inquire about the things here, especially Huiyin research. Now they can't get into the laboratory where Huiyin is locked up. There are experiments going on there, and they have to wait until the experiment is over. They can see Huiyin. If it weren't for Gu Lao saying not to worry, he would watch. I'm afraid that Chu Mochin would have attacked directly. After Chu Mochin told the colonel before, someone took him to the laboratory. After seeing the woman, still turn off the surveillance inside for 5 minutes. But after Chu Machin went in today, the woman didn't ask Chu Machin to take her away. For a while, Chu Machin didn't know how to face the woman. Have you predicted what will happen next? Well, so I agree. I will continue to wait here. But I don't want to be locked up in the lab every day. I think you can help me get a good living environment. Okay. I will help you get it. But I can't guarantee it. Chu Machin didn't promise the woman. He wanted to see what the woman would say next. As expected, the woman smiled. I know you can do it. But I want to give you a suggestion. Chu Machin stretched out his hand to signal the woman to continue. Please speak. Don't go to the sea. As for the rest, I can't see it. I only know that you, it should be your wife. You took a boat to the sea. I didn't see the scene after that. But I saw you crying in despair. Chu Machin began to tremble all over and took out his mobile phone. He showed the woman a photo of Xiaomi. Is it this person? Yes. She disappeared. No. She should have disappeared with many people. But all I can see is your appearance. Chu Machin's face was very ugly. In the end, he didn't even know how he left the lab. Even when Shen Wentao came back, he was still sitting on the sofa in a daze, his mind full of the woman's words. Chu Machin was afraid whenever he thought of such a scene. Chapter 175 Huiyin is in a coma. Brother. What's wrong? What happened? Shen Wentao waved his hand in front of Chu Machin, reminding Chu Machin to come back to his senses. Chu Machin only then reacted from his daze. I'm fine. I should be fine. How is Huiyin's situation? I don't know. But I heard that Mr. Gu went in. And Mr. Hua will not be in trouble. That's fine. I go in. You wait. Before Chu Machin finished speaking, he heard a hurried knock on the door. The two looked at each other, and Shen Wentao went to check the door. When he opened the door, he saw Mr. Gu's secretary standing outside the door, with an anxious expression on his face. Uncle Kai. What happened? Just as Shen Wentao finished speaking, Tai Guangquan stepped into the room. Xiao Chu. Huiyin is not doing well. Who of you two should go in? Old Gu can only arrange one person to go in. Chu Machin thought about recent events, then looked at Shen Wentao. I go. Third brother. You stay here. If I haven't come out in a week, you go back to the manor. Big brother. Okay. I got it. Shen Wentao wanted to say that he would go, but thought of the gap between his strength and Chu Machin. He gave up. Chu Machin didn't dare to delay for a moment, and quickly turned around and followed Kai Guangquan to the laboratory. On the way, Kai Guangquan briefly told Chu Machin about Huiyin's current situation. Chu Machin had a dark face, and was full of hostility. He didn't expect that those people would ignore Huiyin health in order to research something. To conduct experiments on Huiyin. Looking at Chu Machin coldness, Tai Guangchuan felt cold all over. Well, Xiao Chu, calm down. Otherwise you won't be able to get in later. And it will be hard to explain to Mr. Gu. Okay. Got it. Uncle Kai. On the way. Chu Machin kept calming down his coldness and adjusting his emotions. When he arrived at the laboratory, he was finally not so angry. After a series of examinations, he finally got in. The first person Chu Machin saw was Mr. Gu. Xiao Chu. You're here. This way. After that, Mr. Gu took Chu Machin to Huiyin laboratory. Uncle Gu. What's the situation of old Huan now? It's not clear yet. We're doing an examination. I think if you're here, the child will have a stronger desire to survive. Chu Machin frowned and pursed his lips. Following Mr. Gu, he walked into the laboratory. Looking at Huiyin being examined by a dozen doctors on the monitor, Chu Machin was in a really bad mood. If Mr. Gu hadn't been around at this time, Chu Machin would definitely take action directly. Huiyin was so thin that he looked like a human. No, he looked like a zombie. His face was a little sunken. His brows were prominent. His eyes were deeply sunken. And his cheeks were sunken. Chu Machin frowned. He regretted it very much. He regretted following Huiyin's request and bringing him here. And he regretted agreeing to Huiyin to do this shitty experiment even more. Chu Machin stared at Huiyin inside. He looked at every examination. 2 hours later, the doctors inside came out of the laboratory with sad faces. Mr. Gu, we have finished the examination. All the data are normal. But the patient seems to be in a deep sleep and doesn't want to get up. Hearing the doctor's words, Chu Machin's face became even uglier. He now has a guess that Huiyin himself does not want to become a zombie. But the current technology cannot cure him. So he chose not to wake up and sleep. Chu Machin was very angry now. And said coldly, prepare clothes for me. I go in. Okay. Lao Kai. You go prepare them yourself. After Mr. Gu finished speaking, several doctors wanted to stop him. But Mr. Gu didn't care at all. Huiyin was his student. And he pinned all his hopes on him. If you want to say that besides Chu Machin, he is the one who least wants Huiyin to get into trouble. If possible, he would rather use his own life in exchange for Huiyin's healthy life. After Chu Machin went in, he stared at Huiyin. After a long time, he sighed, sitting beside Huiyin's bed. Huiyin, I know you can hear me. Will your parents go crazy if they know you are like this? And your eldest brother family is abroad. Have you thought about their ending? You know what the situation is abroad. What is the chance that their family can survive? I think you know all this. I won't say much about the rest. Think about it yourself. You don't care about your parents and your own lives. Let alone ours. Think about it yourself. Wake up when you figure it out. Otherwise, I will drive all 4 old people in your family out of the manor. I mean what I say. After Chu Machin threatened, he looked at Huiyin dejectedly. Old Hua, I have endured too much since the end of the world. Now there are only Shushu and I left in our family. I don't want you to regret it later. After that, Chu Machin did not speak again, and quietly accompanied Huiyin bed. After waiting for a while, Huiyin everything still did not change. Chu Machin frowned and looked at Huiyin. Old Hua, I will arrange your own time for you. If you don't wake up before tomorrow night, I will leave here and go back to the manor. When I go back, I will drive them out. After that, Chu Machin left the laboratory. After going out, Chu Machin looked at Mr. Gu. Uncle Gu, I want to stay here with old Hua tonight. As for the rest, I will see tomorrow. Hey! Okay. Then you go back. Xiao Chu, I'm in the lounge next door today. Come to me if you have any questions. Okay. After everyone left, Chu Machin sat in front of the monitor and looked at Huiyin inside. Because Chu Machin was there, the nurse on duty originally arranged did not stay inside and went out directly. Old Hua, don't be too selfish. You are not yourself now. Too many people are struggling to survive because of you. Here, Mother Hua seemed to have sensed something. She woke up again just after falling asleep, and could not fall asleep again. Father Hua listened to his wife turning around constantly, and turned on the small lamp beside the bed. Old lady, what's wrong? Can't sleep? Well, I feel so upset. My eyelids keep twitching. and I always feel that something bad has happened. Old Master Hui patted Mother Hui back. Don't think too much. I really don't know what's going on with the eldest son. But the second son has Chu Boy, and the daughter has Chiao Girl. So nothing will happen. Oh, I'm worried. These children, oh. Mother Hui was full of worry. Chapter 176 Awakening. Forget it. Go to sleep. I hope nothing bad will happen. After saying that, Mother Hui slowly lay down. But her brows were still tightly knitted, and her eyes were not closed. She kept looking out the window. She prayed for her children in her heart. Here, Old Master Hui couldn't sleep either. He was also worried about them. But he didn't say anything to prevent Mother Hui from worrying more. Now the old couple couldn't sleep, and their minds were full of the figures of their children. For a moment, the old couple were in a heavy mood. And here, Hui Yin was in a coma, and his mind was full of Chu Muchen words just now. Yes, he could hear the outside world, and it was indeed that he didn't want to get up. He didn't want to live like a ghost. After Chu Machen finished speaking, Hui Yin's mind was full of Chu Machen words. Thinking of his family, Hui Yin hesitated. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't move. He wanted to shout anxiously, but he couldn't make any sound. It was already past 4 in the morning when Xiaomi and the others returned to the manor. As for Mao Cheng and his men, Xiaomi took them directly to the manor. Anyway, they had 2 lines of defense, so they were not worried that they would hurt the people at home. After returning, Kong Mingyang went up to send a telegram directly. Colonel Wu's people quickly replied that they would take these people away before 8 o'clock. Xiaomi arranged for people to guard these people, and then went to rest. Mao Cheng looked at Xi and Jiron, who was unconscious beside him, and felt heavy. The subordinates on the side stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Third boss, what is our situation now? Why are we staying here?" "Don't ask. Curiosity kills the cat. Go to sleep." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the man, but just sat on the ground, hugged his knees, buried his head in his knees, and said nothing. The man looked at Mao Cheng, who didn't want to talk, sighed, turned and left. But everyone was unsure, and their faces were very panicked. If it weren't for the muzzles of guns around, I'm afraid that everyone would have started a riot now. The 4 people on duty at night were Kong Mingyang, Chan Kui, Ouyang Qi and Gu Haoyu. 7 men watching these people. Xiaomi and the others went to rest. Chu Tingsu, who was on duty, was also hurried to rest. At 7:30, the people from Colonel Wu's side had already arrived. Military vehicles drove in one after another, and Kong Mingyang hurriedly opened the door. Mao Cheng looked at these vehicles and the people coming down from them. He was completely desperate. Now he finally knew why Chu Mochen and his men had so many weapons and powerful manpower. After all this time, they went to the military to make trouble. No wonder they suffered so many casualties. It would be really strange if they could win. Mao Cheng stood up dejectedly and looked at everyone. "Okay, you also see what's going on. Let's go." After saying that, he took the initiative to stretch out his hands to the soldiers, who came forward and received a pair of silver bracelets. Seeing Mao Chengdu surrender, the crowd naturally had no intention to resist. Besides, even if they resisted now, they would only die. Who made them have no weapons? Even if they were superpowers, they had not rested yet. They were no different from ordinary people. Seeing that the crowd did not resist at all, they walked directly into the car. The person in charge of the escort was confused. What's going on? When did these people become so self-conscious? Kong Mingyang touched his nose and wanted to say that these people did not dare to mess around because of Sister Qiao's strength. But thinking about Xiaomi's previous explanation, they surrendered. There are too many people. The rest will be dealt with. The next thing is your business. We will not care about it here. Okay. I will report to Colonel Wu. Then I will leave. After the man finished speaking, he jumped into the car and left. When all the vehicles drove away, Kong Mingyang closed the door again. Okay. It's finally solved. Let's go back and rest now. The most tired one was Zhang Chao. He hadn't slept for almost a whole night, and his nerves had been tense before. Now he was completely relaxed, and he felt that he didn't even have the strength to walk. After returning, several people simply washed up and went to rest. As for Hui Yin, Chu Mochen didn't close his eyes all night, staring at the unconscious Hui Yin. But he never saw Hui Yin wake up, not even a finger move, and Chu Machen was full of worry. Just after dawn, Several people in white coats came in. Chu Mochen thought they were doctors or something. But those people came in and pushed Hui Yin out. Who are you, and what are you doing? Chu Mochen said, as he stopped those people from pushing Hui Yin bed. Several people looked arrogant. We are from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Now we take over this zombie experiment. Your Institute of Biology has no power to be responsible. After that, several people were about to push Hui Yin out. Chu Mochen kicked the nearest person away. Don't force me to do it. Leave. Tell your boss that he can't interfere with the things here. The superpower behind was ready to attack Chu Mochen, but was frightened by Chu Mochen's cold eyes. The others looked at each other. The leading man snorted coldly. Sooner or later you will kneel down and send us. I'm waiting. After that, he took the people away. Chu Mochen ignored these people, but took Hui Yin bed and pushed Hui Yin back. Those people looked at Chu Mochen and Hui Yin. Their eyes were full of unwillingness, and they turned around and left the ward. Chu Mochen did not leave after they left, but sat beside Hui Yin bed. Old Hua, it's almost done. Don't be hypocritical. It's good to be alive. You say it yourself. Right. Hui Yin, who was unconscious, heard Chu Mochen's words, and his heartbeat accelerated. But the equipment here cannot detect the heartbeat of zombies. So Chu Mochen didn't know about Hui Yin changes. He was still nagging Hui Yin. Hui Yin, boss. When did you become a chatterbox? You're so noisy. Chu Mochen looked at Hui Yin in shock. Was it Hui Yin who was talking in his brain just now? Old Hua, are you awake? Hui Yin was a little confused. Did the boss hear what he said just now? Yes. I heard it. Are you awake? No. I can't open my eyes. Don't worry. Boss, I feel that I will be stronger when I wake up this time. And my memory is back now. I can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Well, you just need to wake up quickly. I will accompany you here during this period. Now several forces are eyeing you. You need to wake up as soon as possible. I know. Brother. I have worried you these 2 days. Okay. Take a rest quickly. Then get up when it's almost time. Okay. The conversation between the two seemed more like Chu Mochen was talking alone, in order not to arouse other people's suspicion. The two did not say anything else. After Chu Mochen finished chatting with Hui Yin, he felt relieved. He felt relaxed all over. Chapter 177, Getting ready to go back. Xiao Chu. Go and have a rest. Old Kai is here. Grandpa Gu looked at Chu Mochen, who was still sitting in front of the monitor, and looked at him worriedly. Chu Mochen stood up and nodded. Okay. Uncle Kai and Uncle Gu. Thank you for your hard work. The CDC's century-old man just now wants to take Old Hua over. They will probably come again later. Grandpa Gu got angry when he heard this. Humph. Let them come. If they are forced, I will let them come in vertically and leave horizontally. Chu Mochen smiled. That's not necessary. I'm going to have a rest first. I leave this to you. Uncle Gu. Okay. Don't worry. I will definitely take care of it for you. Chu Mochen then turned and left, looking at Chu Mochen back as he left. Grandpa Gu sighed deeply. Grandpa, Xiao Chu is a good person. Oh, I know. I'm just worried about this child. This child is thoughtful. Now there is only him, and such a little guy left at home. Oh. Kai Guanchuan smiled and said, don't we still have that girl? You see? Xiao Chu is obviously more humane this time than before. So don't worry about it. How can I not worry? Watching the little guy grow up. Old Gu has deep feelings for these people. After all, their families were busy before, and he took care of the most. Except Shen Wentao. Of course. At that time, the Shen family was in a mess, and Shen Wentao was very withdrawn. He was unwilling to go to the Gu family. Later, Gu Haoyu dragged Shen Wentao to go, but that was when they were teenagers. At that time, Old Gu was not at home every day like before, but was rehired as the dean. So he didn't have such deep feelings for Shen Wentao. But Gu Haoyu and Shen Wentao were the best. So Gu Haoyu had done enough to the Wang family in the previous Chu Meng incident. Chu Mochen knew that Hui Yin had left, and he also knew that the person next to him was his teacher. But he didn't dare to talk to Mr. Gu, fearing that he would scare him, especially now that there were other people around. Hui Yin began to rest, preparing to wake up quickly after a good rest, instead of being awake only in the brain like now. When Xiaomi woke up, it was already noon, and when she came down, she saw Chu Meng and the couple of housekeepers were preparing lunch. Since Chu Meng came, Their food quality has risen sharply, especially when Chu Ming worked as a kitchen helper in a 5-star hotel when she was abroad. The desserts were so authentic. So much so that Xiaomi and the others all gained weight after Chu Ming came. Wen Ningxuan was the most outrageous. Since Chu Ming came, she has gained more than 10 pounds. Her cute baby face has now become a round face. And her facial features are not as three-dimensional as before. The happiest person to see Wen Ningxuan's changes is her mother, who had hoped that her daughter would not lose weight day by day and eat more. Now it has finally come true. So every time when eating, the old lady will pick up a lot of meat for Wen Ningxuan. At first, Wen Ningxuan didn't think it was a big deal, until the pants he wore before couldn't fit, and even the top was too tight to wear. And then he looked at his double chin. Wen Ningxuan collapsed directly. Therefore, when eating, Wen Ningxuan refused to eat meat. Her mother was so angry that she stared. But Wen Ningxuan just didn't eat. Mom, your daughter is going to turn into a pig. Indeed, Wen Ningxuan was not that kind of skinny beauty. She was 165 centimeters tall and weighed about 105 kgs. It was just the right weight. But now it's over 120. And Wen Ningxuan said she couldn't accept it. So she started to call for weight loss. Even before, she had to be urged by Shen Yun and Xiaomi to go to training. But now she goes to train directly. She even trains herself. It can be seen that she really wants to lose weight. Xiaomi looked at the vegetables in Wen Ningxuan's bowl. You still need to eat meat. Eat some beef and shrimp. Otherwise you won't be able to handle such heavy training. Chu Ming, don't give her sweets recently. Chu Ming nodded. And she didn't plan to do it anymore. Recently, it's not just Wen Ningxuan who eats a lot. But every time Xiao Siyue looks at her pitifully, she can't help but give her some. Okay, I study some sugar-free ones. And Xiao Siyue can't eat anymore. Wen Ningxuan looked at Chu Ming happily. Sister Ming is still good to me. Hee hee. Then I eat some beef. Sister Chi-Chi, I fight with you in the afternoon. Forget it. You should fight with Sister Yun. And if it doesn't work, you can fight with Gu Haoyu. Forget it. Xiaomi refused directly. After all, her strength is not even Chu Machen's opponent, let alone her. Seeing Xiaomi's refusal, Wen Ningxuan was not discouraged and said directly, Xiao Si, it's you. Let me beat you up. Gu Haoyu gave a thumbs up. Nyopi, come on. Let me see your strength. Come after dinner. Just as Wen Ningxuan was about to accept the challenge, Ouyang Qi stopped her and said, eat first. You can't do strenuous exercise after eating. If you want to spar, do it after 3 o'clock. With one sentence, both of them were quiet. Father Hua looked at the two with satisfaction. He had seen his daughter's little thoughts before. At that time, he was upset for a long time. But he also got to know Ouyang Qi a little during this period. Seeing the two get along, Father Hua was very satisfied. Although this daughter is his little cotton-padded jacket, Father Hua did not make things difficult for Ouyang Qi. Not to mention that the two have not broken the window paper yet. Just looking at Ouyang Qi character, Father Hua is willing to entrust his daughter to such a person. In fact, what Father Hua is most worried about is that he will have an accident one day. There are people around his daughter who can at least comfort her. It can be said that Father Hua has thought about everything for his future. And even Wen Ningxuan has thought about the person to entrust. As for Hui Yin, Father Hua didn't think so much. No matter what, he still has Chu Machen and his brothers. But Mr. Hua didn't expect that he had just found someone to entrust his daughter to. And the couple had an accident. A week later, Shen Wintao had just packed up his things and was ready to leave. Before he walked out of the base, a guard ran up to him. Mr. Shen, Captain Chu sent you a letter. Shen Wintao hurriedly took it. And then he knew that Hui Yin had woken up this morning. And now Chu Machen was talking to the people above about taking Hui Yin away. He only needed to wait at the gate of the base now. And Chu Machen would leave directly after the negotiation was over. When he saw Hui Yin wake up, Shen Wintao breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded to the guard to express his gratitude. Please tell your Captain Chu that I wait for him at the gate where we came in. Yes, Mr. Shen. After that, the guard left. Chapter 178 Mercenary. Xiao Chu, you are really making things difficult for us. Chu Machen looked at the leader sitting opposite him with an indifferent expression. Everyone, only Hui Yin and I are together. Which is the greatest benefit to you? The middle-aged man with glasses pondered for a moment. Xiao Chu, let's discuss it and give you the answer later. Chu Machen stood up. Okay, I come in 10 minutes. After that, he turned and went out, leaving everyone to discuss inside. As for the result, Chu Machin no longer cares, because he knows that they will definitely agree in the end. After all, Hui Yen will only cooperate when he is here. It doesn't make much sense for them to force Hui Yen to stay. It's better to let him take Hui Yen away directly, and he can help them do more things. However, Chu Machin is worried that someone will sabotage it. So after going out, Chu Machin was still a little nervous. After entering again, Chu Machin began to observe the expressions of everyone, wanting to see from their expressions how they discussed. It's a pity that he didn't see any changes. I couldn't help but complain in my heart that these old foxes are really good at hiding. After Chu Machin sat down, the glasses man said with a smile, Xiao Chu, we have discussed it, and you can take Hui Yen away. But we have a request. Chu Machin looked at the man with a look of knowing. You say. This matter is actually very simple. As everyone has seen before, you have two very powerful robots. Can you consider giving us one? Chu Machin had guessed it before, so he refused directly. Sorry, leaders. This is really not possible. We really only have these two sets. As you all know, I am a space-based psychic. I don't know why. After my space ability awakened, there were two sets of equipment in it, and there were no more. We have tested it, and the specific data and materials cannot be detected at all. So there is no way to make it again. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he leaned back on the chair with a look of no room for negotiation. They still wanted him to give a set, which was simply wishful thinking. Even if this thing was really his, he would not give it to him. Not to mention that this thing was Xiaomi. It was even more impossible to give it to him. After all, Xiaomi's system was different from his own space. The base's superpower detector could detect his superpower fluctuations. But Xiaomi had no superpowers, and it would definitely arouse the suspicion of these old foxes. He didn't want to take risks, seeing that it was really not possible. The man said again, then your team will become our external staff, and special operations will be handed over to you in the future. Okay, but I want one person. The man looked into Chu Machin's eyes and smiled. Wan Ning. Yes, if she is here, many of our activities can be done with half the effort. The man was silent, and the whole conference room was very quiet for a while, and everyone was thinking. Chu Machin actually had no idea, but he felt that this side would still agree, so he was not so worried. Sure enough, after thinking for a while, everyone looked at each other. The man with glasses said, Okay, but Wan Ning can't go with you. That's it for now. But Wan Ning can't stay in the lab anymore. It's very harmful to her psychologically. No problem. But you have to make sure that Hui Yen is under your control after he goes out. Okay. After discussing, Chu Machin took Hui Yen out of the lab with their permit. As for Wan Ning, Chu Machin didn't go to the lab to notify him in person. After all, he couldn't take her away now, so there was no need to go. Shin Wentao was waiting outside anxiously. He had been out for an hour, and his nerves were always tense. He was afraid that Chu Machin would directly fall out with the other side, and that something would happen to the two of them. When he saw Chu Machin and the tied Hui Yen appear at the door, Shin Wentao felt his chest swell, and his eyes were a little hot. What a success. After saying that, Chu Machin opened the car door and let Hui Yen get in. After Hui Yen got in the car, Chu Machin untied the rope that tied Hui Yen, and then sat in the passenger seat. Hui Yen can control himself well now, but they are still worried that Hui Yen will suddenly attack everyone. So they tied up Hui Yen's legs. The problem here has been perfectly solved. But Xiaomi was targeted by a group of foreign mercenaries. The reason why they targeted this place was because of the fighting power shown by everyone when they went to get equipment with the Filong gang. These people were ready to see who was better, them or Xiaomi group. There were a total of 18 people over there. Originally, they came with 30 people. But after the zombie virus broke out, they were left with 21 people, and lost 3 more people in various battles afterwards. Originally, they had been in the mountains. After seeing Xiaomi and the others last time, these people came over. But because these people came the next day, Xiaomi and Hao didn't know. Today, these people have appeared around the manor. A black man was holding a laptop and typing quickly. His forehead was full of sweat. Jerry, why haven't you solved it yet? A muscular white man looked at the black man dissatisfiedly. Jerry tapped the keyboard anxiously. Oh, my captain, if you want to solve it quickly, you come. The people next to them saw that the two were about to quarrel again, and hurriedly stepped forward to pull them apart. Okay. We still have to go in as soon as possible and catch them off guard. Humph! The blonde captain snorted coldly and walked to the side, sitting under a tree, pulling a grass to play with. The thin man next to him looked at the crowd and suggested, I think we Earth power users can dig a hole and sneak in. After the man voice fell, the captain stood up directly. That's it. You bastard. We haven't been able to break through for a whole day. After saying that, he took 2 Earth psychics to dig a hole. Behind the manor they chose, there was a mountain behind it. So Xiaomi and the others built a very high wall when they were doing defense. It has to be said that their alternative method was really good. But what they didn't know was that there were traps waiting for them after they went in. So, the man in the front fell directly after entering. He let out a piercing scream. If it weren't for the last bit of rationality that he still had and restrained himself in time, the man might have roared again. What's going on? Charles? Oh, there's a trap inside, the insidious Chinese, save me. Charles's body had been pierced by barbs. And at this time, even a healing psychic would have no way to help him. Chapter 179 Stalemate. After hearing what Charles said, the captain was furious, gnawing his teeth. I will kill these sinister Chinese people. That beauty is mine. I want her to be my slave. After saying that, he looked at the Earth-type superpower before. Fill the trap. After saying that, he stepped back and stood behind them. The Earth-type superpower stepped forward again, waved his hand to mobilize the surrounding Earth elements, and filled them into the trap in front of him. When the trap was finally filled to 1 meter, the man stopped and retreated from the hole. Captain, it's okay. The man looked at the situation in front of him with satisfaction. Okay. Go in. This place will be ours in the future. Ha ha. They also learned about the current situation recently and understood that they had to find a suitable place. At first, they were going to cooperate with Xiaomi. But after following here, they fell in love with this place. And they had already investigated it clearly. There are still some old people and children here. It is also because of this that several people decided to use this place as their base camp in the future. The main reason is that they can't leave at all in this situation. They can only stay in China. Their idea is that since they can only stay here, they should enjoy their life here. And as for the rest, they will talk about it later. Anyway, they are living a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. After the group entered, they hurriedly ran towards the castle. Xiaomi was worried about the mutation of the trees before, so he cut down all the trees in the manor. Therefore, after they entered, there was an empty space in front of them. 2 Earth-type psychics waved their hands, mobilized the surrounding Earth elements, formed an Earth shield to cover them. The group moved forward quickly. At this time, Xiaomi was training with everyone, and the place where they were running was just in front of the manor. It was 2 kilometers away from here. Therefore, Xiaomi didn't know the situation here. After the group arrived at the castle smoothly, the gold psychic removed the window, and several people jumped in directly through the window. The surveillance installed by Hao Hao in the castle also captured the actions of several people at this time. Hao Hao was so scared that he screamed directly. Host, go back quickly. There are intruders. Or foreigners. Xiaomi was a little confused after hearing this. Someone came in. Everyone go back. Zhang Chao and Gu Haoyu are outside. Get your weapons ready. After saying this, he threw 3 boxes of guns and ammunition and ran directly towards the castle. The first person to react was Kong Mingyang. He was a speed-type mutant, very fast, and left behind Xiaomi. After they left, the rest of the people also ran back quickly. At this time, there were only 4 old people in the living room, including her father, and Xiao Siyue was watching them train outside. And Chu Meng was also training with Wen Ningxuan and the others. On the way back, Xiaomi passed by the ring and shouted, Chu Meng and Xiao Siyue are hiding in the ring. You hurry up. There are intruders. After saying this, he ran away directly. Xin Yun saw the people following behind him and realized that something was wrong. He quickly carried Xiao Siyue up from below. The ring was penetrated. You hide here. We go. After that, he took Wen Ningxuan away. Chu Meng hugged Xiao Siyue and quickly jumped into the pit, lying on the ground tightly, hiding her figure. Xiao Siyue, remember the game you played with your mother before? Whoever can keep silent and move will win. Mom, Xiao Siyue can't talk or move. Brother Xiu taught me. Chu Ming touched Xiao Xiu ahead, hugged the little guy tightly, and lay on the ground. If her fighting power was not a drag now, she would never hide here now. Chu Ming secretly made up her mind that she would practice more later, at least after her strength was improved. She could better protect herself and Xiao Xiu. As soon as the mercenaries entered, they saw Hua father and mother sitting in the living room. The two quickly stepped forward and controlled Hua father and mother. Hua housekeeper and his wife, who heard the sound, came out of the kitchen at this time. They were also controlled by this group of people. The only woman in this group of people looked at everything here with satisfaction. Boss, I like it. It's really nice here. I can stay here forever. Ha ha. The captain was also very happy. They usually hide in various cities. They don't have the chance to enjoy these good lives. At this time, everyone looked at this place with shining eyes. Father Hua saw that these people were not simple, and said directly to Mother Hua, "We would rather die than drag down Xiao Yatu and others." I know. What are they talking about? The captain looked at the people next to him. The man reacted for a while, and said slowly, "They are going to die." This man didn't speak Chinese well, but he could only roughly understand it. And he only understood what Father Hua said about death. After hearing this, the captain looked at the people who caught them. "Watch me. If the person dies, you can die by yourself." After that, he looked at the man who could understand Chinese, asked them where the rest of the people went. After thinking for a long time, the man looked at Mr. Hua and said, "Where did they go?" Mr. Hua said nothing. The captain immediately got angry, stepped forward quickly, and punched Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua's face flushed instantly, and he bent over. The pain in his abdomen made him almost speechless. Mr. Hua's tears came out directly, and she looked at her husband with a worried face. Seeing that no one said anything, the captain stepped forward, raised the gun towards Mrs. Hua, and pointed the gun at her temple. And Xiaomi had already seen the scene on Hao Hao's monitor at this time. Her whole face was tense, and her face was full of hostility. Hao Hao secretly said, "Someone is going to be unlucky again." But this tone was full of gloating. Xiaomi pulled her speed to the fastest and ran inside. Just as the captain threatened her father with a gun, Xiaomi arrived. She was very fast. After entering, she ran to her mother. She kicked the man away. Xiaomi used all her strength. Therefore, the captain was kicked 3 or 4 meters away by Xiaomi. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. The people who controlled her father and the couple of housekeeper who held the people in their hands tighter and pointed their guns directly at them. The captain's injury did not cause them to panic. Everyone looked at Xiaomi defensively. They had seen Xiaomi attack power from a distance before, and knew how powerful Xiaomi was. But they didn't expect Xiaomi to be so strong. For a while, everyone held their breath and looked at Xiaomi vigilantly. After Xiaomi rescued her mother, she looked around and found that it was simply impossible to save them all safely. For a while, Xiaomi's face was tense. Kong Mingliang also arrived at this time. He hid outside, ready to help Xiaomi save people at the critical moment. But the most important thing now is that there are too many people inside, and they can't guarantee the safety of her father and others. Even her mother, who Xiaomi had saved, couldn't guarantee her safety. The whole living room was in a stalemate, and Xiaomi confronted the mercenaries alone. The people who went to check on the captain found that after the captain vomited blood, his breath was gradually weakening. It was basically certain that he could not be rescued. Thinking that 2 people had been killed before anything happened, everyone's face became very bad. The eyes looking at Xiaomi gradually became fierce. Chapter 180. Her father is injured, looking for death. After saying that, the man attacked Xiaomi. Xiaomi pulled her mother away quickly and avoided the man attack. But someone behind him started to attack again. Kong Mingliang looked at the scene in front of him and knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He ran inside quickly. The fireball banknotes were thrown at the people who attacked Xiaomi. Xiaomi protected her mother and retreated outside. Now she could only save one person if she could, and she was not sure she could save all of them. After sending her mother out, Xiaomi didn't even have time to explain and went in again. Now the battle inside was about to break out. Xiaomi didn't think Kong Mingliang could deal with the deadlock in front of him, especially when there were still 3 hostages in the hands of the other party. After going in again, those people were obviously not as easy to talk to as before, and they all looked at Xiaomi covetously. Everyone was strong. Even if Xiaomi could fight 10 people alone, she couldn't guarantee the safety of the 3 people. Looking at the current situation, Xiaomi could only use the international language, What is your purpose? She didn't think that these people were just trying to kidnap Mr. Hua and the others. Sure enough, after those people looked at each other, one of the blonde and blue-eyed white handsome guys looked at Xiaomi and said, "This place is ours. You leave by yourself and everything will be fine." Xiaomi also knew the purpose of these people. It turned out that they were interested in their place. "Okay. No problem. We will leave now. But you have to return the detained people to us." "No. You go first. We will release them if you leave here." Knowing that these people were afraid that they would not be able to hold her hostage without the hostages, Xiaomi agreed directly. But Xiaomi herself knew that these people would never abide by the agreement. Still have to find a suitable opportunity to save everyone. Although she would not be reluctant to give this place to them. But why should she give it to them? Xiaomi felt very unhappy when she thought about it. Especially since these people were just about to hurt them. In addition, the eyes of several people inside were disgusting. And Xiaomi wanted to dig out their eyes. After the agreement, Xiaomi took Wa Mother and Kong Mingyang out. But while walking, Xiaomi gestured with Kong Mingyang, discussing the countermeasures with Kong Mingyang. And the people behind had already arrived at this time. "Sister Qiao, what's the situation?" After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he stood nervously beside Xiaomi and whispered. Xiaomi said softly, "A group of people who want to take advantage of our manor for free. You should pay attention to Uncle Hua and the others. These people are handed over to us. You must not take your equipment. You should take care of yourself later." "Well, don't worry. Sister Qiao, shall we retreat first? We can only do this first. Pull them out first and talk about it later." Xiaomi retreated while thinking about strategy. Hao Hao saw all the actions of the mercenaries. Remind Xiaomi from time to time. The mercenaries were relieved to see Xiaomi and the others really retreating outside. A few muscular men gathered together. I don't know what they were talking about. Hao Hao heard it, but didn't want to tell Xiaomi, because what these people said made him feel sick. "Host, I will use my points to exchange poison for you. You poison these dogs to death." "Yo! Hao Hao! What's going on?" Xiaomi was shocked. "I didn't expect that my system would still be so human." Xiaomi said that she still couldn't accept it for a while. "Host, these people's words are unbearable. You'd better not listen to them. And leave them to Hao Hao to deal with." Listening to Hao Hao's words, Xiaomi was relieved. Finally, he became more and more humane. And he really deserved to be trained by me for so long. But there are 3 people over there. If I use poison, they will also be poisoned. How about I change some less toxic ones? Rescue them then? Forget it. Change me some super strong anesthetics. Their physical fitness. I'm afraid that even if the toxicity is less, they will be damaged later. Okay. Host, I change you the strongest anesthetic. And you will fall in 1 second. Xiaomi was satisfied. And her system finally thought about her. Okay. After the anesthetic was exchanged, Xiaomi started the next step. First, she handed Wa Mother to Kong Mingyang. Only he was a speed system. And he could quickly take Wa Mother away after she took action. And then, it was how to knock down the mercenaries, holding the remaining 3 people as quickly as possible. While Xiaomi was planning, the mercenaries were also planning. They planned to leave Xiaomi, Hu Ningxuan and Shen Yun behind. The men kept looking at the 3 people, while the woman looked at them with disdain. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. After all, she was the only woman in their team before. Now they want 3 more people. And 3 women whose strength is unknown. This person is naturally unhappy. They all use sign language. If Xiaomi didn't have Hao Hao, she would never know their little moves. Therefore, after they finished discussing, Xiaomi also knew their complete plan. These people are ready to kidnap Xiaomi directly after the person in front of them walks out. While Hu Ningxuan and Shen Yun are ready to exchange 2 for 3. Use the 2 of them to exchange for Hua Father and 3 people. After knowing their plan, Xiaomi instantly decided to follow their plan. After they let Hua Father and others go, she can take action. The most important thing is that even if Hu Ningxuan and Shen Yun are held hostage, they are powerful and can turn the tables. He dare to look down on us women. I will let them see the end of looking down on me later. Host, they don't look down on you. They have prepared 3 people to be responsible for holding you. Xiaomi, it's not necessary. It's all death. On the way, Xiaomi took the opportunity to slowly tell everyone about her plan. So when she arrived at the door, Xiaomi was left behind by the 3 people behind her. And she didn't show any panic. You, yes. You? The man with long golden hair pointed at Huiningshuan and Shen Yun. Come in. You exchange these three. Wait for us to close the door. And then we will let you go. Because they saw all of them take action before. They also knew that Huiningshuan and the others had superpowers. It's just that these people think they are very powerful. So they don't take Xiaomi and the others seriously. Especially seeing Xiaomi obedient. They relaxed their vigilance a little. But what everyone didn't expect was that when her father heard that he was going to use Xiaomi and Huiningshuan to exchange for himself, he directly attacked the man who was holding him. He hit the man's abdomen with an elbow. And the man subconsciously shot her father, hitting him directly in the abdomen. Father Hui shouted, "Don't worry about me. Kill them." The incident happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned for a moment. Even Xiaomi stared blankly for a second. After reacting, she hurriedly picked up Father Hui and ran outside. Sister Yun, save them. Shen Yun was already outside the manor and was about to go in. Seeing this scene, she hurriedly ran towards Xiaomi. Butler Hui and his wife were now the only hostages in the hands of those people. The couple looked at each other. That look was like a final farewell. Chapter 181 Return. Old man, I'm going to fight. When Shen Chen heard what Butler Hui said, he knew it was over. In order not to drag them down, the two of them might force these people to take action. Wang Yuxiang and Shen Chen looked at each other, and they quickly ran towards Butler Hui and his wife. The moment the two ran out, Zhang Chao shot at the people next to them with a gun to buy time for the two. After Shen Chen and Wang Yuxiang ran to Butler Hui and his wife, they first protected the two behind them, and then quickly shot at the people around them. After the man retreated, the two of them prepared to retreat in their direction with their people. But there were really many mercenaries in front of them. Before they took 2 steps, they were surrounded directly. Just at this time, Xiaomi handed her father to Shen Yun and rushed over. Take out guns and anesthetics from the space and quickly deal with everyone. In a moment, all the mercenaries were shot. The mercenaries fainted on the ground. Xiaomi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Yun had almost cured her father. Although both Butler Hui and his wife were injured, they were not serious. How? Where did these people come from? The host had already found out that they came in from a hole dug in the back. Xiaomi was very upset. They had expected someone to dig a hole in the ground before, so they set traps around. In addition, they had already dug the foundation more than 1 meter underground. They just didn't expect these people to come in. Xiaomi sighed. Starting today, we will continue to strengthen the defenses around us. We must do it as soon as possible. I'm afraid there will be more and more zombies in the near future. Everyone knew what Xiaomi meant. Those who couldn't go to the temporary shelter would definitely find a suitable place for themselves recently. And they would definitely become fat meat in the eyes of many people. Without saying anything more, everyone quickly dug out the crystal cores of these mercenaries and closed the door. All the bodies were burned. Wang Yuxiang held her father, and the rest of the people supported her mother and the couple of housekeeper Hui. The group walked towards the castle. After sending them in, Kong Mingyang went to inform Chu Meng that the mother and daughter were in danger. The time after that was to strengthen the defense. This time, Xiaomi directly used all her points to replace some monitors and alarms. All these things were installed on the wall. Seeing that there were no blind spots everywhere, Xiaomi was relieved. The manor had not been equipped with these things because it was in the suburbs, and the zombies in the nearest community had been basically eliminated by them. Therefore, they never thought that anyone would take a fancy to this place and come here. They always thought it was safe here. Just like at the beginning, Chu Machin wanted to bring them here, but he didn't expect to attract the attention of these mercenaries. Xiaomi now doubted the main system very much. Why did she almost travel through so many worlds? But she didn't travel to the end of the world. The only time was still a zombie. She always felt that this was planned by the main system. How? We still need to upgrade quickly and get the main system done as soon as possible. Host, your ambition is great, but it is really difficult to implement. Come on. Xiaomi, After the inspection, Xiaomi was about to go to training when she saw a car appear on one of the display screens. Xiaomi frowned slightly, looking at the car on the screen. After all, this car was something she had never seen before, so she didn't think it would be Chu Machin and his team. Then she saw the door open to both sides by itself. Xiaomi almost thought there was something wrong with the door. But then she saw Chu Machin and Shen Wen's faces appear on the screen. Xiaomi's mood improved instantly. She quickly ran downstairs. Your boss and his team are back. Let's go out and greet them. After that, he led everyone outside. Of course, these people did not include Father Hua and his team. They had not recovered after what happened today. So, they were all resting in the room. They didn't know what was happening here. As soon as Chu Machin and his friends crossed the bridge in the middle of the trap, they saw Xiaomi and his friends waiting in front of the castle. Seeing Xiaomi's smiling face, Chu Machin's heart was instantly healed. As soon as Shen Wentao stopped the car, Chu Machin jumped down. He walked quickly towards Xiaomi. Xiaomi smiled at Chu Machin. And when Chu Machin was about to approach, she opened her arms. Chu Machin smiled and took Xiaomi into his arms. Chi-Chi, I'm back. Well, it was also very fast this time. Very well behaved. The intimacy between the two made everyone feel jealous. Shen Wentao looked at Xiao Siyue and Chu Meng expectantly. But neither of them ran towards him. They even just looked at him. Even after Hui Yan got off the car, Hu Ningxuan and Ouyang Qi quickly ran up. Brother, you have become handsome. Hu Ningxuan looked at Hui Yan in surprise. Yes, that's right. Hui Yan's face was pale and his eyes were red. But there was basically no abnormality. In addition, Hui Yan could control himself perfectly now. Therefore, when he stood there, he was no different from a normal person. Hui Yan was not calm when he saw his sister pulling Ouyang Qi over. He was away for a few days, and his sister was pushed by this pig? Xiaoxian, how can you pull a man? Little girls should act like little girls. Hu Ningxuan was very glad that her brother could only tell her with consciousness. In this way, Ouyang Qi couldn't hear it. If her male god heard it, she would be embarrassed to death. Brother, let's go. I take you in to see my parents. Let's go. Hu Ningxuan subconsciously ignored Hui Yan's words. He directly pulled Hui Yan towards the father room. After walking a few steps, Hu Ningxuan quickly said to Hui Yan, Brother, Dad was injured today, but it's not serious. Seeing his brother's eyes turn red in an instant, Hu Ningxuan quickly finished his words. Then he briefly explained what happened today. She just didn't say the dangerous plot. After all, she was afraid that her brother couldn't control himself and went on a killing spree. I know. Let's go in and take a look. Don't worry. I can control my desires very well now. Don't worry about me. Really? Brother, do you still have a chance to become a normal person? After saying that, Hu Ningxuan looked at Hui Yan expectantly. After seeing Hui Yan's slightly lonely look, he quickly said again, Brother, don't get me wrong. I just asked. It doesn't matter what you do. And besides, my brother is very handsome now. Just like the vampire count. Brother is fine. Just turned into a zombie. And besides, your brother is the zombie king. And I can command thousands of zombies in the future. Hu Ningxuan's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Brother. Well, don't worry. Brother's situation is not that bad now. Chapter 182 Zombie King. Let's go. Let's go in first. Xiaomi said, pulling Chu Machin with one hand and walking inside. Xiaomi was still a little embarrassed with so many people watching. And Shen Wentao walked quickly to Chu Meng and Xiao Siyue. Meng, how are you? And Xiao Siyue these 2 days? Very good. Xiao Siyue, you talk to Dad. Mom will prepare dinner. After saying that, he walked directly to the kitchen. It was only 4 o'clock now, and it was really early to prepare dinner. But Chu Meng looked at Shen Wentao's expression just now, and felt very unhappy. At this moment, she didn't want to see Shen Wentao at all. Shen Yun saw that Chu Meng was in a bad mood, so he followed Chu Meng to the kitchen directly. Xiao Meng, how are you? Do you need a shoulder? Chu Meng smiled. No, Sister Yun. I'm not that weak. I just don't want to see him look aggrieved. He treated me like that before. And now he is showing his aggrieved look to whom? That's right. Ignore him. He's okay as a friend. But forget about other things. He's not worthy. The two people's voices did not subside. So not only Shen Wentao heard it, but Chang Kuei and the others also heard it. Kong Mingliang and the others didn't know what was going on with them. And they weren't gossipy people by nature. So they didn't say anything. Only Chang Kuei looked at Shen Wentao coldly. That's right. Who are you showing this aggrieved look to now? It's boring. After that, Chang Kuei went to the kitchen to help. Shen Wentao was very hurt. And now he was very confused. Xiao Siyue naturally saw that her father was in a bad mood. Although her father looked really pitiful now. But it didn't mean that they had to sympathize with him. Mom had suffered a lot, and she wouldn't interfere with their emotional life. Even though she also wants to have a father and mother, and a happy family. But what she wants most is that her mother is happy. Shen Wintao touched little Siyue head. Little Siyue, Dad misses you. How are you doing recently? Very well. Mom and brother take good care of you. Dad knows that with Mom around, you will definitely not be well. Little Siyue, Dad apologizes to you. Dad before. Dad? No. I don't blame you. But Mom will not forgive me for scolding me or not. The little guy made his position clear directly. Shen Wintao looked at the sensible little guy, and his heart was mixed. He was happy that his little guy was really sensible. And Chu Meng educated the child very well. What was uncomfortable was that his little Siyue was still so young. It was because of his fault that the little guy was so sensible at such a young age. In the kitchen, Chu Meng and Shen Yun were processing the ingredients, and Chang Kue was helping them on the side. From time to time, he chopped ribs and chopped chicken pieces. What Chang Kue didn't know was that Shen Yun would go and see him from time to time. Yes, Shen Yun had some ideas about Chang Kue, but Shen Yun didn't dare to pursue Chang Kue now. One reason was that she herself was not very sure, and the other was her situation. She didn't want to delay Chang Kue, so she didn't say these things. Chu Meng on the side didn't notice Shen Yun's abnormality. She was thinking about going to talk to Shen Wintao later. She felt that they couldn't get along so awkwardly. Chang Kue was concentrating on cooking and didn't think about anything. Unlike here, in Chu Mochen room, Chu Mochen and Xiaomi hugged each other tightly. Xiaomi was hugged by Chu Mochen so hard that she couldn't breathe. Momo, let go. I can't breathe. Hearing Xiaomi protest, Chu Mochen quickly let Xiaomi go. Looking at Xiaomi's red face, he suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Chu Mochen laughed even more wildly this time. Xiaomi looked so cute now that he couldn't stand it. In the end, Xiaomi turned around and Chu Mochen reluctantly restrained his laughter. Okay, Chi-Chi, I won't laugh anymore. By the way, how are you doing recently? It's okay. I have dealt with all the remaining people in the Falun gang. Oh, by the way, I found my father. Xiaomi was happy when she said this. But she hadn't figured out how to tell Tan Lin about this yet. It just so happened that Chu Mochen was back and could give her some advice. That's it. I haven't figured out how to say it yet. The main thing is that my father is a little miserable. I tell you. That's it. So you know how I feel now. Xiaomi spent 5 minutes simply telling the story of Tan Lin and her mother, and then looked at Chu Mochen, hoping to get some advice from him. But what Xiaomi didn't know was how excited Chu Mochen was after hearing her words. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. I should have known your father before. Xiaomi looked at Chu Mochen in excitement and was confused for a moment. What's going on? How do you know my father? I was kidnapped when I was a child. And the person who saved me was an undercover named Tan Lin. I didn't want to join the army before because my family was all soldiers. But because of him, I decided to follow this path. Xiaomi looked at Chu Mochen and didn't know what to say for a moment. Is it so predestined? So, when I saw that my father was really an undercover agent just now, do you know how I felt? He has been undercover for nearly 26 years. Xiaomi is actually blaming those people now. 26 years of a person. Have they never thought about how this person will return to normal life and how to face his parents? It is because of the discomfort in her heart that Xiaomi has not dared to face Tan Lin. Chu Mochen slowly patted Xiaomi back to ease her mood. Chi-Chi, Uncle Tan definitely wants to meet you. And even, he is looking forward to it. Just looking at his friendship with your mother. You have to go and tell him clearly. Well, I know. I go later. By the way, how are you doing over there? Why did you come back so soon? Chu Mochen briefly explained the matter. Especially the matter of there being a person with foresight over there. As for the rest, he didn't say anything. Oh, by the way, we are now an external member of the National Security Bureau. And this is the condition for them to allow us to take Huiyin away. It doesn't matter. An external member is an external member. And following the national father is guaranteed. Is there any benefit? Chu Mochen smiled. The benefit is that Huiyin has become even more powerful this time, because of a blessing in disguise. Now he can control more than 2,000 zombies. A real zombie king. Xiaomi was excited. She knew that Huiyin was really strong. She had this premonition before. So how large of a range can he control? We did an experiment. Within 2 kilometers. Xiaomi was envious. It was really too strong. She remembered that when she became the zombie king, she could only control zombies within 2 kilometers. Ah! It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Chapter 183. Father and daughter recognize each other. Momo. Why don't you go and tell him? What if he can't accept it and doesn't want to recognize me? Xiaomi was scared at the door of Tanlin's room. She took 2 steps back, wanting Chu Machin to go forward. Chi-Chi. It's okay. If he doesn't want to recognize us, we don't want him. It's better for you to do this yourself. Xiaomi took a long breath, then closed her eyes and knocked on Tanlin's door directly. Don't give yourself the opportunity to retreat again. Just when she heard Tanlin's 2 words, please come in, Xiaomi's heart still trembled, and her feet unconsciously took 2 steps back. Finally, under Chu Machin's encouraging eyes, she went in. The reason why Chu Machin didn't help Xiaomi to say this was mainly because he felt that Tanlin was worth it. Based on Xiaomi's description alone, Chu Machin was basically sure that Tanlin was a very good person and worthy of Xiaomi's reliance. Although it is said that with a father-in-law, his pursuit of his wife will definitely be more difficult. But Chu Machin hopes that Xiaomi can gain family affection. After Xiaomi went in, Tanlin was very shocked. He didn't expect Xiaomi to come to him. In recent days, he has been staying in the room, reading books and listening to music every day. He is still a little uncomfortable with being idle all of a sudden. Miss Chiao, is there any news over there? This is the only thing Tanlin can think of. Xiaomi nodded, walking to the window, watching the outside gradually getting dark, feeling uneasy, thinking about what to say. After turning around, looking at Tanlin's efforts to make himself kind, he suddenly felt less nervous and uneasy. Looking at Tanlin, Xiaomi closed his eyes. I am your daughter with Yi Linlong. After saying that, Xiaomi dared to open his eyes and looked at Tanlin carefully. Tanlin was stunned on the spot for a full minute. When Xiaomi didn't know what to do, Tanlin knelt on the ground excitedly. Xiaomi was so scared that she ran forward and pulled Tanlin's arm. She wanted to help Tanlin up, but Tanlin shook his head at Xiaomi. I should kowtow to your mother. I am sorry for her, and she has worked hard. The death of his lover and Xiaomi's previous difficulties made it impossible for Tanlin to enjoy the joy of having a daughter. Xiaomi stood aside, not knowing whether she should kneel with Tanlin or help Tanlin up. Do you want to stand up? Okay. I will apologize to your mother. I'm fine. Don't worry. After Tanlin finished speaking, he slowly stood up and looked at Xiaomi with tenderness in his eyes. He said carefully, Child, how did you know? Did your mother say that? She wasn't. Not married to. Tanlin didn't say the rest of the words, because he felt that those words were too cruel. My mother's suicide note said that when I saw you, I knew you were my father, but I needed to confirm your identity first. Listening to Xiaomi's words, Tanlin expressed his understanding. He could understand Xiaomi's concerns. After all, when he saw the telegraph machine, he knew that his daughter had a relationship with the military. You? How did you get a military telegraph machine? You? Can you tell me? Xiaomi thought about it, and felt that it was not impossible to tell me. We are outsiders of the National Security Bureau. There are some things that are too complicated to explain. I will tell you slowly later. That is, I am sorry that I didn't tell you before and kept you here. Tanlin now looked at Xiaomi with a fatherly look. When Xiaomi apologized, he shook his head directly. Don't apologize. You did the right thing. Child, Daddy is sorry for you and Mom. After saying that, he looked at Xiaomi carefully, afraid to hear Xiaomi say something like blaming him. After all, it was indeed his fault before, and he was sorry for Xiaomi's mother. He didn't know that Xiaomi was not thinking about this at all. Now Xiaomi was thinking about how to call out the word dad. To be honest, he couldn't call it out. Chu Machin was waiting outside anxiously. He was afraid that Tanlin would not be able to stand Xiaomi. So after Xiaomi went in, Chu Machin kept walking back and forth in the corridor. And Xiaomi and Tanlin inside were already sitting on the sofa and chatting. It was a chat. But in fact, Tanlin kept asking questions, and Xiaomi answered them one by one. Half an hour later, Xiaomi said she was tired. And then she looked at Tanlin and said, Well, why don't we go down first? It's time for dinner. Okay. Go down. Girl. Let's go down. Tanlin's face was full of smiles. After the two went out, they saw Chu Machin leaning against the wall. Tan Lin knew Chu Machin, so he said directly, Chu Machin. Right. Haha. Young people are good. Let me introduce you. This is my girl, Xiaomi. After he finished speaking, he laughed twice and took Xiaomi to walk downstairs. This made Xiaomi feel a little embarrassed following behind. His face flushed and he glanced at Chu Machin. His eyes were full of pleading for help, which made Chu Machin laugh and hurriedly took 2 steps. Uncle Tan, I don't know if you still remember me. More than 10 years ago, you saved a boy in a sweatshirt. Hearing Chu Machin words, Tan Lin stopped and turned to look at Chu Machin. Thinking about Chu Machin words. More than 10 years ago. That was when we were in High City. Let me think about it. While pulling Xiaomi downstairs, Tan Lin thought about what happened in High City more than 10 years ago. Suddenly, he stood there and turned to look at Chu Machin. Are you the little brat who wants to be my son? Chu Machin touched his nose. Well, but I also said that if you have a daughter, I want to be your son-in-law and take care of you in your old age. Tan Lin, go away. I just found my daughter. What do you want to do? I tell you. No way. Looking at Tan Lin protecting Xiaomi, Chu Machin was glad that he had taken action in advance. It's too late. Hello Uncle Tan. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Xiaomi boyfriend Chu Machin. Hearing this, Tan Lin was completely blown up. Daughter, it's not right. Don't scare your father. Your father has a bad heart. I tell you, I will faint later. Xiaomi looked at Tan Lin begging look, and then looked at Chu Machin pitiful look. After a cough, he finally said helplessly, Dad, we are together for a month or 2. Tan Lin was already confused when he heard the word dad. As for what Xiaomi said afterwards, it doesn't matter. He only knew that his delicate and soft daughter called him dad. Tough guy Tan Lin's eyes were red with excitement, and his voice trembled. Baby, what did you call me just now? You called me dad. Right? You kid also heard it, didn't you? Chu Machin nodded hurriedly. Xiaomi blushed in embarrassment, but looking at Tan Lin's excitement, he suddenly felt that it was not so difficult. Yes, I called Dad. Tan Lin stamped his feet excitedly. His eyes were red, and he looked at Xiaomi sincerely and answered solemnly, Hey, daughter. The father and daughter smiled at each other. Chapter 184 Shenwentao collapses. Chu Machin was watching from the side and felt very sad. But thinking about Xiaomi's previous life, he didn't feel so sad. Tan Lin was still immersed in the soft voice of dad and ignored the fact that Chu Machin was Xiaomi's boyfriend. Until Chu Machin came forward and supported Tan Lin, who was a little unsteady in excitement. He reacted. He took away Chu Machin's hand that was supporting his arm. Boy, stay away. Our relationship is not good enough for you to touch me. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi aggrieved. Xiaomi coughed. Dad? Okay. Let's go downstairs to eat. Momo is very good. And this is Momo's place. Tan Lin was unhappy and looked at Chu Machin with dislike. When Mao Chung and Xi and Zhirong talked about Chu Machin before, he thought he was a talent. But now, in Tan Lin's eyes, Chu Machin is just a pig that has eaten his own cabbage. No matter how he looked at it, he was not satisfied. If Xiaomi hadn't been there, I'm afraid that Tan Lin would have asked Chu Machin to go downstairs for a duel. After going downstairs, Tan Lin looked at everyone with a smile. Xiaomi saw Tan Lin's happy look and wanted to make him happier. Ahem. Let me tell you something. This is my biological father. Tan Lin. You all know him. He won't stay in the room all the time. The most surprised one was Shen Yun. He ran directly to Xiaomi. Chi-Chi. Is it true? Is he really your father? Baby. You finally found him. Yes. Sister Yun. I found him. I'm very lucky. Shen Yun nodded repeatedly. She also felt very lucky. She never dared to imagine that she could really find him. Shen Yun's eyes were red at this moment. Xiaomi stepped forward and hugged Shen Yun in her arms. Sister Yun, we will all be very happy. And so will you. Yes, it's a must. After all, your child will take care of me in my old age. Chushin, if you have any objections, just tell Chi-Chi. Chu Machin looked at Shen Yun standing next to him, and naturally had no objection. After all, he still needed Shen Yun to help him speak well. How could it be? Sister Yun, you will be the sister of me and Chi-Chi in the future. Shen Yun was happy. Tan Lin was depressed. But when he heard Chi-Chi, he still asked in confusion, "My daughter? Chi-Chi is your nickname?" "Yes. My mother and grandfather gave it to me. I was born on the 7th day of the 7th month." Tan Lin missed his daughter's life for 26 years. Hearing this at this time, he felt very emotional. The people of the Hui family also came out of the room at this time. And Hui Yin walked in front of everyone, bowed to Xiaomi at a 90-degree angle. "Xiaomi, thank you. Not you, but everyone in our family. I won't say much. I still say that my life will belong to you from now on." Xiaomi listened to Hui Yin's voice in her mind and sighed in her heart. Not everyone can have the favor of the zombie king. "Oh, okay. Let's not talk about this. Sister Yun, is the food ready? Let's go. Let's eat and celebrate our reunion." Everyone walked towards the restaurant with a smile. After the meal, Chu Ming took the initiative to find Shen Wentao. "Shen Wentao, let's talk. I wait for you at the training ground outside." After that, Chu Ming walked towards the living room. "Little Siyue, Mom will go out for a while. Can you play with your brother?" Little Siyue, who was playing Lego with Chu Tingsu, responded obediently after hearing Chu Ming's words. Chu Ming went out. Shen Wentao looked at Chu Ming back and hesitated. He didn't want to go out. He really didn't want to go out, because he had a strong premonition that after going out, there would be no possibility between him and Chu Ming. Shen Wentao stood up only after Chu Ming's figure disappeared in the castle. But Shen Wentao walked very slowly. But after all, there was only such a short distance, and he could always reach it. But after he reached it, Shen Wentao looked at Chu Ming's expressionless face and suddenly wanted to leave. Ming, let's talk about it later. I've been very busy recently and haven't had a good rest. I want to go upstairs and rest for a while." After saying that, Shen Wentao was ready to turn around and leave. Chu Ming didn't give Shen Wentao any chance at all. "Shen Wentao, hurry up. What I want to say is very simple. It's impossible for the two of us. There will be no other relationship between us except being Xiao Siyue parents." Shen Wentao turned around painfully. Ming, I know it's all my fault. I will make it up to you. Really, Ming, it doesn't matter how long it takes. You've been talking for so long. Don't you mean that I must forgive you? Shen Wentao. Why? Why should I forgive you? Do you deserve it? When Chu Ming said this, she was shaking with anger. Shen Wentao. There are many things that are hard to get over. You can't give me back my lost child. Also, don't talk about making up for it. You can't make up for it. I can let you and Xiao Siyue recognize each other now, which is already a concession. After Chu Ming finished speaking, she turned around and left. She didn't even look at Shen Wentao. After Chu Ming left, Shen Wentao knelt on the ground with his face covered. He looked extremely fragile. Chu Ming was also in a bad mood. She thought of the child she had conceived before she became pregnant with Xiao Siyue, and she felt very suffocated. After entering, she went directly to the top floor. Standing on the attic, looking at the sunset in the distance, Chu Ming exhaled a foul breath. She whispered Shen Wentao, let's just leave it at that. We will be the most familiar strangers in the future. Don't provoke me. If you push me too far, I chop you off. Kong Mingyan behind him was very embarrassed to hear this. He just wanted to come up and blow the wind. But how did he meet Chu Ming, who was in a bad mood? The key point is that he just wanted to come out to say hello. And he heard Chu Ming's words. It was really embarrassing for a while. It's not right to go out. And it's not right not to go out. Just when Kong Mingyan was still thinking about whether he should go out, Chu Ming suddenly turned around. When Chu Ming saw Kong Mingyan behind him, she screamed out in fear. Ah, you, why are you standing here without making any noise? When did you come here? Chu Ming looked at Kong Mingyan vigilantly. Kong Mingyan shook his head helplessly. I've been here all the time. I was just about to come out to say hello when I heard you talking to yourself. It's not good to disturb you. After hearing this, Chu Ming felt very embarrassed. The unpleasantness she had with Shen Wentao before was instantly dissipated. Sorry. Why did you come up here? Didn't they go downstairs to play just now? I came up to relieve my boredom if I didn't want to go. I didn't expect. Chu Ming felt embarrassed for a while, but she quickly adjusted her mentality. What's there to be embarrassed about? As long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Yeah, that's it. After comforting herself, Chu Ming smiled and said, Okay, then I go downstairs. You can take your time. After that, she slowly walked towards the stairs. Chapter 185 Telling the Secret. Gu Haoyu couldn't wait for Shen Wentao to come back. So he went out to find Shen Wentao. When he arrived at the training ground, he saw Shen Wentao kneeling on the ground, his face buried in his hands, wailing in pain. With a sigh, Gu Haoyu slowly walked forward. Third brother. Let it go. You should also think from Chu Ming perspective. Hey. You're getting better. Gu Haoyu said, as he stepped forward and tried to pull Shen Wentao up. Shen Wentao waved his hand. Little four. I deserve it. Now that I think of some of my previous actions, I really want to kill myself. Shen Wentao slapped himself twice. Gu Haoyu didn't stop him. He also knew that Shen Wentao needed to vent. Third brother. That's enough. It's boring to go on. Besides, the brothers have advised you before. You think you should be loyal to that woman. So you shouldn't be with Chu Ming. Since you are with Chu Ming, just forget it. I don't want to say it. It's boring to say it now. Cheer yourself up. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he stood beside Shen Wentao, looking at Shen Wentao on the ground, and really wanted to beat him up. He had wasted so much time talking before. What was the final result? This man just listened to it in one ear and out the other. If it weren't for the brothers for so many years, Gu Haoyu would have taken action at that time. Looking at Shen Wentao's desperate collapse, Gu Haoyu felt very uncomfortable. He sighed and helped him up. Let's go. Third brother. Let's go in, and let it go early. Chu Ming has nothing to do with you in the future. You are just Xiaoxiu parents. Let Chu Ming go. And let yourself go. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, Shen Wentao collapsed even more. But Gu Haoyu didn't regret saying these things. He wanted to say these words before. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Wentao was so sinful, he would have said it long ago. Now that he has recovered for so long, he thinks he should have recovered. After Shen Wentao collapsed for a while, he slowly stood up and patted Gu Haoyu on the shoulder. I go to train for a while. You go in. Don't worry. I'm fine. I haven't paid off my sins yet. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, he smiled bitterly and walked forward. Gu Haoyu looked at Shen Wentao back, feeling very uncomfortable, sighed, and followed from a distance. He was still worried that Shen Wentao would have an accident. The biggest difference from this side was Hui Yin's side, and Xiaomi and the others. Hui Yin and the others were finally able to sit together and talk. Hui father and mother were very happy. While Xiaomi sighed, Tanlin's excitement had not yet passed. At this time, he was chatting with Xiaomi about her childhood. There were also some interesting things in the entertainment industry, and Shen Yun added a few words from time to time. After all, they have known each other for a long time. So Shen Yun is the one who knows Xiaomi best. Chu Mochen was also listening carefully and understanding Xiaomi past. Wang Yuxiang and Chen Chen were playing billiards in the basement, and the two little guys were playing in the living room, accompanied by Chan Kui. For a long time afterwards, the family was much more harmonious. Slowly, everyone's relationship with Shen Wentao was restored. After all, there was no deep hatred between them. They just couldn't stand some of Shen Wentao's previous words and deeds, and the way he had to forgive Chu Ming if he regretted it. Now that he doesn't always show his presence in front of Chu Ming, Xiaomi and others don't target him anymore. But it can't go back to the past. It can only be said that everyone is now a colleague working together. A month later, the weather has reached more than 10 degrees below zero, and the lowest temperature at night can reach minus 20 to 30 degrees. The sudden change in temperature not only poses a severe challenge to the survivors, but also many zombies are frozen to death or fall into a deep sleep. Many survivors came out in the severe cold and gained a lot of things. Chu Mochen and his friends were cleaning up at this time, but the expressions on everyone's faces were very serious. Momo, are you still angry? It's not that I have to go. I don't want you to take risks by yourself. Looking at Xiaomi's appearance, Chu Mochen sighed. Chi-Chi, you don't know the prediction of the predictive superpower. You will be in danger if you go. But if I don't go, you will be in danger. Chu Mochen, I can't watch you die. But Chi-Chi, if you go, you will really get into trouble. I know that you will get into trouble. But I still take you with me. Am I letting you die? Chu Mochen shouted loudly. His tone was very stern. Xiaomi's temper also came up. Chu Mochen, you know my ability. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. And you are the same. Looking at Xiaomi's firm face, Chu Mochen didn't know what to do for a while. Chi-Chi, can you please be a good boy? Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi pleadingly. Chu Machin, I have died countless times. I won't die so easily. Really? I promise. Chu Machin was shocked by Xiaomi's countless deaths. What do you mean? What do you mean by countless deaths? Chi-Chi, what are you talking about? Chu Machin panicked. His hands began to tremble. Xiaomi sighed, and then briefly told Chu Machin about binding herself to the system and quickly traveling through various worlds. After all, they didn't have that much time. After hearing Xiaomi's words, Chu Machin was a little confused, quickly digesting what he heard. He looked at Xiaomi and said, only the two of us know about this matter. Don't say anything after you press it. No. I will pretend that I don't know anything about me. Chi-Chi. After instructing Xiaomi, Chu Machin began to think about how to persuade Xiaomi to let her give up following him. But before he could speak, Xiaomi said directly, I have said so much. You don't want me to give up following you. Right? Chu Machin didn't dare to speak, but looked at Xiaomi carefully. Well, Chi-Chi, think about it. Really? I'm scared. When she said that, I was about to collapse. I don't want you to have any. I know. But if I don't go, you will all be in danger. The sea is the most dangerous now. I have a system that can help me monitor the surrounding situation and reduce a lot of our dangers. Chu Machin didn't say anything else, thinking carefully about Xiaomi's words. Finally nodded. Xiaomi smiled. Okay. Now the most important thing for us is to find things. I want to upgrade the system to level 3. I may take away all the good things in Kyoto. Chu Machin smiled. It's okay. Let's go now. No. Xiaoxi and I will go. You go your own way. Xiaoxi will lead me very fast. Let's talk about the time and place. And meet then. Okay. Let me see. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he began to study the map. Finally, they agreed to meet at the Shincher Gymnasium at 12 o'clock in the evening. Xiaomi thought it was okay. She had been there before when she participated in an event and thought it was a suitable place. After the agreement, the two went down. Chapter 186, Making a Fortune. Chu Meng. I leave this to you. Captain Kong. Take care of everyone. Kong Mingliang nodded. Although he wanted to go, he knew that not everyone could go. After all, the current situation was very bad. If they all left, the people here would be finished if they were in danger. Zhang Chao actually had a hunch that he would definitely stay. But Shen Wentao didn't expect that he would be left behind. So after Xiaomi and Chu Machin came down, Shen Wentao told Chu Machin again that he wanted to go with him. Oh, third. You are a space power user. With you here, many things can be protected. You, me and Chi-Chi. One of you must stay. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Shen Wentao knew that he had to stay. So he didn't say anything else. Huiningshuan and Ouyang Qi also slipped down. Huiningshuan was left behind because of her martial arts value. And Ouyang Qi was left behind because everyone needed to eat vegetables. Xiaomi and the others also had vegetables in Xiaomi and Chu Machin's space. So they were not short of them. After comprehensive consideration, the candidates who stayed were determined. For old people, Chu Meng mother and daughter, plus Kong Mingliang and Zhang Chao, Huiningshuan and Ouyang Qi. As for Chu Tingsu, he should have stayed, but Chu Tingsu insisted on going, and Chu Machin thought it was a good opportunity to exercise. So he took him with him. Chu Machin took Shen Yun, Chen Chen, Huang Yuxiang, Chu Tingsu and Chang Kue to leave first, while Xiaomi, Gu Haoyu and Hui Yin went to find those valuable things first. After the 9 people left, everyone in the manor felt deserted. Little Siyue sat on the sofa, nestled in Chu Meng's arms, and the whole person was listless. Little Siyue, come on. Uncle will take you to fly. As soon as Zhang Chao finished speaking, Kong Mingliang gave him a knife in the eye. Forget it now. First, it's too cold outside. And second, it's not suitable to appear in other people's sight now. Zhang Chao just thought of it, and immediately felt guilty, and dared not speak again. Fortunately, Xiao Siyue was very sensible, and did not insist on going out just because she heard what Zhang Chao said. She still nestled in Chu Meng's arms obediently. Zhang Chao. Let's go! Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu came down from the upstairs, and called Zhang Chao to go with them. They went with Hui Yin. Zhang Chao sent Hui Yin first. And when they gathered, Zhang Chao came back by himself. The main reason was that Xiaomi needed Hui Yin to move the zombies away. The four flew towards the most prosperous shopping mall in Kyoto. After landing on the roof of the mall, Xiaomi began to observe the situation nearby, and Zhang Chao put Hui Yin below. Hui Yin began to control the zombies in the building. In 20 minutes, all the zombies inside came out. Xiaomi, Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao went downstairs. And after that, Xiaomi quickly ran towards the luxury goods store inside. Now the only thing she could take was jewelry and gold. As for the others, they were meaningless. So after Xiaomi went in, she went straight to the gold shops on the first floor. These shops had been looted once after the end of the world. But Xiaomi didn't want these things. Instead, she wanted the gold bars in their safe. So after entering, Xiaomi, under Hao Hao's guidance, searched quickly. Take away all the things that can be exchanged for points. In 40 minutes, Xiaomi had collected everything here. Then the four of them left again. Gu Haoyu took Xiaomi and flew for a while. Gu Haoyu asked curiously, Sister Qiao. In fact, the villa areas should have the most things now. There are no treasures in these places. I know. But the nature is different. The security in the villa areas is very good. Most people are not infected with the zombie virus. They also have certain security capabilities. And many people even stock up a lot of supplies. Gu Haoyu understood. It can only be said that Xiaomi's idea is really a bit strange. Then he said carefully, then let's go to those villas where no one is. I think it's okay. Let's take a gamble. I listen to you. Xiaomi was also tempted. Mainly because there is really no such thing with particularly high value outside. Now she really needs a rare thing to exchange for some points. But these things are in the hands of some rich people. Even if she wants to get it, it's not that easy. After sweeping all the shopping malls, gold shops, jewelry stores, and bank vaults in Kyoto, she still lacks hundreds of thousands of points. Xiaomi could only go with Gu Haoyu. So they didn't let Hui Yin and Zhang Chao go. The main reason was that they didn't know what was going on there. If there were powerful psychics, Hui Yin would be in danger. The two rushed to the community where the Shin family was before. Gu Haoyu remembered that several families there had some collections. So he took Xiaomi to go shopping. After the two arrived, Xiaomi found that there were many people in each family in this community. I'm afraid this is now a temporary residence for these people. What do you say? It's okay. Wait. I find some good stuff in the space. After that, Xiaomi went to find Hao Hao. Hao Hao, do you see if there are any drugs in my things? Yes. Host. It's a strong drug. There are 10 bottles. Okay. Give me 2 bottles first. Since her rebirth, Xiaomi thanked the main system for the first time. Took 2 bottles of drugs and handed one to Gu Haoyu. I go in first later. If someone comes, just open it. As long as the person smells it, he will faint in 2 seconds. Sister Qiao, you are so amazing. You have everything. Okay. You go in. I go to the roof and wait for you later. Xiaomi thought about it. Felt it was okay. And nodded. After making arrangements, Gu Haoyu took Xiaomi down. And after putting Xiaomi down, he went up again. Xiaomi opened the bottle after entering. Seeing everyone fainted on Hao Hao's monitor, Xiaomi followed Hao Hao's instructions to find those things. When they arrived in the basement, Xiaomi looked at those things and raised her lips. These people are really rich. They have so many good things. After saying that, she waved her hand to put all the things in, and then went to their room upstairs to take away all the things in the safe. Following the same method, Xiaomi took away all the things in the entire community in an hour. After that, the people in the entire community were terrified every day, afraid that someone would take away all the things without their knowledge. For a long time, everyone dared not sleep even when they were sleeping. As soon as there was a slight noise, they got up quickly. On Chumachen's side, they drove 2 cars. The front one was a modified heavy truck driven by Chumochen. The back one was a motorhome. The 2 cars sped on the road. Wherever the heavy truck in front went, all the zombies were either hit to death or directly hit away by the maces on both sides. It was quite smooth along the way. At this time, Wan Ning, the previous foresight expert, was being secretly sent to Haishur by 10 people. The whole car was wrapped tightly, and there were electric baffles all around, which would come out when encountering zombies. Directly push the zombies away. Chapter 187 System Upgrade. Xiaomi didn't accumulate enough points to upgrade Hao Hao to level 3 until 4 p.m. But in order to prevent any accidents later, she still had to continue to earn points. Looking at the sleeping Hao Hao, Xiaomi could only pause. After taking out the car from the space, the 4 people got in the car, and Xiaomi took out some food. Eat first. As for the rest, we talk about it later. Hui Yan didn't need to eat, so only the 3 of them ate. And Hui Yan controlled the nearby zombies, formed a protective shield around their car. Zombies wouldn't come, and those superpowers or survivors wouldn't come. After the 3 of them finished eating, Xiaomi still couldn't contact Hao Hao. Without Hao Hao, she didn't dare to go out, so she could only wait here. Take a break. I need to recover my superpowers. Zhang Chao and Gu Haoyu didn't doubt it at all, so Xiaomi began to close her eyes and rest. 3 hours later, Xiaomi heard a crackling sound of electricity in her head, followed by Hao Hao's voice. Host, I've finished upgrading. Uh-huh. Host, come and draw. Then 3 lucky bags appeared in front of Xiaomi. Choose one at random. Can you sense what's inside? Host, you're cheating. But it doesn't matter, because you're kind and beautiful. Uh-huh. The one in the middle will be the best. Xiaomi smiled, and felt that Hao Hao seemed to be more humane after this upgrade. Why do I feel that you're much more obedient now? Ahem. Host, I'd be shy if you say that. Oh ha ha ha. Xiaomi's face was full of black lines. Okay. Open it. We still have to continue to find something. Okay. Host, I open it for you now. Xiaomi looked at the small box that appeared after opening it, and didn't understand why. Open it, and take a look. After Hao Hao opened the box, Xiaomi saw a black pill inside. What is this? Congratulations to the host for getting a pill for rebirth. What is it? What does it mean? Xiaomi was completely confused, not knowing what it was. Based on the literal meaning, she could guess that it was a healing pill, but she didn't know the specific effect. Host, at the moment of death, after taking it, you can recover quickly, and all the hidden diseases in your body will be cured. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. This thing is still interesting. Very satisfied. Not bad. What new functions did you open after upgrading? I can now monitor everything within a kilometer radius, and the host can enjoy a 20% discount when exchanging things in the future. My mall is now more comprehensive, with a lot of things. Host, take a look. After that, Hao Hao opened all the item pages. Xiaomi quickly glanced at it, and had a general understanding. Not bad. Okay. Now let's find something else. After that, Bai Nian opened his eyes, and woke up Gu Haoyu beside him. Shall see. Wake up. We are leaving. Gu Haoyu rubbed his eyes, and slowly opened them. Okay. Sister Chiao. Are we all leaving, or just the 2 of us? Let's all go. Fly slowly along the way. I see if there are any places to loot, especially some well-secured warehouses or something. Gu Haoyu was excited and liked this feeling very much. While the 2 were talking, Zhang Chao also woke up. But Hui Yan never slept. After all, he is a zombie now, and doesn't need to sleep. After the 4 got off the car, Xiaomi put the car into the space. And then, the 4 left. Hao Hao used his treasure hunting ability to the fullest along the way. And finally, after nearly an hour, Hao Hao suddenly screamed. Ah, host! Go down. Go down quickly. Xiaomi hurriedly said to Gu Haoyu, Shall see. Go down. Okay. Sister Chiao. After the 2 went down, Zhang Chao and Hui Yan also went down quickly. After landing, Xiaomi realized that this was a cemetery. She hugged her arms tightly. Hao Hao. What's going on? Host. Look for yourself. It's right here. Xiaomi looked at the location icon on Hao Hao's monitor and felt terrible. She could only follow the instructions on it and walk towards the tombstone. This is Sister Chiao. It's not what I thought. Right? Someone hid the treasure inside the tombstone. Go and see. My treasure hunter usually won't have any problems. After saying that, Xiaomi quickly contacted Hao Hao. Hao Hao. Where is it? Underground or inside the tombstone? According to my detection, it should be under the tombstone. Xiaomi was speechless. She stepped forward to pry open the tombstone. Fortunately, she was strong now, and prying these things open was like playing. After prying it open, Xiaomi saw a layer of plastic film, and through the plastic film, she could see the gold underneath. After opening it, she saw that it was all gold. There were 20 in a row, a total of 8 rows, neatly arranged. Xiaomi picked up a piece and found that it weighed at least 2 kilograms. Then she saw that there was still more underneath. She took out 4 rows in a row before she saw the bottom. Oh my god. Whose house is this? It's really awesome to put so much here. Xiaomi curled her lips. Now it's all ours. As she spoke, Xiaomi put all the gold into the space. After putting it away, Xiaomi saw a wooden box underneath. After opening it, Xiaomi was stunned. It was full of diamonds, and each diamond was at least 10 carats. At least hundreds of them. Okay. This guy seems to have taken a lot of money. Interesting. After saying that, Xiaomi took all of it away. Not embarrassed at all. And even began to feel fortunate that she upgraded Hao today. It's okay. But I don't know who this person is. Otherwise, I really want to deal with him. Gu Haoyu looked ugly, looking at the tombstone in front of him with hatred. Xiaomi patted Gu Haoyu's shoulder. Anyway, it's ours now. Okay. Let's go. After saying that, Xiaomi turned around and waited for Gu Haoyu to take her flying. Gu Haoyu smiled and approached Xiaomi and said, Sister Qiao, can you still find some? Let's find some more. We have to go. Otherwise we won't be able to get there tomorrow. Let's look for them on the way. Gu Haoyu also knew that business was important, so he didn't insist anymore, but just asked Xiaomi to be more careful on the way, and he would slow down a bit. Xiaomi looked at Gu Haoyu's appearance and rolled her eyes directly, but she still did as he said and asked Hao to pay close attention to the surrounding situation. If there were any of them going down again, a lot of them were really discovered. It was already past 5 in the morning when they arrived at Haisher. Chapter 188 Reunion. They shouldn't have come yet. Gu Haoyu looked around and said to everyone. Xiaomi nodded. Yes. They shouldn't have come. Zhang Chao. You should go back now. It's a little safer at night. Okay. Sister Qiao. Be careful. I'm leaving. Zhang Chao left after he finished speaking. Gu Haoyu and Xiaomi went in to find a suitable place, while Huiyin controlled all the zombies around to one place. The entire gymnasium was made into a temporary shelter, just waiting for Chu Machin and his team to come. After Chu Machin met up with Wan Ning, a group of 3 cars drove towards Haisher. But this time Chu Machin's car did not lead the way, but was at the end, with Wan Ning and his team's car in front. After all, it was a high-tech modification, so it was more durable than Chu Machin's car. But when they encountered a blocked road, they could only take a detour, and they took the wrong way several times. So the journey that was supposed to take 7 or 8 hours took them 2 days. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that they entered Haisher. It was already night when they arrived at the gymnasium. Xiaomi knew it when their car just appeared. Huiyin, control the zombies to the back. Their car is coming. There are outsiders. After hearing Xiaomi's words, Huiyin quickly controlled the zombies to the back of the gymnasium. Even if these zombies were to be dealt with, it was not now. After all, these zombies are now their umbrella of protection. Therefore, when Chu Machin and the others arrived, they found that there was not a single zombie here. Those people were very surprised. There are no zombies here. Yeah. Where are the zombies here? I thought there would be a lot of zombies here, but there is not even one. That's right. Weird. Who cares? No zombies is the best. Finally I can take a break. As soon as the man's voice fell, the middle-aged man in front of him said in a bad tone, No zombies is good? Where is your vigilance? After that, the man no longer paid attention to everyone, but prepared to get off the car and discuss the action with Chu Machin later. He always felt that this place was not simple. How could there not be a single zombie? It was obviously abnormal. After going down, he went straight to Chu Machin's car. Captain Chu, the situation here is unclear. Shall we explore first? No. Our people have arrived, and this place has been cleaned up. After hearing Chu Machin's words, the man relaxed, and his previous nervous expression was relieved. That's fine. That's fine. I thought there was something incredible here. They had encountered this situation when they were doing tasks before, because there were many big guys inside, and those things ate all the zombies around. Therefore, when they encountered it again, the man was very flustered. Chu Machin's words undoubtedly let the man heart go, and he was not as nervous as before. As soon as the group arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium, Xiaomi and the others came out. When Chu Machin saw Xiaomi, the smile on his face blinded everyone's eyes, especially the middle-aged man who had known Chu Machin for a long time. The man looked at Chu Machin in disbelief, then looked at Xiaomi, and his eyes kept switching between the two. Then he saw a scene that made him drop his jaw. Chu Machin stepped forward and took the girl's hand obediently. His face was full of smiles. Chi-Chi, how was the journey? Only Qiaomi and her friends knew that Chu Machin was asking Qiaomi how she had gained along the way, and whether she was satisfied. Qiaomi nodded. Not bad. I didn't meet any blind people. How about you? Very good. Let me introduce you. These people are escorting the precognitive supernatural Wan Ning. That is the Wan Ning I told you about. Wan Ning, who was mentioned by Chu Machin, stepped forward, smiling and extending his hand. Hello, Wan Ning. I know you. Qiaomi? Qiaomi nodded and stretched out her hand to shake Wan Ning's hand. But she didn't expect that when Qiaomi shook Wan Ning's hand. Wan Ning's eyes widened, and then looked at Qiaomi with a puzzled look on her face. Why? Why can't I see your future clearly? I can't predict it. Wan Ning is now completely confused. She can't figure out why she can't see anything. This has never happened before. But Qiaomi probably guessed why. It should be because of her rebirth. So she can't see through it. No. When she was with Chu Machin, she could see through it. That's the system. After knowing this, Qiaomi's heart was a little uneasy. She didn't know if Wan Ning could predict Hao Hao's existence. If she could predict it, she really had to consider whether to keep this person. Perhaps because she felt Qiaomi's murderous intention. Wan Ning began to get nervous and hid behind involuntarily. When seeing the middle-aged man preparing to step forward, Chu Machin hurried forward. Chi-Chi, Wan Ning, let's talk alone. After saying that, she gave the middle-aged man a reassuring look. She pulled Qiaomi towards the gymnasium. Wan Ning naturally followed directly. She was very curious about why Qiaomi could not predict it. She thought that she would get the answer if she followed. But what she didn't expect was that Qiaomi would never tell her these things. After entering, the middle-aged man wanted to watch at the door. But he was blocked by Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu was wearing that equipment at this time. So it was still very bluffing. And no one came forward again, waiting for them to come out. After entering, Chu Machin first walked to the side with Qiaomi. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Did she hurt you? Chu Machin thought very clearly at this time. Even if it was the person he had to protect above. As long as he dared to hurt Qiaomi, he would not keep him. Qiaomi shook her head and comforted Chu Machin. No. She just said that she couldn't predict my future. And I was afraid that she knew the existence of the system. I know. So let's deal with it now. That's not necessary. But I don't know how strong her ability is. So she shouldn't know. I ask Hao. Hao, will the predictor be able to sense your existence? Host, don't worry. No one in this world can sense me except you. Qiaomi was relieved after getting Hao's answer. Okay. I know. Chu Machin saw Qiaomi's smiling face and guessed that nothing should happen. But they called Wan Ning in. And they must have said something. Otherwise Wan Ning and those people would definitely be suspicious. Wan Ning, you couldn't see Chi-Chi's future just now? Why? Wan Ning shook his head. I don't know. I'm also curious. It shouldn't be. But when I look at you, I can see some fragments of Qiaomi. But when I look at Qiaomi, I can't see anything. After listening to Wan Ning's words, Qiaomi is now basically certain that it is the system's fault. Wan Ning, right? If you look at Chu Machin again, will you still see me die at sea? After hearing Qiaomi's words, Wan Ning looked at Chu Machin. His eyes gradually became gray. And then Wan Ning became sluggish. Chu Machin had seen Wan Ning's prediction before, and knew that Wan Ning was predicting. Not in a hurry. Standing there with Qiaomi waiting for Wan Ning to wake up. Chapter 189 Negotiating Conditions. Wan Ning opened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Why? How could it be a scene where you two get married together? This sentence made Qiaomi blush. Even her ears turned red. Chu Machin was more excited, which meant that the ending for the two of them was good. Really? Chi-Chi, you heard it. We will get married. Chu Machin said it very firmly. After listening to Wan Ning's words before, he was very nervous. So after receiving the rescue mission, Chu Machin decisively refused Qiaomi to follow him when he heard that he had to go to the sea. But he didn't expect that he would be able to go back safely now. Thinking of what Qiaomi said before about upgrading the system, Chu Machin probably guessed it. It should be because of the system upgrade. Wan Ning looked at the two of them and was very envious. She was just an ordinary office worker, and she didn't expect to awaken the ability to predict. After awakening, She found the country. After that, she was locked up in the laboratory. Wan Ning, who has been single for 27 years, said that she felt a sore tooth when she saw the sweetness between the two. Ahem. You guys continue. I'm going out first. After Wan Ning finished speaking, she was about to go out, and Xiaomi hurriedly said, let's go out together. It was really because Chu Machen's eyes looking at her just now were too hot, and she couldn't accept it for a while. She could only go out with Wan Ning. After the two walked together, Wan Ning whispered, Princess, can you give me an autograph? I've been your fan for 7 years. Xiaomi looked at Wan Ning in surprise. This princess title was given to her by everyone when she just debuted, but she didn't call her that anymore later. At that time, it was because she wore a princess dress during the performance. It was very different from her previous style, so it gave fans a big surprise. After that, for a long time, her fans called her princess when they saw her. Are you my fan? Xiaomi pointed at herself in disbelief. Wan Ning smiled embarrassedly. Well, after your group disbanded, I stopped following you, but I watched every game you played. Xiaomi smiled. She didn't expect Wan Ning to be a fan before. Chu Machen smiled happily on the side. No matter what, he would welcome anyone who was good to Xiaomi. After the three of them left, the middle-aged man saw that they had a good atmosphere and couldn't help but be curious. He walked forward. Wan Ning, how about it? Can it be used as a temporary residence? Sure, Captain AI. Seeing Wan Ning said yes, he was relieved. Chu Machen sneered. AI Xinhai, you think too much. I said I would guarantee her safety. AI Xinhai smiled awkwardly, looked at Chu Machen, and said nothing. The group then walked inside. After entering, the space ability user on AI Xinhai's side took out the tent from the space. Xiaomi had already set up the tent. After all, they knew how many people they had. So after resting today, they set up everything here. Therefore, Chu Machen and his team simply said a few words to AI Xinhai and went to their tent. After 2 days of traveling, everyone was exhausted. After entering the tent, they were instantly excited when they saw the food prepared by Xiaomi. After eating, they went to the RV to wash up. Xiaomi and Chu Machen chatted with AI Xinhai before taking action. AI Xinhai was shocked that Xiaomi came over, but he didn't say much and took out the map. Captain Chu, this time we are rescuing our thousands of scientific researchers. But now they are trapped in the high seas. We need to get there within a week. Xiaomi looked at the map, thinking. Chu Machen asked, are these people sent out before? Only our people? It's not clear at the moment. But I just received the news from there. Xiaomi took a look, and it was indeed dangerous. Even Xiaomi could imagine the dangers that might be encountered later. After all, there are many dangerous things in the sea. And if they are infected with the zombie virus, they will be even more terrifying after mutation. Especially those ocean overlords. Is my ship ready now? After Xiaomi asked. Chu Machen also looked at AI Xinhai. AI Xinhai shook his head. It's still being renovated. Several of their submarine detectors disappeared before, so we decided to reinforce it again. It's best to wrap the entire ship, just like a detector, and the materials around it should be the best. After Xiaomi finished speaking, AI Xinhai hesitated. What's the problem? AI Xinhai looked at Chu Machen and said carefully, time. Then leave later. At least we have to ensure our own safety. No one can guarantee what the situation is at sea. What Chu Machen didn't say was that since they could send out a distress signal, it proved that it was safe there now. At least it means they should be on an island. After they go to sea, they have to travel a long distance, especially to pick up people later. So they must ensure the safety factor of the ship is very high. Report to the superiors. And remember to say that we will board the ship after we have tested the safety of the ship. After Chu Machen finished speaking, he motioned Xiaomi to leave. Xiaomi nodded, stood up, and then said, I can provide the materials, but they require gold in exchange. If you can get enough gold, it's okay. Hearing Xiaomi's words, AI Xinhai's face was full of sorrow. These were not his decisions. I will give you an answer tomorrow morning. Xiaomi didn't plan to give an answer today, nodded, and left with Chu Machen. After going out, Chu Machen frowned. Chi-Chi, you shouldn't have said to provide materials just now. Try not to take out the things in your system. It's okay. I'm sure. Besides, now Hao has upgraded. I can now monitor all places within 1 kilometer. I can guarantee my own safety. Don't worry. Even if Xiaomi said so, Chu Machin was still worried. Finally, under Xiaomi's constant assurance, Chu Machin didn't say anything else. Early the next morning, AI Shanghai brought news that they needed to see what materials Xiaomi could provide before deciding whether to change. Xiaomi changed a 3-meter by 3-meter board. And AI Shanghai organized people to take this unknown material board to the beach. As for the result, Xiaomi didn't need to wait at all. She knew they would definitely agree. After AI Shanghai left, Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu also left. The two went to Taobao again. Chapter 190 Departure. Sister Qiao. In front, Gu Haoyu took Xiaomi to fly towards a tall building. Xiaomi looked at Hao's mark. Yes. Xiaomi building. You land directly on the ground. Let's go to the basement to take a look. Okay. We are landing now. Sister Qiao. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he slowly landed down. They specially chose a place with few zombies. And after landing, they began to clean up the zombies in front of them. In order to prevent them from being surrounded by zombies, Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu moved quickly. After quickly dealing with the zombies outside, under Hao's command, Xiaomi took Gu Haoyu to find a road with the least zombies. After arriving at the place, Xiaomi realized that this was actually a processing room of a gold brand. It is conceivable how much gold there is here. The two even found a brick-sized gold brick. After Xiaomi put everything into the space, he took Gu Haoyu away. Sister Qiao, why do you only want gold? In fact, Gu Haoyu wanted to ask this before, but he never had the chance. He was really curious why Xiaomi only took gold. Xiaomi didn't even look at those expensive bags and equipment. My space needs gold to upgrade. But you must not tell anyone. Only your brother and I know. Keep it secret. Gu Haoyu felt that he was trusted by Xiaomi, and his eyes were red with excitement. Sister Qiao, I swear, even if I have to exchange my life, I won't tell. Xiaomi smiled, looked at Gu Haoyu's serious look, patted Gu Haoyu's shoulder. Relax. Just don't tell anyone. Gu Haoyu touched his head embarrassedly and followed Xiaomi out. The two of them swept the surrounding 10 kilometers before going back. After returning, AI Shanghai had already returned. And the news he brought back was that they needed to test the materials provided by Kenshimi. A detailed reply will be given when the test data comes out. But what AI Shanghai didn't say was that they had already started to collect all the gold. Prepare to exchange materials with Xiaomi. After just a few simple tests, they already knew that they couldn't make these things. So they could only exchange with Xiaomi. After all, they couldn't even measure the material inside. How, interstellar materials. There's no way you can measure them. Xiaomi knew that they would definitely exchange with her, so she didn't care about it. After AI Shanghai finished speaking, they went out again. Chu Machin and the others went to clean up the zombies. Wan Ning looked at their backs, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. It would be great if I could go out. AI Shanghai didn't say anything. He just dodged his eyes for a moment, and still felt a little guilty in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. After all, their first priority was to ensure Wan Ning's safety. He naturally didn't have the courage to let people go. Miss Wan, how about you walk around? Wan Ning shook her head. No. There's nothing to see around. Forget it. If there wasn't nothing around the gymnasium, Wan Ning would really want to go out for a walk. But there were nothing to see except buildings around here. After Wan Ning left, AI Shanghai sighed and said nothing. Here, Chu Machin led everyone to deal with all the zombies controlled by Hui Hian and dug out the crystal cores. Then they went back to upgrade. At this time, in Kyoto, Tan Lin was out cleaning up the zombies with Kong Mingliang and Wen Ningxuan. Kong Mingliang had been around Tan Lin. One because he was worried, and the other because he really admired Tan Lin after knowing Tan Lin passed. So he had been protecting Tan Lin. Now the superpower zombies have evolved to the first level, and even a small number of second-level zombies have appeared. These zombies are simply not something that an ordinary person like Tan Lin can deal with. If it weren't for Kong Mingliang's protection, I'm afraid Tan Lin would have turned into a zombie now. Therefore, they only moved around in places with fewer zombies, mainly to improve Tan Lin combat effectiveness. After all, there are not many combat forces available here now. The reason why Tan Lin followed him out was because he didn't want to drag down his daughter. He wanted to help Xiaomi. At least, he wouldn't need others to protect him in the future. 2 days later, AI Shanghai brought news that they exchanged 3 boxes of gold for Xiaomi materials. I take a look at the things first. I can't decide now. Okay. Seeing that he answered quickly, Xiaomi thought it shouldn't be too little. But she would definitely say it after seeing it. Qin decided not to let herself lose. It's better to make some money. When she saw it, Xiaomi was satisfied. Not bad. After that, she exchanged a ton of reinforcement plates with Hao Hao, which was just enough to reinforce the entire ship. After seeing the things, AI Xinhai quickly called everyone to take the things away. After all, they only had 4 days left before the stipulated time. In addition, they didn't know the situation at sea, so they needed to go to sea as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected situation. After 3 days and 3 nights of rush work, they finally completed the transformation of the ship when the time was approaching. Early in the morning, AI Xinhai led everyone to the beach. As soon as they arrived at the beach, they saw a tightly surrounded ship. The ship was not very big, mainly because they didn't have too much time to reinforce a large ship, so they could only reinforce a medium-sized ship. The hull was 100 meters long and 20 meters high, and it was surrounded by reinforcement plates that Xiaomi exchanged from the space. The 8-meter reinforcement plates on the top can be folded up. It's just that the top is not sealed, because they really don't have time. Just reinforcing these is already very rushed. They just finished early this morning, and just after the test, AI Xinhai brought everyone here. Xiaomi directly asked Hao Hao to check the entire ship. Host. Very good. Very safe. After saying that, Hao Hao silently said in his heart, it's not as good as my mall, but it can't be exchanged now. Momo. It's okay. It's safe. We can get on the boat. Okay. After talking to Xiaomi, Chu Machin went forward to talk to AI Xinhai and the others. Decide who will get on the boat. After all, they are going to pick someone up. So they definitely can't have too many people. But they can't have too few either. After all, they don't know what the situation will be at sea. After deciding, they got on the boat and left. We don't know what we will encounter later. So everyone should rest now. And there shouldn't be anything wrong for now. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin nodded. You go down and rest. And I guess you won't be able to sleep later. After speaking, everyone left and went to rest. Chapter 191 Big Octopus. An hour later, Xiaomi stood up suddenly. Momo. Here we are. Let's go up first. I'm afraid we have to deal with it. You and Xiaoxi go up. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin hurried to the deck, and Xiaomi went to press the assembly bell. Hao Hao. Can you see the situation of that big guy clearly now? No. The host should be a mutated octopus. It's really big. I can only see a few of its tentacles now. Xiaomi frowned. What she was most afraid of was the octopus. The others were all collisions. But the octopus could directly overturn the entire ship with its tentacles. Besides the tentacles, can you see anything else? No. It has been following the ship and has not come up. Just at this time, Gu Hao you came. And Xiaomi had an idea. Hao Hao. Exchange me a set of equipment that can be used in the sea. I need the kind that can withstand the attacks of these monsters. After hearing this, Hao Hao hurried to the mall to look for it. After seeing the points, Hao Hao fell silent. Host. You need 1 million points. But it can only guarantee that you will not be affected by the low pressure on the seabed. And even if you can't swim, you can go down. Xiaomi thought about it, and then looked at her current points, which were only hundreds of thousands, and gave up. Forget it. You help me keep an eye on the surroundings of the ship. After that, she walked towards the deck. Momo. How long will it take to get there? Chu Machin looked at the place where the distress signal was sent, and then looked at the map, and said, it should be at least 5 hours. And this is us going at full speed. Xiaomi frowned. The time is too long. She can't guarantee it. Now she is worried that this octopus will attract companions. And then, they will be in real danger. We must get rid of the big octopus below now. Otherwise, if there are more, we may really sink the ship. Chu Machin naturally knew this. Xiaoxi and I will go down directly. You pay attention to the situation above. First, check if your superpowers can be used underwater. If they can, use them directly. We don't have time to deal with these things. Well, I know. Don't worry. After that, Chu Machin and Gu Hao Yu left. Xiaomi was worried and asked Hao Hao to keep an eye on their positions. At this time, AI Xinhai and the others stood aside, staring at the sea, with a puzzled look on their faces. Well, Miss Qiao. Our ship did not sound an alarm. Isn't it a bit reckless for you to go down like this? Without waiting for Xiaomi to speak, Chin Chin on the side said directly, we have our own detectors. We have just detected danger below. As for what it is, it must be our captain who will know after seeing it. We are not sure either. Chin Chin knew that Xiaomi had her own secrets and did not want others to know. So he took the responsibility. After hearing Chin Chin's words, AI Xinhai did not say anything else. There was just some confusion on his face, curious about what they had detected. After Chu Machin and Gu Haoyu went down, Chu Machin first tried his ability on the small fish, and then swam towards the bottom of the sea after seeing that it worked. Xiaomi breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene on the monitor. Chu Machin and Gu Haoyu swam quickly towards the bottom of the sea, but it was actually Gu Haoyu who led Chu Machin. After all, no matter how strong Chu Machin's ability was, he couldn't go down quickly, and their boat couldn't stop. After all, this big guy had been following their boat. If their speed slowed down, it was very likely that this guy would go up. That would be really hanging. When he went down to 500 meters, Chu Machin's face gradually became ugly. In order not to worry Xiaomi, Chu Machin endured his discomfort and didn't react at all. But Xiaomi still knew from his expression that his current situation was not very good, and she couldn't stop worrying. Gu Haoyu knew that the air pressure below was very low, so he made a gesture and asked Chu Machin if he could hold on. After Chu Machin nodded, he swam down faster. After all, it was okay for a short time, but it would be unbearable to experience the pressure of seawater for a long time. When they reached 800 meters underwater, they saw the tentacles of the big octopus. Chu Machin was almost certain that this was an octopus king. The tentacles were at least 1 meter thick at the root and at least 100 meters long. When the tentacles were waving, the small fish and shrimps were directly slapped under them. Chu Machin and Gu Haoyu looked at this big guy at close range, and their eyes changed. Boss, I go first? Attack together and find its head first. The two gestured. After the fight, Gu Haoyu took Chu Machin to continue diving down. But when they saw the octopus's head, the octopus also saw them and swung its tentacles directly, trying to roll them up. Chu Machin hurriedly pushed Gu Haoyu away. Then he attacked the octopus's head. After all, it was so huge that Chu Machin attack only injured half of the octopus's head. Gu Haoyu also attacked the octopus at this time. A laser went down and directly blew up the two tentacles of the octopus. Only then did Xiaomi see the appearance of the octopus. Seeing the scarlet in the octopus's eyes, Xiaomi knew that the octopus was angry. He couldn't help but start to worry. But now they couldn't contact each other, and Xiaomi couldn't remind them, until he saw Chu Machin launch a second attack. The huge black ball attacked the octopus, and the octopus disappeared in an instant. Only a few tentacles fell into the sea. Chu Machin wanted to chase him again, but the pressure from the bottom of the sea and the two superpowers, his body no longer allowed him to go down. He even began to feel dizzy. After the attack, Gu Haoyu quickly rushed towards Chu Machin. But before he could get down, Chu Machin's body had already slowly sunk down. Xiaomi saw this and began to tremble, biting the back of her hand tightly, her eyes fixed on the screen. She kept praying in her heart that Gu Haoyu could be faster. At this time, Chu Machin's oxygen was basically used up. But Chu Machin and Gu Haoyu didn't know. Gu Haoyu put himself at the fastest speed, and just after catching Chu Machin, he saw Chu Machin's face was pale. He didn't care about the tentacles below, and took Chu Machin up. 5 minutes later, they finally caught up with their ship. Xiaomi and the others were already waiting on the deck. When they saw the two people surfaced, Xiaomi, Chen Chen and Chan Kui quickly pulled Chu Machin up. After taking off Chu Machin's diving suit, Shen Yun began to treat him. AI Xinhai hurriedly arranged for the doctor on the ship to check on Chu Machin. It's caused by lack of oxygen. After the doctor finished speaking, he quickly gave Chu Machin oxygen. Only Xiaomi knew that Chu Machin fainted because of his ability. After Gu Haoyu took off his equipment, he hurried to see Chu Machin's condition. Sister Qiao, the boss was attacked by a giant octopus. How is he now? Gu Haoyu said this to tell them the reason why Chu Machin fainted. After all, he saw Chu Machin using his ability when he attacked. Very strong. Very evil. It was almost beyond his imagination. Chapter 192 Treasure Hunt. Shen Chen, take your captain in. Sister Yun, continue the treatment. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she walked towards AI Xinhai. Miss Qiao, what are you going to say? For some reason, when AI Shinhai looked at Xiaomi, he felt like his head was about to move. Xiaomi said solemnly, "We must speed up now." "How much can the ship speed up now?" AI Shinhai breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and Wan Ning beside him laughed. She was not worried. She had predicted before that their danger would be on the return journey, so she knew that Chu Mochen would be fine this time. AI Shinhai was different. When he saw Chu Mochen unconscious, he secretly glanced at Xiaomi, but the murderous intent in Xiaomi's eyes was too obvious. So much so that he couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. He thought Xiaomi was blaming him. So when Xiaomi came over, he was very flustered. He was afraid that Xiaomi would have the opportunity to attack him. Fortunately, in the end, he was just asked to speed up. "It's okay to speed up now, but I'm worried that it won't be able to bear the high-speed operation," the crew member on the side explained. Xiaomi frowned. She had some experience with this before, and knew that it was indeed possible that it couldn't bear the load. But the actions of Chu Mochen and Gu Haoyu just now would definitely attract the attention of the big guys on the seabed. And they must leave this sea area quickly. Speed up. Speed up if you can bear the load. After Xiaomi finished speaking, the crew looked at AI Shinhai. AI Shinhai frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Listen to Miss Xiao. Speed up. But if you find that you can't bear the load, slow down in advance. And everyone should concentrate from now on." "Yes." After the crew finished speaking, he went to notify. AI Shinhai looked at Xiaomi who was about to leave. "Miss Xiao. Wait a moment. I want to ask what you saw." "Wait a moment." After speaking, Xiaomi turned and went to the room below. After all, they still had to pretend. So Xiaomi asked how to copy the video while walking. After entering, Xiaomi calmed down her emotions. And only after calming down did she take the video out. AI Shinhai saw the big octopus on it, and his eyes were full of shock. He looked at Xiaomi in disbelief. Then, "Now, it has been solved? How many years has such a big octopus grown?" Xiaomi was speechless. Did this big brother focus on the wrong point? In order to avoid the movement just now to alarm other big guys. "We must leave the sea area as soon as possible. So next, please keep an eye on it." After Xiaomi finished speaking, AI Shinhai nodded hurriedly. "Leave it to me. Leave it to me." After speaking, he returned the tablet to Xiaomi and left. But the back was very flustered. But Xiaomi no longer had time to pay attention, and turned to see Chu Mochen's situation. When Xiaomi arrived at Chu Mochen's room, Shen Yun was still treating him. "Sister Yun, it's okay. The rest is for him to recover slowly." Shen Yun stopped only after Xiaomi finished speaking, and Chu Mochen's face had eased a little. At least not as pale as before. Gu Haoyu blamed himself and said, "Sister Qiao, it's my mistake. If I could avoid it, the boss wouldn't have exposed himself to save me. It's not your problem. Okay. Go and rest quickly. You continue to absorb crystal cores and improve your level. The real danger has not come yet." After Xiaomi finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces became serious. Seeing that Chu Mochen was indeed fine, they left one after another. Only Chu Tingsu was still sitting next to him. Xiaomi waved to Chu Tingsu and asked him to sit next to her. Chu Tingsu sat next to Xiaomi with red eyes. "Sister Chichi, Uncle has been injured all the time. He doesn't listen. Woo-woo." Xiaomi knew that Chu Tingsu was really scared. When he saw Chu Mochen fainted before, the little guy had been clenching his fists tightly. Now that everyone had left, he revealed his worries. "Uncle is fine. He just fell asleep because his superpowers were exhausted. He will be fine soon after a rest." "Really? I swear." Chu Tingsu pouted. "Don't swear. Sister Chichi. I will become stronger and stronger in the future and protect you and Uncle." Xiaomi smiled and touched the little guy's head. "I know you will. But Shushu, Uncle fell asleep because of the special nature of Uncle's superpowers. As long as you use it too much, it will be like this. You see, Uncle rarely uses superpowers. So as long as you don't use it, nothing will happen." Chu Tingsu looked at Xiaomi firm look and believed what Xiaomi said. Just secretly made up his mind to become stronger as soon as possible and not let Chu Mochen use superpowers at will in the future. Half an hour later, the speed of the ship slowed down. Before, they planned to reach the high seas in 6 to 7 hours. Now they have been moving at full speed for a while, and they can basically guarantee to enter the high seas in 6 hours. But the biggest problem now is that they can't speed up if they encounter an emergency later. Xiaomi already knew it before. But there was nothing she could do at that time. After all, after the octopus tentacles fell, they would inevitably alert the creatures on the seabed. How is it? Is there anything around now? Host. No. There are only some normal marine creatures. You can rest assured. I will keep watching, knowing that Xiaomi is in a bad mood now. Hao is particularly well behaved. After hearing Hao's words, Xiaomi rolled her eyes. Okay. Watch around. And notify me immediately if there is anything abnormal. Yes. Host. After explaining Hao, Xiaomi went to rest. As for the rest of the matter, it could only be left to fate. The journey afterwards was relatively safe, but they encountered a group of sharks in the middle, so they took a detour. Therefore, the originally planned time was extended a lot, and it took about 8 hours to enter the high seas. After entering the high seas, Xiaomi's nerves were always tense. For some reason, after entering the high seas, Xiaomi began to panic. But Hao suddenly got excited. Host. There should be a sunken ship below. The distance I can see is limited, but I saw a few whales holding boxes as toys. After Hao finished speaking, Xiaomi quickly took a look at the picture transmitted by Hao. It turned out to be true. And looking at the boxes on these whales, they have a history of at least hundreds of years. Xiaomi was very interested in this. Hao, pay attention. We are going to go to the sea to find treasure. Okay. Host. After Hao finished speaking, Xiaomi went out to find Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu equipment is really versatile and can still be used in the sea. Therefore, Xiaomi is going to change into a diving suit that Hao mentioned before. Then he can go treasure hunting under the leadership of Gu Haoyu, thinking that he will be able to earn a lot of treasures later, and his points will be rich again. Xiaomi is happy. After talking to Gu Haoyu's first reaction was to refuse. No, Sister Qiao. It's really dangerous for us to go down now. No. Let's wait until the boss wakes up. Sister Qiao. If anything happens to you, the boss will chop me up. No. Don't worry. We will go back quickly. Your boss will be unconscious for at least 4 or 5 hours. According to Chu Machen's previous situation, it was true. But Xiaomi overlooked one point. That is, Chu Machen has now been promoted to level 3. It is no longer the same as before. Therefore, when the two discussed, Chu Machen had already woken up. Chapter 193 being taught a lesson. Sister Qiao. I don't care. You can tell the boss yourself that I don't dare to take you down. Looking at Gu Haoyu's expression of not listening to him, Xiaomi was really angry. If she couldn't wear this thing, she would have exchanged a set on her own a long time ago. And now, she wouldn't have to keep saying nice things to Gu Haoyu. Just thinking about Xiaomi makes her angry. Looking at Gu Haoyu, her eyes are full of murderous intent. Sister Qiao. Don't. I really don't dare. The boss will really kill me. Sister. You are my real sister. Can I? What are you talking about? Chu Machen looked at the two of them. Xiaomi turned around and saw the sober Chu Machen. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Well, it's okay. Momo. You woke up quickly this time. How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable? Looking at Xiaomi's servile appearance, she was speechless. She still said that she was afraid of the boss. Ah! Woman! Shall see. You say. Chu Machen looked at Gu Haoyu with a warning. Gu Haoyu looked at Chu Machen and then at Xiaomi, and got angry. You two should solve your own problems. Don't involve innocent people. After saying that, he went out aggrieved. After going out, Gu Haoyu sighed. Fortunately, I am smart. Otherwise, I would have to be sandwiched. After saying that, he patted his chest to relieve the tension just now. Then he lay on the door, carefully listening to the movement inside, wanting to see what the two would say. Chu Machen looked at Xiaomi, helpless. Chi-Chi, what do you want to do? Is it very dangerous? So you threatened Shao Si? Who said that? I didn't threaten Shao Si. It was Shao Si. Shao Si. Okay. Stop making up stories. What do you want to do? Xiaomi lowered her head and whispered, I'm not going to do anything. But there may be a sunken ship on the seabed. I want to go and see. Plus I want to exchange some things. I don't have enough points. So, Xiaomi didn't say the rest. Chu Machen also knew what she meant. But he was worried about her. The two fell into silence. After thinking for a while, Chu Machen said, You go? Even if I don't let you go, you will still find a chance to go secretly. So I might as well agree to you directly. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machen's helpless look and felt very uncomfortable. But she was really uncomfortable if she was not allowed to go. Looking at Chu Machen flatteringly. Hee hee. Momo is the best. I will definitely go and come back quickly. After all, I still have Hao Hao. I will never go to a dangerous place. Okay. You said it yourself? After getting Xiaomi assurance, Chu Machen was relieved a little. Looking at the shadow at the door, Chu Machen said coldly, Shall see. Come in. Gu Haoyu, who was eavesdropping, smiled awkwardly. Boss, have you discussed it? Sister Chiao. You see? I know that the boss listens to you. How good it is that you said it yourself. Xiaomi looked at Gu Haoyu, who was talking after the fact, and snorted coldly. Chu Machen warned, after going down, you will reach the bottom as quickly as possible. You only have 20 minutes and must come back. After that, he looked at Xiaomi with a warning. Xiaomi raised both hands to assure Chu Machen. After that, Chu Machen explained a lot before letting the two go. There was no one on the deck at this time. After all, they didn't want too many people to know about what they had gone down. After watching the two people jump into the sea after getting equipped, Chu Machen frowned, holding the railing tightly, and staring at the backs of the two people. Gu Haoyu already knew that the equipment on Xiaomi could relieve the water pressure, so he sank directly to the bottom of the sea according to Xiaomi instructions. Xiaomi kept making gestures to Gu Haoyu, telling Gu Haoyu how to go. Gu Haoyu followed Xiaomi instructions and basically did not encounter any large marine creatures along the way. Then, under Hao Hao's instructions, Xiaomi swam in the direction they came from before. Finally, a rusty shipwreck appeared in Hao Hao's sight. Xiaomi's eyes began to sparkle. He hurriedly pointed out the location to Gu Haoyu, and Gu Haoyu rushed forward quickly. After waiting, Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi in shock, and his eyes were full of admiration. Xiaomi patted Gu Haoyu's arm, signaling him to let go of her. Then she went down by herself, looking at the treasures in the cabin. Xiaomi smiled so hard that her ears were almost grinning. Opening the boxes, Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu were shocked. The first few boxes were all jewelry. Rubies, pink diamonds, emeralds, various diamond necklaces, rings, bracelets, everything. The next few boxes were even more terrifying. Several boxes were scrolls, unique copies, both domestic and foreign. It really couldn't be taken without tens of billions. She really got rich. So happy. There were several boxes of jade. Imperial green, purple jade, green jade, yellow jade. Too much. Too much. My eyes were dazzled. And there was also a box of jade rings and bracelets of various colors. Looking at the simple box, Xiaomi raised her eyebrows and did not open it again. She happily put all the things into the space. Turning around, she saw Gu Haoyu face flushed with excitement, signaled him to leave quickly. Host, go forward first. Then go up. Okay. After replying to Hao Hao, Xiaomi stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Gu Haoyu. And Gu Haoyu came back to his senses and looked at Xiaomi excitedly. Xiaomi hurriedly signaled Gu Haoyu to leave quickly. After all, Hao Hao had already seen the group of whale sharks rushing towards this side. Gu Haoyu only then reacted, and quickly grabbed Xiaomi's arm and left quickly in front. In 5 minutes, they caught up with the moving ship. After getting on the ship, Gu Haoyu excitedly pointed at Xiaomi and looked at Chu Machen, unable to say a word. Looking at Gu Haoyu's silly look, Chu Machen knew that they must have gained a lot this time. Go down first. This is not a place to talk. After Chu Machen finished speaking, Gu Haoyu nodded hurriedly, and then the three of them went down. After arriving in the room, Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi excitedly. Sister Chiao, come on. Let's see what's in those boxes at the back. Xiaomi was speechless. Waving her hand, she took out the remaining boxes from the space. Gu Haoyu hurried forward and wanted to open these boxes. But because these boxes have been soaked in water for years, no matter how Gu Haoyu pulled, he couldn't open them. No. Sister Chiao, you opened it easily when you were underwater just now. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows and pulled forward. She directly opened the box that Gu Haoyu had been trying to open for a long time. Gu Haoyu instantly shut himself up. But after seeing what was inside, he was excited. Chapter 194 Show Off. This is a night shining pearl. Ah. Gu Haoyu jumped excitedly. Chu Machen and Xiaomi looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Sister Qiao. Keep going. Hurry. Gu Haoyu urged Qiaomi, looking at the remaining boxes with eager eyes. Chu Muchen stepped forward and opened the second box. After seeing the second box, the three of them obviously lost their previous excitement. Because this is a cultural relic that China had lost before. It can be regarded as returning to its original owner. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he no longer felt the excitement of finding a treasure. Qiaomi didn't feel anything and opened all the remaining boxes. It was found that the remaining ones were basically cultural relics. They are from various countries. This is a pirate shipwreck. Qiaomi looked at the box in front of her in confusion. Chu Machin nodded. Definitely. Then I won't exchange these. When this rescue operation is over, you can return these things. Oh, there are also some paintings. After that, Qiaomi took out the paintings in the space. Chu Machin put these things into the space. As for the night pearls, they were naturally given to Qiaomi. How many points? Congratulations to the host. 3,475,863 points. Qiaomi was very shocked. He really didn't expect to have so many points. It seems that the things here are really good. How many things have not been exchanged? All the cultural relics and paintings have not been exchanged. Only the gold and jade have been used. Okay. Please keep the rest for me. That's a must. Although Hao Hao said it with a face of certainty, Qiaomi didn't believe it at all. After all, it has a criminal record. If you are taken away by the main system, you are finished. Hao Hao was embarrassed, and then stiffened his neck. Host, do we have no trust between us? Uh-huh. Have we? Hao Hao closed himself off and turned away from Qiaomi. Qiaomi went out with Chu Machin and the others. But Gu Haoyu was still very excited, holding the ostrich egg-sized night-shining pearl that Qiaomi gave him. He put the night-shining pearl in front of his eyes with both hands. He followed them out in a daze. Now Gu Haoyu just wanted to show it to others and show off. When he saw Chen Chen, Gu Haoyu ran 2 steps quickly. And when he came to Chen Chen, he directly held up the night-shining pearl. Chen Chen. Look! Look! What is this? Uh-huh. My sister Qiao gave it to me. After saying that, he looked proud. Chu Machin rolled his eyes, and didn't want to pay attention to Gu Haoyu. His girl gave him a lot of things. Was he proud? No. Chen Chen looked at the white bead in Gu Haoyu's hand. What is this? Just this? Are you happy now? Then he looked at Gu Haoyu with a look of are you sick? Gu Haoyu snorted coldly, and didn't want to pay attention to Chen Chen anymore. But in order to show off, Gu Haoyu directly pulled Chen Chen to run towards the deck. It was dark now, but there were wind turbines on the ship, so there were bright lights everywhere. After going up, Chen Chen knew what Gu Haoyu was holding. The entire deck and the surroundings were as bright as day. Chen Chen was jealous, looking at the night-shining pearl in Gu Haoyu's hand with envy. Let me see it. Brother Gu. My good brother. Let me see it. Please. After saying that, he hugged Gu Haoyu's arm and looked at Gu Haoyu with a pleading face. Gu Haoyu stood up directly. What did you say just now? I forgot. Good brother. Say it again to your brother? Chen Chen now wanted to travel through time and space and go back to 2 minutes ago. Ahem. That? Brother. I was wrong? Really? Let me see it. Just take a look. I give it back to you after you see it. After all, I've never seen it in my life. And now I suddenly see it. It's still this big. How can Chen Chen not be excited? Gu Haoyu's goal was also achieved. So he directly handed the night pearl in his hand to Chen Chen. Chen Chen carefully held the night pearl with both hands, staring at the night pearl in front of him, and kept exclaiming, Oh! It's so beautiful! Gu Haoyu's goal was really achieved this time. The whole person was very excited. Qiaomi and Chu Machin didn't care about the things on their side, and they went to the stern to watch the night. After all, the wind on the deck was too strong, and they couldn't stop the wind even though they were wearing down jackets and jackets. The temperature was already low, and the wind would definitely be unbearable if it blew again. Shichi, you still have to be careful next time. I don't think Wan Ning's previous prediction was wrong. Xiaomi took out the pill given by the system. We need to put this in a safe place, but not in our space. If you take it within 30 seconds after death, you can be resurrected. Looking at the brown pill in Xiaomi's hand, Chu Machin was excited. So, Wan Ning has other predictions today. Because this is what you got today? Well, I think so. So don't keep frowning. I will be fine. And you will be fine too. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she smoothed the wrinkles between Chu Machen's eyebrows with her hands. Chu Machen's tense nerves were slightly relaxed at this moment. And then he became nervous again. Is there any harm to the body? After hearing this, Hao and Xiaomi consciousness snorted unconvincedly. Host. This is a lack of trust in this system. After hearing this, Xiaomi directly cut off the connection with Hao. Hao looked at Xiaomi unconvinced. Hee. This is a woman who values love over friendship. Woman, you are hopeless. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machen and shook her head. No. It is even good. It can heal all the hidden injuries in the body. Chu Machen's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then I give it to you. No. It will hurt if you get hurt. Forget it. Or, no. This is a good thing. Chi. You just bear with it when the time comes. No. Seeing Chu Machen's tangled look, Xiaomi slapped Chu Machen's arm directly. Okay. Momo. Don't think too much. We talk about it later. Chu Machen nodded. Then he looked at the dark night and sighed deeply. I don't know when it will end. Xiaomi thought of the end of the world he was about to travel through, and said in a deep voice, what if it never ends? Or it won't end until we die? Chu Machen thought about this question seriously, and suddenly found that as long as he thought of this possibility, he began to feel uncomfortable. He didn't want to. He still wanted to take Xiaomi to see and play everywhere. He didn't want to be nervous every time he went out, worrying about various problems. To be honest, I definitely don't want to. No one likes this end of the world. But it's not a question of whether we want to or not. Let it be. Well, that's right. But Chi, we will always be fine. I will protect you. And our family and children. Yes. Since Wan Ning said that day that they would get married. Chu Machen firmly believed that they would definitely get married and have children. It's just a matter of time. Xiaomi smiled. Go up and hug Chu Machen tightly. After a minute, Xiaomi let Chu Machen go. Okay. Let's go down. It's cold. Chu Machen hurriedly put Xiaomi's hand inside his clothes. It's all my fault. Let's go down quickly. I give you some hot water so you can soak your feet. Okay. After saying that, the two smiled at each other. Walked downstairs. When Chu Machen went to get some hot water, Xiaomi let Hao out. Just when he was about to say something, he heard Hao's anxious voice. Host, you finally let me out. Take a look. After saying that, Hao quickly displayed what he had just seen. Xiaomi's face changed drastically after seeing those killer whale fins. Did you see the whole picture? Did we pass by the killer whale group, or did they recruit them? I don't know. I can only see a little bit. Maybe they passed by. But we have to wait and see. When Chu Machen came in, he saw Xiaomi's face was solemn. Chi, what's wrong? Hao detected all the killer whales. And now it's uncertain whether we just passed by or they found us. Chu Machen immediately became serious. I'm afraid we have to be more careful tonight. See if we can get closer to that island quickly. You soak your feet first. I go find Captain AI. Okay. Chapter 195 Killer Whale Group. AI Xinhai kept walking in the conference room, his face full of worry. Captain Chu, we are at least 2 hours away from the island. It is obviously impossible to get rid of them. Now we just hope that we are passing by and they will not attack us. Well, but we definitely can't take this route when we go back. AI Xinhai felt uncomfortable when he heard Chu Machen's words. He is the commander-in-chief this time. It is his fault that these people have problems. In the end, he can't explain it. But we can't be sure that other routes are okay. Chu Machen nodded. AI Xinhai looked up carefully and looked at Chu Machen. If we go to clean up the killer whale group now, what is the chance of winning? Chu Machen had long thought that AI Xinhai would say this. I don't know. We don't know how many killer whales there are. Lower the detector? Okay. But once we go down, I'm afraid we have to take action. AI Xinhai hesitated. He didn't want to really take action. It was very dangerous. The result after they took action was really uncertain. But he couldn't afford to fail. Let me think. Everyone should be on alert first. But killer whales don't live in the deep sea. What's the situation now? I don't know. Maybe it's mutated. After Chu Machen finished speaking, AI Xinhai didn't want to talk anymore. In fact, he didn't want to go out to sea this time. If it weren't for his sense of mission, he really didn't want to come. But since he was here, He wouldn't allow himself to retreat. Then we still have to deal with these things. Well, I go and see the situation first. Okay. After Ai Shinhai finished speaking, Chu Machin left and watched the movement on the seabed with Xiaomi. Gu Haoyu had already put on his equipment and was ready to go to the sea at any time. Hao. Change some equipment that can withstand pressure. Okay, host. How many sets? Xiaomi looked at the people around him. 10 sets. If she didn't prepare, only they would go down by themselves. Whether it was out of selfishness or something else, Ai Shinhai would need to send someone out. After Hao exchanged them, Xiaomi gave 1 set each to Chu Machin, Chen Chen and Huang Yuxiang. As for the rest, Xiaomi was not going to let them go down, mainly considering their physical strength. As for Chu Tingsu and Chan Kuei, they definitely couldn't go down. After all, their fire abilities were useless down there. It was a pity that Wen Yingxuan didn't come. If Wen Yingxuan had come, their chances of winning this time would have increased a lot. But it's meaningless to say these now. After distributing the things, Xiaomi gave the rest to Chu Machin. You go and deliver them. And let them pick some strong and good water people to be ready at any time. Okay. Chi-Chi, I leave this to you. Xiaomi gave Chu Machin a reassuring look. Hao kept staring at the place he could see. And when he saw the killer whales start to swim upwards, he quickly reminded Xiaomi. Got it. Keep an eye on them. After saying that, Xiaomi turned around and said to the speed-type psychic sent by Ai Shinhai, go inform your Captain Ai and Captain Chu that those things are coming up. After hearing Xiaomi's words, everyone's nerves immediately tensed up. The crew even looked at the sea in horror. They all knew the horror of the seabed. These things were the overlords of the ocean. Even experienced pirates could not do anything with them. Xiaomi calmly began to command everyone, and then raised the baffle of the entire ship. Now as long as there is no violent collision, they are still relatively safe. Sister Yun, you are up there, and the treatment will depend on you. After saying that, he looked at Huiyin. Huiyin, try to control what you can control as much as possible, so that they will fight each other. Huiyin nodded. Xiaomi then looked at Gu Haoyu and Chen Chen. Let's go. Protect ourselves. We all have to come up safely, and check the equipment. After Xiaomi's voice fell, Chu Machin just came back. Seeing that everyone had already started to do their own work, Chu Machin quickly picked up his equipment and put it on quickly. When Ai Shinhai's people came over, Xiaomi and the others were already ready, and the killer whales below were less than 500 meters away from them. This was the result of Huiyin controlling 3 killer whales and launching a battle inside them. But the 3 killer whales were quickly defeated by other killer whales. Chi-Chi, protect yourself. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi and gestured. They had already put on their equipment, and they couldn't hear each other talking, so they could only gesture to each other. Xiaomi nodded, indicating that he should remember the previous pills. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi with a serious expression. Don't get hurt. Xiaomi just nodded to Chu Machin warning and said nothing. Several people jumped into the sea level one by one. After going down, Xiaomi led everyone to swim towards the killer whales. Gu Haoyu protected Xiaomi and Chu Machin, and the 3 swam in front. When they saw the killer whale group, everyone was shocked. Gu Haoyu directly shot a laser at the killer whale group, breaking up the entire killer whale group and preventing them from gathering together. After the formation of these things was dispersed, they could deal with them separately. The pressure would be much less. Chu Machin did not dare to use his superpowers directly. After all, the cost of using his superpowers was really high. Therefore, he and Xiaomi swam directly towards the killer whale group. Prepare for close-range attack. Followed by the physical system superpower Huang Yuxiang. The people arranged by Ai Shinhai were all long-range superpowers, so they all attacked from a distance. Because of their arrival, the killer whale group had already begun to rage at this time, and their big tails attacked them. Xiaomi urgently dodged to the right, and Chu Machin plunged down. After all, he was already somewhat unable to dodge. However, the two were separated by these killer whales, and it was unlikely that they could attack together again. They could not even see each other in their sight. But Xiaomi could see it from Hao's side. Xiaomi punched the killer whale's abdomen hard, and directly punched through the killer whale's abdomen. Looking at the killer whale that was disemboweled by her, Xiaomi's eyes flashed with shock. She did not expect that she would have such a great killing power. How? What's the situation? I didn't upgrade. Host, I don't know. Is it a hidden benefit? Xiaomi, it's possible. And it may be because of your upgrade. It seems that I still need to upgrade you more in the future. Thank you, host. After Hao Hao finished speaking, he was very happy. I am going to upgrade myself. And I will become more and more powerful in the future. I am happy just thinking about it. Haha. I am one step closer to being the master system. Hao Hao was thinking about it. Feeling happy. Chapter 196 Xiaomi was injured. Hao Hao. Exchange some bombs for me. As long as they can kill the killer whale. Okay. Host. 10,000 points for one. Buy 10 get one free. How many do you need? Then 10. Xiaomi looked around and saw that there were about 17 or 18 killer whales here. They were faster and could still deal with the rest. After exchanging, Xiaomi swam towards the killer whale he had just hit. When the killer whale opened its mouth towards him, Xiaomi threw the bomb in his hand into it. Then he quickly swam in the opposite direction. 5 seconds later, with a loud bang, the killer whale exploded directly, and the blue sea water turned red because of the killer whale's self-explosion. There was a smell of blood everywhere. Fortunately, the equipment they wore could isolate the smell. Otherwise, they would be suffocated to death. But they had to speed up later, because the huge smell of blood might attract more big guys in the deep sea. Xiaomi increased her speed to the maximum, and threw the bomb into the killer whale when she passed by it. Then she started to look for the next one to attack. Gu Haoyu's speed was also very fast, and compared with others, his lethality was much greater. With one punch, the killer whale was directly eliminated without leaving any residue. It would only accidentally hurt other small creatures. After all, although there were killer whales all over this place, there were still some small fish and shrimps. Xiaomi kept swimming towards the killer whales, and blew up those large killer whales. Looking at the seawater that had become even more scarlet, Xiaomi was very worried. She gestured to the people in front of her to go up and tell AI Xinhai that they would leave now. And they would go up in 5 minutes. After making the gesture, Xiaomi continued to deal with the killer whales. Facing these killer whales, they were very scared. After all, they didn't know if they could get rid of these things. In addition, they didn't know if they could survive this battle. Xiaomi quickly dealt with the killer whales around her. After using up all the bombs, there were still 5 killer whales. Of the 4 before, Gu Haoyu dealt with 2. Chu Machin dealt with 1. And the remaining 1 was dealt with by everyone together. Seeing their speed, Xiaomi directly exchanged 4 more bombs. But just after the exchange, Xiaomi was surrounded by killer whales. All 5 killer whales surrounded Xiaomi, opening their bloody mouths and trying to bite Xiaomi to death. Looking at the killer whales around her, Xiaomi knew that she had to hit the target with 1 strike. Otherwise she would die. Gu Haoyu didn't dare to do it now. He was afraid of accidentally hurting Xiaomi. He could only watch from the side. Chu Mochin looked at Xiaomi's situation, thinking that Xiaomi might die later. And his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a hand. It hurt a lot. Xiaomi first threw the bomb into the mouths of the killer whales around and under her feet, and then swam towards the killer whale above. At the moment when the killer whale opened its mouth, Xiaomi reached out and held the upper jaw of the killer whale tightly, swam upward, and pulled the upper jaw of the killer whale off. Just as she was about to swim away, the killer whale smashed down at Xiaomi with its body. Chu Machin, who was standing aside, couldn't see Xiaomi, but he could see the killer whale's suicidal look. Fear instantly appeared in his eyes, and he quickly swam towards the direction of the killer whale. Then he gestured to Gu Haoyu. Save Chi-Chi. Take her up. Okay. After Chu Machin and Gu Haoyu made the gesture, the two quickly swam towards the center of the battle. As for Xiaomi, even though she was wearing equipment that could withstand pressure, her chest began to feel uncomfortable when the killer whale smashed down. But then, the killer whales around her began to explode. For a moment, the whole sea was filled with blood mist, and it was impossible to see clearly. After Gu Haoyu and Chu Machin came over, they were directly hit by the impact of the explosion and fell in the opposite direction. Fortunately, Gu Haoyu was protected by equipment, and soon he no longer felt uncomfortable. After recovering a little, he quickly swam towards Xiaomi. Xiaomi was hit by the killer whale, and was already injured. He was also hit by the explosion. At this time, he was a little breathless. His consciousness gradually blurred. Then he fainted and sank to the bottom of the sea before he even had time to call Hao Hao. When Gu Haoyu arrived, he saw Xiaomi falling continuously. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he hurried towards Xiaomi. After picking up Xiaomi, he swam upward. When Chu Machin saw Gu Haoyu pulling Xiaomi upward, he knew that Xiaomi had fainted at this time. He quickly swam upward. After Gu Haoyu took Xiaomi up, Xinyun quickly treated Xiaomi. What happened? Why is Qiqi so injured? Xinyun couldn't say anything more with a slightly crying voice. Gu Haoyu's face was full of guilt at this time. He was full of self-blame. He felt that it was all his fault. If he could be more powerful, Xiaomi might not have any problems. Gu Haoyu was already deeply remorseful at this time. When Chu Machin came up, he saw Gu Haoyu standing there in a state of collapse. And Xinyun was healing Xiaomi. But it was basically useless. Chu Machin stepped forward and felt Xiaomi pulse and breathing. When he felt that Xiaomi was still breathing, Chu Machin exhaled deeply. Where is the doctor? Why hasn't he come yet? Chu Machin looked at Ai Xinhai standing aside with sharp eyes. Ai Xinhai trembled. His hands trembled. And pointed at the soldiers beside him. Quick! Go and call the doctor. As soon as the voice fell, the man hurried down. They didn't expect Xiaomi to be in trouble, so they didn't prepare to treat her. After the doctor came up, Chu Machin left Xiaomi. The fire-type superpower was constantly heating Xiaomi to prevent her condition from getting worse due to the cold wind. Chu Tingsu turned himself into a fireman and stood beside Xiaomi, his eyes full of worry. After the doctor examined her, he looked at Ai Xinhai with an ugly face. He didn't even dare to look at Chu Machin's sharp eyes. When the doctor looked aside, Chu Machin knew that Xiaomi was seriously injured. So he turned around and ran towards his room quickly. After getting the resurrection pill, he ran towards the deck again. After waiting, Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi and suddenly found that he was not sure when Xiaomi would have her last breath. Qiqi, can you tell me when I can give you this medicine? Qiqi, I beg you. You? Chu Machin collapsed and squatted beside Xiaomi. He said in a low voice. At this time, Hao suddenly found that even if Xiaomi was unconscious, he could hear Chu Machin's words. But it can't hear the voices of anyone around it. Chapter 197 Resurrection. Hostman. Can you hear it? Chu Machin listened to the crackling sound in his head and thought it was an auditory hallucination at first. After being stunned for a while, Chu Machin finally reacted. You are? I am Hao. Hostman. You know me. Right? The host told you. Chu Machin slowly reacted and was shocked. He didn't expect to be able to connect with Xiaomi's system. You connected me? Can you tell me when to give Qiqi medicine? Yes. In fact, I don't know why I can connect with you. It should be the connection between you and the host. So I can connect successfully. Don't worry. The host will be fine. You do as I say, and let them stop treating the host. Okay. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he looked at Shen Yun. Sister Yun. No need. I take Xiaomi to the room. After speaking, he stepped forward and was about to carry Xiaomi away. The doctor thought Chu Machin knew Xiaomi was dying, so he didn't make the final struggle. Therefore, there was no reaction. She stood up and walked towards Ai Xinhai. Standing there looking at Chu Machin and Xiaomi, Shen Yun was unwilling to stop and kept shaking her head. Tears had blurred her vision, but Shen Yun was still unwilling to stop the action in her hands. No. Qiqi will be fine. Chu Machin. Qiqi will be fine. After saying that, she continued to heal Xiaomi. Chu Machin didn't want to tell Xiaomi's situation at this time. How is your host now? Can you treat him for a while? It's possible. But the host can feel pain now. If she can die earlier, she will feel less pain. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi distressed. Sister Yun, I carry Qiqi to the room first, and then go in to treat him later. After saying that, she quickly took Xiaomi away. Shen Yun staggered to her feet, and then hurriedly ran after Chu Machin. Others did not follow at this time. Chu Tingsu was full of disbelief. He did not believe that Xiaomi really had any problem. So he stood there woodenly. Gu Haoyu stood aside with self-blame. The people around looked at the two people, and their eyes were red. Chen Chen stepped forward to help Gu Haoyu up. Shall see. Go see Sister Qiao? Don't be like this. Sister Qiao is not in trouble yet. Gu Haoyu stood up suddenly. Yes. Sister Qiao is not in trouble yet. After saying that, he ran towards Xiaomi's room. On this side, after Chu Machin carried Xiaomi into the room, he closed the door directly. Everyone was locked out by him. Shen Yun kept knocking on the door. Chu Machin. Open the door. What do you want to do? Open the door for me. I want to treat Qiqi. You don't let me in. Do you want to harm our Chi-Chi? Gu Haoyu inside ignored him, and focused on Xiaomi in front of him. Hao Hao looked at Chu Mochen's expression, and suddenly felt very emotional. He had been the host for so long. But this was the first man he met who could look at the host like this. The host finally found his lover. Hao Hao said that he was very relieved. At this time, Xiaomi didn't know anything about this. She had lost consciousness, and didn't know the situation outside at all. When Gu Haoyu and the others came, they saw Shenyun constantly banging on the door. The whole person collapsed. For a while, Gu Haoyu and the others didn't know what Chu Mochen was doing, and why he closed the door. Sister Yun. You? Wait a minute. The boss will definitely not ignore Sister Chiao life. Gu Haoyu said this purely out of trust in Chu Mochen. He believed that Chu Mochen would not do anything irrational to Xiaomi. But Shenyun didn't believe it. Now she just wanted to save Xiaomi quickly. I don't know if my healing will be useful to Xiaomi in the future. And whether I can still see her Chi-Chi standing alive in front of me. Sister Yun. Don't worry. The boss won't leave Sister Chiao alone. Believe the boss. Shenyun shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe it. But Xiaomi's condition was really bad just now. And she didn't know if Xiaomi could hold on. No. I can't. I can't believe it. Shenyun was very upset. Gu Haoyu didn't know what Chu Mochen wanted to do now. But his intuition told him that Chu Mochen would not do anything harmful to Xiaomi. But he also knew that Shenyun couldn't control his emotions. Now he just hoped that Chu Mochen could do what he was going to do quickly, and open the door quickly. I'm afraid Shenyun couldn't rest assured before seeing Xiaomi. Chu Mochen inside looked at Xiaomi coma, and kept asking Hao Hao if it was time. Host man. Can you be quiet for a while? You don't look like you're going to die now. Wait. Soon. Soon. Just watch. Hao Hao was now a little upset by what Chu Mochen said. Chu Mochen was really too noisy. And it couldn't concentrate on looking at Xiaomi. Sorry. But I want to know about Chi-Chi's situation. The host is fine now. But if you keep making noise, I won't know. Now the host is just sleeping. Chu Mochen frowned. Chi-Chi was just affected by the bomb. And her body. Without waiting for Chu Mochen to continue, Hao Hao said directly, the host's internal organs are not good now, and can only wait for the resurrection pills to treat it. Chu Mochen looked at Xiaomi with a pale face. Chi-Chi, are you in pain? It hurts too much so you can't wake up. Right? Host man. It's almost time. And you have to feed it in half an hour at most. Okay. Host man. You don't have to be so uncomfortable. The host didn't feel any pain at all. And fainted directly. Don't worry. Chu Mochen didn't say anything. Just looked at Xiaomi quietly. Half an hour later. Not only Chu Mochen, but Shenyun outside has also endured to the extreme. They were ready to break the door open. But Gu Haoyu was still blocking the door. Therefore, Shenyun looked at Gu Haoyu and Shin Chen with murderous eyes. Host man. Hurry up. You are not ready. Listen to my command. Hao Hao looked at Xiaomi's vital signs and waited for Xiaomi to die. Host man. Get ready. If I don't make any sound, you have to feed it in the next second. It's not time yet. It's almost time. Hurry up. Chu Mochen listened to the sound of the computer being disconnected and knew it was time. He hurriedly fed the medicine in his hand into Xiaomi's mouth. Then, he waited quietly. He suddenly remembered something. That is, he didn't know when Xiaomi would wake up, and when he could repair his body. But now, he couldn't contact Hao Hao. He could only watch by himself. Just now, he was concentrating on watching Xiaomi's situation. And he was worried that he would miss the best time when he didn't pay attention. Now that he finally fed it, his expression relaxed. He remembered that he didn't know when he could wake up. Chapter 198 Evil Spirit. Chi-Chi. When can you wake up? Chu Mochen sat quietly beside Xiaomi's bed with sorrow in his eyes. Chu Mochen chose to ignore the noise Shenyun made outside. Looking at Shenyun, who was already mad with anxiety, Gu Haoyu hurriedly shouted, Boss. How is Sister Chiao's condition now? Can you open the door? At the end, Gu Haoyu's words were full of begging. Chu Mochen looked at Xiaomi's appearance and put his finger under Xiaomi's nose. When he felt Xiaomi breathing, Chu Mochen took a deep breath and got up to open the door. Xiaomi didn't even breathe just now. How could he dare to open the door? After the door was opened, Shenyun must have collapsed directly. How would he explain it later? This is the biggest problem. That's why Chu Mochen didn't open the door. When he opened the door, Chu Mochen saw Shenyun, who seemed to be crazy. You still know how to open the door? If Chi-Chi has any problem. Chu Mochen. I will definitely kill you. Shin Yun is now unhappy with Chu Machin. And Chu Machin just closed the door and didn't open it. She even started a conspiracy theory. She thought Chu Machin wanted to harm Xiaomi. She even started to wonder if she would see a lifeless Chi-Chi after she came in. So, after coming in, Shin Yun went forward quickly. After feeling Xiaomi breathing, Shin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even look at Chu Machin and started the treatment directly. Chu Machin stood aside and watched quietly. Now Shin Yun treatment would only benefit Xiaomi, not harm her. So he wouldn't speak out to stop it. An hour later, Shin Yun's face turned pale because his superpowers were exhausted. Chu Machin stepped forward. Sister Yun, it's not appropriate to continue now. I just gave Chi-Chi a recovery pill, which Chi-Chi left with me before. This was the first time Chu Machin said so much. He was still explaining. But no one paid attention to these. Everyone was looking at Xiaomi's condition. And Shin Yun also clearly felt that Xiaomi's condition was much better than before. He was relieved. But looking at Xiaomi still unconscious, he was still worried. Chi-Chi doesn't know when she will wake up. I watch over here. Now we still have to leave here as soon as possible. Chu Machin knew it. He had to feed Xiaomi the pills before because he had to watch Xiaomi in person. That's why he didn't care about it. Now Xiaomi is almost there. He still has to solve the problem in front of him first. Okay. I'll be back soon. Xusi. Chen Chen. Come here. After Chu Machin left with Gu Haoyu and Chen Chen, Shin Yun sat by Xiaomi's bed, looking at Xiaomi, whose face had turned pale. He said, Chi-Chi, you must wake up quickly. I can't bear the result without you. Shin Yun's voice was trembling at the end. At this time, Xiaomi had already connected with Hao Hao. But they could only connect with consciousness now. Host, how do you feel now? Hao Hao, are you okay? Are you affected by my death just now? Fortunately, it was only a short loss of consciousness. Host, you have a good vision. And the host man is very good. After saying that, he smiled meanly. Xiaomi was embarrassed by Hao Hao's words. But she was also curious about what happened. What's wrong? What happened? Why do you have this conclusion? Just when you were unconscious, your man almost went crazy. Xiaomi smiled, feeling sweet in her heart, but also a little worried. She knew that Chu Machin must have been scared. I'm afraid he is still worried now. When can I wake up? It depends on the host's recovery. Only when all the injuries in the body are repaired can he wake up. Xiaomi was helpless. By the way, how did you see Mo's situation? Hee. Host, I can also communicate with the host man. I don't know about the future, but it was possible before. Xiaomi was very surprised. This was something she didn't expect. Originally, she thought it was Hao Hao who saw the outside world. But now it seems that Hao Hao and they are involved. I don't know whether this change is good or bad. For a moment, Xiaomi couldn't tell whether she should be happy or painful. But at least there is a benefit. They will cooperate better when they act later. Here, Chu Machin went directly to AI Xinhai to understand the current situation. It's too late now. It's hard for us to find it. We can only sail out of that sea area and find a safe place to stop. Okay. Let's do it this way first. You take care of things here. AI Xinhai looked at Chu Machin embarrassedly. Captain Chu. This is too formal. We are sorry about Miss Chiao's injury today. Chu Machin knew that they would definitely have this disaster. So he just waved his hand, said nothing, and turned away. When he returned to the room, Shin Yun was wiping Xiaomi's arm. Seeing Chu Machin coming in, Shin Yun directly ordered, call Wan Ning. Chi-Chi needs to be wiped. Xu and Chan Kui are boiling water. Okay. Chu Machin turned to find Wan Ning. Shin Yun looked at the sleeping Xiaomi, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chi-Chi, you have to be good. You see? Your man is going crazy. You see how happy you are now. So you must wake up. Okay? Xiaomi can now hear the outside world. After hearing Shin Yun's words, the whole person couldn't hold it anymore. Sobbing. How? Can you and Sister Yun? Don't say it. You can't. Host, you really think I am omnipotent? If it weren't for Chu Machin being your man, I wouldn't be able to sense it. Chu Machin called Wan Ning. And then he went out. Wan Ning and Shin Yun began to wipe Xiaomi's body. But in fact, she didn't have to wipe it. The clothes Xiaomi wore could isolate all the water. But Shin Yun didn't know that. She thought that Xiaomi had seawater on her body. And it must be uncomfortable to sleep like this. After dawn, Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi, who was still sleeping. His eyes were full of bloodshot. And Xinyan fell asleep sitting beside him. Bang bang bang. Captain Chu. Captain AI said he wanted to talk to you over there. Chu Machin turned and walked towards the door. Got it. Captain Chu. I'm sorry to find you now. We have already set off. But the biggest problem now is that there is no island where the signal was sent before. Chu Machin looked at the map in front of him. Continue to look around. In front. Here. Let's go and take a look first. There are many islands here. Okay. How is Miss Chiao? Now? AI Xinhai looked at Chu Machin cautiously. When he saw that there was no anger between Chu Machin eyebrows, he was relieved a little. As long as Chu Machin is not angry, and does not stop caring about this matter, it will be fine. Now, he just wants to finish this mission quickly, and stay away from this evil spirit. Chapter 199, Finding Everyone. I go first. Okay. Captain Chu. I follow your instructions, and check out the situation over there. I hope I can find them. Chu Machin didn't say anything and turned around and left. AI Xinhai arranged for people to start looking for those people. 2 hours later, Xiaomi was still unconscious. But AI Xinhai had already found survivors on the island. When he saw everyone, AI Xinhai couldn't believe his eyes. They have already started eating people. When everyone saw AI Xinhai and his friends, they went up and asked if they had any food. Chu Machin looked at the messy scene and fired a few shots into the air. Shut up. If you want to die, just keep going. Then he looked around with a sharp look, and finally looked at the people in front. Captain AI. Collect evidence and take photos of everything here first, and then seal it up. During this period, whoever messes up will be killed directly. Xiaomi was still unconscious and in a bad mood, looking at everything in front of him. Chu Machin was even more annoyed and wanted to kill people. Seeing Chu Machin, who was full of hostility, everyone was unsure. Several men looked at Chu Machin. Lips trembled. Wanted to say something, but looking at the gun in Chu Machin's hand, they dared not say anything. AI Xinhai immediately organized their people to check the entire island. Huang Yuxiang and Chen also followed to deal with it. The few people standing in the front looked at each other, and saw the death in each other's eyes. After a while of communication, several people decided to take the risk. When everyone went to the island to check, those people began to check the situation in front of them. Chu Machin saw that they were not honest at a glance, and looked at these people with a mocking mouth, waiting for their next move. Sure enough, after a while, several people began to incite others to start a riot. The few people standing in the front kept watching the situation around them. Seeing that Chu Machin and the others didn't care at all, and still stood on the deck, several people looked at each other, and began to prepare to run towards the ship. Be prepared to respond. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Chang Kue and the others beside him had already started to prepare. They could actually see it clearly from above. And when those people started to make a noise, everyone had already noticed it. Therefore, when they just came over here, Chu Machin fired directly, and the bullets hit the knees of the leading few people. They knelt directly on the ground. Chu Machin sneered. Are there any more people who want to come up? Everyone saw that Chu Machin really dared to shoot, and they didn't dare to do anything. They looked at Chu Machin standing on top in panic, and kept shrinking and retreating. Under Chu Machin's gaze, no one dared to stand up. After Chu Machin killing of the chicken to scare the monkey, the order was obviously much better afterwards. When Wan Ning saw that many people inside were about to starve to death, walking to Chu Machin. Captain Chu, we can distribute some food to them. What do you think? I know. I give it to them later. Separate these people. Let those with good energy stay below, and take the rest on board. Chang Kue and Su Su are responsible for the people on board. If they don't obey, just take action. The two looked at Chu Machin and responded in unison, okay. Then everyone went down to take those who were in bad condition on board. Those who wanted to make trouble could only stand aside obediently when they saw Chu Machin's cold face and the gun in his hand. They didn't dare to say anything, not to mention making trouble. Xiaomi was checking her physical report with Hao Hao at this time. Host, what should I do? The speed is still too slow. Now you can't take medicine, so you can only wait. Well, you can't contact MOMO now? No, I haven't started yet. You have to wake up first before I can start. Xiaomi was speechless. It seemed that there was really no way. And in the end, I could only wait for my body to slowly recover. But at the current repair speed, It will take at least 3 to 5 days to repair it. Think about Chu Machen's desperate look. Xiaomi felt as if her heart was being clenched, and she couldn't breathe. Looking at Xiaomi's worried look, Hao Hao found that he couldn't breathe and felt very uncomfortable. Host, I can't breathe. What's the matter? Are you injured too? Xiaomi looked worried. Hao Hao touched his chest. Host, am I going to die? It hurts so much here. Xiaomi was really scared this time. Why do you feel so bad? What kind of pain is it? I don't know. It's just very bad. Here. Very bad. I want to cry. Xiaomi looked at Hao Hao's look and had some guesses. Did you start to feel bad when you talked about MOMO just now? And when I was unhappy? Right? Yeah. Right. Looking at Hao Hao's puzzled look, Xiaomi laughed very happily. Okay. Hao Hao. You're fine. You can just feel our emotions. It's not a big problem. It's a good thing. Hao Hao instantly understood what Xiaomi meant. He suddenly felt his chest swelling, and his heartbeat began to speed up. After describing it to Xiaomi, Xiaomi smiled and said, "This is happiness." After that, Xiaomi slowly taught Hao Hao, told him all the emotions, and guided him little by little. And Hao Hao learned very quickly. After a while, he knew everything, and even felt Xiaomi's feelings. Xiaomi looked at Hao Hao, and suddenly felt the joy of raising a son. No. Host, I'm not your son. We are partners. Host, let's first give our own position. Xiaomi looked at Hao Hao with a black face. It's just a metaphor. Understand? Understand. Shenyun looked at Xiaomi with a sad face. After treating Xiaomi twice, she basically couldn't use the superpowers in her body now. I can only wait for myself to recover a little and treat again. Listening to the noise outside, Shenyun frowned, got up and went out, and saw soldiers blocking a group of survivors from entering the cabin. Keep your voice down. It's too noisy. Those people knew about Xiaomi's situation, and after hearing Shenyun's words, they hurriedly apologized. But the survivors looked at Shenyun with anger in their eyes. At this time, they were thinking, why can Shenyun stay in there so bright and beautiful, while they can only stay in the hall, sitting on the bench? A group of people squeezed together. Therefore, the people who were haggard and about to faint before looked at Shenyun at this time, and each of them was like a wolf. They stretched out their fangs one after another. They wanted to bite off a piece of meat from Shenyun. Shenyun didn't even look at these people, and directly ordered the soldiers, deal with those who don't listen directly. Do you still need me to teach you these things? After that, he turned and went in. The soldiers who were trained were no longer friendly as before, and directly suppressed these people with their supernatural powers. Only then did everyone start to get scared. Chapter 200, about to wake up. Shenyun looked at the unconscious Xiaomi with sadness in his eyes. Chichi, it's been 3 days. How long are you going to sleep? Are you too tired before, and want to sleep a little longer now? Then let's discuss it. You sleep a little longer and then get up. Okay? Shenyun kept chattering. For the first time, Xiaomi found that Shenyun was so talkative. She also wanted to get up. But now her body's repair was still more than 20%. And it would take at least 12 hours. She could only wait quietly. She had no other choice. Chu Machin was investigating these people these 2 days. He said it was an investigation. But in fact it was an interrogation. Everyone was pulled out one by one. The more Chu Machin interrogated, the worse his mood became. He even wanted to deal with these people directly on the spot. One by one, they were all high-tech talents and senior managers. In short, the education level and achievements of these people were top-notch before the end of the world. But now, these people can do these things in order to survive. Chu Machin was in a very heavy mood for a while. He didn't even know how to face these people. Mainly he didn't know what attitude to use. When he saw them, Chu Machin wanted to deal with all of them. But he couldn't. AI Xinhai even wanted to do it himself. But he couldn't get anything out of the interrogation. He could only help Chu Machin. And watch some things by the way. Don't let Chu Machin do anything irrational. But at night, the scene was in chaos. The reason was that when Chu Machin was interrogating, he actually asked the man in front of him that he had pursued Xiaomi before. In order to get Xiaomi, he also made some radical remarks on the internet. Even later, he invaded Xiaomi home surveillance. He said it nonchalantly, which directly angered Chu Machin, and he punched him. Chu Machin's fist strength was naturally different. After one punch, the man fainted directly, even after the doctor's treatment. The man woke up after 2 hours. Chu Machin looked at the awakened man and punched him in the arms and legs, causing them to be shattered. The man looked at Chu Machin in horror. His eyes rolled, and he was about to faint. But Chu Machin poured a bucket of ice cubes on the man. Ai Xinhai next to him wanted to stop him, but was frightened by Chu Machin's eyes, and could only take a few steps back. Chu Machin looked at the man. His eyes were like ice needles, stabbing at the man. Don't, please, let me go. But Chu Machin didn't care about the man begging at all, and kicked the man in the ribs without even looking at him. He kicked back the rest of the man's words. Chu Machin took out paper from the space and slowly wiped his hands. He looked at the man coldly. The rest is up to you. Throw this man into the sea. After that, he turned and left. Ai Xinhai wanted to say something, but after seeing Chu Machin's cold eyes, he didn't say it. After Chu Machin left, a soldier walked up to Ai Xinhai. Captain Ai, what should we say? Follow Captain Chu instructions? You ask me? Ai Xinhai snorted coldly. Can I make decisions for others? Then he left. After Chu Machin left, he went straight to see Xiaomi. Sister Yun, I want to be alone with Chi-Chi for a while. Looking at the bloodshot eyes of Chu Machin, Shen Yun couldn't say a word, nodded, and turned to leave. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi and stroked her hand. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. Really? I'm sorry. Listening to Chu Machin's inexplicable apology, Xiaomi's head was full of question marks. What's going on? What did my Momo do? Why is he like this? I don't know. But it's so painful to watch. Host, I'm also beginning to feel sad. After Hao finished speaking, he heard Chu Machin looking at Xiaomi and talking about Xiaomi's previous experience. And he didn't find it in time. Xiaomi thought about it for a while before she remembered what Chu Machin was talking about. I don't care about this little thing. Hao looked at Chu Machin and was more and more satisfied. The more he looked, the more he felt that Xiaomi had chosen well. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he sat next to Xiaomi and looked down at Xiaomi, not knowing what he was thinking. Hao tried to see if he could establish a connection with Chu Machin. Hostman, can you hear my voice? Chu Machin stood up and looked at Xiaomi in shock. Hao, is that you? Is Chi-Chi okay? Can you contact Chi-Chi? Yes. The host is fine now, and will wake up tomorrow night at the latest. You don't have to worry. Chu Machin's eyes were red. Chi-Chi, I wait for you to wake up. Can Chi-Chi hear me? Yes. You can say anything you want to say. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi affectionately, his eyes full of tenderness. Chi-Chi, wait until you wake up. I will tell you slowly. Xiaomi blushed when she saw this scene. Hao, who was standing next to him, covered his face and looked at Chu Machin through his fingers embarrassedly. Captain Chu, there is a new situation over there, and you need to go and see? Huang Yuxian whispered outside the door. Okay. I know. I go over later. After that, Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi and whispered. Chi-Chi, I go out for a while and come back soon. Wait for me. After that, he bent down and left a kiss on Xiaomi's forehead, then turned and left. Ai Xinhai looked at the man on the monitor. His whole body was so angry that his veins were bulging, and his face was extremely ugly. When Chu Machin went in, he saw Ai Xinhai fold the pen in his hand. What's going on? Hearing Chu Machin's voice, Ai Xinhai stood up and slapped the table. Captain Chu, do you know how beastly these people are? After saying that, Ai Xinhai walked to Chu Machin's side, pointed at the people inside and said, These people used our secrets to exchange for tickets to return home this time. After boarding the ship, they harmed more than a dozen of our experts. Later on the island, they killed at least 200 people. Beasts. Ai Xinhai stared at the man inside with red eyes. His chest kept rising and falling. Chu Machin had interrogated them before and knew the approximate number of people, so he also guessed what they had done. Before interrogating these people, he already knew the possible situation. Chu Machin listened to their words at this time and didn't feel too angry. All the situations are registered. As for these people, just hand them over to the institute to make contributions to everyone. Too cheap for them. Ai Xinhai just felt that this was too comfortable. In the remaining time, just make sure they don't die and lock them in a cabin. Well, but when do we set off? They are still on the island and haven't returned yet. The supplies they brought are running low. So Ai Xinhai asked? The day after tomorrow at the latest. You should get ready. Okay. Chapter 201. Xiaomi finally woke up. Sister Yun. I accompany Chi-Chi tonight. You go and rest. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Shen Yun wanted to refuse. But seeing the bloodshot eyes of Chu Machin, she still endured it. Nodded, stood up, and gave the place to Chu Machin. All night, Chu Machin chattered with Xiaomi. At the beginning, Xiaomi and Hao Hao were still watching, replying from time to time. Later, she went to bed directly, too lazy to listen. It was really Chu Machin who was too talkative. Xiaomi was reacquainted with Chu Machin, and she really didn't know that Chu Machin could be so talkative. The next morning, after Xiaomi woke up, she felt that her body seemed to be much better. Hao Hao, am I about to wake up? Yes. Host, you will wake up in about half an hour. Xiaomi was happy. After being unconscious for 3 or 4 days, I was finally able to get up. No longer need to look at Chu Machin and his friends' sad faces every day, and listen to their sighs. But Xiaomi hadn't been happy for long when she heard someone calling Chu Machin. Hao Hao, can you ask what Chu Machin is looking for? Host, my suggestion is that you go directly to Chu Machin and give him a surprise. Xiaomi thought about it, felt it was feasible, and agreed directly. Okay, that's it. As soon as Chu Machin left, Shen Yun came. Xiaomi has someone here every day now, so there is no need to worry about no one finding her after waking up. Half an hour later, Xiaomi slowly opened her eyes. The light outside was still a little dazzling. Xiaomi whimpered, and then prepared to raise her hand to cover the light. Shen Yun was so excited when Xiaomi whimpered. It wasn't until Xiaomi raised her hand that she reacted. Chi-Chi, are you awake? Are you awake? Then, without waiting for Xiaomi to speak, she stood up and prepared to go out and asked the soldiers to call Chu Machin. Sister Yun, don't. Cough cough. Don't call Momo. Shen Yun stopped her steps, turned around and looked at Xiaomi, wondering, what's wrong? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? I treat you. No. I go call a doctor. No. No. I. Cough cough. I take a break. It's okay. I want to give Momo a surprise. Shen Yun understood, turned around and sat beside Xiaomi's bed, and brought Xiaomi a glass of water. Drink some water. How do you feel now? I've treated you these 2 days. I feel fine now. Are you not feeling uncomfortable? Yes. I'm fine now. Sister Yun, you've worked hard these 2 days. Shen Yun waved her hand. Why are you talking about this? We don't need it. The two talked for a while. After Xiaomi rested, she went to wash up, and then turned to find Chu Machin. At this time, Chu Machin was still dealing with yesterday's things and some technical leaks. The most important thing is that they found many people carrying the zombie virus. It's just that they haven't interrogated which country these people were instigated by. AI Xinhai's position is not as high as Chu Machin, so the current situation needs Chu Machin to decide. So after Chu Machin arrived, AI Xinhai directly handed the file in front of him to Chu Machin. Captain Chu, the rest is up to you. According to the rules, I can't interfere anymore. After Chu Machin took it, he looked at it and said directly, you continue to watch. There are not so many rules. I allow you to watch. After that, he turned and entered the interrogation room inside. This interrogation room was built temporarily. It is mainly to restrict those with superpowers. All the materials around were exchanged by Xiaomi and Hao Hao before. In the interrogation room, you cannot use superpowers. After Chu Machin entered, the hypnotist began to hypnotize. It took an hour to finish the interrogation. When Chu Machin came out, he was full of hostility. He took a long breath and handed his records to AI Xinhai. He sat aside. Basically, he has said everything he knows. He will be locked up, and the next person will be taken. After that, Chu Machin rubbed his eyebrows and lowered his head. At this time, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly opened. AI Xinhai frowned and was about to reprimand when he saw Xiaomi push the door in. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaomi hurriedly put his index finger to his lips, not letting AI Xinhai speak. AI Xinhai nodded repeatedly, looked at Chu Machin who was lowering his head, and hurriedly turned around and went out. Xiaomi walked to Chu Machin and stretched out his hand to help Chu Machin rub his temples. Chu Machin felt someone approaching him, and just as he was about to make a move, he saw Xiaomi standing in front of him, and Chu Machin was stunned there in an instant. It took a long time to recover. He hugged Xiaomi directly and buried his head in Xiaomi's belly. Very satisfied. Chi-Chi, you finally woke up. If you don't wake up, I don't know if I can hold on. Xiaomi smiled and gave Chu Machin a massage. I know. So I'm getting up quickly. Momo. Don't worry. I always be fine. Chu Machin didn't say anything, but just sniffed the scent on Xiaomi's body. After a long time, Ai Xinhai outside was already waiting anxiously. So he knocked on the door carefully. Sorry to bother you too. Captain Chu. We have to continue. Xiaomi quickly pushed Chu Machin away. Okay. You're busy. See you later. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Machin's response, she turned around and left. Chu Machin looked at Ai Xinhai with unkind eyes. And that look scared Ai Xinhai so much that he began to tremble all over. And even looked at Xiaomi for help. Momo. Be good. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi with a smile. Okay. Chi-Chi. Ai Xinhai trembled all over. Oh. This Captain Chu smile is too scary. It's better to keep a straight face. Chu Machin didn't know what Ai Xinhai was thinking. Otherwise, he might have been scared to the point of peeing his pants with a look. After Xiaomi left, Chu Machin continued to interrogate him. Xiaomi went to see the survivors she had rescued before. By the way, he began to tell them to sail and prepare to go back. After knowing that Xiaomi woke up, Gu Haoyu turned around and went back to his room, not daring to face Xiaomi. He always felt that Xiaomi's accident was all his fault. Therefore, he felt very guilty towards Xiaomi. After Xiaomi dealt with all the things, she went to Gu Haoyu's room with Chen Chen. Shall see. What's the situation? It's not that serious. Xiaomi patted Gu Haoyu's shoulder. Gu Haoyu lowered his head directly. He didn't dare to look into Xiaomi's eyes. Shall see. It's not your fault. This is my fate. Wan Ning had predicted it before. We didn't say anything just because we were afraid you would worry. Gu Haoyu then raised his head. Looking at Xiaomi, he was sure if what Xiaomi said just now was true. After Xiaomi nodded again, Gu Haoyu dared to be sure. Sister Qiao, I am training very hard now. And I will definitely be very strong in the future. And I will not let you fall into danger again. Xiaomi smiled. Okay. I believe you. The two talked for a while. And Xiaomi went out to deliver the small special iron ore she exchanged to them. Mainly to detain ordinary people who committed crimes. After finishing all the things, Xiaomi turned back to the room. Chapter 202 finally back. We can't go any further. There are zombie white sharks ahead. Xiaomi looked at the map. Her tone heavy. Zombies have appeared in the sea. Which means that the difficulties they will encounter in the future will be greater. And even many things in the future will be more difficult. Chu Machin looked at the map. Well, but the biggest problem now is that after we take a detour, we will most likely pass by the group of killer whales we saw before. Now there are probably only big guys there, Xiaomi said, turning the pen in her hand, her face full of solemnity. Ai Xinhai stood aside, watching the two people with heavy faces. And for a moment, his heart was also a little heavy. How about we go from the previous place? Let's go faster and leave that sea area quickly before they find us. No, the ship can't speed up at all now. There are too many people. The captain shook his head repeatedly. Their ship has stopped now, and they are ready to wait until the route is determined before moving on. Chu Machin kept thinking about various possibilities. The best solution is to get rid of these white sharks. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Hui Yin suddenly stood up. I can control them. Big brother. I have already controlled them. Let's go now. Hui Yin had never tried it before. But just now, he heard Xiaomi say that these white sharks have been infected with the zombie virus. He was ready to give it a try. But he didn't expect that it really worked. After Chu Machin heard it, his eyes lit up instantly. Keep going. After speaking, he looked at Xiaomi, and then glanced at Hui Yin. Xiaomi knew that it was Hui Yin who controlled those zombie white sharks. She knew that she could control them. But she remembered that she should wait until the level was higher before she could do so. I didn't expect Hui Yin to be able to control the zombies now. Then keep going. Let's adjourn. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she left with Chu Machin. After the two left, Hui Yin followed suit, leaving Ai Xinhai and the others staring at each other. For a long time, no one said a word. The captain stood up angrily. What's the matter? Are you leaving just like that? Ai Xinhai quickly pulled the captain. Let's go. Listen to Captain Chu. You won't be wrong. Don't worry. The captain looked at AI Shinhai with certainty. And then sighed. I go and give the order. AI Shinhai nodded. And left with the captain. He was still going to find Chumachin, wanting to see what he was going to do. There were too many people on the ship now, and he couldn't afford to gamble. But he was destined to be disappointed. Chumachin didn't tell Huiyin about his situation because of Huiyin's special nature. In order to protect Huiyin, he didn't want to report all of Huiyin affairs. He still had to keep some cards. Seeing that Chumachin was not going to tell him, AI Shinhai could only turn around and leave. Gu Haoyu and the others stood at the door of Huiyin's room, with Chumachin and Xiaomi inside. Huiyin used all his mental power to control the white sharks, and finally let these things clear the way for them. The journey was very peaceful. In one day, they left the high seas and entered the waters of our China. With the white shark, they didn't even need to worry about other things on the seabed. The ship continued to move forward at night. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the ship docked. On the shore, hundreds of cars were ready, waiting for them to leave directly after they arrived. Huiyin had already controlled the white sharks to leave the sea area. After finally docking, everyone's hearts were relieved. Finally arrived. AI Shinhai sighed, and his eyes began to moisten unconsciously. This trip was the most frightening one for him in so many years. He didn't dare to sleep every day, for fear that something would be unexpected. Xiaomi and Chumachin had a lot of feelings. This trip was also a life and death separation for them. But fortunately everything is now solved. The two held hands and got off the boat first after docking, followed by Shen Yun and others. After everyone went down, they didn't care about the rest of the matter. But Chumachin wanted to go there to make a report on what happened this time. Therefore, Xiaomi and the others separated from Chumachin. Chumachin and Gu Haoyu went to the military area, and Xiaomi took the rest of the people to clean up the zombies. They went to a Chinese medicine hospital, and Xiaomi was going to get some Chinese medicinal materials. After all, Huiyin can communicate with them now. They can take these things back, and Huiyin will come to make medicine for them. Their team also has a doctor. The car stopped more than 200 meters away from the hospital. There were zombies in front, but they had been controlled by Huiyin. They were retreating to the opposite place. The remaining zombies inside were all strong in mental power. Huiyin felt that it was difficult to control them, so he didn't control them. After their previous experiments, they basically knew that those with strong mental power were upgraded zombies. There are even many zombies that have reached level 2. Xiaomi and his team even encountered level 3 zombies before. Fortunately, Shen Yun and his team are basically level 3 or 4 now. They are basically stress-free in the face of these zombies. So Huiyin doesn't have to bother to control them. They can just deal with them themselves. The group walked towards the hospital. Hao has marked the locations of all the zombies, and Xiaomi gave the map to Chang Kuei and Chen Chen. She took Shen Yun and Chu Tingsu with her, and divided them into 3 teams. Of course, Huiyin is on his own team, and his lethality is not exaggerated. Xiaomi even thinks that Huiyin can deal with all the zombies in High City by himself. Therefore, they are not worried about Huiyin's safety at all. It's just that Huiyin is unwilling to hurt the survivors now. He always feels that he has become a zombie to be dealt with. He shouldn't fight back because others do it. This view can only be changed slowly by Huiyin, and they have no choice. Xiaomi and the others went to the inpatient department. There were many zombies there. Xiaomi had not done anything recklessly during this period, so she was going to practice. Huiyin went to the outpatient department by himself. The small buildings of the special departments on the side were handed over to Chen Chen and the others. As soon as Xiaomi walked in, she was hit by a zombie. Xiaomi punched the zombie and knocked it unconscious. Avoiding the sneak attack of the zombie, Xiaomi attacked again and punched the zombie in front of him. After the zombie fell, Xiaomi took out a dagger and dug out the crystal core. Chu Tingsu had already walked inside when Xiaomi was dealing with this zombie, and dealt with the 2 inside alone. Shen Yun was behind to restore Chu Tingsu mental strength, so that he could continue to release his superpowers. Host, something is wrong up there. Many zombies are running towards the roof. Not good. Host, they should come in from the first floor. Hurry upstairs. Hao Hao's voice was very urgent, and Xiaomi hurriedly looked at the surveillance camera on Hao Hao's side. Su, Sister Yun, go upstairs. Quickly. Xiaomi quickly dealt with the zombies in front of her after she finished speaking. She ran upstairs. But at this time, some zombies upstairs were running down towards them. and some jumped directly from the upstairs. They were ready to surround them directly. Xiaomi's face was solemn, and she acted quickly and ruthlessly. Chapter 203: A Rich Harvest. Sister Yun, be careful on the left. Xu was attacking from a distance. Xiaomi rushed towards Shen Yun. Beside Shen Yun were two flesh-type zombies. Both of them were big and strong, and Shen Yun had no way to deal with the two zombies in front of her. Even if they were both level 3, Shen Yun had no way to deal with them. She could only deal with some level 1 zombies at most. After all, she was just a helper. After pulling Shen Yun away, Xiaomi began to deal with the zombies in front of her. Chu Tingsu continued to attack upstairs, and took Shen Yun to the upper floors at a fast speed. Xiu, don't worry about me. You and Sister Yun go up quickly. We can't be surrounded. As she spoke, Xiaomi punched the zombie in front of her. After knocking down the zombie, Xiaomi no longer wanted to fight, and ran directly upstairs. And Chu Tingsu and Shen Yun had already reached the 3rd floor. There were 12 floors in total, and they could only speed up as long as they could get up. As for whether the zombies were killed, it was no longer the most important thing. How? What's the situation now? Host, you must go up within 5 minutes. Those who jump down need time to repair their bodies. You don't have much time left. Okay. Got it. After speaking, Xiaomi looked at Chu Tingsu. Su, run to the top floor by yourself. Come on. Sister Yun, I take you away. Okay. Sister Chi, I'm going up. Chu Tingsu directly surrounded himself with fireballs, and then turned himself into a fireman again. Shen Yun continued to provide mental power for Chu Tingsu. After Xiaomi dealt with the zombies around him, he hurried towards Shen Yun, carried Shen Yun on his back, and ran up. But the corridor was full of zombies. Shen Yun could only hold Xiaomi tightly, and Xiaomi threw the zombies on the stairs down from the gap next to him. He also had to keep pushing the zombies behind him down. At the same time, the speed of advancement could not be reduced, and Chu Tingsu only needed to ensure his own safety. The fire around him could still block a lot of zombies. In order not to add burden to Xiaomi, Chu Tingsu went up very quickly. In 2 minutes, they were already up. Xiaomi took Shen Yun and pushed some zombies down, then quickly ran to the rooftop. After reaching the rooftop, they quickly closed the door, and then began to think about what to do next. Looking at the door that was constantly being hit, several people knew clearly that the zombies would break in soon. Therefore, after closing the door, Xiaomi and Chu Tingsu quickly dealt with the zombies above. The movement here was too loud, and Hui Yin had already arrived at this time. Fortunately, these zombies would not attack Hui Yin, so Hui Yin could use this time to deal with the zombies below. Xiaomi and the others only needed to guard the top. The zombies fell slowly one by one. Xiaomi relaxed a little, and the previous tension was gone. Suddenly, Xiaomi's expression became serious, and she shouted down, Hui Yin, be careful. After that, Xiaomi took out the bomb from the space and threw it down the corridor. Sister Yun, you and Su are upstairs. I go to meet them. Then he ran down without looking back. And at this time, Hui Yin was already besieged by zombies, and some zombies even attacked Hui Yin. Just now, Xiaomi had seen the logo on Hao Hao's monitoring. I also know that there is a spiritual zombie down there. Just now, that zombie controlled some zombies and attacked Hui Yin. Hui Yin didn't expect it at all. So when the zombies started to attack, Hui Yin was not prepared at all. When the zombies attacked, Hui Yin was hit in the chest by the zombie. A ball of fire directly penetrated Hui Yin's chest. But Hui Yin didn't feel any pain. He just froze for a moment. And then he directly shot an invisible air blade at the zombie. Deal with the zombie. Then he turned around and continued to deal with the remaining zombies. When Xiaomi shouted, he soon discovered that these zombies began to attack him. So after dealing with the zombies in front of him, he began to control the nearby zombies. As for the mental zombie that controlled these zombies, Hui Yin didn't take it seriously. After all, he found it in just 30 seconds. Therefore, he didn't take that zombie seriously at all. Now Hui Yin has controlled that zombie. And this zombie will control more zombies after being controlled by Hui Yin. Before Xiaomi came down, Hui Yin had almost controlled the situation. Seeing Hui Yin's actions, Xiaomi once again sighed at Hui Yin's strength, which was simply outrageous. Why couldn't he do it in that era? Xiaomi and Hui Yin quickly dealt with the zombies on the stairs. Fortunately, there were only 20 or 30 high-level zombies. It took half an hour to deal with these zombies. Looking at the pile of crystal cores, Xiaomi said that her previous worries were worth it. Okay. According to your abilities, choose the crystal cores you can use, pack them up, and prepare to leave. Qinshan came to Xiaomi. Sister Qiao, when will you teach me? You are too strong. He came at the last moment, wanting to help. But who knew that Xiaomi only took a dozen seconds to kill the 3 zombies? Xiaomi smiled and looked at Qinshan. Want to learn? Qinshan nodded hurriedly, looking at Xiaomi expectantly. Then you should carry 100 kilometers every day, and we will talk about the rest of the training later. After hearing this, Qinshan was directly discouraged. 100 kilometers? 50 kilometers is life-threatening, and 100 kilometers is simply suicide. Xiaomi smiled. Okay. Don't think about it. The suffering I've gone through before is beyond your imagination. Also, my ability is very special. I can't explain it clearly now. She didn't want to talk about how. So she could only say that her ability was special. Hearing this, Qinshan didn't ask any more questions. After all, he also discovered Xiaomi's specialness. Forget it. We should admit our dish and accept our fate. Chang Kuei nodded on the side. Indeed, people should still have self-knowledge. Anyway, I have given up and don't want to think about it anymore. Qinshan shrugged his shoulders. Give up. Give up. You have to give up. Xiaomi smiled at the two of them, put half of the remaining crystal core into the space, and gave the other half to Huiyin. Take it. Upgrade as soon as possible, and control more zombies. Then he turned to look at Qinshan and the others and said, You deal with the zombies here. I go see if there is anything I can take away. Qinshan and the others definitely started to deal with it without saying a word. Xiaomi and Huiyin went to the pharmacy. After so long, the hospital's pharmacy had been looted. But fortunately, there were still some things left. After the two went in, Huiyin kept looking at various medicines and told Xiaomi what to take. Xiaomi was like a geese plucking feathers, leaving them nothing. All that could be used was taken away. But there were a lot of disinfectants, cold medicines, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and other common medicines. Chapter 204, Fighting for Favor. Captain Chu, we're here. You can get off the car now. The soldier on the passenger seat looked at Chu Machin anxiously, fearing that Chu Machin would get angry if he said something wrong. They didn't have a smooth journey. They encountered many zombies and survivors asking for help. 2 hours ago, one of their captains was kind-hearted and wanted to save the survivors who were besieged. But after their captain approached, the man decisively pushed the captain into the zombie group and ran towards their car. A soldier even opened the car door and prepared to let the man get in. After seeing this, Chu Machin said nothing. He turned around to save people. But what he didn't expect was that the survivor pushed the captain directly in front of the zombies. And the zombies had already caught the man. Even if Chu Machin saved the man now, it would be useless. It still couldn't change his fate of becoming a zombie. Seeing those people still protecting the survivor in the car, Chu Machin's anger value had reached its peak. He quickly and accurately killed all the zombies in front of him. Then he walked towards the car with a gloomy face. After opening the car door, he looked at the survivor inside with cold eyes. Do you want to get out by yourself, or do you want me to pull you out? The soldier next to him blocked the man and looked at Chu Machin disapprovingly and said, Captain Chu, you can't blame. Before the man finished speaking, Chu Machin directly took the man out of the car and threw him aside. He stared at the survivor with cold eyes, his eyes full of murderous intent. Although he disagreed, it did not mean that he could face the death of the captain without any fluctuations now. Therefore, Chu Machin directly broke the man's limbs and threw him on the street. The smell of blood would quickly attract zombies, and he didn't need to take action. Drive. Chu Machin looked ahead expressionlessly and said these two words coldly. The driver quickly started the car, not daring to delay for a second. The faces of the few people in the car just now kept changing, and no one dared to say anything. In Chu Machin's car, Gu Haoyu looked at the frightened soldiers and just sneered without saying anything. The two soldiers were always terrified on the road afterwards. They were afraid that Chu Machin would be dissatisfied and deal with them directly. Therefore, the journey afterwards was very quiet, except for Gu Haoyu talking to Chu Machin from time to time. The two soldiers sitting in front did not dare to move. Even the driver was now stiff all over. Sitting in the driver's seat, he did not dare to move at all, just waiting to get to the place quickly so that they could be relieved. Therefore, when they saw the gate of their shelter. The joy on their faces was too obvious. After the soldier told Chumachin that he could get off the car, Chumachin opened his eyes, opened the door, and walked down. After meeting those leaders, Chumachin handed over all the interrogation records and videos in the space. There were also some materials searched in the space of the space superpowers. After handing over these things, Chumachin didn't care about them anymore. The rest of the things were out of his control. As for the treatment of those people, he didn't care. Anyway, given the current situation, most of these people would become experimental subjects. After all, they need a lot of experimental subjects now. And they can only choose from these people. Now no one can find a place to lock them up. That would be a waste of supplies. After all the handovers, Gu Haoyu took the touch and flew towards home. This was what they had discussed before. Xiaomi took the rest of the people to continue cleaning up the zombies and collecting crystal cores. Chumachin and Gu Haoyu went back, in order to avoid any problems at home. In addition, the zombies have started the second upgrade, and their strength must be improved again as soon as possible. Xiaomi and the others stayed in High City for a week. During this period, they looked for upgraded zombies everywhere every day, collecting crystal cores. After Chumachin returned to Kyoto, he began to urge the rest of the people to train and collect crystal cores every day. Xiaomi and the others returned to Kyoto again on the eve of the new year. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that she had just met Tan Lin, Xiaomi would not have come back this time. After all, they finally went out once, and there were still many things to be solved. Coming back so soon would not be of any benefit to them. Chumachin and his friends were not at home on the day they arrived at the manor. Only the 4 elders of the Hua family, Chu Meng and Xiao Siyue, were at home. As soon as their car stopped, Xiao Siyue ran over. Chu Tingsu opened the door without waiting for everyone to get off the car, walked forward quickly, and hugged the running Xiao Siyue in his arms. Be careful. Don't fall. After saying that, he touched Xiao Siyue's head lovingly. In the car, Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun. It seems that our Shushu and Xiao Siyue, childhood sweethearts, have some interest in each other. Shen Yun nodded frantically. Whoa! It's so good. The love of childhood sweethearts. Whose DNA is moving again? Looking at Shen Yun's appearance, Xiaomi laughed so hard that tears came out. Thinking of her relationship with Chumachin, and thinking about the 2 little guys being together in the future, Xiaomi felt that she needed to let Chu Meng stay awake in her relationship with Shen Wentao. At this time, several people in the house also came out. When she saw Xiaomi and the others, Chu Meng's eyes were red with excitement. You are finally back safely. Why did you go for so long? Chu Meng has always been worried about everyone. She is very clear about the situation outside and the challenges they face. But she can't do anything. She can only take care of the family, so that they don't have to worry about the family. As for other things, she can't do it. There are more things over there. Don't worry. With our current strength, I'm afraid no one dares to find bad luck with us. Then you have to be careful too. Go in quickly. There are some fireplaces inside now. It's very warm, Chu Meng said, and welcomed Xiaomi and Shen Yun in. After all, it was minus 20 to 30 degrees Celsius outside, and she couldn't stand it after just being out for a while. Chu Tingsu had already gone in with Xiao Siyue in his arms. Chang Kuei felt aggrieved when he saw that his sister and niece ignored him. Xiao Meng, what do you and Xiao Siyue mean by ignoring a living person like me? Chu Meng continued to walk inside without looking back. Brother, you are a grown man and nothing will happen to you. I know. Go in quickly and let's talk inside. Xiao Siyue, who had gone in, hurried to the door after hearing what her uncle said. Uncle, little Siyue loves you second. Don't be sad. Little Siyue has been waiting for uncle to come back. Uncle, come in quickly. After saying that, she leaned close to Chu Tingsu's ear. Brother Shushu, you and Mom are tied for first place. Chu Tingsu touched the little guy's head with a smile. Okay. Brother knows. Hey, Brother Shushu, let's go find Mimi. Mimi is in the castle. Chu Tingsu asked in confusion. Castle? Well, Dad and Uncle Kong made it. It's on the rooftop. Super beautiful. Chu Tingsu picked up the little man on the ground and walked towards the rooftop with him. Chapter 205 Chumachin Crisis. Little April pointed at the small castle excitedly. Isn't it beautiful? I like it so much. Chu Tingsu glanced at the castle, then looked at little April lovingly. Beautiful. But little April is the most beautiful. Little April blushed in Chu Tingsu's arms. Then she struggled to get down from Chu Tingsu's arms and opened the door of the castle. Mimi. Mimi. Look who's back. Mimi lazily opened her eyes. Her beautiful gem-like eyes. Scanning around. When she saw Chu Tingsu, Mimi's eyes lit up. Meow meow meow. She called and rushed towards Chu Tingsu. Chu Tingsu hurriedly caught Mimi. Mimi. Be careful. If I can't catch you, you will fall. Mimi looked at Chu Tingsu with a look of "Are you stupid?" That little look seemed to say that if you can't catch me, you are a weakling. Chu Tingsu shook his head helplessly, holding Mimi in one hand. She took Xiao Xiyue down. After Mimi saw Xiaomi, she decisively abandoned Chu Tingsu and ran towards Xiaomi. She nestled in Xiaomi's arms. Her head kept nodding. Xiaomi looked at the little guy who was acting coquettishly in her arms and stroked his fur. Meng Meng. Where are they? Captain Chu took them out. It's been a week. They should be back soon. They went to clear the way to the shelter. After Chu Meng finished speaking, Xiaomi raised her eyebrows, turning to look at Chin Chin and the others. You take a rest. If they don't come tomorrow, we will go find them. Sister Qiao, we don't need to rest. We can set off now. After Chin Chin finished speaking, Wang Yuxiang and Chang Kue nodded repeatedly. And Hui Yin also used consciousness to tell Xiaomi that he could. Xiaomi pondered for a while and said, Well, Chin Chin, Hui Yin and I will go. You stay at home. Wang Yuxiang, you keep an eye on the surveillance around us and make sure our traps are always running. Okay. The Hua family couple watched them leave again and could only pray silently in their hearts. After a few simple words with Hui Yin, the three of them left. Chu Tingsu wanted to go with him, but Xiaomi refused. Xiaomi felt that the child should rest well. After all, he was still growing. Chin Chin drove. Xiaomi sat in the co-pilot, and Hui Yin sat in the back. Along the way, Hui Yin kept trying to control the zombies around him and let them follow their car. At most, Hui Yin could even control nearly 5,000 zombies. Xiaomi was resting all the time. Now her strength has reached 6. While her flexibility and agility are still 5. Her strength has reached 4. Her speed is still 7. And her physique is still 4. It can be said that she is completely different now. Her current physical strength and physique are even stronger than those of a level 4 flesh-based psychic. And her speed is equivalent to that of a level 5 speed-based psychic. Plus she is Hao. She can monitor all the situations around her clearly. And during the battle, she can constantly remind Xiaomi what to do. Help Xiaomi avoid a lot of damage. Not only from zombies, but also from some blind survivors. They searched along the way to the shelter. When they encountered high-level zombies on the way, Hui Yin controlled the zombies to run towards them. Xiaomi would eliminate the zombies and dig out the crystal core. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, they had already reached the suburbs. There were few zombies and vehicles here, and it was very smooth. Chin Chin kept increasing the speed of the car. Host, we found that the superpowers were fighting in front. Do you want to hide? Let's see who they are, and what the identities of both parties are. After hearing this, Hao didn't say anything else. Just waiting for the car to drive for a while, so that he could see what the captain's two sides looked like. A minute later, the screen next to Hao's machine was projected on the monitor. Host, look! God! Host, it's your Chu Machin. Xiaomi quickly took a look and found that it was really Chu Machin and his friends. And Chu Machin should have exhausted his superpowers. His face was very pale. He was trying hard to protect Tan Lin behind him. Tan Lin's hand covering his abdomen was full of blood, and he walked very staggeringly. Chin Chin, your boss is in front. Speed up. Hui Yin, control those who are fighting against Chu Machin and his friends. After hearing what Xiaomi said, Hui Yin quickly began to sense the superpowers around him, but he couldn't tell who was his own. At this time, Xiaomi had already opened the car door, climbed onto the roof, and jumped directly to the side when the car was moving more steadily. After jumping down, he didn't even have time to react, and quickly got up and ran towards Chu Machin and the others. Chin Chin watched Xiaomi leave his sight like a gust of wind. He worshipped Xiaomi again in his heart. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Tan Lin looked at Chu Machin trying to protect him. His eyes were red. Xiao Chu, don't worry about me. Just leave. But Chu Machin still protected him and said nothing. In order not to affect Chu Machin, Tan Lin said nothing more. just tried to protect himself, not to add burden to Chu Machin. But he didn't see Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao. Xiaomi kept thinking along the way why the two of them separated from them, and why Chu Machin and his men were besieged by so many people. But she didn't have time to think. She needed to get rid of these people as soon as possible. From Hao Hao's monitor, she could see that their people were just holding on, and the number of people over there was large. It kept increasing. After the injured people evacuated, someone soon came up. On their side, everyone was exhausted. 2 or 3 people in a group, relying on each other and protecting each other. When Xiaomi arrived, Chu Machin could no longer hold on, and his consciousness began to blur. When seeing Xiaomi, Chu Machin thought he was hallucinating, smiled bitterly, and said sorry to Xiaomi in his heart. Then he fainted directly. Xiaomi stepped forward and threw the potion exchanged with Hao Hao to Tan Lin. "Dad, you drink it. I deal with the rest." As he said, Xiaomi punched the man in front of him. He directly blew up the man's head. The people around looked at Xiaomi fighting power, and their eyes gradually became terrified. Xiaomi didn't even look at these people, and the speed of his attack was very fast. Huiyan and Qinshan also arrived at this time. After Huiyan approached, he could see people and control their consciousness. The first to be controlled were the superpowers around their people. After controlling them to leave, they began to become their people and attack their own people. Chapter 206 Wake Up. Half an hour later, the people over there had been almost wiped out. Xiaomi looked at Kong Minglang and said, "Do you want to leave them alive?" "No. We know who they are. Just deal with them." After Kong Minglang finished speaking, he retreated to the side. He had no strength left now, so he could only retreat. After pushing the zombies in front of him away, he quickly retreated to the back. Shin Wentao beside him also slowly retreated. Soon Xiaomi, Chen Chen and Huiyan controlled the situation, and all those people were dealt with. After everything was dealt with, Xiaomi breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Chu Machin. "Huiyan, how is Momo now?" "It's not a big problem. At least he didn't hurt his vital parts. But his mental strength was exhausted, and he needs to recover slowly." After Huiyan finished speaking, Xiaomi nodded. Then he looked at Tan Lin on the side. Dad, how do you feel now?" "It's okay. I just got some minor injuries. If it weren't for Xiao Chu, I might really be dead now." Tan Lin smiled bitterly. He felt a little uncomfortable. Originally, he was not with them this time, but Chu Machin took him with him after seeing his expectant eyes. But he has been dragging his feet. Even if he can deal with some low-level zombies independently now, he still can't face these superpowers. He can't get close to them at all. Tan Lin was a little lonely. Xiaomi didn't have time to care about Tan Lin's mood now. After seeing that Tan Lin was indeed fine, he turned around to see the situation of others. After the inspection, he looked at Kong Mingyang. "Captain Kong, what's going on?" Some people don't want Uncle Tan and the captain to live." Kong Mingyang's face was full of sarcasm. "These people are really good now. They don't care whether they will involve innocent people. They just want to achieve their own goals." Xiaomi knew that Chu Machin had touched some people's cake. Those people have always wanted to get rid of Chu Machin, but they didn't expect that they haven't given up until now. They are really persistent. Who are they? Can you confirm it now? Is it difficult for us to deal with them now? Where are Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao? They were sent to carry out the mission to escort a few big guys to the research institute. As for us to deal with those who want to harm the boss. Kong Mingliang pondered for a moment. "I think our chances of winning may not be very high." Xiaomi didn't dwell too much on this matter. Since it couldn't be solved, then don't solve it for the time being. It's just that it will be solved sooner or later. Otherwise, I always feel that there is a knife hanging behind them. Uncomfortable. You rest now. We will leave soon. As for the things here, whoever wants to deal with it can deal with it. Xiaomi's face was very bad, and Kong Mingliang and the others were also uncomfortable. After all, as the vanguards, they had taken a lot of risks, but now they are attacked from all sides. It really doesn't feel worth it. But the current situation and the education they have received make them unable to let go directly and not care about anything. In any case, they are in a heavy mood. Therefore, Kong Mingyang is not going to make his own decision and listen to Xiaomi directly. Anyway, Xiaomi is their deputy captain. They need to obey orders. Well, that's it. They are obeying orders now. Nothing wrong. Kong Mingliang comforted himself. What mission are Gu Haoyu and the others on? Were they deliberately transferred away? Well, hee. They sent at least 1/3 of their men this time. Wait a little longer. Wait until the captain wakes up. I think we can go and touch him. After Kong Mingliang finished speaking, Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin and thought. Okay. That's it. Everything will wait until Chu Machin wakes up. You take a rest first. And we talk about the rest later. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she looked around and said, Huiyan, look around for a suitable place. And we set up camp there. Okay. Huiyan left quickly after speaking. As for why Huiyan was the one, it was because they didn't have anyone they could use right now. Chin Chin was still bandaging everyone. Xiaomi began to deal with the superpowers here. Although they paid a heavy price this time, they also gained a lot. After all, there were hundreds of superpowers here. With so many crystal cores, even if the level of these crystal cores was not high, they could exchange them for something. After the rest of the people took a short rest, they all went to clean up the crystal cores with Xiaomi. After digging out the crystal cores, they cleaned them a little and put them away. They were ready to distribute them later. Huiyan soon found a suitable place. A farmer's house. There was no one on the second floor. It must have been a newly built house. And all the furniture was new. Perhaps because it was behind the mountain. This place had not been destroyed by survivors or zombies. So they rested here directly. After dawn, Chu Machin woke up. When he saw Xiaomi sleeping next to him, the expression on his face instantly became unusually gentle. He reached out and gently stroked Xiaomi's head. But Xiaomi sat up straight in an instant. When she saw Chu Machin wake up, Xiaomi snorted. You are injured again. Well, I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. It's just that I don't use my superpowers, Uncle Tan. But I will definitely not do it next time. I wonder if Master Chi-Chi can forgive me this time. Xiaomi was amused by Chu Machin's words, but still looked at Chu Machin very seriously. Momo, this is really the last time. If you do it again, I really want to. Woo woo woo. Before Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin directly blocked the rest of Xiaomi's words. After being blocked, Xiaomi kept patting Chu Machin's chest. After just a moment, Xiaomi's hand dropped. Chu Machin didn't let Xiaomi go until he felt that Xiaomi was having trouble breathing. He smiled at Xiaomi. Chi-Chi, that's great. I really thought I was going to. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Are you interested in seeing what good things are there? Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. Go find those people behind the scenes? Well, I've been tolerating them for a long time. And I don't want to tolerate them anymore. Then we must go. When? Chu Machin sat up slowly and held Xiaomi in his arms. Tonight. Wait for them to rest. How are things going over there? Have you encountered any danger? Do I look like I've encountered danger? Chu Machin was choked. He smiled and scratched Xiaomi's nose, but didn't say anything. He just hugged Xiaomi with satisfaction. After more than a month, they finally met. And Xiaomi appeared in front of him even when he was in the most embarrassing situation. Before, he thought he was dreaming. And at that time he just thought he might really die. Otherwise, how could he have hallucinations and see Xiaomi directly? Unexpectedly, after waking up, he really saw Xiaomi sitting by his bed. At that moment, he was really satisfied. With this incident, he wanted to remove all the possible dangers. He didn't want Xiaomi to worry about him all the time. Chapter 207 Settlement of Accounts. Okay. Get up. Everyone is still worried about you. After saying that, Xiaomi stood up, pulled Chu Machin up, and pushed him directly to the bathroom next to her. Hurry up and wash up. After saying that, she turned and went out. It was a whole night, and she didn't wash up. And even the clothes she was wearing were the day before yesterday. She was in a hurry to get home to change. But she came out to find them after she got home. As a result, she didn't have any rest at all. And she didn't even have time to wash up. So after pushing Chu Machin in, Xiaomi turned around and went to the room reserved for her, and came out after she had tidied up. When Xiaomi came out, Chu Machin and the others had already started discussing what to do next. Xiaomi was not interested in listening to those plans. After all, she only needed to take action, and they would decide the rest. She only needed to know their plan and cooperate with them. So they quickly discussed everything. And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they set off together. When night fell, they had already arrived at the military area. Yes, they were going to enter the military area this time to clean up those termites. That's why Kong Mingyang felt a little dangerous before. After thinking about it, he felt that as long as Chu Machin woke up, they could fight. After all, Chu Machin's identity was there, which could shock many people. Some people would even help him. And what happened later did verify his guess. After Chu Machin and his friends went in, someone reported the news. The faces of the people who were in the meeting suddenly changed. They were the ones who sent people to kill Chu Machin. They all had too many handles in Chu Machin's hands. So they came up with such a bad idea. But after hearing the report below, the expressions on the faces of the people kept changing. The leading man gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't you say it must be foolproof? What's the situation now?" Waste. After scolding, the man looked around. "Think about it yourself. Push one out. Otherwise we will all die here." After saying that, he sat on the chair with a gloomy face. The remaining few people looked at each other, then looked at the man sitting in front. And then they all seemed to have made up their minds. Looking at the man firmly, one of them said, "General, I'm afraid we can't afford our position. I'm afraid you still have to come." The tone of the words was very sincere, but the expression on his face was very disdainful. Yes, they all thought that the man in front of them should take all the responsibility. After all, only if he took it, Chu Machin would believe it. They would not be implicated. After all, their positions were low, and they could only follow orders. The man looked at them in disbelief. His face flushed, and pointed at the man in front of him. You, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? General Chun. This is the only way to save the most people. You think about it carefully." After saying that, the man gave a look to the people on the side. And then the group left directly. After Chu Machin and the others came in, they went straight to the building. Therefore, when they just got downstairs, they ran into Chu Machin and his group. Several people came forward directly. "Where is Captain Chu? Captain Chu, are you okay? General Chen is upstairs. We have arrested General Chen." The man who finished speaking was kicked away by Chu Machin. Chu Machin knew exactly what these people were planning. Therefore, he was not prepared to listen to their explanations at all. He started to act directly. They were not prepared at all. So Chu Machin and his group came down and dealt with 4 people directly. The rest of the people were escorted upstairs by the guards. Chu Machin was not in a hurry after getting off the car, and walked slowly upstairs with Xiaomi and the others. Hao Hao had already figured out all the situations here at this time, so they didn't have to worry at all. And Hui Yen had already controlled many people. Chu Machin was not going to kill them all. After all, he was not a murderer. But he would definitely not leave any of these people behind him. According to Hao Hao's instructions, Xiaomi led everyone to follow those people upstairs. They were blocked in the conference room. Chu Machin looked at the soldiers and said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you. You can save your life if you leave now." After that, he looked at everyone coldly. The low-level guards and soldiers looked at each other, and then looked at General Chen, who was already a little flustered at this time. After a while, they all left. The remaining ones, who thought they could definitely beat Chu Machin, still protected General Chen and his men. Chu Machin sneered, looked at Xiaomi, and attacked these people directly. The 2 of them attacked quickly, and they were no match at all. In addition, Hui Yen controlled their consciousness. Wen Ningxuan controlled their consciousness, and Ouyang Qi used vines to trap those people directly. Therefore, those soldiers were quickly dealt with by Chu Machin and Xiaomi. Only General Chen and his men were left. Chu Machin slowly approached General Chen step by step. "General Chen, long time no see. Actually, I really want to know why you want to kill our family." Yes, Chu Machin had also found out some things about his father's death before. Although it had nothing to do with General Chen in front of him. He was the one who caused it. Even his many escapes from death before were inseparable from General Chen in front of him. He had collected some information before, but because it was not enough to bring down this man, he had not taken any action. But Chu Machin did not expect that even in the end of the world, he still had to arrange for someone to deal with him. Chu Machin could not figure out why this man wanted his family to die. After Chu Machin asked, he saw Admiral Chen on the opposite side snorted coldly. "Want to know? Haha. I won't tell you. Haha. Boss, I can control him to say it." Chu Machin heard what Hui Yen said, looked at Admiral Chen again, and nodded to Hui Yen. Admiral Chen was still arrogant before, but suddenly became dull. "We want to do research in the institute, but the people of the Chu family are against it. What research? Biological research. A joint venture. Is your research illegal? Thinking of something. Chu Machin asked again, does this zombie virus have anything to do with you? They leaked it accidentally. But the source is in the United States. They just brought those things here for testing. And I don't know why. It became like this now. Chu Machin understood it after hearing this. Therefore, Chu Machin looked at Admiral Chun and wanted to skin him alive. Old Kong, keep an eye on the people. And the rest of you can continue to deal with the termites here. Chu Machin turned around and left the meeting room with a grim expression. Chapter 208 Award Ceremony. Chi-Chi, the rest of the things are simple. You and Lao Kong are here? Sure. Go and do your thing. Xiaomi knew what Chu Machin meant. He wanted to watch here by himself. After all, General Chen is the most important person now. With Xiaomi's supervision, Chu Machin left with peace of mind. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when all the things were dealt with. Chu Machin didn't want to stay here any longer. But it was not easy to arrange with these people. In the end, Chu Machin could only endure the discomfort and stay here. Early the next morning, he left with his people. When they arrived there, they were taken away separately. Chu Machin frowned. But the few people in the lead had always been more upright and even helped him a lot. Why? Have you forgotten our process? There are still many people here who have not communicated individually. So they naturally need to be questioned separately. Don't worry. I will come here in person. Don't worry. Chu boy, you don't know this old guy Yongmin yet? He is the most brainless. After listening to the two people's words, Chu Machin didn't say anything else, but asked Hui Yen to pay attention to the situation here. He negotiated with Hao Hao by the way. Let it tell him about Xiaomi's situation in time. Hao Hao had no choice but to do it under Chu Machin coercion. It's just that Xiaomi didn't know these. After all, there is now a connection between the two. And sometimes Hao Hao and Chu Machin contact can even block Xiaomi. Chu Machin and Hui Yen will send people to the interrogation room together. Kong Mingyang and others need to report what they have done during this period. After reading the interrogation materials, the leaders above have different expressions. The bespectacled man in the lead looked at the information in his hand. How were these people brought in? Have you checked these things? Yes. I have checked before. Mercenaries. Chu Machin said lightly. Everyone took a breath. How many people? I don't know. It should be no less than 20 or 30 people. At this time, they didn't know that these mercenaries had actually been eliminated. Yes, it was the group of people who went to Chu Machin Manor before. But the identities of those people were difficult to investigate. Not to mention the end of the world now. But it doesn't matter anymore. What they have to do now is to keep these evidences. After the end of the world, they will settle accounts. Soon they finished reading all the information and videos. Chu Machin stood up. I will no longer be responsible for the rest of the things. And my team needs to rest. And we will not participate in the mission for the next half month. The above people also knew that Chu Machin and his team must be serious this time. And they have indeed participated in many missions recently. So they responded to Chu Machin's words. Chu Machin left. At this time, Xiaomi and the others were having a one-on-one conversation. The person talking to Xiaomi was Yang Min, who was acquainted with Chu Machin. The conversation was quite pleasant. After all, Yang Min just wanted to know some of Xiaomi's thoughts. As for Xiaomi information, it had been investigated clearly long ago, including her relationship with Tan Lin. Therefore, Yang Min was very concerned about Xiaomi's mood when talking. Both the words and the tone were very gentle. Miss Xiao, it's nice to meet you. There will be an award ceremony later. And you also need to attend. Xiaomi smiled. Okay. Then she left. After Xiaomi finished, Hao Hao immediately said to Chu Machin, the host is over. Come quickly. Momo. I told you not to call me Momo. No matter what. I have to call. Momo. 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 Chu Machin, At the award ceremony, Xiaomi didn't expect that she would be promoted 3 levels in a row. Tan Lin was touching his medal with tears in his eyes. And he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. His wish for so many years was finally fulfilled. And he could finally stand in the sun. Tan Lin's mood was very complicated at this time. He insisted on his beliefs, but he let his family down. He even lost his lover and almost lost his daughter. He didn't know whether it was worth it. But he knew that he was very satisfied now. Chu Machin didn't react much. After all, he couldn't be promoted anymore. Shen Yun and Huiningshuan were excited to show each other their achievements. But these things of theirs would be kept here in the end. After all, they were a confidential organization. But even so, they were very satisfied. After the award ceremony, Chu Mochen and Xiaomi were called away. After entering, the two saw that the leader was actually the one above. And the one smiled very gently after seeing the two. The two looked at each other. And they didn't know why this person would meet them. For a while, both of them were very terrified. "Sir!" The two greeted in unison. The man smiled and asked them to sit down. "Sit down. Sit down. Let's sit down and talk. You have worked hard." Chu Mochen stood up straight immediately. "Report to the leader. It's not hard. It's my duty." "Haha. Sit down. Nothing to do. Just a simple chat. By the way, thank you for your contribution in this matter. Report to the leader. This is our duty." The leader's words really make us embarrassed. Looking at the two people who were talking in official language, Xiaomi laughed in her heart. But it was completely invisible on the face. So Chu Mochen and the other person didn't know what Xiaomi was thinking. Even the other person thought Xiaomi was scared. After all, it was the first time to face him. So he didn't say much. Only talking to Chu Mochen and the other person. Instructing Chu Mochen to be more cautious in the future. And by the way, assuring Chu Mochen that what they deserved would be given to them one by one in the future. Chu Mochen had no doubt about this. After all, it was the one at the top who promised. And he believed that their situation would be much better in the future. After a simple chat, seeing that they were indeed nervous, he let Chu Mochen and Xiaomi leave. The two just went out. Xiaomi let out a long sigh. "Don't call me for this kind of thing. It's too uncomfortable. Okay, I've called her name this time. And I won't let you go if I don't call you later." Xiaomi looked at Chu Mochen with satisfaction. Then the two smiled at each other and left. After the two left, in the office, several leaders looked at the big leader above. These two are good. But about General Chen over there, I think about how to deal with this matter. The evidence is conclusive. General Chen is definitely dead. But we discussed the specific method. Several people are really disappointed with General Chen. This zombie virus has turned at least half of the people in the country into zombies. It's not known what the situation will be like later. And all this is because of his greed. Even after working with General Chen for so many years, they have no sympathy for General Chen now. Not adding insult to injury is already good enough. Chapter 209. After Chu Mochen met up with their people, he was ready to take them away. Anyway, the matter here was over. And the rest was not something he could manage. "Let's go home." As soon as the voice fell, someone came to find them. "Captain Chu, we have prepared a banquet. Would you please come this way?" "No. We can still get home before dark if we leave now. There are still some things over there. I appreciate your kindness. Please say thank you to them for me." The soldier saw Chu Mochen clear refusal and did not insist. Nodding. "Okay. Everyone, please be safe. I will report first." After saying that, he turned and left. Chu Mochen and his men also took the car out of the space and left the shelter here. When will Xiao Si and Zhang Chao be back? They are going to explore a military base, which may take some time. Don't worry. The place they are going is absolutely safe, Chu Mochen assured Xiaomi. Xiaomi saw Chu Mochen affirmation and did not ask any more questions. After all, she didn't know about these things. The car sped on the road, and Hu Yin controlled the zombies to move the vehicles blocking the road. So they walked very smoothly along the way. They arrived home in more than 2 hours. Chu Meng and Shen Yun came out first, and they were both very excited to see that they were all back. When Shen Wentao saw Chu Meng, he wanted to go forward. But when Chu Meng walked towards Kong Minglang, he stopped his steps abruptly. Chu Meng walked to Kong Minglang and said with a smile, "Little Siua liked the gift you brought before, and she also clamored to thank you. But you never came back." Kong Minglang touched his head and smiled honestly. "Oh, it's okay. As long as the little one likes it. I just saw it. Haha. By the way, I brought some things this time. Where's little Siua? She's upstairs. She'd probably come down soon." "Ah. Old Kong. You're back." Before Chu Meng finished speaking, little Siua ran out from inside, shouting. She ran straight to Kong Mingyang. And when she got to Kong Mingyang, she stretched out her hand for a hug. Xiaomi watched them get along, and was stunned for a moment, without any reaction. Come back to your senses. Chi-Chi, Chu Machin said, tapping Xiaomi's forehead. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin in disbelief. What's going on? Why don't I understand it? I tell you later. Let's go in and eat first. After that, he pulled Xiaomi inside. Chu Tingsu stood at the door and watched Chu Machin and Xiaomi come over. His eyes slightly red. Now no matter who goes out, the rest of them are all worried. Afraid that something will happen. After all, there are too many unsafe factors now. Silly boy. Don't worry. Your uncle won't get into trouble that easily. Chu Tingsu, who was pulled by Chu Machin, snorted coldly. Who is worried about you? I miss Sister Chi-Chi. Yeah. Yes. Yes. You and Sister Chi-Chi have just been separated for 2 or 3 days, and you miss her. Chu Tingsu blushed at what Chu Machin said, slapped Chu Machin's hand, and turned inside. No matter what Chu Machin said, Chu Tingsu no longer turned around to look at him. Xiaomi patted Chu Machin's arm. You know Xu is arrogant. Why are you saying these things? After saying that, she glanced at Chu Machin with a reproachful look. He walked a few steps quickly to stop Chu Tingsu. Su, what delicious food do you want to eat? There are no restrictions today. No. Sister Chi-Chi. No. Xiao Xiyu likes chocolate. Do you have any? Looking at Chu Tingsu's little expression, Xiaomi smiled directly. Okay. You go get it for Xiao Xiyu. After that, he took out a large box of chocolates and some snacks from the space. She used to buy these as snacks for herself. Not much. But after the end of the world, she has never had time to eat. So he took out all the things directly. After Chu Tingsu took it, he was about to turn around and give it to Xiao Xiyu. After seeing Xiao Xiyu and Kong Minglang getting along with them, still didn't go out. Walked inside with Xiaomi and the others. After entering, Xiaomi took out a lot of food from the space. Chong Kue was glad that they had been busy today and hadn't eaten dinner yet. Why is it so rich? Xiaomi smiled. We didn't have the New Year's Eve dinner before, so we must make up for it now. Chong Kue helped to get the dishes, and took the dishes of the housekeeper Hua and his wife to heat up. He also helped to arrange the dishes. In 10 minutes, they had prepared all the dishes, and a group of people gathered around the table. The whole table was filled with plates, and everyone sat together. Chu Machin and Xiaomi looked at each other, and both were very satisfied. Xiaomi never dared to think that they could have such a comfortable time in the end times. Now that it has really been done, she still can't believe it. Turning around and seeing Tan Lin looking at her with relief, Xiaomi instantly felt that she was about to cry, and smiled at Tan Lin. Then he raised his glass. Dad, I'm glad to meet you. Xiaomi's words made Tan Lin's eyes red. Child, Dad is very lucky to meet you. Otherwise I'm afraid. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's raise our glasses together. Tan Lin didn't want everyone to immerse themselves in this slightly depressing atmosphere. He hurriedly mobilized the atmosphere. Chinchin stood up. Happy New Year. Come on. Cheers. With their interruption, the atmosphere was obviously very relaxed afterwards. After dinner, the Hua family and Tan Lin called Chu Machin and others to the living room. Several people stood in the living room in confusion. Father Hua took out a big bag and took out a red envelope from it. Here, this is prepared for you. You must receive red envelopes during the Chinese New Year. After that, he distributed the red envelopes to everyone with a smile. He asked Chong Kue and others to help find these things 2 days ago. He felt that the Chinese New Year should have a Chinese New Year atmosphere. Chu Machin and the others looked at each other, and all bent down to say some auspicious words to everyone for the new year. The 3 of them were giving out red envelopes with a smile. Then everyone gave all the red envelopes to Chu Tingsu and Xiao Xiyu. Xiao Xiyu was holding a bunch of red envelopes with a smile. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Tingsu put another bunch of red envelopes in her arms. Chu Tingsu said, as a matter of course, give them all to my sister. I'm so old now. I don't need them. You take them. Sister. After saying that, he stood aside very coldly. Xiaomi looked at Chu Tingsu and chuckled. Little brat. You are really arrogant. Is it like you? No. How is it like you? I won't say one thing and mean another. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he looked at Xiaomi with a look of disapproval, and the expression on his face was exactly the same as Chu Tingsu. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin and then at Chu Tingsu, shaking her head. They are just like father and son. Chi-Chi. Chu Machin shouted in disapproval. Xiaomi quickly covered her mouth and smiled at Chu Machin. Hee hee. I was wrong. I was wrong. It's normal for Xiu to look like you. Chu Machin tapped Xiaomi, then turned around and asked everyone to go upstairs to celebrate. Chapter 210 Gu Haoyu got mad. Cheers. I hope we can wait until the zombie virus ends as soon as possible. Shen Yun raised his glass and looked at the people around him. Chang Kuei nodded in agreement. Indeed. The only hope now is to quickly develop a drug to treat the zombie virus. This shitty apocalypse. Really? Hey! Let's not talk about this. Let's enjoy the rare piece today. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she took some barbecue from the space and placed it on the small table in front of her. Can you still eat it? Chin Chin took more than a dozen skewers directly. Of course you can. Sister Qiao. If it weren't for your space, we wouldn't be having fun now. Everyone nodded in agreement. But no one asked why Xiaomi's space could keep things fresh. This is their tacit understanding. At this time, Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao were sitting on the roof, chewing on the bread in their hands. Hey, when can we have a hot meal? Zhang Chao smiled. We can only finish the matter here as soon as possible. It's ridiculous. How come we can't check all the places after so long? Have we overlooked something? My guess is that there should be a secret passage. But we don't know it now. Gu Haoyu scratched his hair irritably. It would be simple if we could just bomb it directly. That's what he said. But he also knew that it was impossible. But he was really irritated. And he didn't want to care about the things here at all. Zhang Chao was very calm. It's almost there. I don't know if Sister Qiao and the others have gone back now. We can solve the things here quickly. Maybe we can go back before them. They should have gone back. After all, Uncle Tan is here. Sister Qiao just recognized Uncle Tan. And they should go back before the new year. Zhang Chao nodded. But the captain and the others may not be able to go back. Forget about them. Let's just solve our things here quickly. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he finished the bread in his hand and put on his helmet again. I'd be quick. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he quickly ate the bread in his hand and looked at the remaining half of the bread with a constipated face. He felt that he might not want to eat bread in this life. But, in this situation, forget it. He won't say these face-slapping words. His habit made him finish all the remaining bread no matter how uncomfortable it was. After putting on his helmet, he stood up. Let's go. It's time to go to work. Hey, you don't say it. We are now the kind of people who work all year round. In the past half-month, we have been exploring except sleeping and eating. This place is so big. Gu Haoyu has been very irritable here. After all, it's just the two of them every day. And they have to concentrate on avoiding the patrols and finding out the situation inside. After the two went out, the whole movement was very light, for fear of accidentally alarming others. A week later, Xiaomi and Chu Machin received a task from above, requiring them to rush to a scientific research base within 3 days. Some monsters appeared there. From the photo they sent over, Xiaomi roughly knew that this should be a mutated zombie monster, but she didn't know what kind of mutation it was. From the photo, they could only see a monster that looked like a pumpkin, with heads all over its body, which gave everyone goosebumps. It was very uncomfortable. What are we going to deal with? Is this kind of thing? Wen Ningxuan said uncomfortably, with reluctance on her face and disgust in her eyes. She even kept touching her arms with both hands. The impact just now was too great, and her whole arm was now covered with goosebumps. Thinking of what she saw just now, she suspected that she would have a nightmare at night. Well, everyone continue to absorb the crystal core today and tomorrow. But be careful not to overdo it. Tomorrow night. No. We will set off at 4 a.m. the day after tomorrow, Chu Machin said in a deep voice. Then he motioned everyone to go back. Chi-Chi, do you want to find something to upgrade these 2 days? Forget it. Without Xiaoxi, it's a bit risky for me to go out. Besides, I've already searched Kyoto now, and there's nothing left. I don't want to exchange the remaining points. Chu Machin thought of the opportunities on the sea before. When Xiaoxi and the others come back, let's consider going to the high seas again. There should be a lot of good things there. It sounds good. Uh-huh. I can consider it. Chu Machin smiled. Then I go absorb the crystal core. You can do it yourself. Okay. Don't worry about me. I will definitely not go out. You just focus on upgrading yours. Okay. Let's go. Looking at Xiaomi's disgusted look, Chu Machin smiled helplessly. Okay. I'm going back to my room. Xiaomi waved her hand, signaling Chu Machin to go back to his room quickly. After Chu Machin went back, Xiaomi smiled, turned around, and went downstairs to play with Chu Ming. Of course, there was also the little girl, Xiao Xiyue. After all, Chu Tingsu had already gone in to absorb the crystal core, and the little girl's only playmate now was Mimi. Therefore, when Xiaomi went downstairs, Xiao Xiyue was very happy, and went straight up to hug Xiaomi's legs. Sister Qiqi, don't you need to go to training? No. Who let Sister Qiqi be so powerful now? Of course not. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows proudly. Xiao Xiyue covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Chu Meng was tidying up the living room. Qiqi, if you need to absorb, go. There is no problem at home. And I am here. It's okay. I really don't need it anymore. These crystal cores are of no use to me now. I have to wait and see if I can find a higher level crystal core later. Chu Meng didn't know this, so she didn't say anything. After all, she is not a superpower, and she really doesn't know much about superpowers. In the afternoon, Xiaomi took Xiao Xiyue out to play, and taught Chu Meng how to train. Chu Meng now has 4 abdominal muscles, and his fighting skills can even fight Shen Yun for a while. The 4 old people of the Hua family have started to exercise every day. After all, they can't do much now, and the least they can do is to exercise their bodies. Don't cause trouble to the younger generation. But they are ordinary people after all, and their bodies are not good, so they can only be self-sufficient, take care of all their lives. Sometimes they don't even let Chu Meng cook, but they cook in the kitchen. Butler Hua and his wife also opened up a small vegetable garden at the back of the manor. Now the green vegetables in it have been planted very well. For example, leeks, coriander, spinach and other vegetables. Ouyang can ripen them in less than a minute. You can cut them directly. But these vegetables will not work after cutting a few times, and they must be replanted. But fortunately, they have a lot of vegetable seeds now. Even if it comes for another 10 years, there will be no problem. Chapter 211 Making Dumplings. After Chu Ming finished training, she walked to Xiaomi and the others. Seeing her mother's face full of sweat, little Xiyue hurriedly ran to Chu Ming, standing on tiptoe to wipe her sweat. Mom, you've worked hard. Little Xiyue will work hard in the future. Chu Ming touched her daughter's head. Mom believes in you. Our little Xiyue is so good. She will definitely do it. Little Xiyue smiled happily. Xiaomi looked at Chu Ming expectantly. Ming, can I make a small request? Chu Ming rolled her eyes. Just say it directly. How can I not agree to you? After saying that, she looked at Xiaomi with a grudge. Xiaomi smiled. I want to eat leek and egg buns. I see that the leeks in the back are ready. How about it? Can you make it? I can't. But Aunt Hua can. I satisfy you. Let's go and cut leeks. The two took little Xiyue to the small vegetable garden in the back. When they were outside, they ate the most meat. So Xiaomi wanted to eat vegetarian food. After all, there were no fresh vegetables outside. The vegetables she had stockpiled at that time were almost gone. In addition, it took time to cook. So naturally she seldom ate vegetarian food, and usually chose packaged food that could be eaten quickly. Little Xiyue watched Xiaomi and Chu Ming cutting leeks, and she was very curious. Mom, can I cut it too? No. This knife is very sharp. Go see if the tomatoes over there are ripe, and pick them. Hearing Chu Ming's words, little Xiyue was happy. She turned around and picked the tomatoes, and also picked some cucumbers she liked. But the cucumbers were very small and not ripe yet. However, Chu Ming and Xiaomi did not blame them. After all, the child was still young, and these things could be taught slowly. At least little Xiyue could distinguish what vegetables looked like. Ming, it's okay. Xiaomi held the leeks in her hand and showed them to Chu Ming. Chu Ming looked up and said, make more, and put some in your space when the time comes, so you can eat it when you go out. Xiaomi thought about it and felt that it was okay. So she continued to cut leeks happily. They didn't go back until all the leeks were cut. After all, if they wanted to eat it later, they could just let Ouyang ripen it, which was still very fast. Butler Hua and his wife looked at the leeks in their hands and knew that they wanted to make dumplings. I go and make some dough and put it in front of the fireplace. It will be ready in an hour, Aunt Hua said and walked towards the kitchen. Butler Hua took the leeks from their hands. Give it to me. I go and chop the stuffing. The two gave the leeks to Butler Hua. Then they turned around to wash up. Little Siua followed Chu Ming and Xiaomi to the bathroom next to them. Chu Ming washed his hands first, and then brought little Siua little paws to him. Looking at little Siua hands full of mud, Chu Ming eyebrows jumped. Baby, you're really a little dirty. Hee hee, Mom. You can still keep it after washing it. Don't throw away the little baby yet. She rubbed her head against Chu Ming's belly and acted like a spoiled child. I have to say that after seeing this scene, Xiaomi was envious. You look at me like you have a daughter. I just don't know if my daughter is as cute as Xiao Siua. After saying that, she hugged Xiao Siua and kissed her fiercely. Xiao Siua was amused by Xiaomi and laughed. I'm also the daughter of Sister Chi-Chi. After saying that, she returned a kiss to Xiaomi. Chu Ming looked at the two of them getting along. Her face was full of smiles. In fact, she knew that it was difficult for her daughter to be so happy, and it was difficult for her to trust someone. Now she can trust the people in the manor so much and be so happy. She was very happy and satisfied. After the three of them washed up and went out, they went to the kitchen to help. Xiaomi and Chu Ming went to help, while Xiao Siua played in the living room by herself. When it came to making dumplings, Xiaomi realized that she was really not good at it. Even though she had traveled through so many worlds, after living for so many years, she still had no talent for pasta. She couldn't make it well. In comparison, Chu Ming dumplings were very good. Xiaomi looked at Chu Ming, looked at Butler Hua, and then looked back at her own dumplings. Frowning, she simply didn't want to look at it anymore. Forget it. I think I just give up. What the hell is this? Xiaomi was irritated by her own dumplings. Chu Ming and Butler Hua and his wife were amused by Xiaomi. Okay. You watch from the side. We can just make dumplings together. After Chu Ming said this, Xiaomi desired to win came directly. I don't believe it. I can definitely do it. Come on. I'm the best. Chu Ming burst into laughter. Good. Good. You're the best. Come on. Butler Hua smiled and said, come on. Xiao girl. I teach you. Look. Here. You slowly pinch it together little by little. He was kneading while introducing it to Xiaomi. When Xiaomi did it right, he praised her immediately. And when he saw Xiaomi did it wrong, he helped her. But after teaching her for more than 10 times, Xiaomi still couldn't do it. Xiaomi sat on the stool directly. I gave up. Well, nothing is difficult in the world, as long as you are willing to give up. Okay. Chi-Chi, you should go and accompany your daughter. Okay. Let's go. After saying that, he stood up and went to the living room. Looking at Xiaomi back, Chu Ming's face turned red with laughter. When Tan Lin came down, he saw his daughter walking towards the living room with a red face. And Chu Ming and the others were laughing behind her. What's wrong? Xiaomi smiled embarrassedly. It's okay. I just don't know how to make dumplings. Dad, they are making dumplings. Do you want to go? Sure. Dad's dumplings are very good, Tan Lin said and went into the kitchen. Started to help. Chu Ming was surprised when she saw the buns made by Tan Lin. Uncle Tan, you are so good at making them. Tan Lin held up the buns. Not bad. This is my skill after decades of practice. Xiaomi, who heard this, did not expect her father to be able to make buns. During dinner, Tan Lin kept picking up dishes for Xiaomi, telling her to eat something, and peeling shrimp for her. Everyone who saw this began to envy. This was the first time that Xiaomi was taken care of like this. Except when Chumachan was there. After all, care is different. At least the feelings are different. After dinner, Xiaomi took the initiative to find Tan Lin. Dad, shall we talk? Tan Lin looked at Xiaomi. His heartbeat kept speeding up. Well, Chi-Chi, you go up first. I find you later. I have something to do now. Xiaomi nodded and turned to walk upstairs. Tan Lin in the room was a little nervous and restless. He wondered if he had gone too far just now. And Xiaomi was unhappy, and was about to tell him not to be so active. For a moment, Tan Lin was very nervous. He kept thinking about it. Chapter 212 Conversation. Tan Lin is satisfied. Tan Lin did a lot of psychological preparation for himself before he mustered up the courage to walk towards the attic on the top of the building. After entering, Tan Lin took a deep breath, calming down his uneasy mood. Chi-Chi, what do you want to say? Dad is here. Xiaomi looked at Tan Lin with a bad face, thinking that he was not feeling well. Dad? You are not feeling well. Where do you feel uncomfortable? No, nothing. What's wrong? Hearing the trembling in Tan Lin's tone, Xiaomi felt that he seemed to know why his father was trembling. That? Dad? You misunderstood. I don't want to say anything to you. It's like this. Dad? You don't have to be cautious with me all the time. Just be yourself, Xiaomi said quickly and hurriedly. Tan Lin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his daughter's words. It's just that Dad feels sorry for you and your mother. If it weren't for me, your life wouldn't be like this. And your mother wouldn't. Thinking of Yi Linlong's death, Tan Lin still can't let it go. This is not a matter of whether Xiaomi can forgive him or not. It is that he cannot forgive himself. He is unwilling to forgive himself. He always feels that it is because of his wrong choice that caused the tragedy of his family. Dad, I can't say anything for my mother. You can ask her later whether to forgive or not. But for me, I don't blame you. Really. I thank you for bringing me into this world. As for what I have experienced, I think those experiences have made me a better person. He smiled at Tan Lin, looking at his daughter's smile. Tan Lin's eyes were red, and he was relieved that he had such a sensible daughter. But he still couldn't forgive himself. Even if his daughter didn't blame himself, he couldn't get over his own hurdle. I know. Daughter. Thank you very much for telling me the truth bravely. Dad is really happy. But, daughter, Dad really can't forgive himself. Tan Lin smiled bitterly. Xiaomi lowered his head, then looked at Tan Lin and said, Dad, I know. But for me, I hope you can enjoy life better in the future. Tan Lin nodded. Xiaomi looked at Tan Lin's situation, stepped forward and patted Tan Lin's shoulder. Dad, don't set so many rules for yourself. I don't think my mom wants to see you like this. Yeah. After that, Tan Lin raised his head and looked at Xiaomi and said, Shichi, you go and do your own things. I will think about it myself. Okay. Then Dad, I go first. Don't worry. I really don't blame you now. We all have our own destiny. I think everything is the best arrangement. Tan Lin murmured. The best arrangement? Hee hee. No. No. If I can be more determined. Forget it. It's meaningless. My daughter. I will think about it myself. Xiaomi was still a little worried about Tan Lin's current situation. But I didn't know what else I could say. So he went down, leaving Tan Lin enough space to think about these things clearly. After Xiaomi left, Tan Lin stood up, stood on the roof, looked at the night in the distance, and looked very lonely. Linlong, thank you for giving me such a good daughter like Qiqi. I'm sorry, but I can't keep doing this. Qiqi has been very hard before, and I can't let her suffer anymore. In the future, I will make it up to Qiqi. But don't worry. When Qiqi has the next generation, I will find you and accompany you. So, now I will accompany Qiqi first. After Tan Lin finished speaking, he was visibly relieved. The next day, when Xiaomi saw Tan Lin again, she naturally noticed the changes in Tan Lin at first sight. But what she didn't know was that Tan Lin now regarded every day he spent with her as the last day, and cherished every day. And later, when she found out, she collapsed. If it weren't for the little guy in her belly, she might have continued to be decadent. Of course, this is all later. At this time, they were very happy to get along, and Xiaomi finally experienced the family affection that she had not experienced in her previous life. Of course, this does not include those worlds that she quickly traveled through. After all, she still gained some family affection in so many times. But now it is very different. Now it is a regret of the previous life. Until she just started to wear it quickly. She cherishes family affection very much. Now it is different. She is satisfied and feels that she is finally complete. In the evening, everyone withdrew from the state of absorption. After 2 days of absorption, they only felt that their whole body was full of energy. They didn't feel tired at all. After dinner, everyone went to rest and prepare for departure. Xu Ming and the couple of housekeeper Hua, as well as Tan Lin, were making food for them and preparing to put it in Xiaomi's space. After these 2 days of getting along, Tan Lin also knew some of his daughter's hobbies. He made a lot of spicy snacks. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Xiaomi came down and saw the kitchen was brightly lit. Dad? Ming, you guys made so much? Xiaomi looked at the food on the table in shock. Most of them were noodles. The steamed rice was placed in buckets aside, and several small mobile fireplaces were placed in the kitchen. It was to keep warm, and there were large plates of braised meat on the table, with all kinds of meat. At this time, the pot was frying spicy beef. Looking at what they prepared, Xiaomi would be lying if she said she was not moved. Seeing Xiaomi, Tanlin hurriedly said, "Put it in the space quickly. Otherwise it will get cold later. Now I will fry some vegetarian dishes for you. And there will be some cold dishes later. Okay. Oh, we are really so happy. Thank you everyone. Everyone has worked hard." Xiaomi smiled and said, and began to put things into the space. This feeling is really good. When everything was packed up, it was already 3:30, and everyone came down. Anhua brought out the prepared breakfast. Dumplings on the bus and noodles on the bus. Eat more dumplings. Auntie Hua will make noodles for you when you come back. Everyone came forward to help serve the dishes. Plates of hot dumplings and many side dishes were placed on the table. Everyone quickly finished, and several men drove the car out. Everyone said goodbye to everyone and prepared to leave. Tan Lin looked at his daughter and sighed. "Chi-Chi, remember that Daddy is waiting for you at home, and you must come back safely." After that, he glanced at Chu Machin. "You too. Did you hear that? Uncle Hua, don't worry. I will protect myself and Chi-Chi." After Chu Machin finished speaking, he looked at Chu Tingsu on the side. "Xiu, you can't give up training at home. Listen to your Uncle Shen." Chu Tingsu nodded. He used to want to cry, but now that they have been separated for a long time, he won't cry anymore. "Don't worry. I will protect myself and everyone. Uncle, remember to come back safely." Chu Machin nodded. Then he waved his hand, and everyone turned around and got in the car, and Chu Machin also got in. "Everyone go back to sleep. We go first." Xiaomi waved to everyone. As the car drove out, Chu Ming felt that her heart became empty, and the whole house suddenly became quiet. "Let's go. Go in and rest. Everyone take a rest today." After saying this, Butler Hua led everyone inside. Chapter 213 Horrible Monster. The car sped away quickly. Chu Machin handed the pillow in his hand to Xiaomi. "There is still a long time. Take a rest." "Okay. You take a rest too. Hao and Hua Yin can just keep an eye on it. You take a rest first. I watch for a while, and tell you when I get on." Chu Machin helped Xiaomi adjust a good position. Xiaomi then leaned back on the seat, closed her eyes, and rested her mind. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's quiet appearance, and felt satisfied. He had been absorbing crystal cores for the past 2 days, and had not come out. He had not seen Xiaomi for 2 days, and it felt like he had not seen her for a long time. Looking at Xiaomi at this time, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. The car sped all the way, and soon got on the highway. This time they did not bring Chu Tingsu with them, mainly because they wanted Chu Tingsu to take a rest. And Xiaomi thought it was better not to let Chu Tingsu go to the place they were going to this time. After all, it was really not good there. It was already early morning of the next day when they arrived. They couldn't start the action just because they had to wait for some people over there. But even if they could act now, Xiaomi wouldn't let them start. The situation inside was not clear yet, and it was unknown whether there was any danger. Xiaomi was going to investigate the surrounding situation by herself, then act. After all, with so many people, there must be some protection. Therefore, after setting up the tent, Xiaomi and Chu Machin went to check the situation here. The two did not choose to drive, but rode motorcycles directly. The rumbling sound of motorcycles was particularly obvious in the dark night. The nearby zombies were awakened instantly. They all ran towards the place where the sound came from. But Chu Machin's speed was really fast, and those zombies often couldn't find the source of the sound after running a few steps. Chu Machin quickly arrived around the research institute. How? Can you see the entire research institute clearly now? Host: No. This research institute is too big. There are places behind and on both sides that can't be seen. After Hao finished speaking, Chu Machin and Xiaomi both frowned. There was a mountain behind them, so they definitely couldn't go up. And there was a river on the left, so they couldn't see it either. Let's release some detectors. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Hao released Xiaomi detectors. Host: Release them. You guys quickly find a place. There are a lot of zombies coming from behind. It's bad. Host: That disgusting big guy is running over. Xiaomi and Chu Machin faces became solemn. Chu Machin hurriedly started the car. Let's go. Let's leave first. Now is not the time to confront the guy. Well, How lead the way. Okay. Host. We need to take a detour. There are a lot of zombies on the original road. Go ahead. Then turn left. Under How's command, Chu-Machin quickly started the car and left. The zombies who had lost their target because of the lack of sound just now started to move again. They chased after Chu-Machin and his car. After they went back, Xiaomi took out the computer, connected it to How's monitor, and investigated the situation inside. Shichi, control it to the left. You see it's very quiet here. Go over there and take a look. Okay. After that, Xiaomi controlled the detector and flew to the left. When they passed, everyone's faces were very ugly. What came into view were countless corpses, all of which were incomplete, and many of them were even rotten. The corpses on the ground were as high as 2 floors. From a distance, it looked like a small mountain. Chu-Machin's face was so ugly. The situation here is probably more serious than we thought. Tomorrow we will be divided into 2 groups. Shichi, you and I will lead 1 group each. If we see that the situation is not right, we will retreat. After Chu-Machin finished speaking, everyone nodded repeatedly. After all, they also saw the current situation and knew that what Chu-Machin said was correct. Xiaomi continued to control the detector. Flying inside. Suddenly, Kong Mingliang shouted, "Wait! Sister Qiao. Go a little to the right, and descend a little." Xiaomi lowered the altitude of the flight according to Kong Mingliang's request. Everyone stared at the monitor. Chu-Machin also saw it at this time. The situation inside can be said to be really scary. There are some huge zombies behind them. Their skin is like a tumor, which is scary to look at. There are even some zombies emitting green light. It is very scary in this dark night. What the hell is this? Wen Ningxuan hugged his arms, full of fear. Xiaomi's arms were full of goosebumps, and he felt that the air around him was several degrees colder in an instant. Everyone hissed involuntarily. The true appearance of these things is really scary. All the zombies are not only scary in appearance, but also scary in their entire bodies. Many zombies have mutated into several arms and legs. It seems that things here need to be resolved as soon as possible. Kong Minglang murmured. The people around him also knew that Kong Minglang was right. They really had to get rid of all the zombies here this time. Otherwise, the survivors around would not be able to survive. Even now, there should be few survivors around. After that, Xiaomi found out the situation of the entire research institute, and then rested and waited for the people sent by the higher-ups to come. The reason why the higher-ups sent people was purely because the research here was very important. Many things inside were still needed. Therefore, they sent some experts to prepare to transport away some of the experimental equipment. These were not taken away before the end of the world. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there were many sounds of vehicles coming outside. Everyone stood up and left the tent. Chu-Machin went out first. After the car stopped, he saw many soldiers jumping out of the car. And then several elegant old men with gray hair got out of the car. Chu-Machin didn't know the leaders, but they all knew him. Walking to Chu-Machin, the man took off his gloves and saluted Chu-Machin. "Captain Chu, I am Zhang Xiaoyang, the person in charge of this operation. We will obey your command in the future." Watching Zhang Xiaoyang's actions and listening to his words, Xiaomi was very satisfied. Look, this is what a soldier is like. So imposing. Chu-Machin, who was standing aside, looked at the satisfaction in Xiaomi's eyes, and his face turned cold instantly. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyang's eyes full of coldness, Zhang Xiaoyang muttered in his heart, "What's going on? Is Captain Chu dissatisfied with me? Oh my god! What did I do?" Chapter 214, The Zucchini. Nothing. Do you need to rest? After Chu-Machin finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyang hurriedly said, "No. Follow Captain Chu instructions. Start the action at 11 o'clock in the evening. Check your equipment and go to rest." "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison. The sound was deafening, and Xiaomi was almost frightened to the point of weakness. Chu-Machin hurriedly turned sideways. "Chi-Chi, what's wrong?" "It's okay. It seems that my legs cramped just now. But it's okay now." After Xiaomi finished speaking, she turned her feet, as if her feet were really uncomfortable just now. Haha. Momo is really stupid. Host, you are not good now. In the past, on the battlefield, you would not be scared by the shouts of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Shut up. I'm not scared. I just didn't prepare for a while. Xiaomi arrogantly locked Hao Hao in the small dark room. Mainly because she was afraid that it would tell Chu Machin about its dark history again. Besides, there is nothing to do now. So we can just put that guy in solitary confinement. Who made him so tactless and provoke me? Xiaomi said secretly. There was some pride on her face. And it was the first time that Zhang Xiaoyang saw Chu Machin and Xiaomi getting along. And he couldn't help but sigh at Xiaomi's strength. Being able to conquer this man, who was like the king of hell. Is there something? Chu Machin looked coldly at Zhang Xiaoyang, who was staring at them. Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head hurriedly. No. Captain Chu. You are busy. I will arrange them. Chu Machin nodded with satisfaction. Turned around and left with Xiaomi. As for the action plan, it is still in time to formulate it later. After Chu Machin and Xiaomi went in, Xiaomi said, the teammate is sent this time. With the previous incident of Chu Machin being backstabbed, Xiaomi was actually very resistant to these cooperation. Therefore, after entering, he directly asked about Chu Machin, Zhang Xiaoyang and their situation. Don't worry. We are now the treasures of the higher-ups. How could they send those people who don't know the details? I've heard of this person. He has been doing security for the higher-ups. Xiaomi's eyes widened. Instantly, he felt that he had learned a lot. Great. Chu Machin patted Xiaomi with a smile. Let's go and continue to see the situation over there. I don't know if there is any new situation. No. Hao Hao has been watching. But the zombies inside are probably not easy to deal with. Chu Machin knew that it would definitely be difficult to deal with. A lot of the information inside was still useful. And they had to try their best to ensure the safety of those things. Therefore, their current plan is to let Hui Yin control those zombies first, and then deal with them after taking the things away. However, Hui Yin may not be able to control all those zombies. This is what Chu Machin is more worried about now. Old Hua and I will go and have a look later. Let Old Hua control it first and see. Xiaomi refused directly. No. This will alert the enemy. We have already attracted the attention of those things last night. And those things must be intelligent. Chu Machin knew that Xiaomi was right. But if we don't figure these things out in advance, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of casualties when we really take action later. It would be great if Xiao Si and Zhang Chao were here. Their equipment can definitely ensure that this matter will be perfectly resolved. Xiaomi felt that she seemed to be too dependent on equipment now. She often relied on Hao Hao. Before each action, Hao Hao had to find out the situation first. This is not a good habit. It's even a little scary. If Hao Hao fell asleep or something happened to her, and she couldn't contact Hao Hao, then she would probably die. Thinking of this possibility, Xiaomi felt cold all over. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi in confusion. Chi-Chi. What's wrong? Oh. Nothing. I'm just wondering if I'm too dependent on these things. Whether it's Hao Hao or Xiaosi. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's worried look and comforted her. It's okay. Chi-Chi. You still have me. You can rely on me. I will let you rely on me. But the fact is, even if you don't rely on anyone, you will have no problem just relying on yourself. Xiaomi was instantly healed by Chu Machin's words. Well, I'm the best. Yes, my Chi-Chi is the best. The two smiled at each other and went to see the situation of the research institute. After dinner in the evening, Chu Machin went to discuss with everyone. Xiaomi didn't go. Anyway, she was not responsible for anything. So she just continued to watch the situation over there with Hao Hao. At 11 o'clock, everyone put on their equipment and prepared to set off. The zombies nearby had all been driven 2 kilometers away by Hui Yin. Therefore, for tonight's action, they only need to concentrate on dealing with the zombies in the research institute. To a large extent, it relieved their pressure. After arriving at the door, they stopped the car and everyone began to check their communication equipment and gear. With Chu Machin order, move. Everyone ran towards the research institute. But the footsteps were very light. Hui Yin had already started to control the zombies inside. But he clearly felt that he could only control the zombies to stay still. There was no way to directly order these zombies to help them like before. Boss, you move more gently. And you must be faster. I can't hold on for long. Hui Yin used his consciousness to contact Chu Machin. After hearing this, Chu Machin took the intercom and said, Old Hua. I know. You just do your best and make sure you don't get into trouble. Don't worry. I know. After Hui Yin finished speaking, he concentrated on controlling the zombies inside. While Chu Machin took 6 people and ran quickly towards the research building. Before, those experts had already marked the instruments that needed to be taken back, and they were now taking them back together. As for the data, all the data needed to be taken away. After all, they didn't know what was useful and what was useless. Only after checking all the data, we can know. The most important thing is some hard disks that store experimental data, which they also need to take away. They hope to take out some experimental samples from them. But after entering, Chumachin knew it was impossible. The inside had been destroyed by these zombies, and they didn't even find any major problems with many instruments on the monitor before. But now it looks like it has been scrapped. Captain Chu, do we still need to put these in? They are all space ability users. So Chumachin took them with him. After taking a look at the instrument, Chumachin nodded. Take it with you. As long as the space can still hold it. Take it with you. The man nodded and put the instrument into the space. Then he followed Chumachin to the next laboratory again. They were very fast, and wanted to collect everything before the zombies regained their consciousness. But the reality was that the big guy like a pumpkin was moving towards them at this time. Chapter 215 Resurrection? Hui Yin actually didn't control the monster. And he didn't even know that he didn't control it. It was Hao Hao who discovered it first. After everyone went in, Xiaomi and Chumachin were very close. It was to prevent any unexpected events. So after Hao Hao discovered it, he told Chumachin immediately, and Chumachin hurriedly asked those space ability users to retreat. After all, they don't have much combat power now. It can only be used as a mobile warehouse. And Xiaomi was rushing towards this side at this time, with a very fast speed, fearing that when the monster comes later, he won't be able to collect all the things. Hao Hao, tell Chumachin that I will go to the 3rd floor, and he will go directly to the 4th floor after collecting the things on the 2nd floor. Okay. Host. Momo. The host asked you to go directly to the 4th floor later, and she will come to the 3rd floor. Chumachin, who was collecting things, hummed and continued his actions. Xiaomi went to the 3rd floor and quickly collected the things under Hao Hao's command. The few space ability users who left were escorted to the car, and the car drove away quickly. After all, they had no fighting power, and staying would only cause a burden to everyone. I have to say that they really know themselves. Xiaomi and Chumachin quickly took the things away and ran to the roof. Hao Hao just said that there are still 200 meters, and that thing is coming soon. Chumachin hurriedly said to Xiaomi after seeing Xiaomi. Xiaomi nodded. Well, I know. I have seen it. To be honest, that thing is really ugly. Chumachin was originally a little nervous, but Xiaomi's words directly dispersed a lot, and he felt a lot more relaxed. It's ugly. Let's solve it quickly. Don't look at it. I hope so. But, who knows? I didn't let too many people come. They are now going to the building behind to deal with the zombies. Well, the 2 of us are enough. It's not so convenient if there are more people. After Chumachin finished speaking, he and Xiaomi quickly ran towards the monster. When they were still 50 meters away from the zombies, they stopped, looking at the densely packed zombie heads above. Xiaomi felt that all the hairs on his body stood up, and when the monster saw them, it spit out many bubbles directly. The bubbles kept getting bigger, and when they were about to approach them, they had become big bubbles with a diameter of 2 meters. The 2 were shocked by the scene in front of them. Even if they didn't know what it was, they knew that they must not be touched. They all dodged to the side. When Xiaomi dodged, he threw an empty bottle out of the space. The bottle was melted by the bubble the moment it touched the bubble. The 2 looked very ugly after seeing it. What the hell is this? Xiaomi looked at the bubbles in front of her in annoyance. Chumachin's eyes became dark. Shichi, I may have to use my superpowers. This thing is really not that easy to solve. Xiaomi naturally knew. But Chumachin's superpowers require a very close distance. Now the monster spewed out a lot of bubbles. They simply couldn't get close. You can't get close to it. I find a chance. You help me attract its attention. Okay. Remember your promise. Xiaomi didn't say anything extra, but her eyes were full of worry. Chumachin smiled at Xiaomi to comfort her. Then he went directly from the right side to go around behind the monster. Xiaomi began to attack the monster. Because it was a long distance, Xiaomi could only take out the gun in the space. Fortunately, her skills were really good. Every shot could accurately hit the zombie head on the monster. Soon, Xiaomi discovered that after the monster's head was reduced, the speed at which the monster spit out bubbles slowed down a lot. After discovering this, Xiaomi's speed of attack continued to increase. The sound of gunfire resounded through the sky. The zombies that were previously controlled by Hui Yin gradually woke up in these sounds. And after waking up, they naturally met Kong Mingliang and his men head-on. The battle started directly. The zombies rushed towards Kong Mingliang and his men frantically. The long hands that looked like bones stretched out towards them. And the nearest soldier was directly trapped by the long hands. The trapped hands kept tightening. Even the more the man struggled, the tighter the hands on his body were tied. After seeing this, Chen Chen, who was closest, hurried forward to deal with the zombie. But the hands on the man seemed to have independent lives. There was no sign of relaxation. Be careful. Don't get entangled by them, Chen Chen shouted loudly, and then took a dagger to cut off the arm. Finally, the man was rescued. It was just the lack of oxygen just now. And Chen Chen also injured the zombie when he chopped at his arm to save him. At this time, the man's face turned from purple to pale. The healing psychic behind him hurried forward to treat him. Follow the grouping and protect your teammates, Kong Mingliang ordered quickly. After all, the harmony thing is really weird. If they are given a chance, they will be buried here. At this time, Chu Mochen had already circled behind the monster. The monster was completely enraged by Xiaomi at this time, and kept spitting bubbles at Xiaomi, and moved quickly towards Xiaomi. Fortunately, there were no bubbles behind it, but there was a head behind the monster. The moment Chu Mochen appeared, they found it. It was just that there was a Xiaomi in front who was constantly attacking, and Chu Mochen also started shooting at those heads after he appeared. Therefore, for a while, the monster was really a little overwhelmed. After attacking for a while, Chu Mochen quickly ran towards the monster. The black mist was brewing in his hand, and when he was more than 2 meters away from the monster, he shot all the black mist into the zombie's body. In an instant, more than half of the monster's body was melted by the black mist. The huge body fell to the side. Xiaomi started to destroy the bubbles at this time. But bubbles must swallow things to become smaller, no matter what Xiaomi used to attack. The final result was that the bubbles directly melted those things. When Xiaomi attacked just now, she attacked from the gaps between them. Now Chu Mochen has basically destroyed the monster. The most important problem now is to destroy the bubbles in front of him. These bubbles are constantly floating in the wind. Xiaomi glanced at the flowers, trees, bricks, and so on next to him. Simply put these things into the space, and then waved and threw the things at the bubbles. After a while, the things were swallowed by the bubbles. After swallowing enough things, the bubbles disappeared. Xiaomi kept putting things into the space, and then threw them at the bubbles. After Chu Mochen destroyed the monster, he began to help. Chi-Chi, I always feel something is wrong. Why does it disappear after swallowing? I now doubt whether this thing can be resurrected. Chu Mochen frowned. What do you mean? After swallowing, will it use the swallowed things to create another body for itself somewhere else? This is just Xiaomi guess. But Xiaomi now thinks it may be true. On the mountain behind the research institute, countless bubbles appeared on the top of the mountain. They are slowly mixing into the shape of a melon. Chapter 216 End. Chi-Chi, I think we can throw in some time bombs or remote-controlled bombs. After Chu Mochen finished speaking, Xiaomi also thought it was feasible. So he threw a bomb directly into each bubble, and stopped only after throwing nearly 30 bubbles. After all, that thing was very big just now, and there were hundreds of bubbles just now. To destroy these things, a large amount of explosives must be needed. The two of them didn't know yet that their decision really saved their lives. After they destroyed all the bubbles piled up on the top of the mountain all exploded and merged together. After that, it turned into the appearance of the things Xiaomi and Chu Mochen threw into the bubbles. A huge head on the top. Then the whole melon rolled down the mountain. After all the bubbles disappeared, Chu Mochen and Xiaomi pressed the button to control the explosion of the Standard Chartered. In fact, they still don't believe that they can really be resurrected. But they still think they should be more cautious. Therefore, after Xiaomi pressed the explosion button, when they heard the deafening explosion from the mountain behind, the two were shocked. Can they really be resurrected? Let Hao Hao monitor the back, and we will deal with the zombies first. After Chu Mochen finished speaking, he took Xiaomi to the place with the most zombies. Hao Hao had already told them about the situation there. They also knew that those people were already struggling to deal with it. Even more than a dozen people had died. Therefore, the two were very fast. After arriving, the two instantly joined their battle. With the addition of Chu Machin and Xiaomi, the battle was obviously much easier, and the injured finally had time to receive treatment. And Kong Mingyang and the others could also take a breath. Ouyang Qi protected Huaningshuan and retreated to the side, allowing Shen Yun to treat Huaningshuan properly. Xiaomi first rescued their people, so that they would not be trapped in the zombies, and would be in danger at any time. Then, they went to rescue Zhang Xiaoyang and his people. Those who could appear here were actually quite strong. But these zombies were too strong. After Xiaomi rescued him, Zhang Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief and realized that he had survived. If Xiaomi and his people were 10 seconds later, he would have turned into a pile of dry bones or zombies. Thinking of this result, Zhang Xiaoyang broke out in cold sweat. After that, they dealt with the zombies faster. Half an hour later, all the zombies were dealt with, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaomi and Chu Mochin walked towards the back mountain. Kong Mingyang watched the two of them go out and stood up quickly. "Captain, are there still zombies? I go with you." As Kong Mingyang's voice fell, everyone stood up and prepared to follow them. Chu Mochin waved his hand. "No. You continue to rest. We go and see the situation over there. No zombies have been found so far." Everyone sat down after seeing Chu Mochin say this. Prepare to recover for a while before disposing of these bodies. After Chu Mochin and Xiaomi walked to the back, Hao Hao had already transmitted the picture on the mountain. I saw a huge pit blown out directly on the hillside. There were fallen trees and many stones next to it. The monster just now was not found around, and they did not find it in the research institute along the way. Host, could these things be the resurrection of the monster? I don't know. It should be. Let's go over and take a look. After saying that, he walked over there. After arriving, the two found that many bricks and patches here were what they had just thrown at the bubble. It seems that we hit the mark by accident and destroyed that thing, Xiaomi said with some relief. Chu Machin nodded in agreement. Yes, these things are obviously what we just threw in. Let's go. Go back. It seems to have been destroyed. Yeah. After saying that, the two walked down the mountain. After walking for a while, Chu Machin felt that his space seemed to be vibrating. Chi-Chi, protect me. There is something wrong with my space. After saying that, Chu Machin consciousness quickly entered the space to check the situation in the space. After entering the space, seeing the mutant tiger that had been sleeping for 2 months awake, Chu Machin's face was happy. You're awake, tiger. The mutant tiger lowered its head affectionately, rubbed the ground, and then turned into a little tiger the size of a kitten. Chu Machin was shocked when he saw it. What's going on? After asking, Chu Machin knew that he was playing the lute to a cow. No, playing the lute to a tiger. The consciousness left, and then waved his hand to release the shrunken mutant tiger. Chi-Chi, look! The mutant tiger has become smaller. Xiaomi looked at the mutant tiger in front of her, which was only a circle larger than Mimi, and she was stunned. What's going on? It's really a science fiction movie. After the mutant tiger was released, it ran directly towards Chu Machin, and its little head kept rubbing against Chu Machin's trouser legs. Chu Machin was stiff all over. Xiaomi laughed unkindly. Haha. Momo. Is it acting like a spoiled child to you? You hold it. Chu Machin refused with a face full of refusal. I don't want to. Chi-Chi. You hold it. Xiaomi squatted down and prepared to pick up the little guy in front of her. As a result, when she was about to pick up the little guy went around and ran behind Chu Machin's feet. The whole body was wrapped around Chu Machin's feet. Okay. I'm being disliked. You hold it yourself. Otherwise I'm afraid this little thing will always cling to you. Not to mention that after becoming smaller, I don't feel how much killing power it has. Hearing Xiaomi's words, the little guy stared at Xiaomi and bared his teeth. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin, then at the mutant tiger under his feet. Does this little guy understand? Chu Machin heard this and kicked the mutant tiger. If you understand, go find Chi-Chi yourself. Otherwise you can play by yourself. We're leaving. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Xiaomi saw the mutant tiger look at Chu Machin unwillingly, and then at herself. Then it walked towards her unwillingly. Xiaomi picked up Huzi with a smile and ravaged Huzi's face. Little guy. You still dare to despise me? Don't you understand your status? Huzi looked like he had no desire to live, and ignored Xiaomi at all. Xiaomi complained directly to Chu Machin. Momo. Your Huzi bullied me. I'm giving it to you. It's yours from now on. You take care of it. After hearing this, Huzi looked at Xiaomi in a flattering way. Xiaomi liked the little guy even more. Hey, Momo. I like this little thing. Haha. So cute. You should still call him Huzi in the future. The little guy rubbed Xiaomi's hand. Xiaomi was satisfied. Chu Machin looked at Huzi with disdain. Momo. Are you misophobic? Chu Machin shook his head. No. I don't like these furry things. I don't know why. Xiaomi expressed understanding. Who doesn't have some little quirks? Chapter 217, Don't Want to Delay. Sister Qiao. Where did you pick up the kitten? It's so cute. Wen Ningxuan ran towards Xiaomi happily, stretching out her hand to hold Huzi in Xiaomi's arms. Xiaomi looked at Huzi with a dangerous look in her eyes, and hurriedly pinched Huzi's head. Xian, this is not a cat. It's a little tiger. Hearing the word tiger, Wen Ningxuan stopped her steps directly, and her outstretched hand froze for a moment, and then let it go. Hee. Tiger. Then, forget it. I'm afraid it will bite my thin neck directly. After Wen Ningxuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards Ouyang Qi. Walking to Ouyang Qi, he whispered coquettishly, I'm scared to death. My God. Tiger. Sister Qiao is still awesome. I don't have the courage. Ouyang Qi patted Wen Ningxuan's head with a smile. Xinyan swallowed his saliva. Chi. Are you sure it won't hurt you? Xiaomi touched Huzi's head. Will you hurt me? Huzi hung his head. It wasn't like he was risking his life to hurt his master's wife. Yes. Now Huzi has recognized Emochin as his master. And he doesn't know why he has this idea. It just feels that it likes the breath of Chu Emochin. After entering Chu Emochin's space, it feels that Chu Emochin's space is very comfortable and can give it a lot of energy. And then because of the excessive energy absorbed, it suddenly fainted. It didn't wake up until today. After waking up, it felt that there was a strange power in its body. And then, when it saw Chu Emochin, it felt very intimate and wanted to rub against Chu Emochin. After that, it controlled the energy in its body and made itself smaller. It wanted Chu Emochin to bring it out. And Chu Emochin did bring it out. It just wanted Chu Emochin to hug it, but was ruthlessly rejected. And the woman next to it wanted to hug it. How could the noble Huzi agree? But after being threatened by the master, it knew that if it wanted to stay, it had to please Xiaomi. Therefore, it could only be held by Xiaomi. But this does not mean that it can accept the touch of other mortals. Huzi thought proudly. Seeing that they had almost rested, Chu Machin said, Zhang Xiaoyang, go pick up the experts and see if there is anything else needed here. Yes. Zhang Xiaoyang turned and left after saying that. 10 minutes later, they came back. Chu Machin and Xiaomi had taken all the equipment out of the space. All were neatly placed in the open space in front of the research institute. After the experts arrived, they started screening directly. And those equipment that were completely useless were not taken away. Those parts that could still be used were taken away. After all the screenings were completed, they continued to look for useful things in the research building. Xiaomi and Chu Machin did not follow them in. The main thing is that it has been confirmed that there is no danger here. So it doesn't matter whether they go or not. So they wait outside. It was already dawn when everything was over. Zhang Xiaoyang and the others took a short break and prepared to go back. Captain Chu, what about you? Let's take a break and talk about it later. You go on your own. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Okay. Then, Captain Chu, see you next time. Your team is very powerful. He really admired them. One person in Chu Machin team could match more than a dozen of them. No wonder he originally planned to bring 200 people. But in the end, they said 50 people would be enough. At that time, he was still afraid that the brothers he brought this time would be wiped out. Now I realized that he really thought too much. He admired Chu Machin and Xiaomi even more in his heart. And even wondered if Chu Machin would accept him. He also wanted to join. Of course, he was just thinking about these. After all, he still had his own burdens. After Zhang Xiaoyang and the others left, Chu Machin and Xiaomi went to rest. Now that the matter was over, there was no rush to go back. They planned to take a look around here, clean up some zombies, and train themselves. By the way, they would enrich Xiaomi's small treasury. The next morning, after everyone finished eating the buns that Xiaomi took out from the space, they went into the city. Yes, that's right. Into the city. This research institute is in the suburbs. And it is nearly 50 or 60 kilometers away from the city. And this city is the largest steel city in the world. H City. In the car, Shin-yun turned his head and looked at Xiaomi behind him. Chi-Chi, do you think you are looking for steel or something? Not really. There must be a lot of other good things. Uh-huh. That makes sense. After saying that, Shin-yun thought of something and looked at Xiaomi and said, Chi-Chi, what do you think of Chan Kuei? Hearing this, Xiaomi instantly became energetic. Sister Yun, you and Chan Kuei. As she spoke, Xiaomi's eyes kept blinking, with a gossipy look on her face. Shin-yun looked at Xiaomi and rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? I am wasting people's time by doing this. Hey, he confessed. But I rejected him. When did it happen? Xiaomi was stunned. When did Shin-yun and Chan Kuei have something going on? She didn't even notice any signs. Last week. I thought he was a little careless. But he said it again yesterday. And looking at Shin-yun entanglement, Chin-chin in the driver's seat said directly, Sister Yun, why do you think so much? If you like each other, just be together. What's the delay? Hearing this, Shin-yun punched Chin-chin directly. If it were that simple, I can't have children. How many boys can accept it now? Shin-yun said it lightly. But Xiaomi knew that Shin-yun must be restless now. Chin-chin was stunned for a moment, and then sneered indifferently. I don't know about other men, but I can guarantee that I don't care. If I like her, I like her completely. If there are any other factors, it is not pure. After that, he looked at Shin-yun very seriously. Shin-yun smiled. Thank you, brother. But I care. Chu-machin didn't know what to say, nor how to comfort him, so he chose to keep silent. Sister Yun, have you told Chan Kuei about your situation? Yes. I told him yesterday. Xiaomi frowned. What's Chan Kuei's situation now? Did he give up because of this? Shin-yun shook his head and rubbed his short hair irritably. No. He came to me today. And I hid. So I don't know what he thinks. Sister Yun, you have to listen to what Brother Chan said. Really? I don't think Brother Chan is the kind of person who will give up because of this. Chin-chin said very firmly. He had a lot of contact with Chan Kuei, and he felt that Chan Kuei was still very responsible. Sister Yun, I think Chin-chin is right. You really have to listen. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Shin-yun fell into deep thought. Chapter 218 Together. How? Tell Chu-machin to find an excuse to stop the team and rest. Okay. Host. After How finished speaking, Chu-machin squeezed Xiaomi's hand to show that he understood. Then, after the car drove for another 2 minutes, he extended the red flag in front of the car through the window. Chen-chen. Stop the car and rest for 10 minutes. Okay, Captain. As Chu-machin extended the red flag, the cars behind also slowly stopped. After getting off the car, Xiaomi went to find Chan Kuei. You confessed to Sister Yun? Now, what do you think about Sister Yun affairs? Chan Kuei was stunned by Xiaomi's direct question. He was stunned for 2 seconds and then smiled bitterly. Did Shin-yun tell you? I don't know what she thinks of me now. Even when I wanted to tell her my thoughts today, she avoided me. Sister Yun doesn't want to delay you. Her boyfriends left her because of this, so she doesn't believe it anymore. Chan Kuei nodded, showing his understanding. I talked to her later. I don't care. My parents died early, and I grew up in Xiaoming family, so no one will interfere with my affairs. I am determined, and nothing else matters. After hearing Chan Kuei's words, Xiaomi felt happy for Shin-yun from the bottom of her heart. You drive later. I will let Sister Yun get in your car, and you can have a good chat. But you can't leave the team. Chan Kuei nodded. After Xiaomi knew Chan Kuei's thoughts, the big stone in her heart was put down. He turned and left. After Xiaomi left, Chan Kuei began to get nervous. He didn't know how to tell Shin-yun about this matter. His hands began to sweat from nervousness. Chan Kuei, calm down. How are you going to drive like this? Calm down. Do you hear me? Chan Kuei kept cheering himself up and calming down. 10 minutes later, Xiaomi and Chu-machin looked at each other, then looked at Shin-yun. Sister Yun, you sit in the car behind. We're going to go somewhere alone later. Shin-yun didn't doubt it at all, and walked directly to the car behind them. After getting in the car, she saw that she was the only one in the car. She looked at the driver's seat in confusion, and saw Chan Kuei sitting there with sunglasses. Shin-yun was ready to push open the door and leave. But after Shen got in the car and closed the door, Chang Kuei had already locked the door. Therefore, no matter how Shen pushed the door, it couldn't be opened. Shen was so angry that his face turned red. Chang Kuei, what do you want to do? You open the door for me. I want to leave. Shen, I don't care. I don't care about anything. Really. Hearing Chang Kuei words, Shen stopped what he was doing, lowered his head, and couldn't say anything. Xiaomi kept looking at Shen car behind. Chu Muchen rubbed his brows. Chi-Chi, you can talk to Hao Hao and see what's going on over there. No. That's Sister Yun privacy. I can't see it. I just want to see if Chang Kuei will be angry. See if Sister Yun will get off the car. Chu Muchen didn't say anything. Just protected Xiaomi to prevent her from getting hurt when the car was moving. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Xiaomi finally felt relieved when she saw the smile on Chang Kuei's face. Turned around and sat down. Momo. I'm really happy. Happy for Sister Yun. You know, I can get to this point in the big dive vat of the entertainment industry. Sister Yun has really paid a lot for me. When Xiaomi said this, her voice was a little choked. Chu Muchen hurriedly held Xiaomi in his arms. Chi-Chi, it won't happen again. You will all be fine in the future. Xiaomi smiled. I know. So I'm not upset now. But I still feel uncomfortable in my heart. Watching the two people talking about love, Chen just felt a sour taste in his mouth. It was very uncomfortable. Captain, Sister Chiao, please care about the single dog in front. Or give some face. The dog food is full. Xiaomi laughed directly after hearing this. I know. We will make more dog food. You eat slowly. It's really dog. When they arrived in the city, Chu Muchen and Xiaomi began to discuss where to go next. Before, they thought of finding a suitable place to live first. Later, they planned to clear out a piece directly. But Huiyin wanted to exercise his mental strength again. So he told Chu Muchen that he would come. Therefore, they are now preparing to find an area for Huiyin to show his skills. Chu Muchen looked at the map and selected a high-end residential area. There were low-rise buildings and mini villas here, which was more suitable for a large population like them. Before arriving at the place, Huiyin had already controlled all the zombies inside. The survivors who originally lived in the residential area were full of hope when they saw all the zombies walking towards the entrance of the residential area. They were all wondering if there would be no more zombies in the future. Were these zombies summoned away by the country and eliminated? And could they live a normal life? After living in the apocalypse for so long, they went crazy after the zombies left the community. Everyone started crying, and some were yelling. After Chu Muchen and his friends arrived, they heard countless people cursing in their homes. And the sound was so loud that the whole community could hear it. In order to prevent them from going out without knowing whether to live or die, Chu Muchen took out the loudspeaker. The zombies were just attracted by our voices. The community is safe. You will still encounter zombies after you go out. After that, Chu Muchen began to play his words in a loop, until he was sure that all the survivors in the community heard it. Only then, under Hao Hao's instructions, did they go to the two neighboring empty villas. They were divided into two teams. After all, there were many people. Xiaomi and Chu Muchen, as well as Chang Kuei, Shen Yun, Hu Ningxuan and Ouyang Qi were in one house. And Huiyin was in the living room. After all, he didn't need to rest. The rest of Kong Mingliang and his friends were next to him. Who made the house here so big? So it could only be arranged like this. Shen Yun originally wanted Chang Kuei to go to the side. But before he could even say anything, he was rejected. Chang Kuei even pulled Shen Yun towards this side, not giving Shen Yun a chance to refuse. After entering, Xiaomi took out the tents in the space, and each took their own, and set up the tent after choosing a room. Now Huiyin can control himself. So Hu Ningxuan's was taken up by Huiyin. Brother. Thank you. Brother. Are you uncomfortable? Hu Ningxuan looked at Huiyin, her eyes full of heartache. She looked at Huiyin empty eyes, and her heart was blocked. Huiyin smiled. Compared to before, I must be uncomfortable. But this is the best I can do now. Brother. I will take care of you in your old age. And I will take you with me wherever I go in the future. Huiyin patted Hu Ningxuan's head. Don't worry. Your brother is not that fragile. Of course, I know my brother is the most powerful. But brother, I am a little worried about my eldest brother and others. Hearing this, Huiyin's expression became a little heavy. I see if I can go to country him later. Leave my eldest brother affairs to me. Don't worry about this matter, and take good care of my parents. Wen Yingxuan subconsciously wanted to refute, but he couldn't say anything to refute. He could only lower his head and said nothing. Chapter 219 Idiot Chen Chen. The next day, early in the morning, they exercised in the open space outside the villa. After a while, many survivors came out. They ran and made noise in the community, enjoying the rare freedom. After seeing them, several people came over here, stopped in front of them. Chu Machin looked at the tangled man and said, "What do you want to say?" "That. I want to ask about the current situation outside. And, will those zombies come back? Now there are zombies everywhere outside. Not only do we have to clean up the zombies, but we often have to fight with those survivors with ill intentions, and even some mutated monsters." After saying that, Chu Machin looked at the somewhat flustered man, speaking again. "As for the previous zombies, I can't guarantee that they won't come in the future. But what I can guarantee is that during the time we are here, the community is safe, and there will be no zombies. Are you going to leave later?" The man looked at Chu Machin in surprise. He thought these people would not go out for a long time after coming here. After all, it is so scary outside now. We are just here to do the mission, and we will leave after the mission is completed. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he continued to exercise and ignored the man. The man was stunned for a long time, and he couldn't believe it, looking at Chu Machin who was exercising. His mouth opened and closed for a long time, and he couldn't say a word. Finally, he could only turn around and leave. Chu Machin didn't react to the man's departure at all, and continued to do his own thing. The others looked at the man and asked him. The man also said everything Chu Machin said, and everyone was silent for a while. No one spoke for a long time. A woman whispered in dissatisfaction, "Why can't they stay here all the time? They are so powerful and protect us. We can just give them money." No one else paid attention to the woman. They just cared about each other for a few more words, and then left. The woman looked at everyone ignoring her, and stomped her feet in shame and anger. She turned and left. But she didn't leave, but walked towards Chu Machin Villa. Just now, she had seen many men over there, but there were only 3 women, so she wanted to go and see if there was a chance to join them. The woman touched her face and confidently walked over Chen Chen. Chen Chen was playing with Hu Zi at this time. No, it should be Hu Zi who was teasing Chen Chen at this time. Hu Zi kept jumping up and down, just to prevent Chen Chen from touching it. Chen Chen was unwilling to give up, and kept trying to catch Hu Zi, so he kept running with Hu Zi and the atom in front of the villa. He even climbed up the tree. Others didn't want to pay attention to Chen Chen anymore, which really looked a bit stupid. In addition, their time was almost up, so they all went in to wash up, leaving only Chen Chen and Hu Zi still playing in the yard. So after seeing that the others had left, the woman walked towards Chen Chen with a shy face. She looked at Chen Chen timidly. "That handsome guy. Are you here to help us? Can we survive?" The girl used to be a well-known food anchor, so even without superpowers, she survived in the apocalypse for half a year, and Chen Chen hadn't met any girls for a long time. The ones he met the most were Xiaomi and the others. So when the girl looked at him timidly, Chen Chen's heart was beating wildly. His face turned red, looking at the girl helplessly. "That? No. Not really. We are here to do a mission, and we have to go back later." After hearing what Chen Chen said, the girl looked disappointed. "Ah? Is that so? I misunderstood. Sorry." After saying that, her body trembled twice, as if she was stimulated and couldn't accept it. Hu Zi looked at the girl's appearance, snorted coldly, and licked his paws. "No, you can't attack, or the master won't like it. But this biped is too stupid. This female biped obviously has bad intentions, but he can't see it? It's really hopeless. No wonder he has to rely on his master. Humph. Waste." Chen Chen doesn't know what Hu Zi is thinking. If he knew, he would be so ashamed that he would just burrow into the ground. "Well, beauty, wait a minute. If you need anything, I can go with you to find it. Or I will go out to do a mission and find some supplies for you later." Hearing Chen Chen's words, a sly smile flashed in the girl's eyes. But after turning around, her face was full of hesitation. This is not good. After all, you have your own things to do. And besides, I can't eat much, and I can still eat the bread and instant noodles at home for a few months." After saying that, She pretended to be innocent and blinked at Chin Chin, looking at Chin Chin with pride. Chin Chin felt that his heart was about to jump out, and waved his hand and said, "How can you eat those things?" Waiting. After saying that, he ran directly to the villa of Xiaomi and others next to him. The girl stood there with a puzzled look on her face, thinking of what Chin Chin said just now. The girl had some guesses, and her face was full of a determined smile. Huzi snorted, jumped into the yard next to him, and went to find Chumachin. Chin Chin looked at the breakfast on the table and took 3 buns. "Sister Chiao, I take these 3. Can you give me some vegetables?" Xiaomi looked at Chin Chin in confusion. Chin Chin touched his head embarrassedly. "Ahem. That? Sister Chiao, I just met a girl. Hee. I'm a little moved. She said she has a lot of instant noodles and bread. But I think it's not good to eat too much of these things. So I want to give her my breakfast today. Okay?" After listening to Chin Chin's words, Xiaomi was actually happy in her heart. At least Chin Chin didn't take it directly, but took his share to give to others. "You take it directly?" "Yes. Send these cucumbers and tomatoes over. I'm afraid the girls will like it very much." Chin Chin happily took it. "Thanks, Sister Chiao." Then he turned and ran out. As soon as Chin Chin left, Huzi bit Xiaomi's trouser leg and walked towards the window. Xiaomi was full of doubts, but she still followed Huzi to the window. When she saw Chin Chin and the girl, Xiaomi knew why. The girl looked like she was not an honest person. How? Send me the pictures and sounds of Chin Chin, the idiot, especially the girl's expression, and record it for me in 360 degrees without dead angles. Okay, host. You see, I will definitely do it for you. After Xiaomi talked to Hao, she patted Huzi's head. Okay, forget about him. Let's go cook. Do you want boiled chicken or duck today? Hearing this, Huzi called out. Xiaomi nodded. Okay, then boiled chicken. Go to your seat. Chapter 220 Fake. Try it now. Steamed buns, cucumbers and tomatoes. This is my breakfast. Chin Chin touched his head. Then he said, all our meals are fixed. Everyone has a fixed amount. So, there is no extra. Just to satisfy your craving. After the girl took it, her eyes were red with emotion. Even if she took a bite and found that it was the most annoying leek and egg, she smiled happily. But the smile did not reach her eyes. Then do you have nothing to eat? Well, I just eat one. And the rest is for you. After all, I have a small appetite. Chin Chin looked at the girl's thin appearance and shook his head. No, you should eat more. You are too thin. You eat another one. And I eat the rest. Who is the kind person who eats leek and eggs? The girl complained silently in her heart. Then he stuffed the remaining 2 buns into Chin Chin's hands. Eat quickly. Or I will return all these things to you. Chin Chin was fooled, and took the buns directly, and ate one in 2 or 3 bites. He also grinned at the girl. The child leaves on his teeth made the girl uncomfortable. He lowered his head and took a small bite of the bun, with disgust in his eyes. But when he looked up again, there was no trace of disgust. Instead, his eyes were full of gratitude. Chin Chin smiled innocently, and then touched his head. He lowered his head embarrassedly and ate the other bun in his hand. After eating, Chin Chin said embarrassedly, my name is Chin Chin. I will leave soon. We have to go out to do the task. The girl looked at Chin Chin worriedly after hearing this. Is it dangerous? Chin Chin waved his hand indifferently. It's dangerous to go out now. But don't worry. I won't have any problems now. The girl looked at Chin Chin with admiration. Well, I believe you. My name is Lin Yao. I live in the building in front. Unit 2. 401. You can come to me directly. After saying that, she blushed and lowered her head. After lowering her head, Lin Yao rolled her eyes in disdain. That's it? It's so simple. This man is really stupid. Lin Yao complained in her heart. Chin Chin's heart was beating wildly. In order not to show his cowardice in front of Lin Yao, Chin Chin hurriedly said, then I go first. The captain and the others are still waiting for me. Lin Yao nodded, and then looked reluctant. After Chin Chin turned around, he said in a crying voice, be sure to pay attention to safety. I wait for you. After saying that, he pretended to be strong and turned and ran away. The fool Chin Chin looked at Lin Yao back as she left, and his heart was so uncomfortable. He even started to plan how to convince Chu Machin to let him take Lin Yao with him. After Lin Yao turned around, her face was full of pride, and there was a mocking smile on the corner of her mouth. Thinking of what Chen Chen said just now, Lin Yao had a plan in her mind. Looking at the cucumber and tomato in her hand, Lin Yao smiled. Then she went home happily. Xiaomi looked at Lin Yao's face on the monitor, sneered, and decided to give the video to Chu Machin later. As for whether to tell Chen Chen, it depends on Chu Machin's decision. Xiaomi gave the thing to Chu Machin, and Chu Machin was puzzled. What is it? You will know when you see it. 2 minutes later, Chu Machin's face was dark. When he saw Lin Yao leave, and the look on Chen Chen's face, Chu Machin wanted to hit him. As a result, he turned around and saw Chen Chen with a tangled face. Chu Machin's mood became worse. Don't worry about it. Let them develop freely. Chen Chen has been too successful. He will be so stupid if he doesn't experience some setbacks. Xiaomi, After Chen Chen knew Chu Machin's thoughts, he wanted to cry even more. And when he knew it, he really hugged Chu Machin and cried. After breakfast, everyone went out. They stayed here for the next week, and Chen Chen shared some of his food with Lin Yao every day. In Chen Chen's opinion, the relationship between the two was rapidly heating up. It was even to the point of becoming a boyfriend and girlfriend. And Chen Chen was also ready to confess. Before confessing, he specially found Huang Yuxiang and Kong Minglang to give him courage. Kong Minglang looked at Chen Chen with a hard word. Are you too fast? Confirmed in a week? And you only met a few times this week. Chen Chen shook his head. Captain Kong, you don't understand. I fell in love with Yao Yao at first sight, and fell in love with her again. Kong Minglang. The two looked at Chen Chen speechlessly. They didn't want to say anything. Chen Chen looked at them angrily. Just say whether you will help or not. Help? Yes. But are you sure? Also, we are with the captain now. Do you want to take Lin Yao with you in the future? If the captain and Sister Qiao don't agree, are you going to leave? Have you thought about these? Chen Chen whispered. They shouldn't disagree. Right. You should talk to the captain and Sister Qiao first. And you should consider all aspects. After that, Kong Mingyang said again, although I think they will not have any objections. But, I think you still need to say something. After listening, Chen Chen nodded. Yao Yao is very good. The captain and Sister Qiao will definitely agree. But Yao Yao is really too weak. I'm afraid. Chen Chen didn't say the rest. But Kong Mingyang also knew what he meant. Go ask. Chen Chen nodded and walked towards Chu Machin and the others. When Chu Machin saw Chen Chen coming over with a nervous look on his face, he knew what he wanted to say. So when Chen Chen said he wanted to talk, Chu Machin took Chen Chen directly to his room upstairs. After entering, Chu Machin directly handed some recently recorded videos to Chen Chen. Tell me what you want to say after you finish watching it. Chen Chen's face was full of doubts. Chu Machin signaled him to watch it first. For some reason, Chen Chen's hand holding the computer was shaking a little, and he didn't want to open it. After taking a deep breath, Chen Chen opened it. Half an hour later, Chen Chen handed the computer in his hand to Chu Machin in a daze. Think about it. I'm going out first. Chen Chen nodded stiffly. After Chu Machin left, Chen Chen's mind was full of Lin Yao's contemptuous eyes, disdainful look, and the shining eyes when she saw Chu Machin a few days ago. There were even some words that Lin Yao said to herself at home, looking down on herself. His mind was full of the word idiot. Yes, every time Lin Yao talked to herself, she called Chen Chen an idiot. The more Chen Chen thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't understand why it was so fake. How could a girl who looked very innocent end up like this? Half an hour later, Chen Chen came out of Chu Machin's room. Unexpectedly, there was no one at the door. He originally thought that Chu Machin would at least wait for him at the door. At least comfort him. But what is the situation now? After going down, he saw them all eating supper together. Chen Chen felt even worse. Even his eyes were a little red. After going down, he ate several skewers in a hurry. Captain, are you too mean? Aren't you afraid that I will be upset? Chu Machin glanced at him and continued to peel shrimp for Xiaomi. Chen Chen. Chapter 221 Teasing Lin Yao. Captain. You. Chen Chen sat down angrily. Xiaomi glanced at Chen Chen and saw that he didn't look like he was in trouble. So she felt relieved. As long as she wouldn't be hit. But Chen Chen's next words still made Xiaomi frown. Hey! It seems that I'm still not suitable for love. Forget it. I'd better stay away from women in the future. Chen was really sad now. He was even ready to never talk about feelings again, and lock his heart and love in the future. Machin glanced at him. Not really. As long as you can open your eyes. Then forget it. My eyes are already blind. Xiaomi didn't want to talk anymore. Chen's current state was really not suitable for thinking about these problems. So he didn't say anything. And Lin Yao was still thinking about why Chen didn't come today. She kept walking back and forth at home. When it was past 9 o'clock, Lin Yao began to worry. She knew that Chen and the others had returned, but she didn't know why they didn't come to find her. Therefore, Lin Yao had a very bad feeling. And this uncontrollable feeling made Lin Yao feel very bad. Since you don't come, then this lady will go to see you. Hee. Let's see how you are going to explain to me. After saying that, Lin Yao walked out of the door with an ugly face. When she arrived at the door of Chen Villa, Lin Yao realized that she hadn't been in for so long. And she didn't know how to get in. She had only seen these people from a distance. She didn't know who was who at all. For a while, Lin Yao's face was ugly. At this time, the laughter of Chen and Huang Yuxiang playing around came from the side. After Lin Yao heard it, her face was so ugly. She didn't expect that Chen didn't go to find her, and they were playing. Waste. No wonder you can only be a small team member. Can't be the captain. And even the deputy captain is not qualified. After complaining, Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief to calm her inner unhappiness. Host. The bad woman is here. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows and looked at Chen with sympathy. Chen. Lin Yao is at the door. Chen, who was originally happy, looked ugly after hearing Lin Yao's name. Then he stood up angrily. Machin looked at Chen and said coldly, "Solve it, and don't make trouble again." "I know, Captain." Chen closed his eyes and calmed down. Then he turned and went out. After going out, seeing Lin Yao aggrieved look, Chen felt nauseous instantly. Alas, it's better for Sister Qiao to look at it like this. Chen walked towards Lin Yao expressionlessly and stood in the door. "What's the matter?" Lin Yao was directly asked. "What? I just want to see if you are back. Is everything going well today? Are you tired?" Chen looked at Lin Yao pretending to care. And the care that didn't reach the bottom of his eyes. His mood became very bad again. "I have something else to do. If you don't have anything to do, go back first." Lin Yao was choked by Chen words. Her eyes were full of disbelief. For a moment, she didn't know what expression to make. She just stared at Chen blankly. She couldn't believe that Chen dared to talk to her like that. "You, what do you mean?" Chen lowered his head. And after a moment of silence, he looked up at Lin Yao. "Lin Yao, that's it. You don't have to act in front of me. Just be yourself. Don't meet again in the future." After saying that, Chen was ready to turn around and leave. But Lin Yao shouted in panic, Chen. What do you mean? Did you hear someone say something? How can you say that to me?" After saying that, she shook her body weakly. Looking at Lin Yao's poor acting skills, Chen really wanted to slap himself. No need to act. Goodbye. Looking at Chen turning around and leaving, Lin Yao was really anxious this time. Chen. I admit that at first, I just wanted to rely on you to survive. But now I really like you. Chen no longer had the patience to listen and turned away. Lin Yao was really anxious this time. But Chen no longer paid attention to her. She wanted to call again. But Lin Yao could see that Chen would never come out again. Lin Yao was hit hard for a while. She couldn't figure out what was going on and why Chen suddenly reacted. When she was wondering, she saw Xiaomi looking at her with contempt by the French window. And Lin Yao understood instantly. She was immediately angry. Chen, are you all slaves of that woman? Uh-huh. You are so disgusting. Chen was about to close the door. When he heard this, he was confused for a moment. And then when he saw Xiaomi by the French window, he knew what Lin Yao meant. He turned around and looked at Lin Yao with disgust. If you don't want to die, get out. What the hell? Can you make up about my sister Qiao? After saying that, she closed the door with a bang. After hearing what Lin Yao said, Xiaomi felt that this girl was not very smart. She turned around and sat on the sofa, not paying any more attention to Lin Yao. After Chen came in, he started to apologize to Xiaomi. No, she said that, but it didn't make me angry. I just really doubted how this girl survived for so long in the apocalypse. Shen Yun snorted disdainfully. There are many ways for people like this to survive. Hu Ningxuan wrinkled his nose, indicating that he also looked down on Lin Yao. Lin Yao outside felt uncomfortable as long as she thought that she would have to go back to eating bread and instant noodles. She even wanted to break in directly, but she didn't dare. So she just squatted at the door and waited for Qinshan and the others to come out. After Hui Yin sensed it, he directly controlled the two zombies and walked towards this side. Even at night, under the moonlight, it was still very clear. Therefore, when the zombies came over, Lin Yao saw them at a glance, and immediately banged on the door in panic, praying for Qinshan to come out quickly. Qinshan and the others inside also heard it, but they were too lazy to pay attention to Lin Yao. Hui Yin had already told Chu Machan and Xiaomi before he took action, and both of them knew his plan. Therefore, when Lin Yao asked for help, neither of them responded. Qinshan now hated Lin Yao very much and ignored her. The zombies would definitely not go crazy under Hui Yin control and hurt Lin Yao directly. But Lin Yao was so scared when she saw the zombies approaching her gradually. And it was the people in the villa next to her who heard the noise and shouted to run. Lin Yao ran towards her home. Xiaomi, who saw the scene, smiled very happily, like a child who had successfully played a prank. The smile on her face was so bright. Chu Machan smiled dotingly on the side, and continued to help Xiaomi get her favorite food. Hui Yin was very sensible. After scaring Lin Yao away, he controlled the zombies to leave the community. Some people who saw this scene already understood what was going on. The man who came to find Chu Machan and the others before looked at the zombies leaving with a serious look on his face. "Uncle, there are people among them who can control zombies," the boy said with certainty. The man nodded. "Yeah, I think so. Uncle, we are both superpowers. Do you think? Will they agree to let us join?" Chapter 222 Leave. "I go talk to that cold-faced man tomorrow. You stay at home and don't go out." The boy shook his head. "No, Uncle, I go with you. We are not weak. They should need us. Dailin, these things you..." Before he finished, Dailin said directly, "Uncle, they can't want a weak person." The man pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. "Okay, let's go together." Dailin smiled happily. Chu Machan and the others didn't know the situation here at all, so when they saw them at the door early the next morning, Chu Machan frowned. "Something?" Dailin pushed his uncle, but seeing the uneasiness in his uncle's eyes, he walked up directly. "Hello. My name is Dailin, and this is my uncle Lin Guohui." Chu Machan looked at Dailin, and then at Lin Guohui. "Well, this uncle is not as good as a teenage nephew." "Hello." Dailin's smile was very obvious when Chu Machan said hello. "I want to go out on a mission with you. I have the dual abilities of ice and fire, and my uncle has the ability of gold." Xiaomi was instantly moved when she heard that Dailin had the ability of ice and fire. There are really few people with dual abilities, let alone dual abilities that complement and counteract each other. How? Tell Momo that you can go with them and see how strong they are. How hurriedly conveyed this after hearing it. After hearing this, Chu Machan did not embarrass them anymore. "Yes, but we cannot guarantee your safety, and you must obey our command." Dailin kept nodding his head. Chu Machan did not say anything else. Shen Yun looked at Dailin's appearance, and his problem as an agent came back. "Dailin, when the apocalypse is over, how about I sign you into our company?" Dailin was a little confused. "What is going on?" After seeing Xiaomi's appearance, Dailin looked puzzled. "This is Xiaomi? Is it?" Xiaomi took off the half-worn mask. "It's me. Let's go." After saying that, she looked at Shen Yun. "Sister Yun, let's talk about this after the apocalypse is over. Let's go." Shen Yun nodded and smiled. She has an occupational disease. She wants to ask when she sees someone good-looking, let alone someone as good-looking as Dailin. Lin Yao saw Chu Machan and the others leaving with Lin Guohui and Dailin from a distance. Her face became so ugly when she saw Xiaomi walking with Chu Machan. Lin Yao's face became even uglier. "Haha. These stars still know how to play." Lin Yao smiled sarcastically. Then, as soon as they walked through the community, Lin Yao took out her electric balance bike. "Hee. You wait." After saying that, he took the balance bike downstairs and adjusted the speed to the fastest. Then he rode the balance bike away directly. After seeing the zombies, a smile flashed across Lin Yao's face. and she threw the small speaker in her hand directly into the zombie group. She wanted to attract those zombies. And because Hui Yin was leaving, he no longer controlled the zombies outside. So, the moment the sound sounded, all the zombies were awakened and ran towards Lin Yao in an instant. Lin Yao smiled and rode the balance bike towards the direction of Xiaomi's car. And Hao had already seen it at this time. Host, that bad woman is coming with zombies. Xiaomi was stunned at first. And then when she saw Lin Yao riding a balance bike with countless zombies following behind her on the monitor, she laughed directly. What's wrong? Shichi, I show you something interesting. After saying that, the content of the monitor was displayed on the tablet. After seeing this, Chu Mochen felt that Chen Chen was even more stupid. Let Hui Yin directly control the zombies to get rid of the people. I still want to play for a while. Forget it. This guy. Really? Xiaomi said and shook her head. After hearing this, Hui Yin and the co-pilot began to control the zombies and let them speed up. A minute later, Lin Yao was caught up by the zombies. In a panic, she fell off the balance car and fell into the zombie group. And Chu Mochen and the others had already left. As for Lin Yao matter, no one mentioned it again. After all, Lin Yao was just a passerby. And even Chen Chen didn't talk about this person again. It's just that with Lin Yao, it's really hard for Chen Chen to dream and fall in love again. After all, Chen Chen now has begun to fear girls. But now is not the time to think about these things. And Chen Chen doesn't think about these things anymore. His mind is full of thoughts about getting more good things quickly. Give it to everyone. As an apology to everyone. As for the stupid things he did this week, he doesn't want to think about it anymore. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Chu Mochen and the others are also planning to leave. Now they have basically all reached level 5. The current zombie level is generally level 2 or 3. And there are no crystal cores that they can use here. Leaving tomorrow? Xiaomi looked at Chu Mochen and asked softly. Chu Mochen hummed. Then looked at everyone. What do you think? No opinion. It's time to go back. I miss Xu. Shen Yun spoke first. Xiaomi thought of Chu Tingsu's aggrieved expression when they left. And couldn't help laughing. It's time to go back. By the way, should we take Lin Guohui and the others with us? Chen Chen directly stated. I have no opinion. You decide. Anyway, their combat effectiveness is really good now. Kong Mingyang and others on the side also nodded in agreement. Xiaomi actually didn't want to let in any new people. So he looked at Chu Mochen. Chu Mochen naturally knew what Xiaomi meant. And said directly, send them to the shelter on the way, and tell them tomorrow to see what they think. Okay. The next day, after Chu Mochen told them that they were going to leave, Lin Guohui and Dai Lin knew that they were not going to take them with them. So when Chu Mochen asked them if they wanted to go to the shelter and be with the army, the two agreed without hesitation. Then they left with them. Many people in the community also saw their convoy leaving, and they were very envious. But there were also jealous people. There were even many people who began to curse them. But these were no longer issues they cared about. Chapter 223 Mutated Plants. It was safe all the way until their car reached a long tunnel. Xiaomi would check the situation ahead from time to time. But this time, Xiaomi's face changed after seeing it. How? What's going on ahead? What's so dark? The picture goes up. Okay. Host. It should be the source of the tunnel. After seeing the situation above, How couldn't say a word. What blocked them in front was the roots of a tree 300 or 400 meters high. Chen. Reverse. Hurry. Get out of the tunnel first. Xiaomi shouted quickly after seeing the tree. I'm afraid this thing has mutated. If they are late, they don't know how this tree will attack them. Especially now they are in a tunnel. If the tunnel collapses, they are afraid that they will die here. After Xiaomi's voice fell, Chen quickly contacted Ouyang Qi and Kong Mingyang. Let them turn around and retreat to the outside of the tunnel. This tunnel is 7.8 kilometers long, and they have walked nearly 5 kilometers now. Therefore, it will take at least 10 minutes to get out. After Chen finished speaking, they all realized that something must have happened in front. So they all turned the car around and went back in the direction they came from. Xiaomi and the others followed closely behind and drove in the opposite direction. At this time, Dashu had obviously discovered them and chased them directly. If Xiaomi had not discovered it in time, they would have no chance to get out of this tunnel. Before they turned around and left, Xiaomi kept asking How to keep an eye on Dashu's movements. Therefore, when Dashi caught up with them, and the tunnel began to collapse. Xiaomi discovered it. Chen. Speed up. Directly increase the speed to the maximum. Tell Minglang and others in the front to increase the speed to the maximum. Hurry up. It's going to collapse. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chen face changed drastically, and he hurriedly took out the intercom in the car. Captain Kong. Oh Yang. You guys increase the speed to the maximum. The tunnel is going to collapse. Hurry. Okay. I'm 180 now. After Ouyang Chi finished speaking, Kong Mingyang immediately said, I'm almost 200 now. You can speed up. Because Kong Mingyang was in the front, he had to increase the speed first, and the people behind him could increase the speed. Xiaomi was very anxious when he saw that the speed of the tree was gradually faster than them. Huiyin, can you control this tree? No. Its level should be the same as mine. I can't do it. Huiyin tone was very lonely. He still couldn't do it. After so long, he still couldn't do it. He really couldn't understand why Xiaomi said he was very powerful, and even said that he was the zombie king. But he didn't feel that he was very powerful at all. Am I really the zombie king? Why can't I sense it? Huiyin, really? You can mobilize zombies. But this is a mutated plant. Unless you are at the top level, you will definitely not be able to sense it. Even if you sense it, you can't control it. After Xiaomi finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. No. Huiyin, how do you know about the zombie king? Xiaomi looked at Huiyin with a warning. Huiyin then realized that he had actually spoken out the thoughts of Xiaomi that he had heard before, and asked Chu Machin for help with a guilty look on his face. Chu Machin shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. Huiyin looked at Xiaomi again, and after a long time, he turned his head and looked ahead, and then said to Xiaomi, that, I accidentally heard your thoughts before. But don't worry. I haven't listened to anyone's thoughts since then. After speaking, it seemed that he was afraid that Xiaomi would not believe it. Really? I promise. I swear. Xiaomi let him go and said nothing more. Continue to pay attention to the movement of this mutant tree. Its trunk diameter is already 10 meters. And the diameter of this tunnel is 12 meters. So it directly fills the entire tunnel. No. There are still more than 600 meters. At this speed, I'm afraid we will be caught up when we exit the tunnel. Xiaomi thought with a headache. Then she looked at Chu Machin. And Chu Machin knew her plan. Okay. But we go together. Xiaomi nodded. Then she looked at the surrounding situation. Chen. Stop in front. Okay. Be careful. Chen knew that Xiaomi and Chu Machin had to go, so he didn't say those extra words. After all, there was no use in saying it. Someone must be needed to stop the mutant tree. Xiaomi took out the previous motorcycle from the space, and the two rode the motorcycle directly towards the mutant tree. When they arrived in front of the big tree, Chu Machin turned his black mist into a long sword and chopped directly at the root. Then Xiaomi took the electric drill and prepared to chop at the root. But after Chu Machin attacked, the tree started to get angry. All the roots trembled wildly and whipped towards the two of them. Xiaomi almost couldn't dodge and was hit by its roots. I'm scared to death. Momo, you continue to attract on the left. I see if I can cut some roots. Okay. Be careful. Xiaomi hummed, and continued to look for opportunities. But this tree can only cause a little damage to it even with Chu Machin black fog. Chu Machin felt that its weakness should not be the roots, and they are now purely doing useless work. But there is no way. They have no way to get out. Momo, find Huzi. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin hurriedly released Huzi. Huzi, can you go up and fight this protection? After Chu Machin finished speaking, Huzi shook his head directly, and transformed into the large mutant tiger with a height of more than 3 meters and a length of more than 5 meters. Then he roared and bit the roots of the tree, biting directly towards the roots of the tree. The severe pain made the tree's body begin to shake. Then Xiaomi found that countless roots were breaking out of the ground around them. Chu Machin, Huzi, be careful underground. After Xiaomi shouted, Chu Machin also found the problem. The whole tunnel? No. Only this section. Find the location of the crystal core first, and retreat if we can't find it. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he and Huzi attacked the roots of the tree together. Xiaomi moved quickly and cut off those roots. After all, there were too many of these things, and you might get trapped if you were not careful. A minute later, Chu Machin shouted, Chi-Chi, let's go. Retreat. You go first. Xiaomi held the electric saw, without even looking at Chu Machin, and said directly, you go first. Take Hu Zi with you. I will catch up soon. You know my speed? Chu Machin wanted to refuse, but thinking of Xiaomi's speed, he didn't say anything. He just let Hu Zi slip down. Hu Zi, protect Chi-Chi. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Hu Zi responded with a thunderous tiger roar. After getting Hu Zi's response, Chu Machin turned around and left with peace of mind. Chapter 224 Danger is coming. Hu Zi, go. After Chu Machin left, Xiaomi found the opportunity and shouted for Hu Zi to go. Hu Zi shrunk his body again and chased in the direction Chu Machin left. Xiaomi followed closely and ran towards Xiaomi at a high speed. Xiaomi even felt that she ran faster than Chu Machin and his friends who were riding or driving, because she could already see Chu Machin motorcycle, looking at the approaching trees and the tunnel that was collapsing. Xiaomi picked up Hu Zi from the ground, increased the speed to the fastest, and ran towards Chu Machin. Imo. Put it into the space. I will take you to run. It's too late. Hearing this, Chu Machin hurriedly put the motorcycle into the space, and then put Hu Zi and Xiaomi arms into the space. After seeing Chu Machin put these things into the space, Xiaomi directly carried Chu Machin on his back, not giving Chu Machin a chance to react. Chu Machin stared blankly at his current situation. He had been held when he was unconscious before, but the problem is that he is awake now. This feeling is really bad. For a moment, the expression on Chu Machin's face was like a palette, constantly changing. Xiaomi was in no mood to care about Chu Machin's thoughts now. She had only one idea now. Run. Run hard. And keep running. Finally, Xiaomi found that she was more than 200 meters away from the big tree behind her. Xiaomi was relieved, but she didn't dare to relax at all. Running forward quickly, the big tree behind him was very irritable because of the battle with Chu Machin and others just now, waving its branches and roots. All the tunnels it passed through were destroyed. If the mountain was not very high, I am afraid that the whole tunnel would have collapsed now. Xiaomi looked at the furious look of the big tree in the picture, and her heart became more and more nervous. Keep accelerating. In order to stay away from the tree. There are cracks in front of the tree. When their convoy appeared on Hao Hao's monitor, Xiaomi and Hao Hao could no longer see the tree behind them. At least within 1 kilometer behind them, there was no sign of the mutant tree. Momo, prepare to release the car and wait until you see them. Okay. Chu Machin has started to play badly now, and he doesn't think it's embarrassing. It's really not good. Xiaomi has been carrying Chu Machin for nearly 6 or 7 minutes. Now there are only 2 kilometers left to the tunnel entrance. 1 minute later, Xiaomi was almost catching up with them, and Xiaomi really couldn't run anymore. Momo, release the car. Chu Machin released the car almost as soon as Xiaomi finished speaking. After Xiaomi stopped, Chu Machin quickly jumped off Xiaomi's body and then ran quickly to the driver's seat. Xiaomi used up her last bit of strength and ran towards the car. After getting in the car, Xiaomi completely relaxed. Chu Machin stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Chi-Chi, how are you? You look very pale. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's pale face in the rearview mirror, his eyes full of worry. Xiaomi shook his head. It's okay. I just take a rest. Even though Xiaomi said so, Chu Machin was still very worried. He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the tunnel entrance. Xiaomi watched the big tree behind him start to speed up. And soon, it was only 500 meters away from them. Momo, keep speeding up. Tell Chen Chen and the others to speed up. Faster. In 30 seconds, the big tree can reach a place 500 meters away from them, which shows how terrifying its speed is. Chu Machin hurriedly conveyed Xiaomi words to Chen Chen and the others. But his current speed is already the fastest, and there is no way to speed up. They could only keep going. But the long acceleration put a lot of load on the car. Now Chen Chen and Kong Mingliang's cars were almost scrapped. Even though the car started to smoke, they didn't dare to slow down. After all, the whole tunnel had started to crack. There was a huge mutant tree coming towards them from behind. Once they were caught up, the tree would completely destroy the tunnel, and they would just have to wait for death. Therefore, they could only speed up and rush out of the tunnel. Finally, they got out of the tunnel. As soon as they got out, several people stopped the car and got off quickly. As a result, Kong Mingliang's car exploded as soon as they got off. And then Chen Chen's car also caught fire. Only Ouyang Chi's car was still good. because this car was modified by Gu Haoyu himself. All the parts were found by Gu Haoyu himself. The quality is really amazing. There is still no problem with the maximum speed for so long. Therefore, after they stopped the car, Ouyang Chi did not stop the car, but continued to move forward. Stopped the car in the open space. After everyone got off the car, Kong Mingyang began to look for a suitable place. Chu Mochen had just said that there was a mutated tree behind, so it was very likely that they could see it outside. I go further away and see if I can attack outside and delay it to buy some time for the captain and his men. After saying that, he looked at Ouyang Chi. Ouyang, you take the rest of the people to the exit to meet the captain and his men. But pay attention to the mountain above to prevent landslides. If it looks bad, drive away and keep this car. After Kong Mingyang made the arrangements, he took Chen Chen and Huang Yuxiang and ran quickly to the distance. Prepare to find a place with higher terrain to observe. They didn't dare to go up the mountain directly. After all, they didn't know the situation above. After going up, they were afraid that there would be danger. At this time, Chu Machen and his men still had 400 meters to go before they could get out. But the tree was only more than 100 meters away from their car. Momo, can you speed up? No. It's already at its maximum. And the chassis is already starting to emit sparks. After Chu Machen finished speaking, the two of them looked very nervous. And Xiaomi looked at the tree that was gradually approaching. At this time, the roots and vines could even occasionally touch their car. Xiaomi knew her situation and could no longer run fast. How? Are the pills that increase combat power still in my pills? Yes. Host. But, host, if you take this, you will have no combat power for a day. It's okay. I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. You give it to me first. After saying this, thinking of this, How often pretends to obey but secretly disobeys. And warned again, don't tell Momo. If you dare to say it, you will stay in the small dark room forever. How immediately became cowardly. What he was about to say to Chu Machen was swallowed directly. Knowing the host. After Xiaomi got the pills, she was slightly relieved. And nothing should happen on the rest of the road. But even if there was danger behind, she couldn't take care of it. Let's get through this hurdle first. Chapter 225 Almost buried under the mountain. Momo. I'm going down. It's already caught up. Xiaomi said as she opened the car door. Ready to jump out of the car after Chu Machen slowed down the car. Chi-Chi. You drive? I go. Momo. Xiaomi shouted sharply. Then she calmed down. Slowed down. Now is not the time to argue. After I get off the car, you speed up and leave. Okay. Chu Machen said helplessly, and then slowly slowed down the car. After Chu Machen slowed down the car, almost in an instant, the big tree behind him caught up. Chu Machen drove frantically to avoid the roots of the big tree. Xiaomi saw the opportunity and jumped directly on the roots of the big tree. After holding on tightly, Xiaomi took the opportunity to eat the pills that improve combat effectiveness. Then he hurriedly ran towards the big tree. Wearing his own boxing gloves, he punched the big tree and directly broke one of the roots of the big tree. Even Xiaomi didn't dare to rest. And then another punch. Attacked quickly. When seeing Chu Machen's car was about to go out, Xiaomi stopped fighting and turned to run towards the door. After Chu Machen went out, he didn't dare to go forward at all. After getting off the car, Chu Machen quickly released Hu Zi. Now Hu Zi fighting power is basically equivalent to Xiaomi fighting power. It is still necessary to release Hu Zi. When Xiaomi ran to the entrance of the tunnel, he saw that Chu Machen had stopped and shouted directly, Chu Machen, run. After saying that, he hurriedly continued to run forward quickly. After hearing this, Chu Machen turned around quickly. He had seen that the whole mountain was shaking, and there were even stones rolling down the mountain. And Ouyang Chi had already seen it. And at this time, he had already led the rest of the people to retreat in the opposite direction. And Chan Kue, Huning Chuan and Dai Lin were on the roof of the car at this time, constantly attacking the mutated tree. When Xiaomi ran to Chu Machen, the tree behind him had already come out of the tunnel. The moment it came out, the whole mountain began to collapse. Xiaomi didn't even have time to see what was happening behind him, so he could only rely on Hao's retelling and run madly forward. Momo. Speed up. Xiaomi pulled Chu Machen's arm after she finished speaking. And Chu Machen kept increasing his speed under Xiaomi's encouragement. It had even reached the limit of his body's endurance. But there was no way. they still had to keep accelerating forward. After all, what they were facing now were not zombies, but natural disasters. Even though they were now relatively strong psychics, they still had no way to deal with these natural disasters. After all, such a high mountain falling down could directly crush them to death. Ouyang Chi and the others looked nervous as they looked at the collapsed mountain behind Chumachan and Xiaomi. They kept praying that they could run faster, but they couldn't just keep staring at Chumachan and Xiaomi. They needed to keep attacking the trees to ensure that they could run towards this side without distraction. Chi-Chi, Shenyun shouted, and her body collapsed in the car. She looked at the dust in disbelief, and the disappearing figures of Chumachan and Xiaomi. Everyone's faces became extremely ugly. Shenyun no longer cared about the mutated trees. He pushed the door open, staggered out of the car, and was about to run forward. Chang Kuei stopped Shenyun. Wait a minute. Just a little while. Wait for the dust to settle. They might come out. Chang Kuei's tone was full of uncertainty when he said that. After all, the current situation is not very good. He was not sure. Shenyun was so excited that she had no strength in her body. So after Chang Kuei stopped her, she fell to the ground. She had no strength to stand up again. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked at the direction of the mountain collapse. Then, when he saw the tree waving its roots, Shenyun was completely desperate. This thing has come out. But Chumachan and Xiaomi haven't appeared yet. Then, Shenyun didn't dare to think about it anymore. Ouyang Chi led everyone to attack the tree continuously. Even if they were in a hurry, they had to solve this thing first before they could go to see Chumachan and the others. Even if it was buried, it would definitely be fine for a short time. Everyone continued to attack the tree. But in fact, their attacks were almost negligible to the tree. No, it's useless at all, Hu Ningxuan said anxiously. Hui Yin was constantly trying to control the tree in front of him, trying to attack it mentally. Finally, he found it, and caused fatal damage to the tree. The tall tree instantly began to fall to the ground, and it was even unable to support its huge body. Seeing that his attack was effective, Hui Yin attacked it again. A moment later, the tree fell down with a bang. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and then hurried forward. Shenyun ran in the front. Chang Kuei protected Shenyun and kept approaching the collapsed area in front. There was still dust all over the sky in front, and there were rolling stones falling continuously. Everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts. Just as they were about to get close, Shenyun looked at the three dusty people in front and knelt on the ground. That's right. Those three were Chumachan, Xiaomi and Kong Mingliang. At the last moment, Kong Mingliang ran over and pulled Chumachan with Xiaomi. They barely avoided the collapsed mountain. But at the last moment, Hu Zi was pressed down. And in order to save Hu Zi, they had to go back again. After putting Hu Zi into the space, they continued to run. But accidentally, they were hit by the falling stones. In order to avoid these rocks, their speed slowed down a lot. And because of this, they did not find the three of them. Shenyun looked at Xiaomi and burst into tears. Xiaomi looked at Shenyun, who was crying and collapsing, with a gloomy face, let go of Chumachan, and walked toward Shenyun. Sister Yun, I'm fine. Stop crying. It's so ugly. She pulled Shenyun up. Shenyun's fists kept hitting Xiaomi. Didn't you say that nothing would happen? Isn't it really okay? Okay. Stop crying. Xiaomi comforted Shenyun. Chumachan took everyone to see where the crystal core of the tree was. After all, the level of this tree is really high, and the crystal core is still very attractive to them. Even if it takes a long time, everyone thinks it is worth it. After everyone left, only Xiaomi and Shenyun were left here. Shenyun stood up, looked at Xiaomi and warned, if you do this again next time, you stay again, and I will stay with you. Even if I can't turn the tide, I can be your scapegoat. Xiaomi was confused by Shenyun's words for a while, and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Okay. I get it. You're going to scare Brother Chang by doing this. TSK. Let him try to dislike me. Xiaomi smiled, and gave Shenyun a thumbs up. Chapter 226 Ordinary People. Is this a crystal core? Hu Ningxuan patted Ouyang Chi's shoulder, and pointed his dagger at the shiny place in front of him. It should be. After saying that, Ouyang Chi stepped forward, and pulled it hard to the side with his dagger. And Ouyang Chi mobilized his wood element, and continuously pulled off the surrounding bark. After the things in front of them were exposed, the two people's eyes flashed with surprise. It's really beautiful. The crystal core in front of them was like an emerald, attracting their attention. And it was very big, almost as big as an ostrich egg. Captain Chu found it. Ouyang-chi shouted loudly to Chu Machin and the others. After Chu Machin heard it, he jumped down from the tree. As for this crystal core, it was naturally given to Ouyang-chi. After all, it was his corresponding crystal core. Looking at their scrapped car, everyone's expressions changed unpredictably. Xiaomi looked at the 3 scrapped cars and felt very distressed. What should we do now? There are only 2 cars left, and there is no room. Chi-Chi, the 2 of us will ride motorcycles, and the rest of the people will fit in, Chu Machin said decisively. Kong Mingliang drove the car. Hui Yin sat on the co-pilot, and Chen Chen, Huang Yuxiang and Chan Kue sat behind him. Ouyang-chi drove the other car. Ling Kuo sat on the co-pilot, and Shen Yun, Huining Xuan and Dai Lin sat behind him. After making arrangements, they continued on their way. This time, Chu Machin and the others could only be in the middle. After all, they were riding motorcycles, and whenever they encountered a large number of zombies, they would definitely be caught by the zombies directly. So they had to be very careful. But they had Hui Yin, so they didn't need to worry much. But Hui Yin would sometimes run out of mental strength and need to rest. That's why Chu Machin and the others were arranged in the middle. It's just that before, they could still look around to see if there were any high-level zombies and plunder some crystal cores. Now they can only leave as soon as possible. Here, Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao handed the camera and hand-drawn map in their hands to the soldier in front of him. Then the 2 of them left the military area directly and flew towards their manor. When they returned to the manor, they heard the quiet environment downstairs and knew that no one should be at home at this time. Let's go wash up first. Gu Haoyu touched his long beard with disdain, and his whole expression was not good. It was an hour later when the 2 of them packed themselves up. When they went downstairs, they scared Hua father and others. Oh yo, Xiuxi, Zhang Chao, when did you come back? Gu Haoyu walked up to Hua father with a smile. We landed directly on the roof. It was too embarrassing. We could only clean ourselves up first. Where are Captain Chu and the others? What mission did they go on? You can ask Taozi later. We don't know either. Okay. Third brother didn't go? Then where are they? Over at the training ground. You can go find them. There are only 2 old guys at home. Gu Haoyu put his arm around Hua father's shoulders. Uncle Hua is not old at all. He is super young. Who said Uncle Hua and Aunt Hua are old? Indeed, they are not old, Zhang Chao added on the side. The old couple of the Hua family were amused by the 2. Okay. You are the only one who is sweet. Go find them. Gu Haoyu nodded, stood up, and went out with Zhang Chao to find Shen Wentao and the others. After seeing Shen Wentao, the 2 had a silent hug. How are you, third brother? Recently. After saying that, he looked at Chu Meng on the side. Shen Wentao directly pulled Gu Haoyu away. Talk over here. Zhang Chao. They are not here. Let's go over there and talk. Then the 3 of them left. Chu Meng continued to train with Chu Tingsu and Xiao Siyue in the training ground. Now Chu Meng will exercise for at least 3 or 4 hours every day. So after saying hello to Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao, she continued to exercise. What's the situation? Sister Meng hasn't forgiven you yet? Shen Wentao nodded, and then said dejectedly, I don't expect it anymore. I can only make up for them a little more. And I really don't deserve her forgiveness now. After all, this is a matter between them. And Gu Haoyu didn't say anything about it. Hey, you don't know? We are really miserable recently. We have nothing. We eat instant noodles and bread, and a few self-heating meals, and we find what we drink ourselves. And we drink a lot of expired drinks. Woo woo woo. Gu Haoyu kept complaining. The gap is so huge. It's painful. Shen Wentao smiled at Gu Haoyu. I make you some delicious food later. The boss and his friends have been gone for a month and haven't come back yet. Why did it take so long? Let's go find out tomorrow morning. Where did they go? In H City. Gu Haoyu looked at Zhang Chao. What do you mean? Okay. Let's go tomorrow. Zhang Chao nodded in agreement. The few of them talked for a while before going in. Shen Wentao was in charge of the dinner, and Chu Meng did not go in when she saw Shen Wentao inside. Even now, she did not want to stay in the same space with Shen Wentao. Therefore, when she saw Shen Wentao in the kitchen, Chu Meng stayed in the living room with Xiao Siyue and the others, and did not go in. Gu Haoyu looked at Chu Meng. then at Shen Wentao, with helplessness on his face. Then he went into the kitchen to accompany Shen Wentao. You still don't talk now? Shen Wentao smiled bitterly, then nodded helplessly. Well, Chu Ming can't get over it herself. It's okay. I have given up now. I just want to make up for it as much as I can. As for her choice and decision, I will not interfere. The best result is that we can become strangers. Gu Haoyu looked at Shen Wentao's appearance and was speechless for a while. He could only pat Shen Wentao's shoulder and comfort him silently. Although he felt sorry for him, Gu Haoyu, who knew the most about what he had done in the past, still had no way to persuade Chu Ming. He even thought it would be best if the two of them never met. Meanwhile, Chu Machin and his team were on their way. Suddenly, Hao Hao called out to Qiaomi in shock. Host, it's bad. There are a lot of zombies ahead. And they are all weird zombies. He displayed the picture on the monitor. Qiaomi looked at the mutated zombies here, and her face changed drastically. Momo, is there any laboratory ahead? There are so many mutated zombies. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to pass. Ahead, Chu Machin thought. Then he handed the map in front of the motorcycle to Qiaomi. Take a look. I forgot. When Qiaomi saw the words Province C Biomedical Research Base, she felt sick. The person she least wanted to meet was still her. It was really uncomfortable. How long will it take for me to lose my combat effectiveness? Back to the host. 5 minutes. Qiaomi, Momo. Prepare to take a detour or retreat. I have 5 minutes to lose my combat effectiveness. After hearing Qiaomi's words, Chu Machin stepped on the brakes of the motorcycle and stopped on the side of the road. He turned around and looked at Qiaomi. What do you mean? Qiaomi was too guilty to dare to look at Chu Machin's eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he whispered, that is, I just took a pill to improve my combat effectiveness in order to deal with the mutant tree. After a day, I will be an ordinary person. Chapter 227 Biological Research Base. Chu Machin looked at Qiaomi seriously. That look scared Qiaomi so much that she covered Chu Machin's eyes with her hands. Don't look at me like that. It's frightening. Chu Machin sighed helplessly. Okay. Put it down. I won't say anything to you. Let's see if we can take a detour now. Everyone looked at the map for a long time, and found that this was the only way they could take. What should we do now? Shen Yun frowned and looked at the map. Chu Machin looked at the current situation for a long time before saying, Retreat? Chi-Chi, you and Lao Hua, see if there is a place to stay nearby. Hao Hao had already started looking after Chu Machin, but it felt that it still had to retreat a distance, because there were mountains all over this side, and there were too many unstable things. After Hao Hao told Qiaomi his idea, Qiaomi agreed directly. So after listening to what Hao Hao said, Chu Machin agreed without saying a word, and they set off again. Finally, they set up camp on a hillside with relatively high terrain. Because of Qiaomi's current situation, Chu Machin directly arranged Qiaomi in the middle of them. If it weren't for the fact that he and Qiaomi shared a tent with so many people, Chu Machin would have wanted to stay with Qiaomi directly. After arranging everything, they went to check the surrounding situation. Hui Yin even drove away all the zombies around, and controlled them to keep an eye on the research base. But he didn't dare to let these zombies get close, fearing that these zombies would also mutate. In the early morning, Hui Yin first discovered that he could sense a lot of zombies. Then, he hurried to find Chu Machin. Chu Machin went to check with Hui Yin with a serious expression. 10 minutes later, the two came back. Everyone had woken up when they left, and they were sitting together waiting for them. Pack up. We're ready to go. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he began to pack up the tent. While busy, he said, Chi-Chi, keep an eye on the surrounding situation. The zombies from the research base have come out. What's the reason? Did we alarm them before? I don't know. Maybe. Now they should not know our location. When Lao Hua and I went there, we found that they are looking for us now. Qiaomi frowned. Then it is possible that they have spiritual zombies and sensed us. But their level is not high, and they cannot sense our specific location. Chu Machin thought it was possible. It is possible. So we can only avoid them now. Chi-Chi, you and Sister Yin go first. Lao Hua and I will lead these zombies away, knowing that he has no fighting power now. Qiaomi did not show off anymore, and nodded to agree with Chu Machin's proposal. Seeing that Qiaomi did not say anything, Chu Machin was relieved. What he feared most was that Qiaomi would not agree. Then they divided into two teams. Chu Machin rode a motorcycle with Hui Yin, and the others drove away. In the car, Xiaomi's expression was very serious, and his consciousness was always staring at the display in the space, observing the surrounding situation. Now they don't have Hui Yin to drive away the zombies around them, so they can only choose places with fewer zombies to move forward. But there are basically zombies around here, and it is difficult for them to get out. Looking at the situation in front, Ouyang Qi and Kong Mingliang went out directly and attacked on the roof of the car. No. Turn right, and get rid of the zombies behind first. Xiaomi sat in the co-pilot and said quickly. Qin Shen hurriedly turned the car to the right. After Xiaomi and his car turned, Shen Yun hurriedly got rid of the zombies on the right window and turned immediately. After turning right, they immediately turned left again, using continuous turning to get rid of the zombies on the car window. If the car was not slightly modified and the windows were all fenced, they would have been smashed by the zombies and rushed in. Xiaomi's expression was always serious. Huan Ningxuan, who was behind, saw Xiaomi's serious expression and guessed that they might be in danger today. Then he looked at Ouyang Qi on the roof. Then he overcame his fear of heights and climbed up from the skylight. At this time, Ouyang Qi was swinging the vines to throw the zombies in front to the side to facilitate the car's driving. After seeing Huan Ningxuan coming up, Ouyang Qi's sword eyebrows frowned directly. Why did you come up? Get down quickly. It's okay. I help. Hurry up. There's no time. After Huan Ningxuan finished speaking, he didn't look at Ouyang Qi again, but turned around to deal with the zombies around the car, condensed an ice chain, and used the chain to directly wave away the zombies. Then quickly waved it again. Seeing that Huan Ningxuan could handle it himself, Ouyang Qi concentrated on dealing with his side. In addition, Kong Minglang continued to attack on the roof of the car behind. They were still driving forward smoothly. Now they no longer care about going back and only focus on finding a place with fewer zombies. Chu Machin was leading a group of zombies in a circle. Hui Yin controlled some of the zombies, surrounded those conscious zombies, and led them to the open area next to them. Now Chu Machin did not dare to use his special ability. After all, the current situation did not allow it. Before Xiaomi recovered, their fighting power was only himself. After finally taking some of the zombies away, Chu Machin rode his bike to find Xiaomi and the others. Fortunately, Chu Machin was now in contact with Hao Hao, and Hao Hao had described their route to Chu Machin. Chu Machin only needed to follow Hao Hao's instructions, and there would be no problem. It would still take some time to catch up with them. After all, they were also moving at full speed, but there would be zombies interfering from time to time. Compared with Chu Machin, they were better. After all, Hui Yin could directly clear all the zombies on the road. Therefore, it was 2 hours later when they caught up. After seeing them, Chu Machin was relieved. Chu Machin finally put down his worries. He realized that his hands holding the handlebars of the motorcycle had turned red. It was even a little stiff. Hao Hao, tell Chi-Chi that I can't ride the motorcycle now. Let Chin-Chin ride the motorcycle and find a safe place to stop. Okay. Momo. Listening to Hao Hao's mechanical Momo, Chu Machin felt that he had accepted it. After listening to Hao Hao, Xiaomi began to look for a suitable place to stop and rest. Chen-Chen, go straight ahead and turn at the third intersection. There is a park over there. Let's rest in the park. Now Hui Yin has begun to control the zombies, and Ouyang Qi and others have also come down from the roof. Okay. Sister Qiao. The car is still driving fast. Shen Yun follows closely behind. Chu Machin and others are not visible yet. Xiaomi saw Chu Machin on the monitor. Seeing that they are fine, Xiaomi is relieved. Chapter 228 Warm Reception. Just stop here. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chin Chen stopped the car. Just 1 minute after they stopped, Chu Machin and Hui Yin arrived. And then, they began to plan what to do next. After discussing, they drove out of the park. Chi-Chi, how do you feel now? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Chu Machin said worriedly. Listening to Chu Machin's words, Xiaomi felt that he was very long-winded, but still smiled and said, It's okay. I don't feel anything. I just don't have the ability. Even if Xiaomi said this, Chu Machin was still worried. Ask a few questions from time to time, until Xiaomi closed her eyes and rested her mind. Chu Machin shut up. Host, Momo is really noisy. You just found out? Okay. Look at the situation around you, and tell Momo yourself that I want to rest for a while. Host, you are too mean. I am going to be annoyed by Momo now and then. If you don't want to listen, Just turn off the bond between you two. Just watch. As long as there is no danger, you can ignore it. Momo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Okay. Host. Fortunately, there was basically nothing to do afterwards. And Hao didn't need to remind Chumachin anything. They walked safely for nearly an hour. We stay here today. When Chi-Chi recovers tomorrow, we go to see the research base over there. Okay. Captain. But, do we need to ask the military district for help here? Chumachin frowned. It's not that he didn't consider what Kong Mingyang said. But, the problem is that the situation over there is really difficult. I contact them later. Don't count on it. After Chumachin finished speaking, he took out the radio and quickly sent the message. Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao kept looking for Chumachin and the others. But they couldn't find anything. Zhang Chao. There should have been a tunnel below before. Now it collapsed directly. Gu Haoyu's eyes were full of disbelief. I really can't figure out how the whole mountain collapsed. It should be. No. Shall see. Look down. Is that our car? After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he took the lead to descend. After seeing the cars below, Gu Haoyu began to panic. Those cars were hit by something, and even scrapped. Therefore, after seeing it, Gu Haoyu quickly flew down. And when he reached the ground, he quickly began to check. When he found that the car was speeding too fast, many parts inside were directly scrapped. Gu Haoyu's heart seemed to be grasped by a hand. It was a little difficult to breathe. Looking at Zhang Chao pleadingly. They are fine. Right? Don't worry. The captain and the others will definitely be fine. They should just avoid the collapse of the mountain here. Zhang Chao pointed to the collapsed mountain in front of him and said to Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu kept nodding and kept saying in his heart that this is it. This is it. It must be like this. Then the two stood up. Gu Haoyu looked at the mountain and then looked at the surrounding situation. Over there. Since they retreated from the tunnel, they must be heading this way. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, Gu Haoyu nodded anxiously. Let's go. Let's catch up now. Quickly. After speaking, he left directly with Zhang Chao. The two had been moving very fast before, but now they dared not speed up at all. Always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Even so, they found Xiaomi and the others at around 6 p.m. It was still Zhang Chao who found it strange that there were no zombies around. The two began to guess that they should be nearby. But the place was very large. And Chumachin and Xiaomi were in the building. So they searched for a long time. In the end, Hao found them. Xiaomi and the others went up to the roof. And the two finally found them. Sister Qiao. Are you okay? Gu Haoyu said hurriedly after taking off the hood. Xiaomi shook her head. It's okay. Did you see the car? Yeah. We were scared to death. What happened? It's okay. We just found it started to collapse after entering. There was no choice but to speed out. Are you done? Gu Haoyu made a bitter face. Sister Qiao. Have a cup of milk tea first. Listen to me slowly. Xiaomi smiled and took out 2 cups of milk tea from the space. Zhang Chao waved his hand. No. Thank you, Sister Qiao. Xiaomi didn't say anything. She took it and started drinking. After all, Chumachin and the others basically never drank. Huff. Finally alive. Then he began to complain for a long time. Chumachin embraced Xiaomi. Let's go. Chi-Chi. It's boring. This is just a good exercise for you. Boss. Listen to what you say. Are you talking like a human being? I would rather not have this exercise. Gu Haoyu looked at Chumachin angrily. Chumachin ignored Gu Haoyu and prepared to leave with Xiaomi. Xiaomi patted Chumachin's hand. Okay. Momo. There's business to do. Chumachin stopped. Sister Qiao. Tell me what's going on. I won't say a word. He patted his chest to make a promise. It's not a big deal. Just when you came here, did you notice that there was a biomedical research base? Zhang Chao thought about it and nodded quickly. I saw it. Well, there are many mutant zombies over there. We plan to go there tomorrow to clean them up and find out the reasons for the mutation of those zombies. Gu Haoyu waved his hand nonchalantly. It's a small matter. We can solve it if we go there. Chumachin looked at Gu Haoyu seriously after hearing this. Thousands of mutant zombies are still in the mountains. It's not so easy to solve them. Otherwise we wouldn't be waiting here. Shall see. Don't take it lightly. Gu Haoyu hurriedly said seriously and nodded quickly. Boss. I was wrong. I won't do it again. After Chumachin warned. He began to explain the plan for tomorrow. But he didn't expect that at more than 11 o'clock in the evening, he actually received a response from the military region here. And a team of 20 people had been sent there. And those people were those who had gone there before and survived. And they also had a general understanding of the situation inside. Instantly brought them a specific map of the research base. With these things, everyone's hearts were relieved. Now the only worry is the number of zombies inside and the degree of mutation. While they were discussing, Hui Yin had already left alone. As a zombie, Hui Yin was prepared to find out the situation inside in advance. But he did not expect that the mutant mental zombies here were only one level lower than him. Therefore, the zombies discovered his existence as soon as he arrived. At this time, Hui Yin was being warmly entertained. Chapter 229. It's snowing. How is it? We are doing well here. Right? Where is your previous base? A green-headed zombie was holding something bloody in his hand, looking at Hui Yin with burning eyes. He kept handing the things in his hand to Hui Yin. After Hui Yin saw what the zombie had in his hand, he felt sick. No. I have been alone in the mountains. The mountain collapsed yesterday. So I came down. As the little zombie king in this area, the zombie in front of him naturally knew where Hui Yin was talking about. After Hui Yin finished speaking, the happiness on his face was too obvious. Then you are here directly? You will be the boss in the future. And I will be the second. How about it? Hui Yin pretended to be entangled and tilted his head. After a while, Hui Yin looked at the zombie and said, "You are still the boss." I don't like dealing with people. The reason for saying this is to find an excuse for not building a zombie base. After all, his level is higher than his. But he is alone. It is still very suspicious. Fortunately, this zombie was really stupid and had no doubts. Even after Hui Yin said that, the zombie still thought Hui Yin was so good and he must treat Hui Yin better in the future. Hui Yin had no objection to this. He now needed to stay here legitimately and control these zombies. It would be best to control the zombies in batches and take them out separately to make it easier for Chumachan and others to deal with them. Now as long as we can grasp the situation here, everything will go smoothly in the future. Hui Yin's side can be said to be really smooth. Everything is going in a good direction. And Xiaomi is left to recover her abilities quickly. The next day, after meeting with the people over there, Chumachan began to study the information they brought. By the way, he discussed with them what would happen later. After roughly understanding the situation, Chumachan's face was solemn. "Chen," as he said. Chumachan looked at the man next to him. The man immediately said, "Chen Hai. Chen Hai. Captain Chu. You can just call me Chen Hai. The situation over there is really not good. We have been there no less than 10 times. And each time we have not been able to determine all the situations. We still think we should be more cautious." "Well, I understand." After Chumachan finished speaking, he concentrated on looking at the information in his hand. Half an hour later, Chumachan put away the things and then stood up. "Get ready to go." After the order was issued, everyone started to act. 10 minutes later, everything was ready. Chumachan looked at everyone's preparations and felt a little relieved. "Chi-Chi, let's go find Hui Yin first." "Well, Hui Yin should have almost mastered it. So we can set off." After that, everyone rushed to the biomedical research base. But everyone didn't expect that it was almost May and it started snowing outside. It was even getting heavier. They had just set off for half an hour, and the ground was already white. "I'm afraid the snow won't stop soon. Our situation is not good now." Chin-Chin's tone was very playful. The faces of the people beside him were also serious. In the current situation, it is still snowing so heavily. I'm afraid their actions today will be more severe. Chumachan began to hesitate when he saw the snow getting heavier. "Chi-Chi, it seems that the mission will be interrupted today." Xiaomi shook his head. "I don't know how long this snow will last. We can't wait. The current situation is already very serious. If we wait any longer, it will only get worse." Chumachan's expression changed. "Will it get worse? That means our situation is not good." "Not necessarily. This kind of weather is not only a test for us, but also for these zombies. It is also very difficult for them to come out," Xiaomi said, turning the dagger in his hand. Chumachan nodded. "There is no way. The current situation can only be overcome." Xiaomi didn't speak, but was very depressed and sat in the co-pilot seat without saying a word. Chen, who was sitting in the back, didn't know what to say at this time. After all, The current situation could not be changed by his good attitude. Their current situation is really difficult, especially since Hui Yin has now gone undercover at the zombie base. Although it is highly likely that Hui Yin will not get into trouble, they are still a little worried. After all, once these zombies have consciousness, they are actually no different from humans. They also have the ability to think. There will even be fights in the zombie base for power and territory. And there will even be many conspiracies. Xiaomi feels sick just thinking about it. These things really happen at any time and in any place. When the car was about to arrive, Chu Machin parked the car in a secret place. After everyone arrived, Chu Machin and Xiaomi went out to find Hui Yin. After hearing Xiaomi call, Hui Yin quickly found an excuse and came out. After seeing Xiaomi, Hui Yin told her his plan. It's possible. But the problem now is how many times can you guarantee that you will come out like this? They should be suspicious. Right? After Xiaomi finished speaking, Hui Yin nodded. It's not a big problem. I will find an excuse when the time comes. It should be no problem. No. It can only be once. Let's think about it later. What do you think? Mo. Chu Machin hummed. Then he told her about his previous plan. It's possible. But it's snowing heavily now. Even if we use explosives, it may not explode. After Xiaomi finished speaking, he slapped his head. Ah. I forgot about Xiao Si and Zhang Chao. They are good. I am really amazing. Xiaomi was speechless when she thought about it. She didn't think of these two people at all before. No. Their attack range is too large. And there are a lot of things inside. I'm afraid they will blow up the entire base. After Hui Yin finished speaking, Chu Machin looked at the construction plan in front of him. He found that he really couldn't attack directly. Otherwise, the mountain here would collapse. And the entire laboratory here is in the valley. And underground. As long as these attacks are used, it is really possible to bury this place directly underground. But these zombies will not die after being buried. They may still be alive. And even after the things in the laboratory are leaked again, these zombies are very likely to mutate again. By then, they really can't solve these things. Chapter 230. Is it solved like this? Then adjust their attack range. Lure out some of these zombies. And let them attack in two. And we will hide in first. Chu Machin thought it was feasible. He went down to give the order. Hui Yin went in to find the zombies. Prepare to lure out some of the zombies. And the zombie king here still trusts Hui Yin very much. So after Hui Yin said it, the zombie nodded directly without saying anything. Hui Yin left with nearly 1/3 of the zombies. After Hui Yin left, the zombie's face was full of crazy smiles. Haha. You are actually with those stupid humans. You are really looking for death. Let's play slowly. Haha. Yes. When Hui Yin and Chu Machin were communicating just now, this zombie knew it. Because he is also a spiritual zombie. He knew it when Hui Yin and Chu Machin were communicating. At first, he was still confused. But later he understood. He didn't expect that the brother he trusted wholeheartedly would betray them. And with humans, the expression on the zombie's face kept changing. After the zombie spoke, Hui Yin, who was leaving, also knew that he was exposed. Then he quickly thought of countermeasures in his mind. Seeing that the zombies behind him were all of high level, Hui Yin guessed that these zombies should be preparing to attack him later. They might even want to kill him, and Chu Machin and the others. Just now, he was still wondering why all the high-level zombies were given to him. But now Hui Yin understood. But he was not angry. But he didn't know how to deal with it for a while. But no matter what, the current situation is actually beneficial to them. At least after Chu Machin and the others lurked in. The threat is much smaller. At most, I will replace these zombies. That's also worthwhile. Hui Yin thought about the worst result and felt that it was not unacceptable. So his mentality was calmed down. Prepared to respond to the situation after going out. After going out, Hui Yin quickly sensed the location of Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao, and quickly moved towards there with a group of zombies. Although these zombies have intelligence now, it is not important. Their intelligence can be almost ignored. Anyway, the IQ is at most 4 or 5 years old. Hui Yin does not take it seriously at all. Command them to keep moving forward. At the right time, keep a distance from these zombies. After seeing it, Gu Haoyu quickly descended, picked up Hui Yin and flew upwards. The zombies were stunned for a moment, and then attacked Hui Yin and Gu Haoyu in the air, and countless various skills attacked them. Gu Haoyu kept dodging. Zhang Chao directly attacked Gu Haoyu after he rose to a certain height. A white laser shot out, directly killing dozens of zombies instantly. And even a complete body tissue could not be found. After Gu Haoyu put Wu Hian on the roof of the building behind, he and Zhang Chao started to attack. At this time, the zombie king had already ambushed inside, waiting for Chu Machin and others to come in. Xiaomi looked at these zombies on the monitor. His face was full of evil smiles. Haha. It's great that you can detect our consciousness? Humph. Sister, I still have Hao Hao. Looking at their ambush position, Xiaomi manipulated the robot she had just exchanged and started shooting directly at their position. The zombie king was shocked and jumped up and down in a hurry. He came out from there and controlled the zombies around him to help him block. Then he began to try to control Xiaomi and the others. But Xiaomi was not a superpower. After sensing it, he directly curled his lips in disdain and did not choose to control Xiaomi. But he went to control Chu Machin and the others. But their current levels are all level 5 or 6. And the mutant zombies in front of them are only level 4. So his mental power is not as strong as theirs. Even if he is a mental system, it will take a long time to control them. Xiaomi took advantage of this time and quickly ran towards the zombie king. And the dagger in his hand passed through the middle of the zombie's head. The zombie fell to the ground instantly. The zombie king looked at the zombies falling around him. His face was extremely ugly. The look in Xiaomi's eyes changed. Before, he didn't care and was joking. But now his eyes were full of seriousness. Chu Machin also rushed over at this time. And a black ball full of energy was thrown at the zombie king. When the black ball touched the zombie king, it began to devour. Chu Machin had just reached level 5. And this was also a new superpower. The zombie king in front of him was the first zombie to enjoy his new superpower. Therefore, when he saw the black ball begin to devour the zombie king and his superpowers continued to be abundant, Chu Machin was still very shocked. After all, he had never encountered it before. Chi-Chi. Look! My superpower can devour now. Xiaomi looked at the painful look of the zombie king. And the black ball kept getting bigger. But Chu Machin didn't change much. For a moment, I didn't understand what Chu Machin meant. I now have psychic powers. Xiaomi's eyes widened. Really? That means you can devour powers now? Wow! You are so amazing! After saying that, Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin with excitement, looking at the light flashing in Xiaomi's eyes. Chu Machin smiled. It should be. But I don't know if it can only devour zombies. Or can it also devour those with superpowers? It doesn't matter. You will know after you try it. Anyway, there will definitely be a chance. Haha. Xiaomi is really excited now. She really didn't expect Chu Machin to be so strong. The two of them said a few simple words, and then continued to clean up the zombies. The whole process was incredibly smooth. 2 hours later, Xiaomi leaned against the wall to rest in disbelief. Is it over? I thought today would be a difficult battle. When Ningxuan looked up at the zombies below with disdain. That's right. Chi-Chi. This is over? Xiaomi smiled. Why? Sister Yun didn't have enough fun? Haha. That's not the case. I just didn't expect it to end like this. We were wondering if it would be difficult before. I even thought that I would use all my mental strength to ensure that everyone could return alive. Yes. They were actually prepared to die before. After all, the military had told them about the situation here. And they all knew the severity of the situation. They didn't expect that the situation here could be resolved so quickly. For a while, everyone felt unreal. Chu Machin rested for a while, then stood up. Next, there is another battle. We need to find the reason for the mutation of these zombies here. We need to be quick. We have to blow everything up in the end. No, Momo. This may cause the plants to mutate. We have to seal this place directly. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin thought of it. Okay. Seal all exposed areas? For now, this is the only way. As for those potions, we'd better destroy them. Try to see if your supernatural power can destroy them. I try. We have to burn these mutated zombies to death. We can't give other plants and animals a chance to mutate. Shinhai. I leave this to you. Shinhai quickly stood up. Yes, Captain Chu. Chapter 231 Mutated Flying Insects. Okay. Chi-Chi. Chu Machin looked at the test tube that disappeared in front of him, and looked at Xiaomi in surprise. Xiaomi smiled and gave a thumbs up. As expected of you, Chushin is really amazing. Chu Machin scratched Xiaomi's nose, his eyes full of pampering. Okay. Now the most important thing is to collect these things together, and I will destroy them together. After that, Chu Machin began to pile up the reagents around him. But many reagents have been spilled on the ground. The floor of the entire laboratory is full of these things. Chu Machin frowned at these things, then squatted down and used his supernatural power to clean up the experimental liquid on the ground. After all the liquids were resolved, Chu Machin and Xiaomi began to check the entire research base. This research base is really big, and the deepest part is already 100 meters underground. And the surrounding mountains are all medicinal herbs. There are even very few rare medicinal herbs. At this time, Huiyin is looking for those medicinal herbs that they can use. Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao helped to get it behind Huiyin. When Xiaomi led everyone to walk down, Hao Hao suddenly shouted, "Host, there are many mutated flying insects below." Flying up. Hearing this, Xiaomi quickly glanced at the monitor. Then he saw dense flying insects of all kinds. "I'm afraid this is the zombie's backhand. Hao Hao, can you exchange a musket for me?" "Yes, host. 200,000 points." After that, he exchanged a musket for Xiaomi. Xiaomi hurriedly called Chu Machin. "Everyone prepare to fight. The fire, water and ice systems will depend on you next." After that, Xiaomi tightened his grip on the musket. His expression was very focused, and he was afraid that he would not be able to eliminate those things in time. After all, the speed of those flying insects was really fast. Seeing that those things had passed the stairs downstairs and reached the corridor, Xiaomi hurriedly turned around and opened the musket towards the corridor. Instantly, the entire corridor was full of flames. The rest of the people were waiting upstairs. After all, they didn't have the speed of Xiaomi. After seeing the flying insects flying towards her, Xiaomi hurriedly retreated, and the fire gun in her hand continued to spray flames. After Xiaomi retreated upstairs, Huiningshuan condensed an ice wall to block the corridor. Fortunately, there is only this way. After Huiningshuan finished speaking, Xiaomi saw flying insects flying up through the bathroom passage on the monitor. "Bathroom. Hurry. 5 people go." After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin quickly ran towards the bathroom. After all, Xiaomi had basically controlled this place, so he naturally didn't need to worry too much and just watched here. In the end, only Xiaomi and Huiningshuan were left here. Dai Lin and the others also followed Chu Machin, while Shen Yuan and Huang Yuxiang had already retreated, who made their special abilities basically useless at this time. "Sister Qiqi, what should we do now?" Huiningshuan looked at the situation in front of her with a worried face, and she didn't dare to relax her hands at all. Xiaomi had put down her musket at this time, and took out a monitor directly, and asked Hao Hao to display the situation of these flying insects. She really couldn't pay attention to the current situation all the time. She could only let Hao Hao display it directly. Seeing that the flying insects were about to rush up, Xiaomi could only pick up the musket. Xian, retreat." After saying that, Huiningshuan withdrew the ice wall, and condensed an ice shield in her hand to block herself and Xiaomi. Xiaomi took the musket and sprayed flames at the flying insects again. The continuous output of flames destroyed most of the flying insects. These flying insects were very large. Each of them was the size of a sparrow. Some were even the size of an eagle. It seems that the things inside are really not simple. These animals have all mutated. It's really outrageous. Huiningshuan couldn't help but smack his lips. It is really hard to imagine how these things can become so big. What on earth has caused them to mutate and directly make these things so big? Xiaomi has no energy to think about other things now. Now she not only has to stop these things from approaching, but also has to find a way to ensure the safety of them. Chu Machin's side is okay. After all, there are many people. Even if those flying insects fly up, they basically can't run away. Many flying insects found that Chu Machin's side was impassable and returned to Xiaomi again. A group of flying insects directly formed a ball and rushed towards Xiaomi. After seeing this, Huiningshuan froze these flying insects directly, and the ball-shaped flying insects turned into ice balls, which looked like specimens. To be honest, it is still quite good, but no one is in the mood to watch it now. Xiaomi looked at these flying insects and began to gather, and she was very anxious. The current situation is really not good. Xian, ice rain. After saying that, Xiaomi closed the musket in his hand, and Huiningshuan condensed countless ice blades and waved them at the flying insects. Then an ice blade wall formed again in front of him. Xiaomi opened the musket and attacked again, then simply fixed the musket to the wall. pointed the muzzle at the ceiling, and eliminated the flying insects on it. Xiaomi then took out a helmet from the space, and put on his gloves. Holding a dagger, he quickly ran towards the flying insects. After protecting himself, Xiaomi attack speed was really fast, and wherever he went, a large number of flying insects fell. Huiyin, who was picking herbs, sensed the insecurity here, and hurriedly threw the herbs on the ground and ran directly towards this side. What's the situation? Second brother? Gu Haoyu looked at Huiyin, who ran away with a puzzled look. Huiyin said with his consciousness, something happened to the boss. Let's go! After hearing this, Gu Haoyu threw the basket of herbs in his hand to the ground. Zhang Chao. Let's go. Something happened to the boss. Zhang Chao also hurriedly followed and left. The two flew over, so the speed was very fast. After flying to Huiyin's side, Gu Haoyu directly picked up Huiyin and flew over there. After arriving, they didn't even have time to react and quickly ran downstairs. After meeting Shen Yun and the others, Gu Haoyu said anxiously, Sister Yun, what's going on? There are a lot of flying insects below. Hurry up. Go down. After Shen Yun finished speaking, several people were gone. They all ran downstairs. The terrain here is actually very simple. Just run down the stairs. 30 seconds later, they saw Xiaomi and Huiningshuan standing at the stairs. Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao directly joined the battle. After all, they were wearing airtight equipment and had no worries about being attacked. So they were not afraid of these flying insects at all. Chapter 232 Jump Up and Beat Someone. Huiyin entered the invincible state again here, and these mutated flying insects would not attack him at all. Soon they controlled the situation in front of them. Xiaomi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it's done. I hope there's nothing below. After that, he hurriedly said to Hao Hao, keep an eye on this area. Okay, host. But the problem is that this place is too big, and there is even a sewage treatment plant below, which is very big. After Hao finished speaking, Xiaomi's face became ugly again. She didn't even want to care about the things here now. But if they didn't deal with it this time, it might be more difficult in the future. Hey! Forget it. Accept your fate. After Xiaomi finished complaining, she looked at Chumachan. Mo. Let's go down. Since there are so many things here, I'm afraid there are more things below. Chumachan knew what Xiaomi meant as soon as he heard it. Nodding, then led everyone to walk down. Xiaomi thought of Shen Yun and the others upstairs, and turned to look at Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao, go up to find Sister Yun and the others. You two will go together. Okay. After that, Zhang Chao turned and walked upstairs. Xiaomi and Chumachan quickly ran downstairs. The two walked in front, and Xiaomi whispered, there is a sewage treatment plant downstairs. Did you see it on the map? Chumachan shook his head. No. The sewage treatment plant above you is under the mountain behind. Xiaomi raised his eyebrows. Why is the water so deep in these places? Are we lucky enough to come across this place? Chumachan didn't say anything, but his heart was really uneasy at this time. After going down, they saw a huge pool, emitting an unpleasant and pungent smell. Xiaomi quickly took out a mask and distributed a few face masks to everyone. The smell here is really bad. Everyone's face was very ugly, and they didn't want to stay here anymore. What is this smell? Huiningshuan wrinkled his nose, fanning his hands constantly, and covered his mouth and nose with his other hand. He frowned in discomfort. So when Xiaomi handed over the mask, Huiningshuan quickly took it and put it on. But for some reason, Huiningshuan now felt that even if he was wearing a mask, he could still smell that smell. Unlike the rancid smell of zombies, it was a very pungent and choking smell. Some people were even choked to tears. Xiaomi's mask was simply a lifesaver. So after everyone got it, they quickly put on the mask. Only then did they dare to walk forward. There were really a lot of things below, many of which were experimental wastewater that had not been processed in time, and 2 large sinks. It should have been sealed. But after the end of the world, I don't know what opened it. Now the wastewater inside is flowing out. There are these things everywhere. In addition, I don't know what it reacted with. And these liquids have now become sticky. Xiaomi approached and took out a test tube from the space, prepared to collect some to take back. But no matter how hard he sucked, he couldn't suck the liquid on the ground in. What's going on? Chumachan also squatted down in confusion and checked. Huiyin was the only one among them who knew medical skills, so he also squatted down to check. He directly used his hands to see what was going on. After touching the liquid, he found that these things were sticky. It was a bit like that kind of cleaning mud. Xiaomi and Chu Machin naturally didn't dare to do it directly like Huiyin, but they also felt the stickiness of the liquid with gloves. What is this? How? Can you detect it? Yes. Host. This thing is mutated, and it can only be detected as very dangerous. The specific content will cost the host's points. Then forget it. Momo. Will you exhaust your mental power if you eliminate these things? Chu Machin glanced at the liquid on the ground and the large bucket next to it, thought about it, and then nodded. It should be exhausted. But it's not a big problem and won't make you fall asleep. Xiaomi thought about it and felt that he couldn't take any risks. Many things in here are a bit weird, and Chu Machin can't have any problems now. Forget it. Let's deal with the ones on the ground first. And as for the rest, we talk about it later. Chu Machin knew that Xiaomi said that, which meant that these things must be dealt with. It was just that he was afraid of his situation now. So he said to deal with the ones on the ground first. After all, the ones on the ground have leaked, and the rest can be repaired and sealed in the treatment barrel. Okay. Then I deal with these. You fix the lid on the treatment barrel, and the things over there will be handed over to you. Xiaomi nodded and took everyone to repair it. The lid should have been pulled off by the zombies with brute force. Now the entire lid has been deformed and drooped to the side. Xiaomi was not afraid of strength competition, so she went up and broke the lid back. As for the broken screw on the side, just exchange a new one in the system. It was very simple. They soon dealt with the wastewater barrel here, and the rest was to see how to deal with this barrel. After all, if a stronger zombie comes later, it can still break this thing open. How? Do you have a reinforced plate that can withstand hundreds of tons of pressure? Host, if you change this, your points may be used up. Xiaomi felt a pain in her heart when she heard Hao's words. Finally, she gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and changed it directly. But after changing it, Xiaomi's mood was very upset. Looking at the scoreboard that was basically cleared, Xiaomi wanted to cry. How long will it take for you to upgrade next time? Host, you'd better not know. It's still too early. Xiaomi, I shouldn't have asked. After dealing with the sewage bucket, they continued to walk down and cleaned up what needed to be cleaned up. Xiaomi and Chu Machin put some hard drives, files, and so on in the space, which had to be handed in. After all, the situation here must be reported. This was the first time for Dai Lin and Lin Guohui to experience this, and they both felt that these things were something they would never be able to touch in their lifetime. It was also a very novel experience. If it was before the end of the world, they would definitely be in a happier mood, and they would probably be happier. But it's useless to say this now. The end of the world has begun, and even if they want to go back, it's unlikely. Everyone quickly put away all the useful things in it. It was still very tiring to search through dozens of floors. After searching all the floors, everyone was exhausted, sitting on the ground at the top, leaning against each other. What time is it now? Why am I so hungry? Hu Ningxuan touched his stomach and looked at Xiaomi pitifully. Xiaomi looked at the watch on her wrist with amusement. 4:40 in the morning. Hu Ningxuan had an expression that said, "No wonder I'm so hungry. Sister Chichi, you know?" She kept winking at Xiaomi. Chu Machin looked at Hu Ningxuan speechlessly. You'd better eat less. You've gained a lot of weight now. Control yourself. After hearing this, Hu Ningxuan wanted to jump up and beat Chu Machin. Chapter 233 Winning is boring. Okay, let's get ready for dinner. After saying that, Xiaomi took out a lot of food from the space. But this time, they took out some semi-finished fast food. After all, there were more than just them here. Now that they have a tacit understanding, everyone will naturally not ask for those. A few people with fire abilities over there have started to build a stove. After preparing all the things that should be prepared, Chu Machin and the others began to heat up the fast food. And after they were done, they brought it to the temporary dining table. After everyone finished eating and rested for a while, they began to prepare to leave. After packing up everything, everyone got up and walked outside. And Chu Machin and Xiaomi were carried by Zhang Chao and Gu Haoyu, who put explosives inside and prepared to raise this place to the ground. After all the explosives were placed, the four stood on top. Xiaomi and Chu Machin looked at each other. Then he opened the musket in his hand and fired a shot at the place where the explosives were placed inside. Xiaomi and Chu Machin left quickly. Kong Mingyang had already led everyone 3 or 4 kilometers away from here. After all, this place is really big. After the explosion, it is likely to affect a long distance. So they must stay away to ensure their own safety. After Xiaomi and Chu Machin left, continuous explosions sounded below. Seeing the ground raised below, Xiaomi finally felt relieved. It's finally over, Xiaomi said, and signaled Gu Haoyu to leave. The group rushed to the city next door. Momo, what is ahead? Chu Machin looked at the map and said, F province. It's very close to G province. Let's go and take a look. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin knew that Xiaomi wanted to go and see the gold. That place is the largest gold province in the country. When Xiaomi really saw the gold vault here, he was excited. All I could see was gold bars. The entire safe was filled with them. Mo. I would have made a fortune before the end of the world, Chu Machin said with a fake smile. You are not rich. You are going to go in and operate the sewing machine. Xiaomi rolled her eyes at Chu Machin. Mo. You are really becoming less and less cute now. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi with amusement. Okay. Put it in quickly. I know an underground gold trading place here. I will take you to see it. Really? Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin in shock. After Chu Machin nodded again, Xiaomi jumped up directly. She excitedly circled around Chu Machin. This life is really happy. Better than all the previous worlds. In the previous worlds, the original owner could not bear it. So he accepted his soul to cross. So every life was very difficult. Xiaomi didn't want to say anything. She didn't want to think about the past again. Chu Machin looked at the change in Xiaomi's eyes and touched Xiaomi's head. Chi-Chi, it's all over. Your life will only get better and better in the future. Yes, I know. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin firmly. The two didn't say anything else. Xiaomi turned around and put all the things in front of him into the space. Let's go to the next place. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she turned around and went to the next room under the leadership of Hao Hao. It's just that there is not much gold here. It's just a processing room. These are some gold bars that need to be processed. And these gold bars have been beaten into various shapes. After collecting, they left. As soon as they went out, Hao Hao found that a car was coming. And it was very fast. Host, a car is coming. You have to leave quickly. They are very fast. And they can come in 2 minutes. Xiaomi listened to Hao Hao's anxious words and looked at the space. So much. There are more behind. Yes. It seems that the situation is like this. Xiaomi hurriedly told Chu Machin about the situation. After seeing those scenes, Chu Machin's face changed. It's too late. Shall see. You and Zhang Chao go up and look at the situation below. If the situation is not good, attack directly. Okay. Boss. Yes. After the two responded, they quickly put on their equipment and flew towards the tall building next to them. Chu Machin pretended not to know about the arrival of these people and continued to look for supplies nearby. All the warehouses were opened by them. Hao Hao had shown Xiaomi what was nearby before. And it could be said that they were all useless things. Basically, some companies rented them as warehouses. When those people arrived, they saw that they were opening the warehouse next to them with ugly faces. After all, they had known about the situation here before. That's why they chose to come here until now. But they didn't expect to see Chu Machin and others after coming here. After seeing them, the people in the two leading cars got off quickly. All looked at Chu Machin and his group vigilantly. Then some people got off the car behind. Obviously, these people were the leaders among them. Chu Machin and Xiaomi saw them walking towards them. So they looked at each other and walked towards those people. Those people saw the two people coming, looked at them and smiled. Oh, Chu Machin, I didn't expect to see you again. The man looked at Chu Machin excitedly. Chu Machin's tense face relaxed instantly. And he stepped forward and bumped fists with the man in front of him. I didn't expect to meet here. It's good. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Xiaomi saw that the man opposite had red eyes. This was simply shocking Xiaomi. She looked at the man in doubt. And then at Chu Machin. She even began to involuntarily brew a big drama of love, hate, and hatred in her mind. Mainly, the man looked at Chu Machin with his eyes, as if he was looking at a heartless man. Chu Machin, if it weren't for you, how could you make a decision on your own? Do you know that I've been feeling very uncomfortable? After saying that, she looked at Chu Machin and burst into tears out of grievance. Xiaomi had goosebumps all over her body. Well, Chu Machin, Since you know each other, you can solve it yourself. And we go inside and take a look. After saying that, she left with a chill all over her body. Chu Machin wanted to say something, but looking at the man in front of him, he still said nothing inside. Let's go. Let's find a place to talk. After Chu Machin finished speaking, the man looked at the people behind him. You, rest where you are. After saying that, he left with Chu Machin. After arriving at a secluded place, the man looked at Chu Machin with a face full of blame. Chu Machin couldn't stand the man look anymore, and said with disdain, Xin Yuan, you should be normal, or get out of here. Xin Yuan immediately said, Humph. I said at that time that I would be with you. Why did you leave alone? No need. And I have other things to do. It was best for me to do it at that time. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Xin Yuan wanted to say something, but Chu Machin didn't want to say it anymore, and said directly, Are these people yours? Well, am I awesome now? Haha. I am a psychic. I can control them. So they are very loyal to me now. Chu Machin knew Xin Yuan ability, so he didn't suggest anything. Did you find us here and come here specifically? No. We have been looking for supplies. We were supposed to come here last week, but we temporarily dealt with some things. By the way, Captain Chu, I will take you to see my place and make you a delicious table. After speaking, his face was full of excitement. Let's talk later. Let's go and meet Lao Kong and the others. Xin Yuan was excited. Okay. By the way, wasn't that Xiaomi? The beautiful Xiao. Next to you just now? Chu Machin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Xin Yuan to know Xiaomi. Yeah. Wow. Captain Chu. Boss. Big brother. You are my real brother. Introduce us. I have been a fan of Xiaomi for 3 years. Chu Machin face darkened. He turned around and left. Chapter 234 Meeting an Old Friend. No. Chu Machin. What do you mean? Chu Machin said without turning his head, Take your people to see. We are leaving. Xin Yuan didn't understand, and walked a few steps quickly to Chu Machin. What's the situation? You are leaving without having a meal with me? Chu Machin ignored Xin Yuan and turned away. Xin Yuan looked at Chu Machin and didn't understand what was going on. Why did he suddenly become so irritable? Hey, Chu Machin. I don't care. You have to go with me. I will treat you to delicious food. As he said, he was about to go forward and pull Chu Machin. After Chu Machin dodged, he turned and looked at Xin Yuan. Xiaomi is your sister-in-law. Give me some respect. After saying that, he turned and went to find Xiaomi. After Xin Yuan repeated Chu Machin words word by word 3 times, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chu Machin, you are really hopeless. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Do you think I am attracted to Xiaomi? Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I am really dying of laughter. Hey. Wait for me. After saying that, he chased after her, put his arm around Chu Machin's shoulders and said, I just admire the beautiful Xiao. You really think too much. Besides, I am a family man. I will take you to meet your sister-in-law later. After Xin Yuan finished speaking, Chu Machin's face improved. Take Xin Yuan to find Xiaomi and the others. After seeing Xiaomi, Xin Yuan wanted to rush up, but was lifted up by Chu Machin with one hand. Since you are a married man, you should be careful. After saying that, Chu Machin threw Xin Yuan behind him. Then he walked towards Xiaomi. Chi, this is my old friend. Xin Yuan. Let's go to see them later. Xiaomi nodded. Okay. Let's go now. Okay. Beautiful Xiao. My wife and I are both your fans. Can you sign an autograph? Seeing Xin Yuan excitement, Xiaomi agreed directly. You know each other because of me? Xin Yuan nodded frantically. Yes. My wife is your 7-year-old fan. And I am your new fan. You went to a concert 3 years ago. And we met at the concert. Haha. Seeing Xin Yuan embarrassed, Xiaomi thought that there must be a story behind their acquaintance. But now is obviously not the time to talk about these things. So Xiaomi didn't ask anything. Just looked at Chu Machin. Her eyes seemed to be asking how Chu Machin and Xin Yuan, who were so jumpy, could be friends. Chu Machin just felt very embarrassed and wanted to throw Xin Yuan in front of him away. Xin Yuan was really too embarrassing, and it made him feel uncomfortable just looking at him. Okay. You're almost there. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he looked at Xiaomi. Chi-Chi, I take him to see Lao Kong and the others. Okay. Go ahead. I wait for you in the car. Okay. After Xiaomi left, Chu Machin took Xi and Yuan to the warehouse. When Kong Mingliang saw Xi and Yuan, his eyes were full of surprise. Brother Yuan, I didn't expect to see you again. It's great to see you doing well. Haha. Happy. Let's go. You all go to my place today. I treat you. Kong Mingliang looked at Chu Machin. After Chu Machin nodded, he agreed, looking at the two getting along. Xi and Yuan said jokingly, Lao Kong? No. You still have to listen to this king of hell. Kong Mingliang just rolled his eyes and ignored Xi and Yuan. You're still so unreliable. After saying that, he was punched by Xi and Yuan. Hey, Lao Kong, you are being rude. Let's go. Shall we go to my place now? It's almost time for dinner anyway. Chu Machin said. Okay. Let's go. Then the group went out. Xi and Yuan walked to the group he brought with him. And after giving the order, everyone turned around and got in the car. Then they drove away. Xi and Yuan wanted to go directly to Chu Machin and wanted to ride in the same car with Chu Machin and his friends. But Chu Machin kicked him out. The main reason was that Xi and Yuan came and pestered Xiaomi, either talking about taking photos or signing autographs, and kept talking about the activities Xiaomi had participated in before. Chu Machin felt very uncomfortable, so he just drove him away. The main point is that out of sight, out of mind. The car drove all the way to the base camp established by Xi and Yuan, and there were basically no zombies on the road. Chu Machin looked at the route they were driving, and a touch of approval flashed in his eyes. He should have controlled the military district, which is in this direction. Chi-Chi, if you want anything, you can tell him. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows, and she had some understanding of the relationship between Chu Machin and Xi and Yuan. Nodding. Okay. It depends on whether he is willing to give it up. Then she blinked mischievously. Chu Machin smiled. We are friends for life. Don't worry. As long as he can give it, he will definitely give it to you. Forget it. We have everything we need now. And there is nothing we need. That's right. Soon their car came to a very high wall. Xiaomi looked at the wall and began to admire Xi and Yuan. He was able to build a good base in such a short time. I have to say that Xi and Yuan is very capable. Chu Machin, who was standing by, looked at the admiration in Xiaomi's eyes and didn't want to go in. His face turned black. But Xiaomi's mind was not on Chu Machin at all, so he didn't notice that Chu Machin's face changed. He kept looking at the base in front of him. After entering, Xiaomi was so excited that he wanted to go down and walk around. The whole style here has some futuristic style, plus some war damage style. It feels good. Momo, I have the urge to stay here for a few days. It's okay. It's okay to think about it. I'm not so authoritarian. I allow you to think about it. Hearing the words squeezed out of Chu Machin's teeth, Xiaomi laughed directly, and Shen Yun and the others behind him also laughed until their faces blushed. Xiaomi pinched Chu Machin's face. Haha. You jealous guy. Don't worry. You will always be the first. After saying that, Xiaomi patted her chest and promised. Chu Machin snorted. TSK. I'm not jealous. Don't talk nonsense. Just sit down. After saying that, she pulled Xiaomi's hand down. Xiaomi stopped bothering Chu Machin, sat down obediently, and looked at the situation outside. There was nothing special inside. It should be the former military area and the military family courtyard that were renovated. It should accommodate many survivors here. Many of the places used for training before have built some simple buildings. They are basically 3 or 4 stories high. The sound insulation of this simple house is very poor. Basically, if you talk in your house, people downstairs can hear it. Therefore, there is no privacy. But in the current situation, they don't ask for so much. It's good to have a place to live. Chapter 235 Fan Meeting. How is it? Chu Machin. My place is not bad. Xi and Yuan looked at Chu Machin proudly, waiting for Chu Machin praise. Then he heard Chu Machin say, It's okay. Just SOSO. Xi and Yuan, Okay. I really thought too much. And I wanted to hear some good words from Chu Machin, which was simply wishful thinking. Let's go. I take you to my house. After that, he took Chu Machin and the others to his home. On the way, Chu Machin asked, Are you in charge here now? Xi and Yuan expression turned cold. Well, it was very chaotic here before. When the end of the world just came, they fought for power, followed by territory, and killed innocent people indiscriminately. Hee hee. In the end, I took my people to directly kill those leaders and control this place. Thinking of the situation here when the end of the world just came, Xi and Yuan expression became very cold. I never thought that their guns would be pointed at their own people before. If his team hadn't obeyed him, they would have become victims of these people's struggle for power. Seeing the change in Xi and Yuan's face, Chu Machin guessed that the situation here was not simple. It's all the same. If you figure it out, you won't think it's a big deal. After Chu Machin finished with a sneer, Xi and Yuan patted Chu Machin on the shoulder. Then he said excitedly, "Come to my place. It's not bad here now. At least it's safe. No, we have our own place. No matter who it is now, we won't listen." Xi and Yuan gave a thumbs up to Chu Machin and the others. "Okay, I want to. But this is my responsibility now." After that, Xi and Yuan smiled bitterly and scratched his head. "Why? The situation here is not good? It's okay. At least there is still food. We basically emptied the food in the entire city. I just feel that I am quite shameless. The remaining survivors have no food. I'm afraid." Xi and Yuan didn't say the rest of the words, but Chu Machin knew what he meant. Don't think too much. To put it bluntly, in this end of the world, it's enough to protect yourself. "Oh, yes, but I always feel bad in my heart." Chu Machin didn't say anything else. After all, he felt uncomfortable sometimes, but there was nothing he could do. They had to survive and protect the people around them. There was no choice. On the way, Xi and Yuan and Chu Machin didn't talk about these things anymore. Xi and Yuan kept introducing the situation here to Chu Machin. When they arrived at Xi and Yuan's house, Chu Machin looked at the two-story courtyard in front of him. Looking at Xi and Yuan thoughtfully, Xi and Yuan patted his chest happily. "How is it? Is it restored?" "Actually, there's no need. Chu Machin, this is what I want to keep. I want to keep the memories between us." Xi and Yuan's expression was very firm. Chu Machin looked at Xi and Yuan helplessly, and then he didn't say anything. Kong Mingyang looked at the courtyard nostalgically. "I remember that the five of us lived in this courtyard for 3 years. Thinking of the previous life, the expressions on the faces of the three people became a little ugly. The memories that belonged to them alone. Now they didn't think of them again, and they were not very happy. After all, there were only 3 people left among the 5 of them, so they didn't think it was a good memory." After entering, Xi and Yuan's wife came out. When she saw Chu Machin and the others, the woman's face was shocked at first, and then happy. After seeing Xiaomi, she went crazy. She didn't even look at Xi and Yuan, who was walking towards her, and ran directly to Xiaomi. "Aw, fairy! Woo woo woo, I didn't expect that I, Su Qing, could see my fairy in this life. Haha. It's worth it." After saying that, she looked at Xiaomi carefully. "Fairy, can I hug you?" Looking at Su Qing's excited eyes, Xiaomi nodded, stepped forward and hugged Su Qing gently. Just when she was about to step away, Su Qing hugged her fiercely. Chu Machin, who was watching from the side, had already started to look angry. Xi and Yuan was worried that his wife would be beaten by Chu Machin. The devil. So he hurried forward and pulled Su Qing away. "Oh my, baby. You really don't want to die. There's a devil standing next to you." Chu Machin's face was so dark at this time that he wanted to hang Xi and Yuan up and beat him. Xiaomi turned to look at Chu Machin after Xi and Yuan finished speaking, and after seeing Chu Machin's face, she patted Chu Machin's arm with a smile. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi aggrievedly. That look was as if he was saying, "Whoa, wife, you were hugged by someone else." Xiaomi couldn't bear to look at it. Chu Machin, be good. Don't make trouble. Xiaomi's last few words were full of threats. Chu Machin lowered his head aggrievedly. Xiaomi's temples throbbed. Chu Machin, recover now. If you continue like this, I will punish you. After Xiaomi warned him again, Chu Machin returned to normal. Xi and Yuan on the side was already exhausted, but his wife Su Qing was very excited at this time, looking at Chu Machin and Xiaomi with stars in her eyes. "Ah, my CP is alive. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's right." Su Qing is not only a die-hard fan of Xiaomi, but also a CP fan of Xiaomi and Chu Mochin. It's just that there are too few CP fans, so they dare not come out often, and can only quietly and crazily ship. After all, as long as they come out, there will be many low-quality fans. Looking at Su Qing's appearance, Xi and Yuan explained with a dry laugh, "My wife is your CP fan." Chu Mochin was happy now, and looked at Su Qing with a look of "you still have vision." Then he even asked Xiaomi for a cup of milk tea and handed it to Su Qing. Su Qing looked at Chu Mochin flattered. Chushin, is this for me?" Chu Mochin didn't say anything, just nodded. Su Qing jumped up with Xi and Yuan in her arms in excitement. Chang Kui and the others looked at each other awkwardly when they saw this scene. After all, they were not fans of celebrities. They didn't even know what Xiaomi did before, and they only knew a little bit about Chu Mochin. Looking at Su Qing's expression, they expressed their incomprehension. There was no way to understand. But Xi and Yuan and Su Qing didn't care about other people's thoughts. They were excited together at this moment. It was 5 minutes later that the two of them calmed down. Xi and Yuan introduced them to each other, and Su Qing happily went to prepare food. Shen Yun and the others also went in to help. After all, there was only one person, and there were more than a dozen of them. It was still difficult to prepare food for so many people. Xi and Yuan stood up. "Mochin, I'm going to buy some food. Do you and Lao Kong want to come with me?" Chu Mochin stood up. "No. Chi-Chi, take out some food." No. I promise to treat you. I must go buy it. I go by myself." Then he walked out. Xiaomi looked at Chu Mochin. Chu Mochin shook his head. "Forget it. I go with him." In the end, Chu Mochin and Xi and Yuan went to buy together. Xiaomi and the others were waiting at home. Su Qing didn't want them to help, but she knew she couldn't handle it alone. Even if it was just the simplest hot pot, she couldn't clean up so many ingredients. In the end, she could only work inside with Shen Yun, Kong Mingliang and Chang Kui. As for Xiaomi, Su Qing pressed her directly on the sofa and didn't allow her to go in. Chapter 236 Mysterious Woman. After everyone sat at the table, Xi and Yuan was very excited. "To be honest, I really didn't expect that we could meet again. Really. I thought, never mind. Let's not talk about it. Toast to our reunion." After saying that, he raised his glass to Chu Mochin. Chu Mochin and Kong Mingliang clinked glasses with Xi and Yuan. The three of them kept talking about some of their previous things, while Su Qing looked at Xiaomi with admiration. It was as if her eyes were growing on Xiaomi. She couldn't bear to leave for a moment. She could eat the dishes Xiaomi picked for her for several minutes. "Su Qing, eat well, or I go to the side." Xiaomi looked at Su Qing and warned. Su Qing quickly restrained her smile and ate seriously, just like a naughty child criticized by his parents. Xiaomi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had a hard time swallowing just now. After all, Su Qing was staring at her all the time, and she couldn't concentrate on eating. After finishing the meal, Su Qing directly pulled Xiaomi upstairs. Chu Mochin took Xiaomi into his arms. "What are you doing?" Su Qing panicked and waved her hands, saying, "No. That. Chushin, don't get me wrong. I just want to take Chi-Chi to see what I've collected." But Chu Mochin still held Xiaomi's hand and didn't want Xiaomi to go up. It was because Su Qing and Xiaomi were too close just now, which made him jealous. That's right. Chu Mochin was jealous. And he was jealous of Su Qing, a girl, which was really outrageous. Xiaomi was speechless. "Okay, Momo. I go upstairs and take a look. You guys can chat." Chu Mochin looked at Su Qing and Xiaomi going upstairs together, and his face looked a little bad. Xi and Yuan has now adapted to Chu Mochin pettiness. "Not that bad. Let's go. Let's go talk," he said, and pulled Chu Mochin aside. After Xiaomi went upstairs, she saw the things Su Qing collected, and she had to say that she was excited. "Thank you." Xiaomi felt that she really didn't know what else to say except these two words. It was really too shocking what Su Qing showed her. She had lost her memory of many of these things, and didn't know when they were from. But Su Qing collected them very well. Even mini road maps Su Qing could clearly tell when they were taken, and what she was doing. Su Qing shook her head. "You're welcome. I really like you. Do you know when I started to like you? During your second performance. Your family and many other things about you were exposed on the internet. What you said at that time made me give up the idea of committing suicide. Looking at Xiaomi's incredulous eyes, Su Qing smiled bitterly. Yes, that's right. It was suicide. I couldn't stay in my family at that time. There was no place for me there. My parents, grandparents only liked my sister and didn't like me. They thought I was stupid and had an unpleasant personality. So, forget it. Let's not talk about it. It's all in the past. I'm fine now. After I met you, I became very good. Xiaomi didn't expect that she just said one sentence at that time. No matter what. As long as she could be fine and believe that she would be fine. This life would not be bitter. It was just this one sentence that saved Su Qing. In fact, she was also very desperate at that time, living in such a suffocating home. But she wanted to tell her grandfather and mother that she could live well. So she kept trying to live. Fortunately, it was really good later. Of course, ignore everything after the end of the world. But in this life, I will be better. After looking at the pictures collected by Su Qing, Xiaomi was full of emotion for a while. Can you give me these photos? Xiaomi took a few photos of Chu Machin looking at her affectionately, as well as some photos of their interactions. Of course. Then he took the photo out of the album and handed it to Xiaomi. After the two went down, Xiaomi gave the photo to Chu Machin. How is it? Is it good looking? Chu Machin nodded. You always look good. Xiaomi, everyone, Chu Machin raised his head proudly. Xi and Yuan thought that he should not stay here any longer. He really couldn't stand Chu Machin in front of him. Let's go. I take you to see my grain processing plant and food processing plant, which are now in use. And the beverage processing plant is under construction. Xiaomi was shocked. Grain and food processing plant? You have built it? And put it into use? Xi and Yuan nodded. Xiaomi gave a thumbs up. And once again, had a deep admiration for Xi and Yuan in his heart. Then the group went to see these factories on Xi and Yuan's side. We even saw a breeding farm on the road. They also planted various fruit trees on the mountain behind. In this regard, Xiaomi only wanted to say two words. Amazing. After the visit, Chu Machin couldn't help but sigh at Xi and Yuan's growth. You did all this? Xi and Yuan scratched his head. No. It was a very beautiful woman. I just cooperated with her. But I don't know who she is. And she only comes once every 2 or 3 months. After that, she left some manuals and disappeared. I don't know who she is. And I didn't even believe it at the beginning. It was my wife who told me to give it a try. Xiaomi was shocked when she heard this. She wondered if the woman was also reborn like herself. Then she looked at Xi and Yuan. How often do you come? How many days do you come each time? When was the last time? Xi and Yuan was puzzled at first. Then thought about it and said, about 1.5 months. So far, she has only come twice. And each time she left in less than a day. The last time was 2 weeks ago. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin. We will stay here for a month. Chu Machin didn't know why Xiaomi was so excited. But he nodded and agreed. But then he said, I need to go back once. To deliver some things. And I need to go back home. It's okay. You all do your own things. I can do it myself. Chu Machin shook his head. No. Forget it. You and Xiaoxi stay here. The rest of you go back. I come find you later. Okay. Sure. After Xiaomi agreed, Xi and Yuan patted Chu Machin's shoulder directly. Don't worry. We will definitely take good care of you. You will only see us fattening your wife when you come. Xiaomi rolled her eyes. Are you raising pigs? Everyone laughed. Then he continued to walk forward to see the next things. But Xiaomi no longer had the heart to look at it. All her thoughts were on that woman now. For some reason, she was actually a little scared at this moment. Fear of the unknown. The snowflakes that kept falling in the sky, falling on them, were not as cold as Xiaomi's heart at this moment. Chapter 237 for points. This is the food processing factory. We can go to the finished product room to have a look. You need to disinfect and wear work clothes when you enter the processing room. After Xi and Yuan finished speaking, he led them to the finished product room in front. No, we won't go to the processing room, Chu Machin said, holding Xiaomi's hand and walking inside. After everyone went in, Xiaomi saw a lot of compressed food and some canned food. These are all things that can be eaten directly and have a long shelf life. These are necessary now. As for the others, we are not ready to produce them for the time being. Xi and Yuan explained slowly. Xiaomi actually understood. In that apocalyptic fast travel world, she had also been to these processing factories. At that time, she was just greedy and wanted to eat some normal food. It was just different from here. The apocalypse at that time was already very complete. She took a lot of spicy strips and so on. After all, she was greedy for these things. After visiting for a while, they left. After all, these things were useless to us. Even them. They have Xiaomi and Chumachen in heaven-defying space. Plus, there are not many people in the family now. They don't need these things anymore. They just need some live livestock now. After all, they are eating frozen meat now. It's still not as delicious as fresh meat. But Xiaomi wanted to stock up more finished food. So there was no space for fresh meat in the end. Now they can only find live livestock if they want to eat. But now they have nothing except the chicks and ducklings hatched by Mr. Hua. Xiaomi and the others want to find some pigs, cattle and sheep, and it would be best if they can find dairy cows, so that they can have fresh milk to drink. But it doesn't matter. The milk in her space can still last for a while. Are there any pigs, cattle and sheep? Xi and Yuan nodded. But not many. We are all using them for breeding now, and we will not allow them to be slaughtered in a short time. Xiaomi expressed his understanding. Then he whispered, "Leave a pair for us, when it's convenient for you." Xi and Yuan patted his chest and promised. "Wait 2 months. When this batch grows up and the breeding is successful, I will give you some cubs." "No. I know a place. Chi-Chi. I take you there." After Chumachen finished speaking, he looked at Xiaomi. Xiaomi was speechless by Chumachen childishness and agreed directly. She knew that this man was narrow-minded. How could he let other men give her things? Chumachen is simply a childish ghost. Xiaomi complained in her heart. But she didn't show anything on her face, and continued to look at the processing plants behind with everyone. After seeing everything, Xiaomi became more curious about the mysterious strange woman. Everyone who accompanied her was also very curious. But Xi and Yuan didn't know anything except that she was a woman. The look in Chumachen's eyes, when he looked at Xi and Yuan, was like looking at a mentally retarded person. "No. You won't know. Really. Every time that person appears, he is fully armed and you can't see anything." Xiaomi believed it. "Even if we don't know, I want to try it." Chumachen didn't know why, but he felt that Xiaomi would know. Thinking of what Xiaomi had told him before, Chumachen didn't say anything else, and the group walked towards Xi and Yuan's house. On the way back, Xiaomi felt that the weather seemed to be colder. "Do you feel that the weather has become colder?" Chumachen nodded. "Well, I just checked. It has returned to -30 degrees. But I don't know when the snow will stop." "Yes, it will definitely be colder by then." Xi and Yuan smiled and said, "There is heating here now. Don't worry." Xiaomi was shocked. "Floor heating?" Xi and Yuan nodded. "You probably didn't have heating here before. We happen to have it here. The newly built simple houses have radiators, but they are all centrally heated. So it's not a big problem. Otherwise, with so many people, I'm afraid many people would have frozen to death here last winter." "Did that mysterious woman say that?" "Yes. She said it when she first came here. At that time, many people had frozen to death here. So we used her suggestion." Xiaomi smiled and said, "It's a good thing you used it." Xi and Yuan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, he was very fortunate that he listened to his wife and made changes here according to the woman's requirements. The next morning, Chumachen and everyone prepared to go back. Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu went to see them off. After seeing Chumachen off, Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu went to look for the gold and raw stones here. What she needs now are these things. And the others are not without value. It's just that she doesn't feel bad about using them. But after using the raw stones, Xiaomi was also very sad. After all, these things are non-renewable. It can even be said that some are used less, especially some rare gems, jade and so on. But there is no way. Now her main thing is to upgrade Hao Hao and exchange some things. Thinking of something, Xiaomi was excited. Hao Hao said before that he could also get points by winning everyone's favor. There are so many people here. It's just right that she can use this time to accumulate a wave. Xiaomi was excited and instantly decided to earn a wave of favor in Xi and Yuan base later. Xiaomi was so happy that Gu Haoyu noticed her joyful mood. "What's the situation, Sister Qiao?" He thought Xiaomi finally left Chumachen. So she was very happy. "Therefore," he said directly, "you are so happy to leave the boss?" "The boss is afraid that he will cry to death." "Huh? Do you think it's possible? Hurry up. Let's go, he said, and signaled Gu Haoyu to continue to fly forward with him. Okay. But, Sister Qiao, you're right to want to stay away from the boss. Distance creates beauty. Shut up. Let's go. Seeing that Xiaomi was already angry, Gu Haoyu smiled innocently and quickly took Xiaomi away. For the next week, Xiaomi went out with Gu Haoyu every day and went around the whole city. But there was nothing left to loot. They gave up. So early in the morning, the two began to plan. No. It should be said that there were 3 people. And Su Qing. When Xi and Yuan came down, he saw that they had placed several boxes in the living room. What are you doing? Su Qing said without raising her head, making snacks. Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu were still busy. They were going to sell wolf-tooth potatoes and spicy hot pot. Mainly spicy hot pot. After all, it's so cold now. Eating a bowl of spicy hot pot is really comfortable. So, they came up with this idea. Xi and Yuan stepped forward to watch their operation. And for some reason, he had a headache. The weather is bad now. And it's snowing all the time. Everyone is very irritable. You go out. Xiaomi raised her head slightly. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. I will watch them. Besides, you know our abilities. Seeing that they were very persistent, Xi and Yuan suddenly felt that Chu Machin really knew Xiaomi too well. Before leaving, he warned himself that Xiaomi would definitely take them out to cause trouble. Since Chu Machin and the others left, Xiaomi has never been idle. He goes out every day. Chapter 238 Road Blockage. Su Qing smiled and stepped forward, holding Xi and Yuan hand. Oh, don't think so much. We are sure of it. Xi and Yuan looked at Su Qing with an expression that said, Do you think I believe it? This expression directly made Su Qing angry. No matter what. I'm going to go anyway. Your opinion is not important. After saying that, he turned around and went to continue to pack the ingredients with Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu. By the way, string everything up. Xi and Yuan knew that he couldn't persuade anyone. So he sighed and walked to Su Qing to help. Su Qing looked at Xi and Yuan's actions and smiled with satisfaction. After packing up, they pushed the cart towards the residential area inside. Gu Haoyu started shouting with a loudspeaker. They adopted the form of barter. No matter what materials, they could be exchanged. But some things were exchanged more, and some were exchanged less. For some necessities, there were many things that could be exchanged. But those consumables, or some things that were not in short supply now, were exchanged very little. These are things that everyone knows. So there is no need for them to say them out loud. As soon as they started shouting, many people came running down with things. They hadn't eaten these things for a long time. As expected by Xiaomi and the others, those who came down were all young people. And many of them brought cooking oil, flour and other things. It was instantly popular. And Gu Haoyu quickly stood up to maintain order. Stand up. Otherwise we will leave. Line up. Don't cut in line. We won't sell to you if you cut in line. As soon as Gu Haoyu said this, everyone quickly stood up. But there were still many people cutting in line. But Xiaomi was Hao Hao's man after all. So when the first person who cut in line didn't buy anything, those who cut in line behind started to panic. Instantly, some people ran to the back, or left directly. But there were still people who insisted on cutting in line. Until 3 people who cut in line were caught in a row. Those who just cut in line left in disgrace. Things were very calm afterwards. And nothing happened. Xiaomi was very satisfied. But she also knew that this was the calm before the storm. After all, many people were watching them in the dark today. It was only a matter of time before these people came out. Su Qing, you won't go tomorrow. Xiao Si and I will go. As soon as Xiaomi finished speaking, Su Qing looked at Xiaomi bitterly. Why? Idle. I don't want to. I want to be with you. There are people in the dark today, and they will definitely come out tomorrow. Su Qing snorted coldly. I'm not afraid. I'm a Sonda champion. And besides, I'm a superpower. No. Give them a chance. You and Xi and Yuan can come together. Su Qing gave up after hearing Xiaomi say this. The next day, after Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu prepared everything, they pushed the cart to the place where they were yesterday. Along the way, many people still came out, stopping and starting. When they arrived at the place where they were yesterday, 2/3 of the items had been sold. As soon as Xiaomi stopped the car, many people surrounded her. Xiaomi looked at the people in the middle, and knew that they were ready to act. But she didn't expect that they still didn't come out to commit suicide until the last one of them was replaced. Xiaomi said that she couldn't figure it out. But she didn't care. After the two went back, Su Qing thought Xiaomi was lying to her, and looked at Xiaomi with a pout. Xiaomi smiled. I didn't lie to you. Really. But they should wait 2 days before taking action. You helped to deal with the ingredients at home. And you are also helping us. Su Qing hummed sullenly. In fact, she wanted to say that going by herself would reduce the vigilance of those people. But she felt it was not good to say it. After all, Xiaomi was her idol. If you go, it will be too obvious. And they will not dare to act. In addition, with your identity, they are afraid that they have the intention, but not the courage. Su Qing was comforted this time, and hugged Xiaomi's arm happily. Idol. Stick to me. Xin Yuan was very upset beside him. He really couldn't keep his wife anymore. He had been talking to her earnestly for so long. But she was still not safe. As a result, Xiaomi said 2 words. She recovered. She even stuck to her. It was really outrageous. Chu Machin. Come here quickly. Your wife has taken my wife away. Ah. Xin Yuan was in a state of rage at this time. But he didn't dare to vent his temper to Su Qing at all. Facing Chu Machin, he had to shut up. He was just incompetent and furious. On the 3rd day, it was still Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu. And those people came again today. But they didn't say anything. But this time they lined up separately. And some people didn't even buy it. Xiaomi had a guess in her mind. When she went back, she told Su Qing not to increase the quantity. And it was still the same as the previous 2 days. Meanwhile, Chu Machin had just handed over all the matters, and was taking people back to their manor. On the way, they were stopped by many vehicles. Chu Machin looked at the burly men in front of him with a cold face. Toll. We will let you go after collecting the toll. The scarred man looked at Chu Machin arrogantly, pointing the big knife in his hand at Chu Machin. Before Chu Machin could speak, a man ran out from behind the man. After saying a few words in his ear, the two looked at Chu Machin and smiled obscenely. Chu Machin's face became even colder when he was looked at by the eyes of several people. Then he heard the man say, You. Yes. You? Chu Machin just nodded. You go with us. And the others wait where they are. Chu Machin didn't know what they were going to do. But he guessed that it was not a good thing. He gestured to Zhang Chao behind his back, and told Kong Minglang about his plan. While gesturing, he walked towards those people. Seeing Chu Machin so aware of the situation, the scarred man smiled obscenely, and then licked his knife in a perverted way. When Ningxuan and Shen Yun in the car got goosebumps all over their bodies. Chang Kui warned, Don't get out of the car later. No matter what happens. You are in the car. After saying that, he turned his body to block Shen Yun's figure. Kong Mingyang raised the protective film on both sides of the car to block the sight of those people. After Chu Machin followed them in, he saw the leading men looking at him with disgusting eyes. What he didn't expect was that there was a man kneeling on the ground. And that man was the second male lead in his previous drama. Chu Machin frowned and looked at the few people. At this time, he understood what these people were going to do. And his face suddenly turned black. A feeling of disgust came up. He looked at those people with disgust. Chu Machin's eyes naturally angered those people. The man at the top looked at Chu Machin with disdain, and then walked towards Chu Machin with a barbed leather whip. Chapter 239 Sinister Thoughts. Hey, isn't this our famous actor Chu Machin? Haha. When you come here? The end of being disobedient. Look! That's it. The man raised his chin and motioned Chu Machin to look at the man over there. Chu Machin looked in the direction the man pointed, looking at a 17 or 18-year-old boy lying on the ground covered in blood. And the boy was already dying. Chu Machin's face turned cold, looking at the man walking towards him as if he were looking at a dead person. The man trembled under Chu Machin's eyes. Then he looked at Chu Machin with an unhappy face. Why? Do you think you can leave with so many people? Try. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he shouted, Do it. After speaking, he also released the mutant tiger from the space. And when Chu Machin shouted to do it, Zhang Chao directly blasted the door open, slowly walked in from the outside. Chu Machin sneered at the people in front of him. Then he started directly. The man looked at Zhang Chao who broke in. His face kept changing for a while. And then he retreated in panic. Are you all trash? Kill these people for me. Kill them. Ah. Before the man finished speaking, The mutant tiger had slapped the man's feet, and the man's feet instantly turned into a pool of mud. Then the mutant tiger shook its head proudly, slowly enlarged its body, became more than 3 meters tall before. With such a big mutant tiger standing in the middle, those people began to panic for a while, and many people ran outside. The people who were blocking the road listened to the sound, and finally felt something was wrong. Some people ran in to support, and the rest were ready to attack the rest directly, wanted to control them, and threaten Chumachin. It was just a good idea, but the reality was that Kong Mingyang and Chan Kuei directly cleaned them all up, directly crushed. Those people only then saw the horror of Chumachin and his people. For a while, the faces of the remaining people were full of panic and fear. Subconsciously, they stopped attacking and stood aside, shrinking and hiding behind. They looked at Kong Minglang and the others with pleading eyes. Kong Minglang looked at them with disdain. Squat together. Hold your head with your hands. Brother Chong. You watch. I go in and see what's going on with the boss and the others. After that, he walked towards the building next to him. In the car, Ouyangchi got off after seeing Kong Minglang leave. He looked at those people with Chan Kuei, waving the vines in his hands, making a swish 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 sound. It was creepy to hear. Those people were so scared that they dared not do anything. They just squatted on the ground obediently, waiting for their judgment on themselves. After all, they were just ordinary people, afraid of death. After Kong Minglang went in, he saw Chumachin and the others fighting against those people. He quickly joined the battle. Chumachin wanted to take this opportunity to try if he could devour the abilities of these people. But he didn't expect that he could only kill people and not devour their superpowers after failing. It seems that his superpowers can only devour the superpowers of zombies and mutants. Which is good. At least, he won't feel horrible. He won't feel like a monster. After the experiment, Chumachin quickly shuttled among these people, and the dagger in his hand quickly killed them. But Chumachin let those people who were sitting on the chair just now escape. He was going to settle accounts with them after everyone was dealt with. He didn't think these people were good people, and what they had done was probably even more outrageous. But Chumachin didn't expect that these people could dig out so many things after interrogating them. Half an hour later, Chumachin controlled the situation, gathered all the surrendered people, and took the man who was holding the whip just now. Go to interrogate with Huiyin. Huiyin invaded the man's brain and controlled the man. Chumachin began to interrogate. 5 minutes later, Chumachin's face was darker than charcoal. Torture him slowly. Don't let him die immediately. After saying that, Chumachin went to bring the next person in. Huiyin looked at Chumachin with sympathy. He complained in his heart. This is the bad thing about being good looking. Not only are women fond of him, but now, he has to be the boss. He only dared to say these words in his heart. If he said one word, he would be beaten to death by Chumachin. After everyone finished interrogating, Chumachin walked towards the man who was kneeling on the ground before. Kuwinyang. It's your turn next. What did you say just now? Kuwinyang looked at Chumachin's eyes, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. He had always known that Chumachin was not an ordinary person. Just now, when he saw that it was Chumachin, he had an idea. Why is Chumachin still so proud when he has become like this now? I am living like a ghost now. How can Chumachin live under the sun? And how can he still look so arrogant? The more I think about Kuwinyang, the more unwilling I feel. But looking at Chumachin's actions just now, he dared not say anything at this time. Looking at Chumachin's eyes full of pleading. It's not me. I was just surprised. They knew we knew each other. Then he rolled up his sleeves. Look. These are all beaten by them. I dare not lie. Looking at Chumachin with pleading eyes. But his heart was full of hatred for Chumachin. Chumachin sneered. Kuwinyang. You are still so hypocritical. I will give you a quick death. After that, he took action directly and killed Kuwinyang. Kuwinyang felt the continuous loss of vitality, and finally closed his eyes unwillingly. Chumachin did not look at him again. Turned around and put Huzi into the space. Then he walked to the boy he saw just now. The boy was in a coma at this time. When Chumachin approached, the boy did not react. Chumachin called Huiyin. After Huiyin took a look, he shook his head at Chumachin. It's useless. Our current medical level is useless. And I can't do it alone. Huiyin did not say anything. At this time, he just felt very powerless. Facing the current situation of the end of the world. They are really too small. There are really few people they can save. Chumachin did not speak. but squatted beside the boy. I can't save you, but I can give you a quick death. If you want, just move your finger. The unconscious boy still had some consciousness. After hearing Chumachin words, he tried his best. After trying for a long time, he finally understood his index finger. Chumachin took out a clean bed sheet from the space, changed it on the boy, and then shot at the boy's temple. After the boy stopped breathing, he called Chang Kuei to cremate the boy's body. Zhang Chao flew up to the sky and sprinkled the ashes. Chumachin then led everyone away. As for those who surrendered, Chumachin was not interested in their situation. After cremating the dead, he left. As for the supplies in their space, Chumachin only took a part of them. After all, there were a lot of supplies in his space, and he was too lazy to take them all away. The pool that was dug out to release water before has now been replaced by buckets, and many things are directly piled up. Fortunately, his space has no height limit. Therefore, even if there is only a small courtyard, he still puts a lot of things in it. It was already evening when he returned home. After arriving home, Chumachin took out the things in the space and sorted them into the warehouse. Xiaomi and Su Qing packed the ingredients for tomorrow. There should be action tomorrow. It's been 4 days, and they should have figured out our quantity. Gu Haoyu nodded. Of course, they have started counting people today. Haha. It's purely looking for death. I go with you tomorrow. Xian Yuan said disdainfully, as if his eyes were saying that those people were ants. It's not worth his attention. Xiaomi looked serious. Those who dare to take action must be strong. No matter what, we must be cautious. Xian Yuan nodded. Okay, I will pay attention. Of course he would pay attention. And there are even many people he arranged in advance who are watching those people 24 hours a day. Whether it is Xiaomi or Su Qing, he can't let them have any accidents. So on the second day, he started to make arrangements. He just didn't tell them. His habit all the time made him consider all the situations in advance. But what he didn't know was that Xiaomi knew his arrangements very well, and sometimes even cooperated with his people to prevent them from being exposed. Who let her have a plug-in Hao. The next afternoon, when Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu appeared with the car, those people came out again. Many people from other places have come here in the past 2 days. So when Xiaomi and others came, they saw that everyone had spontaneously started to line up. Those people were still mixed in the crowd. When they sold out their products, and the remaining people didn't buy anything, they kicked directly towards Xiaomi's stall. The man's expression was very arrogant. Damn it. I've been queuing for 3 days, and didn't buy any. What do you mean? He was about to kick their car. Gu Haoyu blocked the man. We can only make so much every day. If you want to buy, please come early. Haha. I don't do anything. Just queue here? Then you don't have to change. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, the man's face became even uglier. I just want to eat it today. No more. Then go back and give me some food. If you don't let me eat it today, don't think about leaving. After the man finished speaking, the remaining people who didn't buy anything all gathered here. Each face was full of threats. Xiaomi smiled. Everyone, please be patient. We really don't have any food now. So, shall see. Go get some from home, and we wait for a while. But the waiting time may be very long. Many people who didn't know said no. They would come back tomorrow. But those people nodded in satisfaction. Right. That's right. Okay. Young man. Go get it quickly. As soon as Gu Haoyu left, those people started to approach Xiaomi and started chatting him up. Chapter 240 Courting Death. Sister, how did you come up with this idea? You have a lot of ingredients. Are you a space power user? Looking at the man's mouth full of yellow teeth and the stench that could be smelled from nearly a meter away, Xiaomi frowned slightly. No comment. We sell and you buy. After saying that, Xiaomi sorted out the things on the stall. And those disposable boxes and chopsticks were neatly arranged by Xiaomi. Seeing that Xiaomi was unwilling to talk, the man's eyes were full of anger. Little girl, you don't want to drink a toast? Today I want to know where you got these ingredients. We can't eat enough. Why can you still sell them? After saying that, he looked Xiaomi up and down. Is it because you and Xian Yuan have something going on? Xiaomi was really disgusted this time, and stepped forward and punched her. Ah, stinky girl. Oh. The man covered his mouth and glared at Xiaomi. Bah, smelly woman. You, huh? The man looked at the 3 teeth that fell from his hand, and his hands were covered in blood. He glared at Xiaomi. Then he threw the teeth in his hand to the ground. He looked at the brothers around him. Go. Kidnap this ugly woman for me. After saying that, he waved a fire whip at Xiaomi. The man dared to attack because he was a superpower. He didn't expect Xiaomi's speed to be too fast. Before he could react, Xiaomi had knocked his teeth out. Therefore, when he attacked again, he was not soft-hearted at all, and his eyes were fierce. But Xiaomi didn't take the man seriously at all. When the man attacked, Xiaomi quickly took out the boxing gloves from the space. He hid to the side. After dodging the man's attack, Xiaomi put on the boxing gloves, and then punched the man, directly knocking the man 3 or 4 meters away. Many of the passers-by had already run away, and some people couldn't bear to see it and wanted to help Xiaomi. When Xiaomi started, all the companions of this man surrounded him. If Xiaomi hadn't been so fast, he would have been surrounded by them. Xiaomi looked at them coldly, and Hao Hao had already told Xiaomi that Gu Haoyu had returned, and the people arranged by Xi and Yuan were also waiting for an opportunity to take action. Therefore, Xiaomi was not in a hurry at all. He looked at the people in front of him coldly. After they looked at each other, they began to release their supernatural powers towards Xiaomi. After they started, Xiaomi quickly flashed to the person closest to him, and the dagger in his hand slashed across the man's throat. In an instant, the man fell to the ground. Before the people arranged by Xi and Yuan came to the front, Xiaomi had already dealt with 3 people. After they came forward, they saw the people lying on the ground, and their eyes became obscure. No matter what they thought, they admired Xiaomi. After they came forward, they quickly joined the battle, helped Xiaomi relieve a lot of burdens. Watching their actions, many people who came to buy every day recently, they also stepped forward to help subdue those people, fearing that innocent people would be hurt. The flat-headed man on the side shouted, "You retreat. The things here are no longer something you can handle." After saying this, those people left, but they still stood in the distance watching the situation here, ready to help at any time. Xiaomi was still very grateful for this, and asked Hao Hao to remember these people and prepare to give them something later. It was also a thank you. After Gu Haoyu arrived, he quickly ran to Xiaomi's side and kept protecting Xiaomi. Just kidding. If he let Xiaomi get hurt, Chu Machin could chop him directly. What would he do if he didn't protect her? After the matter here was resolved, looking at the people squatting on the ground, Xiaomi snorted, "Take the people away." After Xiaomi finished speaking, the flat-headed man pulled a person on the ground up and said to Xiaomi, "Okay. You are not injured?" Xiaomi shook her head. The flat-headed man and the rest of the people took these people away. As for the 3 people Xiaomi killed at the beginning, someone had already taken the bodies away. In 5 minutes, this place has returned to the situation before the purchase. Xiaomi took out some ingredients from the space and said to the people standing aside, "It's free for you. Everyone come and take it." Hearing Xiaomi say this, many people waved their hands and were unwilling to take it. After all, they knew the current situation. They knew how precious these vegetables were. And now they saw Xiaomi taking out so much meat and vegetables. Everyone was shocked at first, and then envious. But they were unwilling to take it for free. Many people who had been watching before ran towards Xiaomi after hearing this. "Haha. This girl knows how to do business. You should show us more." "That's right. The girl is really beautiful and kind." "Miss, you are so kind." These people said a lot, but Xiaomi sneered. "I know who helped you. Those who didn't help should leave now to avoid a mess." All those who had just spoken shut up and looked at Xiaomi with bad eyes. Just when they were about to retort, they met Xiaomi's cold eyes. Thinking of Xiaomi's strength just now, several people left in disgrace. Xiaomi watched those people leave wisely, smiled and packed up the things in her hands, and motioned the people next to her to come over. Some people didn't want to take advantage and were ready to leave. Xiaomi said loudly, "Don't be embarrassed. If you don't come to pick it up, I will pack 27 copies directly and put them here. If those people get a bargain, you will be really wrong." Hearing this, everyone could only walk forward helplessly. An older middle-aged woman said helplessly, "Little sister, it's not necessary. Really, you can keep these things and eat them for a long time. It's okay. Big sister, I don't need these." After that, she packed a large box of spicy hot pot and handed it to the woman. "If this is exchanged, At least 3 or 4 kilograms of cooking oil are needed to exchange for such a box. It also takes about 5 kilograms of rice. The woman looked at Xiaomi, then looked at the spicy hot pot in her hand, and finally sighed and left. The children nowadays are really... Hey! Forget it. I make some food and send it to the little girl in the future. Thinking so in her heart, the woman didn't say anything more to Xiaomi, but went home with the food, thinking of her own children. The woman took a bigger step. The expression on her face was very happy. The rest of the people also left with their own portions. But in the next few days, Xiaomi would receive some small things every day. Some food. Some useful. What Xiaomi liked most was the middle-aged woman chive dumplings and pancakes, which were really delicious. Xiaomi even secretly saved one for Chu Machin in the space. Chu Machin came a week later, and there was only about a week left before the woman Xi and Yuan said would come. Xiaomi no longer went to set up a stall, and even went with Su Qing and Xi and Yuan every day. Mainly, she wanted to talk to the woman alone. She wanted to see what the woman's identity was. But now she didn't know whether she should reveal her identity, and how she should say it. She really wanted to know whether this apocalypse could end, and who the woman was. Why did she know so much? And why did she suddenly appear? Now her guess is that the woman should be able to travel to this world at will. But this idea is also her guess. She was not sure. Therefore, she didn't tell anyone. Not even Chu Machin. After all, her ideas were really wild. So she didn't say it, and planned to say it after talking to the woman. A week later, Xiaomi started to get nervous from the morning. At noon, Xiaomi and Chu Machin were at home, but they hadn't waited for Xi and Yuan to come back. Xiaomi stood up suddenly. Xing, where is your old Yuan today? In the office. He knows you're looking for him, and he hasn't been out recently, Su Qing said quickly. Xiaomi turned to look at Chu Machin. Momo, I'm going to find Xi and Yuan. You wait at home. I tell you when I come back. Su Qing didn't understand what Xiaomi meant, but Chu Machin knew. So he nodded. Okay. Be careful. Xiaomi nodded anxiously, and turned to leave. Along the way, Xiaomi's heart was always lifted. How? Can you see the scene in Xi and Yuan office? There are still about 100 meters. After How finished speaking, Xiaomi accelerated directly and started running. I saw it. There is really a woman in the office. Host. Look. After speaking, the woman's appearance was enlarged. Looking at the incomparably beautiful woman, Xiaomi thought for a long time, but didn't know the woman's name. Nor did he have any impression of her. How? I use my points to look up the woman information. Okay, host. 10 seconds later, How's distressed voice sounded. Host. I can't find anything. Xiaomi was sure that this woman was definitely not from this world. Her pace quickened. When she walked to the door of Xi and Yuan office again, Xiaomi breathed a sigh of relief. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Xi and Yuan knew it was Xiaomi. And when he saw the woman writing something, Xi and Yuan hesitated. He asked carefully, Can I open the door? The woman raised her head and said lightly, Yes. Xi and Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, walked quickly to the door, and opened it. As soon as he opened the door, Xiaomi pulled him out directly. Wait outside and come in later. After that, he walked in, leaving Xi and Yuan, who was confused, in the corridor. After Xiaomi entered, the woman stopped writing and looked up at Xiaomi. Xiaomi took a deep breath, looked at the woman's beautiful face, and asked tentatively, You are not from this world, are you?